Oops. When the elder Lin's voice sounded, Lin Qingshan's expression changed, pulling Han Feng to break the carriage and jumped up instantly. Before Han Feng could react, he was pulled outside. At the same time, a moon arc-shaped fire slash suddenly fell. With a bang, the entire carriage exploded in an instant, torn apart, and many parts were burned to ashes. What? A scream sounded, and from the carriage, a figure rolled out, lying on the ground rolling over and howling, but rolling and rolling, the voice gradually changed. A painful and happy voice made this scream a little more creepy, and people who heard it got goosebumps. Where did the pervert come from? Elder Lin's face twisted, and he flicked his sleeves, and another fire slashed out. The world is clean. Neither Han Feng expected that they finally spared Shui Yulin's life, but in the end Shui Yulin died, and there was no scum left. Lin Tao. Lin Qingshan stared at Elder Lin with red eyes, gritted her teeth, and bitter hatred flashed in her pupils. Han Feng was on Lin Qingshan's side and felt the most obvious. Han Feng had never seen such a scene as Lin Qingshan, as if to tear the elder Lin apart. Lin Tao squinted and sneered at Lin Qingshan. The injury actually healed? It looks like there is another adventure. Unfortunately, the old man will be beheaded by the old man today. You said it would be better if you follow the young master, but now it is better, not only your parents, siblings, but also you can't escape. Hearing that her parents and siblings were dead, Lin Qingshan's face turned pale and her body swayed. Good chance. Lin Tao's eyes lit up, and he didn't miss this opportunity, only to see Lin Tao's feet move a few times, and he actually appeared not far from Lin Qingshan, and grabbed it with one paw. Lin Qingshan said that she was also an 11-star master of the human rank, and quickly recovered. Lightning whip. Crackling. Lin Tao was surrounded by lightning, but Lin Tao was full of disdain. With a wave of his claws, the lightning dissipated. At this time, Lin Qingshan had already pulled Han Feng back dozens of meters. Lin Qingshan said in a deep voice, "Brother, I'm not the opponent of this old guy. You should leave quickly, or even if you are from the Han family, this old guy will not let you go." "No, how can I?" Han Feng was a little stubborn. Lin Qingshan's expression was cold. "What can you do if you stay here? A mere 2-star human rank, you still want to meddle in the battle between our human rank peaks? You're just a burden here, get out of here." Han Feng stared blankly at Lin Qingshan. After the two became close, this was the first time Lin Qingshan treated him with such a cold attitude. In a moment of anger, Han Feng threw his hand away. Lin Qingshan stared blankly at Han Feng's departure, a little pain in her heart. How could she want to treat Han Feng like this? But Lin Tao, that is a master of the 12-star peak of the human rank, and half a step of the mysterious rank, is not an exaggeration. When fighting against such a master, she is not sure that she will be able to keep Han Feng. "Humph, I said how dare you defy the young master, it turns out that you have a little lover. Such a little brat, you like it too, but he really has no eyes. How can he compare to a handsome and extraordinary young master?" Lin Tao looked at Lin Qingshan's behavior coldly. Mouth mocking. Lin Qingshan looked back coldly. That bastard Lin Feng is also handsome and extraordinary? That's a beast that is inferior to pigs and dogs. Insulting the young master, courting death. Lin Tao's eyes flickered, and Lin Tao moved at the same time. Brush brush. The whole road was full of Lin Tao's figure. 1,000 shadow movement technique. Lin Qingshan's face sank. Although she was only a sideline of the Lin family, she couldn't practice such precious martial arts, but Lin Qingshan still knew one of the few secret skills of the Lin family. Lightning whip. Lightning shot out, and the entire road was filled with purple arcs and beams. "Humph, little girl, for so long, you still have such means, but you really haven't improved. You should know that this means can't help me, so use the means of hurting the young master, otherwise the next time the old man attacks, it will kill you. Lin Qingshan pursed her lips, and with a flick of her hand, a long purple whip appeared in Lin Qingshan's hand. Low-grade spirit artifact. Lin Tao's eyes lit up. Haha, it turned out to be a low-grade spirit tool, no wonder it can hurt the young master. I didn't expect your little girl's adventure to be so good, even the first-class low-grade spirit tool, even the Lin family, such low-grade spirit tools are rare. If this spiritual tool is handed over to the family, the old man may be given a 9th-level medicinal pill, and it is not impossible to break through the profound rank. Lin Tao looked greedy. Purple thunder whip, purple dragon thunder roar. When Lin Qingshan shook, the purple thunder whip in her hand swayed flexibly, like a long snake. The sky is full of purple whip shadows. Boom boom boom. The 1,000 shadows that Lin Tao had transformed all disintegrated at this moment. Just then, a loud roar sounded. The purple thunder whip was attached to a large amount of purple infuriating energy, and immediately turned into a huge purple dragon roaring in the sky. Lin Tao's complexion became solemn, a high-class low-grade spiritual weapon, a top-grade human-level peak martial arts. This little girl's adventure is truly incredible, and this person must be killed here, otherwise it will be a big problem for the Lin family in the future. In Lin Tao's hand, a long sword appeared at an unknown time, and a strange wave waved out. It was also a low-grade spiritual weapon. However, it was obvious that the long sword in Lin Tao's hand was not as high level as the one in Lin Qingshan's hand. Possessing high-grade and low-grade spiritual weapons, and some people receiving top-grade peak martial skills, Lin Qingshan's blow is enough to severely damage ordinary human-level 12-star peak masters. Therefore, even Lin Tao did not dare to be careless. Tiansong fire cloud slash. Large swathes of fire clouds condensed out, and from the fire clouds, a huge red sword phantom broke through the fire clouds and rushed out. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The red sword phantom and the purple dragon collided with each other. On the other side, Han Feng's running footsteps gradually stopped. Han Feng smiled bitterly and tapped his head. In the past life and now, how old a person would be so careful and angry. Lin Qingshan obviously said such cold words in order to force him to leave. Standing in the same place, Han Feng hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and rushed back. Even if my strength is not strong, it is always a bit of strength. When Han Feng arrived, it was the moment when Lin Tao and Lin Qingshan collided in martial arts. Rumbling. The purple and red rays of light were like ripples, constantly spreading around, cracking the ground and cracking countless cracks. The surrounding trees and mountain walls were affected by the ripples and collapsed in an instant. Fortunately, Han Feng was a little far away, but even so, he was overturned several times. In situ, a tornado of red and purple swept out. Puff! Lin Qingshan couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, and retreated in embarrassment, her face pale. Lin Tao also stepped back again, and finally stopped his steps. Lin Tao grinned grimly. Unfortunately, if you were an ordinary person with a 12-star cultivation base and didn't have a low-grade spiritual weapon to defend yourself, you might actually be killed by you. However, as the elder of the Lin clan, the high-grade and low-grade spirit tools bestowed by his own family have the power to fight against ordinary masters of the first stage of the profound rank. Lin Qingshan stared at Lin Tao expressionlessly. Even though she might die and her heart is full of unwillingness, he still will not show despair and weakness in front of the enemy. Because that would only make the enemy happy. Lin Tao raised the low-grade spiritual weapon long sword in his hand and was about to attack. Skyfire battle body, congeal. Mysterious flame chain. The ordinary fire condensed on the mysterious flame chain, and the two red chains broke through the air. What? Lin Tao was taken aback. He never expected that boy to come back just now. Immediately after, Lin Tao snorted coldly, "If you come, you will die." Lin Qingshan's complexion is extremely complicated. On the one hand, she is very moved. Han Feng's infuriating cultivation base is at the early stage of human level 2 star, plus the Skyfire battle body and the mysterious flame chain attached to the middle grade mortal fire. The power of this blow is not necessarily able to resist even ordinary human level 4 star powerhouses. It's a pity that Han Feng is facing a 12-star master of the human level. Break! Lin Tao let out a low voice, and the two chains that shot at Lin Tao stopped in midair, and then seemed to be hit by an invisible force and shattered in an instant. Death. Lin Tao spit out this sentence coldly and pointed it out. Infuriating waves burst out. Boom. Han Feng vomited blood again and flew away. The effect of the Skyfire battle body instantly dissipated, and it changed from a tall and sturdy fireman to normal. Although he was vomiting blood, Han Feng still roared, "Sister Lin, take advantage of this time. Zilong Lei Xiao." Lin Qingshan really seized the opportunity given by Han Feng, and Zilong roared out again. Oops. Lin Tao realized that it was not good, and hurriedly urged him to use a low-grade spiritual weapon. Tiansong Fire Cloud Slash. However, this move was only launched in a hurry, and it did not exert the full power of Tiansong Fire Cloud Slash at all, and it was only half of the sky. In this way, in the battle between Scarlet and Ziguang, Scarlet fell into the disadvantage. After being weakened by Scarlet, Zilong became less than one-third of its heyday and slammed into Lin Tao at once. He directly hit Lin Tao on a mountain wall behind him, and Lin Tao sank in. Boom. The aftermath was still shaking. This time, Han Feng was closer, and he was injured, so he fainted. Younger brother. Lin Qingshan was so frightened that she ran over immediately to investigate and found that Han Feng just passed out and was relieved. Immediately, Lin Qingshan's face turned red. After the transformation of the Skyfire battle body, the clothes on Han Feng's body have long been torn, and it can be said that he appears naked in front of Lin Qingshan at this moment. Then the little Han Feng was naturally exposed. Lin Qingshan glanced curiously, and whispered to herself, "It turns out that it has just grown. It's a shame he said he was a big man before. Oh, but it's cute too." Han Feng, who was in a coma, naturally couldn't hear Lin Qingshan's words. If he knew, God would know if Han Feng would become angry. It's a man who wants that place to be praised by women as majestic, cute or something, so save it. Damn, you all damn. An angry roar sounded, Lin Qingshan's expression changed, and she stood up abruptly. "You're actually fine." Lin Qingshan looked at Lin Tao in disbelief. Lin Tao took off the broken clothes, revealing the soft armor inside. Lin Qingshan gritted her teeth, low-grade spiritual weapon defense soft armor. Like martial arts, defensive-type spiritual weapons are more valuable than attack-type spiritual weapons at the same level. Lin Tao touched the soft armor and pulled it off as well. The inferior soft armor of the low-grade spiritual weapon is indeed a waste, but it has played a role in some way, and I did not cause the old man to be seriously injured. Like the spirit stone, the lower level of the spirit tool is just a waste product of the same level. Just like low-grade spirit stones, unless they are really poor, warriors rarely use such spirit stones for cultivation. The improvement is minimal. Lin Qingshan's expression became solemn. Because of the soft armor, Lin Tao was only slightly injured. This way, it would not affect the performance of his combat power at all. Lin Qingshan intercepted in front of Han Feng, and now Han Feng has passed out, and it is easy to be affected by the battle and die. Lin Tao sneered, "This kid is brave enough to meddle in this old man's battle. I won't be able to spare this kid if I kill you." Clack clack. Lin Tao clenched his fists and made a clicking sound. It was obvious that Lin Tao was extremely angry. Lin Qingshan did not dare to be careless. Humph, the mere Lin family dares to hurt my young master, you are brave enough. Just as Lin Tao and Lin Qingshan were confronting each other, deafening voices came from all directions. The ground shook. Who? Lin Tao was terrified, and a single voice shook the ground. Such strength has already surpassed the human level, and even an ordinary profound-level expert may not necessarily have such strength. How could such a strong man suddenly appear here? And many more. Lin Tao's eyes widened, and the young master said by the voice sounded, could it be? Lin Tao's gaze couldn't help falling on Han Feng, who was lying on the ground in a coma. He involuntarily took a few steps back, and the cold sweat instantly left. No way. At this moment, Lin Tao's anger was replaced by panic. Lin Qingshan was also surprised and looked at Han Feng strangely. Isn't this kid from the Han family? Thinking of this, Lin Qingshan's heart that had just been put down raised again. The owner of this voice must have lied to confuse her. Little girl, it's good to be vigilant. The voice of admiration sounded, and a figure appeared beside Lin Qingshan at some point. Lin Qingshan couldn't help but take a few steps back, her face nervous. It's terrifying. I don't even know when this old guy came to my side. Even an ordinary profound rank expert can't do it. Could it be the late profound rank? Or the peak of the profound rank? Or... The more she thought about it, the more nervous Lin Qingshan felt in her heart. The old man stroked his beard with a smile. Little girl, don't be so nervous, this old man is here to thank you for taking care of my young master. What do you call senior? Sensing that the old man was really not malicious, Lin Qingshan lowered her vigilance, but she didn't completely trust her. But the other party pushed Lin Qingshan too much, so Lin Qingshan had to hold back and asked respectfully. How do you call it? Well, the young master generally calls Lao Shi Yu Lao. Since you are called elder sister by my young master, you can also call me Yu Lao. Yu Lao said with a smile. Yu Lao. Lin Qingshan respected Yu Lao with a fist, but kept the word Yu Lao in his heart, ready to ask when Han Feng woke up. Yu Lao walked towards Han Feng and took out an elixir from his arms. To the seniors. Lin Qingshan took a step forward with a nervous expression on her face. Yu Lao took a look and knew what was going on, and he was not annoyed, but full of admiration. Little girl is not bad, since you don't trust the old man, you can take this medicine pill and wait for my young master to wake you up. After inquiring, let the young master decide whether to take this medicine or not. Lin Qingshan originally had 6 or 7 points of suspicion, but when Yu Lao said this, she immediately went 3 or 4 points. In the last 2 or 3 points, it is also required to prove Han Feng. At this moment, Yu Lao's expression turned gloomy. Want to leave? It also depends on whether the old man agrees or not. Suddenly, Lao Yu disappeared in front of Lin Qingshan, and when he reappeared, it was already in front of Lin Tao. Tiansong fire cloud slash. Lin Tao slashed out with a sword that refused to accept his fate. But Lao Yu just waved his sleeves, the red sword phantom instantly shattered, and then Lao Yu stretched out a palm. This palm looks very slow, but it is actually extremely fast. Lin Tao could only watch helplessly as the palm hit his chest. In an instant, Lin Tao's chest sank in and he spat out a blood mist. With a bang, Lin Tao fell to the ground. Former, senior, forgive me, forgive my life. Lin Tao kept vomiting blood while begging for mercy. Without listening, Yu Lao stepped forward and stepped on it, ending Lin Tao's life. He took away the low-grade spirit weapon long sword and threw it to Lin Qingshan. This first-class low-grade spirit weapon, when my young master wakes up, give it to my young master. Without a spirit weapon, you will always suffer some losses when you wander outside. Yes. Lin Qingshan respectfully took it. At this time, Lao Yu suddenly touched his beard and said, Little girl, I see that you and the Lin family have a deep hatred. For your sake of taking care of my young master, how about I help you solve it? In the mere Lin family, Yu Lao really didn't take it seriously. With his strength, as long as he arrived at Xuanqing City, he would be able to exterminate the Lin family within half an hour. Lin Qingshan was startled and refused. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Junior still hopes to solve it by yourself. A hint of surprise flashed in Lao Yu's eyes. He nodded slightly, and admired Lin Qingshan even more. If Lin Qingshan had agreed before, although Lao Yu would have done so, he would have looked down on Lin Qingshan. Before leaving, Mr. Yu said, "Little girl, when the young master breaks through to the 4-star human rank, let the young master go home, otherwise the Han family will be in trouble." Lin Qingshan was puzzled, but said in her mouth, "Yes." When he raised his head, Elder Yu had disappeared from Lin Qingshan's sight. Is this Senior not from the Han family? Otherwise, the Han family is in trouble. With this Senior guarding, there will be no problem. If even this Senior can't do anything, he won't let his younger brother return home. With doubts, Lin Qingshan picked up Han Feng and left here with a few jumps. When Lin Qingshan was a child, Yu Lao appeared here again with a puzzled look on his face. How come I never saw the young master use the martial skills that the young master used before? The mysterious flame chain was obtained from the city lord's mansion. What kind of martial skill is the other one? It can also make it bigger. TSK, the young master also seems very mysterious. As expected of the son of Mrs. However, the taste is a bit unique. I actually like the royal sister type. This little girl is nearly 10 years older than the young master. The breeze blew, and there was no one there, as if no one had appeared before. In a cave, Lin Qingshan killed the monster in the cave and put Han Feng down. In about half a day, Han Feng woke up leisurely. "Brother, how are you?" Lin Qingshan said with a smile. Just as Han Feng was about to open his mouth, he suddenly found that he was cold all over his body. He looked down and looked down. In a hurry, Han Feng immediately took out a piece of clothing and put it on. Lin Qingshan smiled slightly. Hee, there's no need to cover up in such a hurry. I've already seen what I should see anyway. Han Feng is embarrassed, Sister Lin. Lin Qingshan became a tease. Her chest was close to Han Feng. Han Feng's nose was facing the middle of the two mountains, and Han Feng's anxious nose was sweating. Lin, Sister Lin. Han Feng stammered and wanted to push away, but was reluctant. Sister Lin played with taste. If you want to touch it, touch it. Han Feng's throat suddenly sweated, his eyes fixed on Lin Qingshan's chest, and he swallowed unconsciously. After a long time, Han Feng closed his eyes and shouted loudly, "Sister Lin, stop playing with me." Lin Qingshan chuckled. "Okay, alright, I won't tease you. Open your eyes. You haven't developed for a long time, and your sister Lin is not so hungry and thirsty that you can't choose what to eat." In her heart, Lin Qingshan had a trace of regret. It is said to be teasing, but it is estimated that only Lin Qingshan knows what the truth is. Han Feng gritted his teeth. In another, 1 or 2 years later, I will grow up. Lin Qingshan raised the corner of her mouth. Then I'll just wait for my brother. Han Feng's heart jumped again by Lin Qingshan, and he cursed inwardly. Damn, where did Dingli go? How could Han Feng know that this is the charm of Lin Qingshan's use of some exercises? Otherwise he would not have provoked Han Feng so easily. Of course, it was also the result that Han Feng was not very defensive about Lin Qingshan. After some flirting, Lin Qingshan returned to the real story. Brother, who is Yu Lao? Han Feng was taken aback. Old Yu? How do you know, sister? Lin Qingshan told the previous situation, and Han Feng was also shocked. I knew that Yu Lao was very powerful, and it is very likely that he was a strong Xuanjia. I didn't expect Yu Lao's real strength to be more powerful than imagined. Lin Qingshan sighed. Half of the seniors may be masters of the late Xuanjia, a quarter of them may be at the peak of the Xuanjia, and the last quarter may be of the Earth grade. Earth steps. Han Feng took a deep breath. By the way, brother, you are not from the Han family anymore. Listening to you Lao, he doesn't seem to be from the Han family. Lin Qingshan hesitated for a moment, and finally asked a question. Since the battle with Lin Tao, the relationship between Lin Qingshan and Han Feng has been further improved. Lin Qingshan is eager to know everything about Han Feng. Han Feng didn't think there was anything bad to say, so he told his origins. Lin Qingshan suddenly said, "So, brother, do you want to know about your sister?" Han Feng, it's not good. Han Feng had already guessed that Lin Qingshan's previous things might be a little bad, so he said so. Lin Qingshan said bitterly, "What's wrong? I can talk to you, and now I'm the only one left." Hearing this, Han Feng was silent for a while, and said, "Sister Lin, tell me, I'll listen." Lin Qingshan lost her memory for a moment, and finally told her story lightly. Lin Qingshan was born in the Lin family. For the direct line of the Lin family, the collateral line of the Lin family is nothing more than a higher-ranking servant, and some of the weaker collateral line are not even comparable to servants. Lin Qingshan's family is such a sideline. If that's all, it's just a bit of bullying at best. However, Lin Qingshan's own appearance is extremely good, even her younger sister is also a beautiful girl. The two beautiful girls are from a small sideline and have no power to be protected. It is conceivable what will happen. Among the collateral families, Lin Qingshan and her sister were molested by other collateral men. Lin Qingshan has an older brother, but unfortunately his aptitude is too poor. In his 20s, he is only at the early stage of human-level cultivation. In order to protect his two younger sisters, both legs were broken. Lin Qingshan looked at Han Feng complicatedly. At that time, some members of your Han family came to Xuanhuan City to do business, and happened to encounter the scene where my brother's leg was broken. If it wasn't for those from your Han family, my brother's life would have been lost. Can't protect. Han Feng pointed at himself, our Han family? Lin Qingshan nodded, yes, if it weren't for this, I would have let you go so easily in the first place, and help you deal with the Chung family. It can be regarded as a repayment of kindness. Han Feng touched his nose, but he didn't expect such a crop. Lin Qingshan's face showed a trace of hatred at this time. Not long after, the sideline who broke my eldest brother's legs told that bastard Lin Feng. My sister and I are only collateral. It's hard to see a young master of direct line like Lin Feng. But because of that person's complaint, Lin Feng noticed me and my sister. Although Lin Feng is the eldest young master of the Lin family, he looks glamorous on the surface, but he defiles many women behind his back, and his methods are cruel. I don't know how many women died in Lin Feng's hands. Damn, Lin Feng deliberately told me that there is a way to treat my brother, but he actually wanted to deceive me to defile me in a place where no one else was. Fortunately, I was alert and escaped, but my sister. Lin Qingshan gritted her teeth and her eyes were red. My sister is only 13 years old, and she was killed by that beast. In the end, I knew that if I stayed in the family, I wouldn't be able to escape the beast's claws from Lin Feng, so I escaped. Maybe it was God who took pity on me and gave me some adventures. The heaven and earth yin-yang art is the method I got. Women cultivate yang to replenish yin, while men cultivate yin to replenish yang. Relying on the yin and yang art of heaven and earth, my strength has increased rapidly. Of course, the objects I picked are all these beasts, and they will die. Having said that, Lin Qingshan showed a sneer on her face. Lin Qingshan continued, after a few years of my cultivation, I returned to Xuanhuan City to take revenge and sucked up the man who complained and the people who had insulted my sister and me before. This matter caught the attention of the Lin family. The Lin family sent a lot of strong people to investigate. Although Lin Feng is a beast, he has to admit that Lin Feng is a genius. He quickly investigated me. we fought a battle. I was seriously injured and fled, but Lin Feng was also severely injured by me. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's high-grade, low-grade spiritual defense armor, Lin Feng would have already fallen into my hands. Lin Qingshan had some regrets on her face at this time. I was too eager for revenge, too eager for quick success, and my exposure eventually implicated my parents, brothers, and sisters. Listening to what Lin Tao said before, my parents, brothers and sisters are just afraid. Speaking of this, Lin Qingshan was a little choked up. Han Feng was a little overwhelmed, and then stepped forward and stretched his arms to embrace Lin Qingshan. Sister Lin, this is over, don't you still have my relatives? Then I will help Sister Lin and you will give to Sister Lin's family. Revenge. Lin Qingshan finally burst into tears while holding Han Feng. Han Feng had to keep patting Lin Qingshan's back and comforting Lin Qingshan. After a long time, Lin Qingshan's mood gradually calmed down, and she was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, brother, you made a joke. Han Feng quickly waved his hand. How come? Lin Qingshan wiped away her tears and said, Brother, you have a heart, but I still hope to take revenge myself. Sooner or later, I will make the Lin family disappear from this world. Hearing this, Han Feng had no choice but to nod his head. Lin Qingshan suddenly clapped her hands. By the way, I almost forgot, this is a low-grade spirit tool in Lin Tao's hands. Once Lin Tao dies, this low-grade spirit tool is already an ownerless thing. Han Feng pushed it back. Sister Lin, you should keep it. I don't have any martial skills for swordsmanship. Lin Qingshan said. Lin Tao was killed by the old man, how can I be greedy for the old man? As for sword cultivation and martial arts, it is better to say that Xuanhuan City after Renwu City is a Xian-level city, and it is no worse than Xuanqing City. In Xuanhuan City, there is a very famous Xianling auction, which contains many powerful martial arts auctions. There must be suitable sword cultivation skills. By the way, aren't you looking for some fire-type spirits? You might be able to find them at the Xianling auctioneer. Seeing this, Han Feng no longer pushed back, and took over the high-grade and low-grade spiritual weapon long sword. Han Feng asked, Sister Lin, how do you recognize the master? Hee, it's very simple, the first drop of blood is enough, and you can feel the connection with the low-grade spiritual tool. Lin Qingshan said with a smile. Han Feng bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood into it. In an instant, the long sword burst into a burst of light, turned into a red ball of light, and slid into Han Feng's body. Han Feng was startled at first, but soon, Han Feng felt that he had a weak connection with the long sword. Looking inside the dantian, the long sword was suspended in the dantian. At the same time, Han Feng also knew the name of the long sword through the weak connection. Yuan Yen sword. Han Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. This is a high-grade low-grade spiritual weapon. Even without martial arts, it can greatly increase the attack power. If it is combined with the corresponding level of martial arts, even the late-stage human-level powerhouse can challenge the star level. Before breaking through to the peak of the human level, this Yuan Yen sword is enough to deal with it. At this time, Lin Qingshan took out another pill, the pill left by the old senior at this time. Brother, do you want to swallow it? Han Feng nodded and took the medicine pill. Yu Lao can't harm me, it must be the medicine pill to treat my injury. Lin Qingshan, since that's the case, brother, hurry up and swallow the refining, I'll protect you from the side. Han Feng sat cross-legged and swallowed the medicine pill into his mouth. In an instant, the medicinal pill turned into a huge amount of energy, scurrying around in Han Feng's body. Han Feng underestimated the medicine pill given by Yu Lao, which can not only treat the injury, but also improve the cultivation of true qi. Han Feng's practice is 2 days. 2 days later, Han Feng's injuries almost recovered completely, and his true qi cultivation level broke through to the late human level 2-star stage in one fell swoop. Some mountain range. A huge wild elephant roared towards the opposite side. Opposite the barbarian elephant, there is a thin figure. Just as the wild elephant was about to hit the figure, 3 chains suddenly shot out. The 3 chains firmly trap the elephant. The barbarian elephant let out a deafening roar and struggled constantly, but could not break free no matter what. The boy wanted to use the chains to throw the elephant in the air, but he found out that the elephant was huge and weighed several tons, so it couldn't be thrown into the air. Skyfire battle body, congeal. The young man snorted coldly, and his body suddenly soared, turning into a huge fire man 2 meters high, and his strength increased greatly. Drink. The young man snorted lowly, his hands exerted force, the huge elephant was thrown into the sky by the chain, and then fell ruthlessly. With a bang, the barbarian elephant slammed onto the ground vibrated, and the barbarian elephant also smashed a deep pit out of the ground. Suddenly, the proboscis of the wild elephant stretched out, and the next moment, water columns swept out. Boom! Along the way, the ground freezes, and the trees on the side freeze into ice cubes and then shatter. The young man's face remained unchanged, and 2 bright red light groups condensed under his feet, just like the scorching sun. When the light groups moved, the young man directly avoided the attack of the water column at an incredible speed and angle, interspersed between the water columns, and kept flashing on. No matter how the water column changes its attack direction, it can't touch a single hair of the boy. The barbarian elephant was angry, the water column suddenly increased, and the surrounding heaven and earth water aura quickly condensed. Critical strike. 4 huge fireballs appeared in the boy's hand, the boy raised his hand, and the fireball burst out. Boom! Mist filled. The boy and the elephant were wrapped in it. From the smoke, I could clearly see 3 red chains flickering. The next moment, the screams of the wild elephant resounded through the mountains. The water mist gradually dissipated, and the man-elephant fell to the ground was penetrated by 3 chains, and the burning flames on the chains burned the organs of the man-elephant's body along the wound of the man-elephant. Before long, the elephant completely died. Brother, it's not bad. Lin Qingshan clapped her hands and walked over. Han Feng smiled. 10 days have passed since Lin Tao's attack. For the past 10 days, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan have been wandering in the mountains. Lin Qingshan was trying to prevent someone from the Lin family from attacking. Although the 2 guessed that Yu Lao was secretly following, it was only speculation after all. If Yu Lao had already left, if there was another Lin family elder or a super master of Xuanjia, they would all die. Deal. Han Feng is looking for monsters to practice martial arts. The close relationship with Lin Qingshan makes Han Feng no longer hide the higher-level source fluid beside Lin Qingshan. For example, the source liquid of the human essence fruit. Naturally, this shocked Lin Qingshan. The original source liquid can only improve the mortal-level warrior. The current source fluid, below the 4-star human level, can be improved. What about later? Lin Qingshan had to guess whether there would be a source fluid that could increase the strength of people in the middle level, late level, peak level, and even profound level masters in the future. When Lin Qingshan looked at Han Feng with questioning eyes, Han Feng also nodded slightly to confirm Lin Qingshan's guess. Because he was able to directly consume the source liquid transformed from the human primordial fruit in front of Lin Qingshan, Han Feng's cultivation base increased rapidly in the past 10 days. In just 10 days, he was already at the peak of human rank 2-star infuriating cultivation, and he was only 1 step away from 3-star human rank. Of course, Han Feng takes the source liquid outside, and the treasure of Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, no matter how close people are, cannot be easily exposed. In the past 10 days, Han Feng's martial arts have also made great progress. The profound flame chain has already reached the realm of minor achievement. If it is fused with ordinary fire, its power is no less than the great achievement of ordinary human-level middle-grade martial arts. Crazy Flame Crit and Liang 9 Treads are also close to the realm of small success, and they are not weaker than the perfect power of ordinary people's low-grade martial arts. With Han Feng's current strength at the peak of 2-star human rank, combined with the 3 major martial arts and the special martial skill of the heavenly fire fighting body, the formidable power reaches 5-star human rank. The previous barbarian elephant was the early-stage 6th-level monster, and it was only one step away from the mid-level 6th-level monster that was comparable to the human-level 5-star powerhouse. The Skyfire battle physique has not grown much. Without fire attribute spirits, it is difficult to improve the martial skill of the Skyfire battle physique. Pure aura cannot improve the power of the Skyfire battle physique. After Han Feng finished laughing, he said, "Sister Lin, we are about to arrive at Renwu City now." Lin Qingshan nodded. "Yes, we have to hurry up recently, brother, you are about to break through, just find a quiet and safe place in Renwu City, there is still some danger in the mountains. Let's go, let's catch a fast-running monster." The two came to the depths of the mountains. This is not the Yufeng Mountains. The monsters deep in the core of the Yufeng Mountains looked like the early and mid-level 6, but in the depths of this unknown mountain range, there were quite a few level 8 monsters. It is the 9th level monster, according to Lin Qingshan's inquiries, there are also a few. Therefore, even Lin Qingshan's current strength in the middle stage of the 11-star human rank would not dare to provoke these 9th-level monsters. Lin Qingshan was at the initial stage of human level 11-star, and was only one step away from the mid-11-star. After fighting with Lin Tao, Lin Qingshan realized a little and broke through to the mid-11-star in one fell swoop. Deep in the core, the two took a fancy to a Tianmu tiger at the early stage of the 8th level. At the beginning of the 8th level warcraft, the strength is equivalent to the 10-star human level. Tianmu's combat ability is not outstanding, the key lies in wisdom. The strength of the 8th level Tianmu is estimated to be slightly stronger than that of the human level 9-star, and Xuanhuan cannot reach the level of the human level 10-star. But the wisdom of the Tianmu is not weaker than that of the monsters above the 8th level, and the 9th level 10. Equivalent level. Such monsters can fully understand human language. As soon as Han Feng and Lin Qingshan appeared, Tianmu Huyan was vigilant and did not make a rash move. Lin Qingshan said lightly, "Be my mount before Renwu City, would you like to?" Tianmu's pupil shrank. Roar. Tianmu opened his fangs, his face full of suffocation. Lin Qingshan chuckled, "It seems that you don't want to, then hit you if you want." Purple Thunder Whip, Purple Dragon Thunder Roar. Rumbling. Crackling. Tianmu collapsed with purple electric arcs all over his body. Lin Qingshan stepped on Tianmu's head, "Can you now?" If it was another 8th level monster, it might be dead at the moment. But Tianmu is not weak in wisdom, and it is very rare for small lives, so why would you want to die easily? Tianmu's huge tiger eyes blinked. Lin Qingshan put away the whip and said, "Don't worry, we will let you free when you are near Renwu City. We don't have a high-end storage ring, but there is no way to hide you. With such a big man as you, we will not let you enter Renwu City." Willing. Tianmu stood up immediately, lowered his head, and let out a low roar, expressing his submission. On the road leading to Renwu City, a huge tiger-like beast came running wildly. When the warriors on the road saw Tianmu, they all panicked. This is an 8th level beast, and its strength is equivalent to that of a peak human warrior. Which warrior dares to provoke? After these warriors escaped, they looked at the Tianmu tiger curiously, wondering how the Tianmu tiger, who should stay in the depths of the mountain range, would run out. The next moment, these warriors were stunned, and their jaws almost couldn't close. What did they see? On the back of the 8th level beast Tianmu, there were 2 warriors, a man and a woman, sitting cross-legged. God, they actually tamed the Tianmu tiger, these 2 are really amazing. Looking in this direction, it should be heading to Renwu City. Renwu City is one of the closest cities to the Xian-level city. There are not many peak human-level warriors. If they were born in Renwu City, it would make sense. The warriors were talking a lot. One of the warriors was full of envy. When will I be able to do this? The people around him immediately despised. Forget it, uncle, your son is going to be an adult and you are only 1 star in the human rank. If you can step into the middle stage of the human rank in this lifetime, you will be burning high incense. The envious warrior was suddenly unable to lift his head. On Tianmu's back are Han Feng and Lin Qingshan. When Han Feng finished his practice, he opened his eyes. Sister Lin, I have to admit that Tianmu's back is stable and warm, and he can't feel any bumps at all. Sister Lin pursed her lips and smiled. Of course, otherwise, why would I value this tiger with eyes? Tianmu, who was carrying the two, also knew that Han Feng was complimenting him, raised his head proudly, and shook his head. Han Feng laughed, took out a small bottle of human essence fruit source liquid, and threw it into the mouth of Tianmu. Tianmu smacked his mouth, stuck out his tongue and licked it again, a little unfulfilled. Of course, this source liquid has no effect on Tianmu's strength, but to Tianmu, it is a very delicious drink. Tianmu eagerly turned his head and looked at Han Feng. Han Feng spread his hands helplessly. That's all that's left. Tianmu suddenly turned back in disappointment. Suddenly, Tianmu paused and let out a low roar that only Han Feng and Lin Qingshan could hear. Lin Qingshan's smile faded. There is someone ahead. The two let Tianmu cautiously take a few steps forward. The scene ahead caught their eyes. More than a dozen warriors dressed as robbers surrounded the two warriors, a man and a woman. The leader of the robbers' eyes flashed. TSK, you too, if you know something you shouldn't know, you should accept your fate. The man's face sank. Kill me, our Sun family will not let you robbers go. The leader of the robber looked disdainful. How could our Xuanhuan cottage be afraid of your Sun family? The man smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he had some guesses, it was confirmed that he was a robber from the Xuanhuan cottage, and the man was still a little desperate. Xuanhuan cottage, that is a robber's den that has competed with Renwu City for more than 10 years with a cottage. Although Renwu City has a peak human level master, it can truly reach the human level 12 stars and half-step Xian level, and there are only 1 or 2 of each of the 3 major families. There are nearly 10 Xuanhuan cottages. The leader of the big leader, it is rumored that it is very likely to break through to the Xian rank in recent years. The man whispered to the woman, little sister, when I and these robbers are desperately trying to escape later, you must report the news to your father, and let the father join the Zhou family and the Wu family, and you must not let these robbers get those things, otherwise our people Wuqing will be in danger. With tears in her eyes, the woman nodded slightly. The leading robber issued an order, and a dozen robbers immediately attacked the man. Bone crack palm. Golden cracked feet. The two sides are fighting, and all kinds of infuriating rays of light are surging. Lin Qingshan commented, this young man has a good talent. It looks like he is in his early 20s, but his infuriating cultivation base has already reached the human level 6-star level. In his lifetime, there is still hope to set foot on the mysterious level. These robbers are also headed by human level 6 stars, but they are only at the early stage of 6 stars, and they are 2 steps worse than the late 6-star youth. However, there are many robbers, and the number is enough to make up for it. If this young man has no help, he will die in a short time. Han Feng frowned. Sister Lin, are we going to take action? Lin Qingshan hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. You heard what I said before, these robbers are from Xuanhuan village, and that young man is also a member of the Sun family, one of the 3 major families in Renwu City. With the strength of a battle, facing the Xuanhuan cottage, we have no strength to resist. It is very unwise to be involved between these 2 major forces. Xuanhuan cottage. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and the follow-up exercises of Xuanhuan chain should be in Xuanwu cottage. Puff. The young man was slashed in the arm by a robber, dripping with blood. Under the protection of the youth, the girl slowly left the battle circle. In the end, the young man took another knife, pushed the girl out, and shouted, "Little sister, you must tell your father about Huazhugua, you must." Fire Zhugua. Lin Qingshan and Han Feng both changed their expressions. Lin Qingshan said in a low voice, "Brother, didn't you say you wanted fire-type spirits before? Can this fire vermilion fruit be useful?" Han Feng couldn't hide his excitement. "It's useful and useful. The effect of a fire vermilion fruit is twice as much as the fire crystal you gave you before, Sister Lin." Lin Qingshan patted Tianmu's head. "It seems that we can't ignore this matter." At this moment, the leading robber shouted, "Quickly catch that bitch, don't let that bitch leak the news, and when they are caught, our brothers will have a good time for a few days." Lin Qingshan, who was only planning to help, suddenly had a frosty face, and murderous intent shot out from her eyes. Court death. Roar. Tianmu let out a roar, shaking the heads of a group of warriors, and the next moment, Tianmu suddenly rushed over, waving its claws. After a few swipes, the frontmost robbers were all torn into pieces. At this time, both the robber leader and the man reacted. The man ran towards the girl. The robber leader stepped back and said, "My lord, I am from Xuanwu Shanzhai, you can't kill me." How could Lin Qingshan let these robbers go? Soon, all these robbers, including the robber leader, died. Tianmu squatted down, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan jumped down. "Thank you for saving your life." The man pulled the girl and arched his hands. Lin Qingshan waved her hand. "I didn't help you in vain, tell me about Huazhugua." The man gave a wry smile, and sure enough, the man first introduced himself and his little sister, and then shared the news of Huazhugua. "Under Sun Ben, this is Sun Xian, my sister-in-law, and Huazhugua was also discovered by our brother and sister by accident. Yesterday, our brother and sister." After hearing Sun Ben's narration, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan nodded. It turned out that Sun Ben and Sun Xian came home from a trip, but they stumbled across the fire-red fruit tree on the way. And it is a fire-red fruit tree that is about to evolve into a fire-red fruit tree. The fire-red fruit tree bears fire-red fruit, and the Yanzhu fruit tree bears Yanzhu fruit. The effect of Yanzhugua is much stronger than that of fire Zhugua, 10 times as much. In other words, the effect of the flame vermilion fruit is 20 times that of ordinary fire crystals. If it is used in the 4 great inheritance martial arts, a single flame vermilion fruit is enough to make the 4 great inheritance martial arts reach the first peak. The robbers from Xuanwu village also accidentally discovered Huazhugua Shu. Although Huazhugua is good, it is not worth the robbers of Xuanwu cottage to hunt down Sun Ben and Sun Xian to prevent the news from being exposed. At the very least, the power of ordinary fire that Huazhugua can increase is not high for the peak human-level powerhouse. But as mentioned earlier, this is a fire-red fruit tree that is about to evolve into a fire-red fruit tree, and an ordinary fire-red fruit tree bears more than a dozen fire-red fruit trees at a time. But this fire vermilion fruit tree has produced more than 30 fire vermilion fruits, and one of them has evolved into a flame vermilion fruit. Sun Ben said at this time, "Unfortunately, there is a 9th-level monster star beast next to Huazhugua, otherwise my little sister and I would not have returned empty-handed." Sun Xian hid behind Sun Ben and looked at Han Feng and Lin Qingshan curiously. Sun Ben said again, this little brother, I don't know where you are going." Han Feng glanced at Sun Ben, guessed what Sun Ben was thinking, and said, "Rin Wuching." Sun Ben was overjoyed. "If that's the case, why don't the 2 of you come to my son's house as guests?" Lin Qingshan played with her taste. "Aren't you afraid that we will compete with your Sun family for Yanzhugua?" Sun Ben smiled bitterly. "Just that star-flaming beast is not something our Sun family can resist." It is a magical beast equivalent to a mysterious warrior. Sir, you guessed it, yes, I hope you can help our Sun family fight against the star beasts together. It's not just adults, the other two families in Renwu City are estimated to be united. After all, there is a Xuanhuan cottage that is staring at the side. As for the flame vermilion fruit, it is possible to obtain it only by defeating the star flame beast. At that time everyone will compete fairly. Han Feng sneered in his heart, if the star flame beast is really defeated, then Sister Lin and I are weak. How can we be the opponents of the Sun family and the other two families? But just like what Sun Ben said, if you want to get the Yenju fruit, you must first get rid of the star flame beast. Before that, everything else is empty. In this case, it is necessary to join forces, temporarily. Although he thought so, there was not the slightest strangeness on Han Feng's face. Lin Qingshan and Han Feng looked at each other, and both nodded indifferently. Before Renwuching, the four jumped off Tianmu. Han Feng touched Tianmu's head. Let's go, the agreement has been completed, and it's time to let you go. Tianmu let out a low roar, full of reluctance. After leaving, there will be no more delicious drinks. Han Feng's mouth twitched. Sun Ben and Sun Xian were both beside them, he would not take out the source fluid in front of him. In the end, Tianmu left disappointed, and turned back 3 times in one step. Sun Xian looked envious. The four entered Renwu City, and under the leadership of Sun Ben, soon came to Sun's house. Sun Ben bowed slightly. Sir, please come with me. Sun's lobby. The head of the Sun family stood up first to greet him. Hee, this is Miss Lin. This old man has already heard what Guzi said. You are the savior of Guzi and his beloved daughter. After saying that, the Sun family looked at Han Feng again. This is the little brother Han, and he is young and promising. When entering Renwu City, Sun Ben had already notified the Sun family leader through special means. Sun family master naturally knew everything, including Lin Qingshan and Han Feng's cultivation base that Sun Ben had inquired about. One person rank 11 stars, one person rank 2 stars peak, and will soon break through to 3-person rank. None of them are simple people. This cultivation base was revealed intentionally by Lin Qingshan, otherwise there would be an equal union. Human rank 11-star powerhouses are also ranked in the top 10 in Renwu City. Although the other is only a peak human level 2-star, it can be seen that the age is less than 14 or only about 14 years old. At such an age, he reached the human level 2-star level, which was stronger than Sun Ben at the beginning. At the time, Sun Ben's age was only the limit of the late mortal level. Han Feng immediately replied, don't dare. Lin Qingshan just smiled as a response. Patriarch Sun chuckled, and only after talking to the two of them did they formally express their union. Lin Qingshan said solemnly, don't worry, Patriarch Sun, we will definitely do our best to help Patriarch Sun win the fire vermilion fruit, but we have to share a quarter. Patriarch Sun hesitated. A quarter is a bit too much. But thinking of Lin Qingshan's strength, the Sun family agreed. As long as they get enough fire vermilion fruits, even if they get a quarter of it, they will earn it. After solving the joint problem, the head of the Sun family said to his son Sun Ben, Stinky boy, don't hurry up and arrange a room for the two benefactors. Sun Ben touched his nose. Father, it's ready. Immediately, Sun Ben said to the two of them, Lord Lin, Brother Han, I'll show you where you live. The two of them had finished talking with the Sun family, and there was no need to stay here any longer, so they nodded. Sir, Brother Han, please come in. Han Feng and Lin Qingshan's rooms are next to each other, and they both looked at each other and smiled. I have to say that Sun Ben is really dedicated. Before coming here, the two of them said that they don't like to be disturbed. Now their residences are remote and quiet. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Sun Ben knew that the two were satisfied, and then Sun Ben smiled and said, You two, there are still things to do next, so let's step back for now. Han Feng cupped his hands. Thank you, Brother Sunday. After Sunbin left, Han Feng's face became solemn. Sister Lin, if you kill the Starfire Beast, our union with the Sun family may end. After all, there is only one Yanju fruit. The three major families of Renwu City are certainly hostile, but they all belong to Renwu City. We can be said to be outsiders. We can't guarantee that the three major families will join forces to defeat us first. Lin Qingshan sat down, thought for a while, and said, Don't forget, there are also robbers in Xuanhuan cottage who are eyeing them. It's too early to say what will happen in the end. Han Feng frowned for a while, then he could only say, Forget it, even the fire vermilion fruit is enough for me. I really can't take away the fire vermilion fruit, so I need to get more fire vermilion fruit to make up for it. 1 flame vermilion fruit is equivalent to 10 fire vermilion fruits, and there is a 4th floor of planting space. Spending more time and spirit stones is enough to make up for it. Lin Qingshan patted Han Feng on the shoulder with satisfaction. Brother, you are right. When we are outside, sometimes we have to do what we can. Some treasures are not ours, and cannot be forced, otherwise we will only end up in despair. When Lin Qingshan said this, Han Feng was suddenly enlightened, and the last trace of unwillingness was gone. To be a human being, you must be content. He already has such a heaven-defying existence as the Jianshan Fire Pagoda. If you really can't get Yanzheguo, you will save Sunbin's life. I believe that the Sun family will not be stingy when it comes to Huozeguo. Brother, you are already at the breakthrough level. It happens to be quiet and secluded here. Let's break through here. I also want to go back to the house to practice, and strive to break through to the late 11th star as soon as possible. Han Feng and Lin Qingshan entered their respective rooms and began to practice. Not to mention Han Feng and Lin Qingshan cultivating separately, in the lobby of the Sun family, the head of the family and Sunbin also discussed. Patriarch Sun stroked his beard and sighed, I didn't expect to have a magical beast like the Star Flame Beast to guard, otherwise, without the intervention of the Zhou family and the Wu family, we would be able to get a lot of fire red fruit, more than 10 fire red fruit. It is also comparable to a Yanju fruit. Sunbin shook his head, even if there is no Xingyan beast, and there are robbers from the Xuanhuan cottage, luckily there is a Xingyan beast to guard, otherwise the Huozeguo must be obtained by the Xuanhuan cottage first, and there is no Xuanhuan in the distance from our Wuqing. The cottage is close. Patriarch Sun nodded, that's what you said too. Then again, you just gave me a rough idea of what happened to Miss Lin and little brother Han. Tell me about the specifics. Yes. At the moment, Sunbin explained the ins and outs of the matter completely. Patriarch Sun frowned, in that case, Miss Lin and little brother Han saved you both for the sake of Huozeguo. Yes, because of this, the child can rest assured. In this world, there is no help for no reason. Unless this person is too naive, who cannot interfere in things, who will interfere, casually. If one is bad, it is likely to bring disaster. If they don't say anything, the child will be uneasy. People like this are usually very scheming and have other plans. Using Huozeguo and Miss Lin to join forces can better ensure that both of us will not betray each other. Patriarch Sun chuckled, obviously satisfied with Sunbin's sobriety. Binner, you're doing the right thing. Then Miss Lin and little brother Han looked at Huozeguo, and they were the first to join our camp, which would increase our confidence in capturing Yanzheguo. But Binner, do you know why I easily agreed to give them a quarter? This child is also very puzzled. You must know that there are only more than 30 fire vermilion fruit in total. Even with Miss Lin's help, it is not bad for our Sun family to get 10. We give them a quarter, which is equivalent to 2 or more. For 3 fire vermilion fruits, we can only get 7 or 8. This amount is probably not much better than the Zhou family and the Wu family. Sunbin looked puzzled. Patriarch Sun said solemnly, no matter how good Yan Zhuge is, it only increases the power of ordinary fire. The attack power of the same level increases greatly, but no matter how powerful it is even more difficult for a human level to defeat the Xian level. Disaster. Apart from me and our Sun family, you are the only one who can break through to the profound rank, so there are only two of them. But the previous Miss Lin and Brother Han have a great possibility to break through the Xuanjia, and making good friends with them means that our Sun family will have two Xuanjia friends in the future. Binner, do you know what this means? Sun Bin was moved and bent down sharply. Thank you, Father, for your guidance. The baby will definitely move around with Miss Lin and Brother Han in the future. The head of the Sun family nodded with satisfaction. That's the truth. With such potential two people, our Sun family can't just use the joint interests, but also the feelings. This time, whether we can get Yan Zhuge or not, we have to give it to these two people. Huozhuguo can't be stingy. With their strength, even if they don't unite with our Sun family and go alone, they can still get a piece of the pie. Okay, let's go down. As a father, I have to send someone to notify the Zhou family and the Wu family to come to discuss the alliance. Yes. Quiet and elegant inside the house. Han Feng dodged and entered the Tianhua Tower, leaving only a false figure in place. As long as he didn't get close, it would be difficult to find anything unusual. When he was in the Han family, Mr. Yu was also deceived. Inside the Tianhua Tower, Han Feng has already refined the source liquid of a human essence fruit. His body is boiling with true energy, and his meridians have been expanded to the limit. But if you want to break through the barriers and hit the Samsung realm all at once, it is still not enough. Han Feng no longer hesitated, and swallowed the source liquid transformed by a human essence fruit into his mouth. Rumbling. The true qi in the body is like a surging river, churning endlessly. Boom boom boom. There was a bang in Han Feng's body, and after a moment, Han Feng's body was shocked, and his true energy burst out involuntarily. The infuriating energy at this time is farther away than before, and the quality of infuriating energy is also stronger than before. Han Feng has already broken through to the realm of 3-star human rank. Han Feng did not stop, but continued to practice. During these days, there are plenty of spirit stones, and there is naturally no shortage of source fluid. A lot of human essence fruits have been planted in the 4th floor planting space. After the 2 human yuan fruit origin liquid was swallowed, the realm of Samsung's initial stage was completely stable. At this time, the human essence fruit just happened to be exhausted, and the new human essence fruit has not yet matured. In this way, Han Feng had no choice but to move to the House of Time on the 3rd floor to practice martial arts. Han Feng, who was immersed in cultivation, did not know that Sun Bin outside was about to jump. Sun Bin followed his father's teaching and wanted to get closer to Lin Qingshan and Han Feng, but whether it was Han Feng or Lin Qingshan, they had been in retreat. Sun Bin originally wanted to build a good relationship between the two sides. How could it disturb Han Feng and Lin Qingshan's retreat, so he could only wait. But they waited until the 3 major families of Renwu City joined forces and were ready to leave the next day, and Sun Bin didn't wait for the 2 to leave the border. Inside the House of Time on the 3rd floor, 5 mysterious flame chains revolve around Han Feng. After breaking through to the 3-star human level, the Xianyan chain involuntarily condensed the 4th chain, which Han Feng completely controlled in no time, and then the 5th chain was condensed. There are 5 mysterious flame chains, and the 3-level martial skill of the mysterious flame chain that I have mastered has already reached the 3rd level. I don't know if this time I will be lucky enough to get the follow-up martial arts training tricks from those robbers in Xuanhuan Mountain Village. Han Feng put away the Xianyan chain and whispered to himself. At the same time, 3 groups of bright sun lit up under Han Feng's feet. There are also 6 fireballs condensed in his hand. With the 2 martial arts of Crazy Flame Crit and Liang 9 treads, Han Feng also made a breakthrough, reaching the realm of small success. After a little bit of calculation, Han Feng estimated that after a long time, the big families outside Wuching should have been united, and it was time to go out. Brother, you finally came out. If you are late, you will delay your departure time. As soon as Han Feng went out, Sun Ben, who had been waiting anxiously outside, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and complained slightly. Han Feng was startled, raised his hand and arched, "I'm sorry, it's embarrassing for Brother Sunday." Just thinking about it, the Sun family must be a little dissatisfied with the other two families in order to wait for the two of them. If it wasn't for the location of the fire vermilion fruit tree, only Sun Ben would know, and the other two big families might not have been able to wait to go ahead. Sun Ben smiled bitterly, "Actually, it's nothing. After all, Master Lin is an 11-star expert, and the other two families have some scruples." At this time, the house next to it opened, and Lin Qingshan came out. A whole body of infuriating qi fluctuates, and there is a faint bulge. Han Feng was overjoyed. "Sister Lin, have you broken through?" Lin Qingshan smiled and nodded, "Yeah, I broke through, by luck." Lin Qingshan used to be in the middle stage of human level 11-star, but now she breaks through, and that is the late 11-star. Sun Ben was also overjoyed. The more powerful Lin Qingshan was, the more advantages their Sun family would have in the battle. Human level 11-star masters, even the three major families, are not many, no more than the number of palms. Although it was necessary to send 11-star human-level experts to capture Yan Zhuguo, in order to prevent accidents in the family, 1 or 2 people must stay to protect the family. In this way, fewer human-level 11-star experts can go. 2 or 3 are barely. "Lord Lin, my father has been waiting for you in the lobby." Sun Ben turned slightly to the side, and then said, making Lin Qingshan's first move. Lin Qingshan smiled and nodded, "I'm sorry to bother you." But she didn't go first. After all, this is the Sun family, and Sun Ben is the young master of the Sun family. If Sun Ben is really regarded as a servant, not only the Sun family master, but also Sun Ben will be dissatisfied. Seeing this, Sun Ben smiled slightly, and stood next to Lin Qingshan with Han Feng, leading Lin Qingshan and Han Feng to the lobby. However, if you look closely, you can still find that Sun Ben is a little behind Lin Qingshan. Lin Qingshan paused and knew that the Sun family was not only planning to unite, but to win over. Lin Qingshan didn't have any special ideas about this. It was a common thing for a family to win over a promising warrior. Han Feng is not without a wink. The reason why he can be treated respectfully by the Sun family and Sun Ben is entirely because of Sister Lin. With the cultivation level of others, he is nothing in front of a family like the Sun family. What's more, the Sun family still doesn't know that he has broken through and become a 3-star human rank. If it is normal, it doesn't matter much to go with Sister Lin because of his relationship. But now in this situation, Han Feng has to take a small step behind. In the lobby of the Sun family, the head of the family is sitting in the first place, and the head of the other 2 families is sitting below. Zhou Patriarch and Wu Patriarch. When the Sun family came to report that Lin Qingshan and others were about to arrive, the master of the Sun family immediately got up and went out to greet him with a smile on his face. The other 2 residents looked at each other, although they were a little dissatisfied, but whoever called the other an 11-star master, was only 1 star lower than them. Facing such a master, it was a loose cultivator, and they also had to give some face. If it's possible to win, that's even better. "Miss Lin. You are finally here." After a few days of retreat, Miss Lin must have gained something. The head of the Sun family laughed heartily. Lin Qingshan also smiled and said, "Thanks to the blessing of the Sun family, I have improved a little." Patriarch Sun's previous words were just greetings, and he was slightly surprised when he thought that Lin Qingshan had really broken through. This is 11-star, thinking that when he is at 11 star, he may not be able to improve in a few months. How long does it take to break through? Could it be that he was already on the verge of breaking through? Patriarch Sun can only think like this, but there is no doubt that Patriarch Sun is extremely happy. Patriarch Zhou and Patriarch Wu changed their expressions, and the 11-star level was raised again. Even if they were not masters of the 12-star level, they would definitely be outstanding among the 11-star level. It's not good for the Sun family to get the help of this master. However, in order to obtain the Yanzhu fruit, the first thing to do is to kill the Star Flame Beast. The two patriarchs could only suppress the fear in their hearts. It turns out that this is Miss Lin, who has long admired her name. Miss Lin, I'll ask you to kill the Starfire Beast this time. Not to be outdone, Patriarch Zhou and Patriarch Wu stepped forward. Lin Qingshan said hello one by one, and then said modestly, "Where, the little girl is the two famous names whom I have long admired. As for killing the Starfire Beast, with the strength of a little girl, you can only help out in front of the three patriarchs. Where is the Starfire Beast's opponent?" The two sides complimented each other and smiled. Han Feng rolled his eyes in his heart. On the basis of Sister Lin's extremely special exercises, top-notch martial arts skills of the human rank, and the Purple Lightning Whip, a high-grade and low-grade spiritual weapon, these patriarchs alone are really no match for Sister Lin. I really want to see how these patriarchs will see Sister Lin's strength when they kill the Starflame Beast. The two sides chatted again, and then Patriarch Sun slapped his forehead abruptly. "Look at my excitement. I almost forgot about the business. Miss Lin, Brother Zhou, Brother Wu, let's enter the lobby." In the lobby, several people began to talk about dealing with the Starfire Beast. What to do with the process? Patriarch Zhou said carelessly, "That Starflame Beast is a 9th-level monster. According to what my nephew said, it's only at the beginning of 9th level, which is equivalent to the strength of our mysterious 1-star martial artist. This kind of strength is certainly at the bottom of the Xian rank, but it is not a small threat to our human rank. I suggest that a few of our clan masters should focus on the attack, and the 10-star and 11-star masters of the human rank will assist. As for the human level 9 stars, you can assist at a distance. Under the 6-star human level, the younger generations of our 3 major families are all young people. It's fine to let them open their eyes, but in attacking, they don't need them." Patriarch Sun and Patriarch Wu thought for a while and nodded slightly. For the 9th level warcraft, the human level 6-star and below are really just a burden. Wu Patriarch said, "Although it is useless under the human rank 6 stars, it can still be used for other functions. Naturally, our respective direct lineages cannot be sacrificed, but those collateral lineages or guards are okay. We can give them more if we live. Rewards. Even if you die, you have contributed to the family, you can just show kindness to their family." Patriarch Sun finally said, "What you two said is good, that's it. Miss Lin, you have something to add?" Lin Qingshan shook her head, "No, as long as my brother is with me." Patriarch Sun frowned, "Brother Han?" Miss Lin should think about it carefully. Brother Han's cultivation level is only 2 stars, and a fluctuation of the true essence of the Starflame Beast is very likely to kill Brother Han. Lin Qingshan smiled lightly, "Patriarch Sun, don't worry, since I said that, my brother naturally has the power to protect himself, and he will not be worse than the middle stage. If there is any problem, it will be borne by my brother and I, and it will not involve the Sun family and you." Patriarch Sun suddenly smiled awkwardly. Indeed, he was afraid that Han Feng's bad Lin Qingshan would take anger on their Sun family, so that if they failed to win over, they would offend a future strong man. And most importantly, leaving Han Feng as a hostage, lest Lin Qingshan suddenly break the contract midway. If an 11-star master of the human rank suddenly makes something in the middle, the loss will be huge. Patriarch Sun said apologetically, "Since Miss Lin said so, it is as Miss Lin wished." The next day, the three families were all ready and gathered outside Renwu City. The patriarch of the Zhou family was a 12-star master of the human rank, and brought 2 masters of the 11-star human rank, 6 masters of the 10-star human rank, more than 20 masters of the rank of 9 to the rank of 7. There are dozens of people with 6 stars and below. There are also 2 groups of warriors with 6 stars and below. One of them has a small number of people, only a few, but they are proud of their faces, and the other group has a calm face, and there are some vicissitudes in their eyes. Obviously, this small number is the family direct line. Those with a large number of people are guards from the collateral line and the family outside the family. These people obviously knew what would happen to them, but fortunately, the family was more generous to their family, and these people did not leave any regrets. The Wu family and the Sun family are similar to the Zhou family. It's just that there are 2 more Lin Qingshan and Han Feng in the Sun family. One is a human level 11 star, which belongs to the top among a group of warriors, and the other is a human level 2 star, which is the bottom of a group of warriors, which are really 2 extremes. Master Sun bowed his hands to the surroundings. Everyone, it's time to set off. At this moment, a rebellious voice sounded, Uncle Sun, we are going to kill the Starfire beast, not to travel. Why should we bring a mere human level 2 star? On the side of the Zhou family, an arrogant young man wearing a golden robe was dissatisfied. Patriarch Zhou's expression changed, and he glared at the boy fiercely. Damn Zhou Pa, he said he couldn't offend Lin Qingshan and the 2 of them, so how could he still? But then Patriarch Zhou saw that after Zhou Pa squinted Han Feng with contempt, his fiery eyes were placed on Lin Qingshan. At this time, the Zhou family group didn't understand what Zhou Pa was thinking. It was because they fell in love with Miss Lin. Lin Qingshan and Han Feng claim to be sisters and brothers, but their names are different, and everyone knows that they are tricky. Since Zhou Pa took a fancy to Lin Qingshan, he naturally wanted to target Han Feng. Otherwise, he would have flattered his brother-in-law long ago. Patriarch Zhou was overjoyed. Although Zhou Pa is only 5-star, he is only 18 years old, and his talent is not bad. If Miss Lin takes a fancy to her, wouldn't she draw Miss Lin over? As a result, the words Patriarch Zhou originally wanted to reprimand were swallowed. On the other side, Patriarch Wu sneered in his heart, this old Zhou is really confused. Miss Lin is only in her early 20s, but she is already an 11-star human rank. Compared with Miss Lin, Zhou Pa is a waste, one is in the sky and the other is in the sky. Underground. The difference is so huge, unless Miss Lin is blind, she will see Zhou Pa. Little brother Han and Miss Lin are ambiguous, but little brother Han is already at the peak of human level 2 star when he is less than 14 years old, and after 15 years old, it is an age group with rapid development of strength, and when he reaches Zhou Pa's age, it is estimated that he has already stepped into the level of 7 or 8 stars in the later stage of the human level. When you reach Miss Lin's age, you may not be worse than Miss Lin. These 2 people are a suitable pair. Wu Patriarch crossed his chest with his arms and looked at the Zhou family with a lively smile. Patriarch Sun's face is also very ugly at the moment. No matter how weak Han Feng is, he is also a guest of their Sun family. What are you talking about as a Zhou family? Just when Patriarch Sun was about to say something, Lin Qingshan snorted coldly, take care of your eyes and look at Miss Ben with those disgusting eyes. Miss Ben dug out your eyes. Zhou Po's face suddenly became embarrassed. Patriarch Zhou said solemnly, Miss Lin, please also pay attention to your wording. Lin Qingshan just sneered. Now Lin Qingshan really treats Han Feng as his own younger brother, and even has some incomprehensible thoughts. How can outsiders speak ill of Han Feng? If it wasn't for the Zhou family and the Zhou family owner, Lin Qingshan would have blasted out with a lightning whip. The atmosphere between the 2 parties suddenly became solemn. At this moment, Han Feng came out. Your Excellency, what state have you reached? Zhou Pa looked proud. 5 stars of human rank. As he said that, Zhou Pa squinted at Han Feng. It's not like you can compare with 2 stars. Han Feng sneered, look at you, you are at least 3 or 4 years older than me, and you are just a little taller than me. It's a shame that you still have the face to look down on me. Don't think that I don't know your thoughts, don't you just like my sister, don't pee and look like you look crooked and cracked, are you worthy? Poochie. Many people laughed because of Han Feng's words. Even some of the Zhou family's collateral couldn't help laughing, and they were very happy. Even they have a lot of dissatisfaction with Zhou Pa. You. Zhou Pa pointed at Han Feng, speechless. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Zhou Pa's eyes. If you can insist on 3 moves in my hands, I will agree with you to go and apologize to you. How dare you? Hearing this, Patriarch Sun immediately opened his mouth to refuse. The 5-star human rank and the 2-star human rank seem to be only 3 stars apart, but in fact they are vastly different. One is the middle stage of human level, and the other is just the early stage of human level. But Han Feng arrived quickly, I promise. The Sun family slapped their legs angrily. Little brother Han is too unbearable, how can this be good? Sun Ben on the side whispered, Father, didn't you see that Miss Lin's face didn't change? Maybe this Han Feng has some cards in hand. Patriarch Sun smiled bitterly, if there are any other cards, there is a 3-star difference between the 2 sides. Alas, I can only hope that what you said is right. If something goes wrong with little brother Han at this time, Miss Lin will definitely not let it go. This alliance will be destroyed. How will you kill the Star Flame Beast and capture the Flame Vermilion Fruit and the Fire Vermilion Fruit? Very good, I'll let you do a trick, you can do it first. Zhou Pa walked out of the crowd and grinned. Wait. Han Feng suddenly interjected. Zhou Pa hummed, what? Are you scared? Han Feng smiled lightly, it's nothing, I just think your previous bet was too small, why don't I make a new bet? If I lose, I'll pay you 500 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. If I win now, you pay me 500 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. How dare you? Wow. The crowd was in an uproar, and they never thought that Han Feng would make such a bet. Most people thought that Han Feng was crazy. Zhou Pa was extremely angry and smiled. It seems that you are very confident. Okay, I agreed. The next family head Zhou was about to scold, damn bastard, I haven't agreed yet, where does the right to be a Zhou Pa come from? At first, Patriarch Zhou just wanted to use Zhou Pa to win over Lin Qingshan, but Lin Qingshan's cold words before let Patriarch Zhou know that this was just his delusion. Now that things have come to this stage, the Zhou family knows even more that their Zhou family and Lin Qingshan's Liangzi are tied. No matter who wins Han Feng or Zhou Pa, the contradiction between the 2 sides is irreconcilable. But Patriarch Zhou did not expect that such a terrifying bet would appear in the end. 500 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, even their Zhou family, to take out such a large amount of spirit stones, it is also a huge loss, and it can even be said that it barely affects the foundation of the Zhou family. Of course, it doesn't matter if you win. But did things really go so well? Patriarch Zhou had a very bad feeling in his heart. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Pa is the grandson of the Great Elder. If I directly intervene now, this kid will sue the Great Elder, and I will suffer. This weak Pa thinks very highly of himself, and always thinks that he is great. If I interfere, this weak Pa will think that I am dragging him down and not giving him face. Although my cultivation base is high, the prestige of the Great Elder is even greater. It doesn't matter, if Zhou Pa fails this week, let the first elders pay these compensations, and then maybe they can use this to make the prestige of the Zhou family plummet. At that time, the Zhou family is my one-word haul. If it is successful, 500 pieces of high-grade and low-grade spirit stones can also make my Zhou family stronger than the Wu family and the Sun family. Master Sun and Sun Ben looked at each other. Sun Ben said in a low voice, Father, you can rest assured now. Although Han Feng and I don't have much contact with each other, we also know that we are not someone with a lack of brains. We must have something to rely on to make such a bet. Do you still remember the Tianmu that the boy said? On the surface, this Tianmu was subdued by Miss Lin, of course. In fact, this Tianmu is indeed afraid of Miss Lin, but it is more related to this Han Feng. Intimacy, and it was even more reluctant when we finally left. If there is no means, will Tianmu look like this today? You must know that Tianmu's wisdom is no less than that of the 9th level monster and the 10th level monster. It's not so easy to cheat and get along with. Patriarch Sun nodded slightly. Since that's the case, let's wait and see. Zhoupa is crazy, but he also has some brains. Knowing that Han Feng made such a bet, he has a certain confidence, and he didn't dare to be careless at the moment, and never said a trick to let Han Feng take the shot first. Pai Shan Palm. Zhoupa let out a low drink, and slammed his hands on the ground. Rumbling. The ground cracked, and countless cracks spread toward the Korean wind. The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched. Human rank middle rank martial arts, but looking at this level, it should be just ordinary human rank middle rank martial skills, not the bottom, but not the top, and it has reached the realm of minor achievement. Martial arts are not so easy to cultivate. As usual, the low-level human-level martial arts correspond to the early human-level warriors, the middle-level human level corresponds to the middle-level human level, and the final human level top level corresponds to the peak human level. But in fact, when most warriors are able to master their martial arts to perfection, their cultivation base has already surpassed the martial arts level. For example, it is only in the middle stage of the human level that the low-level martial arts of the human level can be mastered to perfection. A warrior can cultivate a martial skill of the corresponding level to perfection. For example, in the middle stage of the human rank, he can master a middle-rank martial skill of the human rank to perfection, which is already the comprehension of a genius. If a martial artist can surpass a level, even if he has not cultivated to perfection, just a small or a large achievement, it is already the understanding of a super genius. For example, a mid-level human-level warrior has already cultivated a high-level human-level martial skill to a small success or perfection. Mysterious flame chain. 5 chains condensed out, spinning like a cage, to surround Han Feng. The cracked ground stones touched the 5 mysterious flame chains and immediately turned to ashes. The low-level martial arts of human level are close to perfection. In an instant, his high eyesight can see the progress of Han Feng's martial arts, and he can see that this is the top of the low-level human level, maybe even higher. Everyone gasped. The talent level 2-star mastered to this level. This child's comprehension is definitely a genius level. Zhou Po's face turned ashen. I just blocked one move, let me see how you can block the next move. The 4 pillars prison. Zhou Po folded his hands together, and along with the passage of a large amount of earth attribute infuriating energy, 4 huge stone pillars suddenly appeared from the ground around Han Feng. These stone pillars are covered with stone thorns. 9 treads of Liang. 3 groups of bright scorching sun suddenly lit up under Han Feng's feet, and everyone who shone could not open their eyes, and only those whose cultivation base far surpassed Han Feng survived. Zhou Po is obviously not in this list. His eyes were irritated and closed involuntarily. Zhou Po lost Han Feng's figure, and the attack of the 4 stone pillars had no pattern in an instant. Burst attack. Han Feng jumped up, and 6 huge fireballs fell from the sky in his hand, like a meteor shower. Rumbling. The ground shook, brown and red rays of light surged, and the 4 stone pillars shattered into pieces. Han Feng laughed. The 2 moves have passed, and you still haven't won. Zhou Po's eyes were a little better at this time, and his face was ashen. There is a 3rd move, don't be mad. Zhou Po originally planned to use his Jinqi to release the strongest blow, but this time, Han Feng took the lead. Mysterious flame chain. The 5 chains, condensed together at this moment, burst out, making a buzzing sound of breaking through the air. Oops! Blast palm! The ground around Zhou Po's feet collapsed, and the shattered land turned into yellow ore and condensed in front of Zhou Po, forming a yellow sand palm. LOL. The chain collided with the yellow sand palm, and the yellow sand splashed out. Zhou Po sneered, "It's just a mere 2-star human rank. You must have used up your martial skills several times in a row." I said, "You are not my enemy of 3 moves." Han Feng suddenly smiled, and his anger exploded. Human-level Samsung early stage. In an instant, everyone saw Han Feng's true, infuriating cultivation. Han Feng's infuriating energy is more solid than that of ordinary warriors, and the initial cultivation of Samsung is comparable to the peak of Samsung, and even surpasses it. The attack of the mysterious flame chain suddenly increased sharply. Samsung, it turned out to be Samsung, the intelligence is wrong. Zhou Po cursed in his heart. In fact, even the Master Sun and others were surprised. The Sun family hurriedly asked Sun Ben, "Didn't you say that this Han Feng is only a 2-star person? Why is it suddenly a 3-star person?" Sun Ben shook his head with a sad face, "I don't know, baby." Immediately, Sun Ben wondered, could it be because of the 2-day retreat that broke through? Patriarch Sun scolded in a low voice, "After you break through, will you stabilize in 2 days? Unless it is completely stable, there will definitely be a hint of guile. Miss Lin is only a small-scale breakthrough. We have not seen stability for 2 days. We can't see the breakthrough between Han Feng stars? This." Sun Ben stopped talking. Who knows that Lin Qingshan has extraordinary ears and smiles? Master Sun is right, my brother really broke through in the Sun family. As for the stability of the realm, my brother has always been like this. When he broke through from 1 star to 2 stars, he was stable in 1 night. Patriarch Sun and Sun Ben looked at each other, scolding a pervert. At the same time, Patriarch Sun's assessment of Lin Qingshan's strength has also increased secretly. The younger brother is so perverted that it is not difficult for the 3-star human to fight against the 5-star human. What about the elder sister? Zhou Po couldn't ride a tiger at the moment, and now he couldn't hurt Han Feng, but Han Feng couldn't break his sand-blasting palm either. It can be said to be stalemate. According to the logic, it was a tie, but Zhou Po knew that he was a 5-star human rank. If it was really a tie, he actually lost. But on the surface, a tie is better than a direct loss. At least he can rely on the result of the tie without handing over 500 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. Han Feng saw the hesitation in Zhou Po's heart, and opened his mouth to silently spit out the words, "Beauty you think." Zhou Po's blue veins throbbed, his true chi surged in his body, and he almost rioted. Taking advantage of this time, the ordinary fire in Han Feng's body instantly merged with the mysterious flame chain. The power of the mysterious flame chain soared again. What? Impossible. Zhou Po was terrified. The mysterious flame chain, which had greatly increased its power, broke through the sand-blasting palm without hesitation. The yellow sand filled the air, and the remaining mysterious flame chain suddenly hit Zhou Po's body. Han Feng also knew that enough was enough. The tip of the black flame chain didn't really penetrate Zhou Po's body, otherwise Zhou Po would have already become a corpse by now. The surrounding warriors were silent at this moment. Obviously, Han Feng defeated Zhou Po, who was in the middle stage of the 5-star human rank, with his cultivation at the early stage of 3-star human rank. Patriarch Sun's face was shocked. The mortal fire just now. Could it be the middle-grade mortal fire? You must know that with his cultivation, the power of ordinary fire is only the peak of low-grade. The reason why he wanted to get Yan Zhuguo was to rely on Yan Zhuguo to raise the power of ordinary fire to the middle grade. Patriarch Sun looked at Lin Qingshan, who nodded. The Sun family took a deep breath. This Han Feng will not be limited in the future, even if it is a strong person, it is not impossible. Binner, this Han Feng must be good friends and must not be provoked. This is the case with the Sun family, and so is the Wu family on the other side. Only Patriarch Zhou was full of annoyance. Patriarch Sun muttered to himself in a low voice, fortunately, this kid's cultivation base is still low, and the amount of ordinary fire is not enough. If it is not compared to martial arts, in terms of confrontation with ordinary fire, the ordinary fire in my body can only rely on sufficient amount to win. The quality is not as good as this kid. If this kid is at the same level as me, the power of that middle-grade ordinary fire alone is enough to devour my fire attribute martial arts. Lin Qingshan looked around for a week. Her heart couldn't be more happy. She said proudly, if these people know, my brother has a special martial skill that can enhance his strength. I don't know if the eyeballs will fall to the ground. What Lin Qingshan said was the Skyfire battle body. Han Feng's current strength can kill Zhou Pe, that is because Zhou Pe does not have enough mastery of martial arts. If he achieves great success in human-level mid-level martial arts, it is not so simple for Han Feng to win. Body. At that time, Han Feng's combat power is not comparable to the human-level 6-star, but it is not comparable to the human-level 5-star. The two of them walked out from the Zhou family and carried Zhou Pe back in despair. Patriarch Zhou said with an ugly expression, you two don't need to go, take Zhou Pe home, and tell the great elder what happened today. Patriarch Zhou sneered in his heart, I want to see how that old man can rely on the old and sell the old after he knows the ins and outs. They are already the sinners of the Zhou family. After the two of them left, the Zhou family head forced a smile and said, Miss Lin, when we return from the Xuanhuan mountains, our Zhou family will surely present the spirit stone. The Zhou family also saw the potential of Han Feng. With Lin Qingshan there, it was impossible for the Zhou family to solve Han Feng. They could only make amends and ease the relationship between the two sides. Lin Qingshan frowned. What should you do if you regret it at that time? If you Zhou family powerhouses gather together, you will have the strength to regret it. Patriarch Zhou took a deep breath and said solemnly, with Brother Wu and Brother Sun here, I will never regret it. Miss Lin can come with Brother Wu and Brother Sun at that time. Brother Wu bowed his hands to Lin Qingshan. Brother Zhou is right. Brother Sun and I will definitely help Miss Lin at that time. The Wu family also saw the potential of Han Feng, and the two sides had no grievances, so naturally they tried their best to win. Lin Qingshan nodded. Han Feng returned to the team. No one dared to underestimate Han Feng again. Sun Ben became even more intimate, and kept asking questions along the way. If Han Feng had not understood Sun Ben's purpose early in the morning, he might have thought that Sun Ben had some special hobby. In the depths of the Xuanhuan mountains, a group of nearly 300 people gathered here. Sun Ben pointed to the distance and said, it will be a few hundred meters away. Patriarch Sun raised his hand, and everyone stopped, only to hear Patriarch Sun say, everyone is ready, the robbers from the Xuanwu cottage may have arrived, or they are hiding in the dark. Be careful not to be attacked by those robbers. The group moved forward cautiously, but in the end they didn't find any robbers from Xuanwu cottage. In line of sight, the Xingyan beast has been found, and there are still no robbers from the Xuanwu cottage around the Xingyan beast. Everyone is puzzled. However, there were robbers in Xuanhuan mountain village who were chasing and killing Sun Ben and Sun Xian, in order to prevent Sun Ben from bringing the news of the Huizhu fruit tree back to Renwu city, so it was impossible to give up. All this is so unreasonable. Patriarch Sun frowned and said to Lin Qingshan, Patriarch Zhou and Patriarch Wu, 3, what should we do now? Patriarch Wu grinned and said, what are you afraid of? I think the Xuanwu cottage was frightened by the star flame beast. We arranged for some people of the order of 7 or 8 stars to guard around, those robbers can't approach silently, and it's impossible to be a fisherman. Patriarch Sun thought for a while, before nodding slightly, that's fine. A group of people pushed aside the weeds more than 1 meter high and appeared within the sight of the star flame beast. The star flame beast stood up in an instant and roared at the crowd. "This is the star flame beast." Looking at the huge monster several meters high in front of him, Han Feng couldn't help sighing. The head of the star flame beast is like a lion, but the ears are like foxes, and there are two things like antlers on the top of the head. The eyes are azure blue and look extremely beautiful, but deep in the azure pupils, there is a madness that cannot be concealed. Except for the body, face, double horns, and 4 claws, other parts seem to be directly condensed by flames. The rear fire tail is more than 10 meters long, and the middle part of the tail is the widest, with a width of 3 or 4 meters. Roar! The star flame beast roared, and with the star flame beast as the center, a flame tornado swept out. At this moment, Han Feng finally knew why the star flame beast was bare all around, and it was the flame of this star flame beast who dared to act. Brush, brush. Everyone quickly retreated, but fortunately, everyone was not close to the star flame beast, and this retreat just avoided the flame tornado. The 3 patriarchs roared, "Hurry up and follow what we said before." The 3 houses in the rear joined together, and there were more than 100 middle-level human-level people immediately rushed to the star flame beast, scattered on the way, and surrounded the star flame beast. The footsteps of these mid-level warriors seemed to follow a certain pattern. The next moment, Han Feng blinked, and all of these warriors actually produced phantoms. There were originally more than 100 people, but now there are nearly 1,000 people. Nearly 1,000 phantoms. The star flame beasts are also irritable. The head of the Sun family explained to Lin Qingshan and Han Feng, "This is the cemetery where the 3 of us jointly broke into a mysterious powerhouse, and we got this formation against the enemy. It's just to confuse people." Immediately, Patriarch Sun said to Patriarch Zhou and Patriarch Wu, "Brother Zhou, Brother Wu, let's go quickly." 11 star experts such as Lin Qingshan and others immediately followed. Han Feng, Sun Bin and others stayed behind. They stayed here, but it was the family who brought them to see the world. They didn't actually need to take action. Of course, if they really need to, they won't just wait like this. The star flame beast was in a hurry when he saw that the Sun family head and others went straight to the fire-red fruit tree. The star flame beast opened its mouth, and flames shot out in all directions, but all the hits were phantoms, and they didn't really hit the mid-level warriors at all. Failing to hit again and again, the starfire beast was furious. At this time, Sun family master and others were already approaching the fire vermilion fruit tree. Great, I didn't expect it to be so simple. The 3 masters were overjoyed. But at this moment, there was a trace of contempt in the eyes of the star flame beast, and the tail behind it slammed into the ground. Under the feet of family master Sun and the others, the ground suddenly swelled, and more than a dozen fire tails flew out. Not good. 9th burning flame palm. Patriarch Sun let out a low roar, and 9 flames shot out one after another, hitting the tail of the fire that was slammed wildly in the middle. Boom! After Patriarch Sun's attack, the tail of fire was greatly reduced, but the tail that still disappeared was thrown on Patriarch Sun. Patriarch Sun can only hurriedly cross his arms to resist. The huge impact force directly threw Patriarch Sun out and fell to the ground in embarrassment. The same is true for the 2 other patriarchs, who were all thrown out, but fortunately, the Starflame Beast's attack power was scattered, and none of the 3 patriarchs suffered any major injuries. Lin Qingshan spread out her fingers, lightning whip. Crackling. The raging thunder and lightning collided with the tail of fire, and the flames and lightning intersected, making a rumbling sound. Lin Qingshan moved, landed on the ground at a strange speed, and quickly retreated without even the slightest injury. The eyes of the 3 patriarchs who looked at them were rounded. Patriarch Sun secretly sighed, sure enough, that kid is not simple, and this Miss Lin is even more difficult. I am afraid that the footwork has already reached the top of the human level. My Sun family does not have such footwork like martial arts. Even if it is just a common bottom-ranked human-level footwork, its value is comparable to an attack-type top-level human-level martial arts. How can the Sun family master and others not be surprised? Patriarch Sun has a firmer idea of getting closer to Lin Qingshan. The three patriarchs and Lin Qingshan were fine, and the others were not so lucky. An 11-star master of the Wu family's human rank, his abdomen was burned with a smell of barbecue, and the master was sweating with pain. At a glance, the powerhouse's combat power has dropped by 1/3. Patriarch Wu wiped away a cold sweat. Fortunately, this star flame beast dispersed the attack, otherwise we would be killed in seconds. There was a hint of pride in Xingyan Beast's eyes, and then the surrounding phantom quickly made Xingyan Beast angry again. The Starfire Beast roared again and again. From the tail of the Star Flame Beast, a sea of fire swept out. The waves of fire overlap, and one wave is higher than the other. Lin Qingshan and the others' expressions changed drastically. They retreated, and at the same time, they each used their own defensive martial arts. Go back! Several people shouted at the late-stage warriors who were preparing to support them. These warriors also saw the attack made by the Star Flame Beast. Their faces were horrified, and they quickly retreated. The entire group managed to dodge the fire wave attack of the Star Flame Beast. However, the mid-level warriors who surrounded the Star Flame Beast and provided opportunities for Sun Family Master and others were all drowned by the fire waves. After the fire wave passed, the ground was full of potholes, and in some places there was a flame from time to time. The faces of everyone couldn't help but feel sad. These warriors were obviously dead, and they couldn't even find their bodies. Patriarch Sun let out a long sigh. It seems that the first plan failed, and we have to face it head-on. According to the previous guess, the first plan is to use the formations that create phantoms to delay the Starfire Beast with mid-level human-level warriors, and then the masters of the 11-star and 12-star human level take the opportunity to capture Huozheguo and Yanzheguo. In this way, there is no need to fight against the Star Flame Beast. But it turned out that they thought too simple. The 9th-level monster, comparable to the power of the Xian-level martial artist, was clearly placed in front of them for the first time. Patriarch Sun said loudly, "The warriors below the 10-star human rank retreat, and find the right time to attack and support us. Those with 10 or more human rank, follow me to attack the star beasts." The three patriarchs attacked first. 9th Burning Flame Palm, 100 Light Slash, Wrath of the Banshee. Lin Qingshan also brought the Lightning Whips attack to the extreme. A group of 11-star and 10-star masters in the back broke out their own attacks. All kinds of attacks, covering the sky and the sun, colorful. The booming sound is endless. The powerful oppressive force made the group of middle-level juniors in the rear breathless. The eyes of these juniors were splendid. This kind of battle between powerhouses, even among them, is rare, and the shocking feeling can be imagined. Thinking from another perspective, if they were besieged by so many strong men, they would be so frightened that they wouldn't even know their surname. The attack of a group of top-ranked warriors is not weak. It is a pity that they are facing the early-stage 9-level monsters, which are equivalent to the powerful existence of Xian-level 1-star warriors. The fire wave from before the Star Flame Beast reappeared. The attacks of the two sides collided together, like two waves colliding, and all kinds of rays of light splashed. The powerful impact made Sun Family Master and others a little unstable. Some of the weaker 10-star powerhouses in the rear were hit hard by the heavy impact. The Star Flame Beast burst out two powerful attacks in succession, and the flames on its body dimmed a lot. Obviously, this heavy fire waves attack also consumes a lot of Star Flame Beast. Thinking about it, although the human-level warriors are not as good as Xian level, there are nearly 60 peak human-level warriors here. The advantage in numbers is huge. The Star Flame Beast is only at the beginning of the 9th level, not the mid-level and late 9th level, and it is not the peak of the 9th level. Otherwise, even if the number of peak human-level warriors was doubled, it would be useless. For a mysterious rank martial artist, the gap between each star is like the gap between every 2-3 stars on the human rank. Seeing hope, Sun Family Master and others were overjoyed. Everyone works harder. This Star Flame Beast has already consumed a lot, and if you come back a few more times, the Star Flame Beast's absolute strength will be greatly reduced. The emotions of many warriors quickly became excited. They may not be able to share the fire vermilion fruit, but the Xingyan Beast is also full of treasures, and they can all get a share of it. The Star Flame Beast roared again, and obviously found that it was a huge consumption, which was somewhat disadvantageous. Suddenly, the fire tail of the Star Flame Beast waved again, turning into dozens of streaks and attacking Lin Qingshan and the others. Divided into dozens of pieces, the power of each piece is limited. At least for the Sun family, Lin Qingshan and others, this is not much of a threat. Most of the human level 11-star experts can also handle it. Only the 10-star powerhouse of the human rank can cope with the endless complaints. Soon, some 10-star powerhouses were hit hard and lost their ability to fight again. The late human-level warriors in the rear saw that the flames on the Star Flame Beast were getting dimmer and dimmer. They realized that the opportunity was coming, and they ran away from the other direction, using all kinds of tricks. The Star Flame Beast was furious, and immediately divided a part of the attack to deal with these late human-level warriors. Soon, another human-level warrior was hit hard. This gave Lin Qingshan and others another chance. Lightning Whip. 9th Burning Flame Palm. 100 Light Slash. Wrath of the Banshee. Boom. The Star Flame Beast let out a scream, was knocked out, and fell heavily to the ground. A 10-star human rank master who was closest to Huozhuguo thought that he had found an opportunity, and immediately ran to Huozhuguo. His hands were already stretched out towards Huozhuguo. But at this moment, the Star Flame Beast ignored another attack from Lin Qingshan and others in front, and swept its tail directly, throwing this 10-star powerhouse away. This time, the fire tail did not differentiate, it was a full blow from a real fire tail. Even if the Star Flame Beast consumes a lot of money at this moment, and the injuries are not small, it still severely injures this 10-star powerhouse and ends up being disabled. At the same time, another attack by Lin Qingshan and the others landed on the Star Flame Beast. The Star Flame Beast was hit hard again. For the three major families, the loss is not small. Patriarch Sun gritted his teeth. It seems that we won't get the Fire Vermilion Fruit and the Yen Vermilion Fruit if the Starfire Beast dies. We took this opportunity to deal with the Star Flame Beast, and the three of us lost a lot of money, so we will use all the things on this Star Flame Beast to compensate. Patriarch Zhou and Patriarch Wu grinned, apparently agreeing. Lin Qingshan suddenly saw a trace of madness flashing in the eyes of the Star Flame Beast. Not good. Lin Qingshan's footsteps suddenly slowed down, and the three of Sun's family master and the remaining powerhouses immediately surpassed Lin Qingshan. Everyone wait a minute. Lin Qingshan wanted to remind everyone, but at this moment, everyone would pay attention to Lin Qingshan. The Star Flame Beast was about to be killed by them. Dazzling flames shot up into the sky. A huge tornado surrounded the Star Flame Beast. When the flame tornado dissipated, the Star Flame Beast stood up majestically again, with a fierce look in his eyes. What's the matter? Seeing that the Star Flame Beast stood up intact, Family Master Sun and the others were at a loss. Lin Qingshan's face was ugly. This is a sacrifice. Only a small number of monsters can master the ability. It can heal all the injuries of the body in a short time and keep the body in the best condition. But the consequences, it's the life of the beast. With the strength of the Starfire Beast, if we can't get rid of us within 10 minutes, this sacrifice will end, and then we will be in a weak state, and we will die of weakness a month later. Family Master Sun and the others were terrified. They have suffered huge losses now. They are facing a star-flaming beast that is in its prime and invincible. No matter how much they kill, they will not leave any injuries. The star-flame beast roared, and the waves of fire overlapped. Ninth Burning Flame Palm. 100 Light Slash. Wrath of the Banshee. The three patriarchs quickly resisted. But this time, they themselves were injured. Seeing this, Lin Qingshan knew that she could no longer hide her clumsiness. Otherwise, as soon as these people die, with her own strength, it is absolutely impossible for her to be the opponent of the Starfire Beast in the state of sacrifice. Purple Thunder Whip, Purple Dragon Thunder Roar. Roar. The loud sound resounded in a radius of 10,000 meters. The huge purple dragon charged towards the star-flame beast with unparalleled might. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion roared. The huge body of the Xingyan beast was knocked out, but the Xingyan beast stood up, shook it, and then recovered. Family Master Sun and others scolded secretly, the sacrificial beast is too perverted. Lin Qingshan's face paled slightly before returning to normal. Family Master Sun and others came to Lin Qingshan and asked, Miss Lin, what should I do? The strength that Lin Qingshan showed just now was too amazing. This kind of strength has surpassed their human level 12 star, and is completely comparable to an ordinary Xian level 1 star early stage warrior. Subconsciously, everyone was headed by Lin Qingshan. At this time everyone could not be envious of the high-quality and low-grade spirit tools in Lin Qingshan's hands. Lin Qingshan said quickly, cooperate with my attack and delay the time. As long as we delay for 10 minutes, we will win. It is good. Everyone immediately cooperated with Lin Qingshan, and now life is the most important thing. Even if Yan Zhuguo was acquired by Lin Qingshan, they would recognize it. Purple Dragon Thunder. Accompanied by the massive consumption of infuriating energy in the body. Another loud dragon roar sounded. On the other hand, except for Han Feng, everyone else was stunned by Lin Qingshan's strength. As time passed by, the three families suffered heavy damage, but the time was approaching 10 minutes. The Xingyan beast finally came to his senses, knowing that even if the time was up, it would be difficult to kill these people completely, so he glared at Lin Qingshan a few times. The Xingyan beast turned around and jumped abruptly, jumped towards the fire vermilion fruit tree, and opened his mouth wide open. Lin Qingshan was in a hurry. No, this star flame beast will swallow the fire red fruit tree, and it will not be left to us when it dies. Beast, court death. A chain suddenly sprang out of the forest and shot through the Starfire Beast's feet in an instant. Everyone was stunned by this situation. No, it must be those robbers. The head of the Sun family was terrified. Wu Patriarch's face was unbelievable. We have set up martial artist vigilance around us, and it is impossible not to notify us. Everyone looked along the chain and saw not far away, a middle-aged man in a white robe with a sneer and disdain, a red chain extending from his hand, passing through the feet of the star flame beast. The middle-aged man pulled his hand, and the star flame beast fell to the ground. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape, and he couldn't reach the burning red fruit tree. The middle-aged man sneered, if you are allowed to swallow the Yanzhu Gua, I will lose an opportunity in vain. Immediately, the middle-aged man looked at Family Master Sun and the others, and said with a sarcastic tone, just relying on some warriors of the rank of 7 or 8 stars, want to find me? It's ridiculous. At this moment, Sun Family Master and others finally saw the middle-aged man's face clearly, and their expressions changed greatly. Wu Juanxing. Lin Qingshan's ears moved. Who is Wu Junxing? The head of the Sun family said in a deep voice, it's the leader of the Xuanhuan cottage. It's him. A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Qingshan's face. This Wu Junxing is a magical figure. As the boss of Xuanwu Shanzhai, everyone only knows that he is extraordinary, but he has never seen him make a move, and he doesn't even know what martial arts he has mastered. In the back, Sun Bin and the others were extremely nervous. They were about to get Yan Zhuguo and Hua Zhuguo, but someone actually came to intervene. With their strength, it is impossible to help at all. Han Feng looked at the chain with fiery eyes. Although it is only one, Han Feng has already recognized it, that is the Xianyan chain. Master Wu looked around. Seeing this, Wu Junxing sneered, the head of the Wu family is really timid, don't worry, I am the only one in our Xuanwu cottage this time, because it is enough for me to deal with you alone. Patriarch Zhou couldn't help but scolded, fart, even if we are all injured, so many of us can't beat you alone? Wu Junxing's eyes turned cold and he waved his palm out. The next moment, Patriarch Zhou screamed and was slapped out, leaving a red handprint on his cheek. Patriarch Zhou was horrified now. Lin Qingshan spit out every word, Xian, rank, strong, person. For a moment, the surrounding atmosphere froze. Patriarch Sun stammered, actually broke through. Although it is rumored that the big boss of Xuanwu Cottage is very likely to break through to the Xian rank, the Sun family master and others did not take it seriously. Is Xuanjie so easy to break through? Several of their patriarchs have also been rumored to be extremely close to the Xuanjie, which can be said to be a half-step Xuanjie, but after the past few years, there is still no breakthrough. Family Master Sun looked sluggish and whispered to himself, yes, it makes sense if he is a mysterious powerhouse, even if he stays here from the beginning, with the hidden breath ability of a mysterious powerhouse, we can't find it anyway. With the strength of the mysterious powerhouse, when we and the Star Flame beasts were both defeated, it is true that one person can solve all of us. At this time, the head of the Sun family was already desperate. The conflicts between the three major families in Renwu City and the Xuanwu Mountain Village have been accumulating for a long time. At this moment, the big leaders of the Xuanwu Mountain Village have broken through to the Xian rank, while the top powerhouses of the three major families in Renwu City have consumed a lot of money. How could it be possible to escape? At this moment, several patriarchs felt remorse in their hearts and should not have brought them here for the sake of the younger generation of the family to gain insight, otherwise even if they died, the future of their families would still be brilliant. Renwu City has a city lord, so don't even think about breaking Renwu City in Xuanwu Cottage. The city lord of Renwu City is also a mysterious powerhouse. Aiming at the three major families and attacking Renwu City are two concepts. The former city owner will not intervene, the latter. Not only the city owner also intervenes, even the country will not let go of Xuanwu Cottage. Although Xuanjie is strong, in front of the big machine of the state, he is not a fart. Hoo. The Star Flame beast struggled violently at this time, and the blood flowed down, dripping onto the ground, and immediately a cluster of flames burned. Wu Junxing frowned, beast, it's not quiet yet. With a flick of his hand, 27 red chains rushed out. Prison of profound flames. 27 chains were erected one by one, forming a huge cage, trapping the Starfire beast in it. The chain suddenly burst into flames, and the Starfire beast howled. Master Sun and others widened their eyes and looked back at Han Feng without a trace. They didn't see that it was just a chain before, but this time, they found that the chain attack was very similar to Han Feng's previous tricks, or exactly the same. It's just that Han Feng has fewer chains. What exactly is going on? Lin Qingshan smiled bitterly. Before she got to Wuqing, she found that Han Feng looked a little strange whenever she mentioned Xuanwu Cottage, and now she finally understood what was going on. Trapping the Star Flame beast, more than a dozen chains appeared on the left hand of the Sun family master, the Star Flame beast, the peak beast of the 9th level early stage. It's a pity, if you are in your prime, even I can't help you, after all, I just broke through. Soon. But now. Xianyan explosive drill. More than a dozen chains suddenly condensed together. This cohesion is different from Han Feng's previous one. Han Feng simply brought the chains together. On the other hand, Wu Juanxing's chains were gathered into a huge screw drill, which swirled and crashed down, passing through the chain cage, and with a loud noise, it penetrated the entire body of the Star Flame Beast. This time, the Star Flame Beast is dead and can no longer die. Wu Juanxing turned his head to look at Lin Qingshan and the others with a half-smile. Now, it's your turn. Now, let's solve you first. Wu Juanxing looked at Lin Qingshan. Wu Juanxing also saw the strength that Lin Qingshan showed before. If Lin Qingshan was allowed to recover his true energy, Wu Juanxing could not guarantee that he would stay. Lin Qingshan. Brush brush. Several chains shot at Lin Qingshan. Mysterious flame chain. Suddenly, there was a low shout from the side, and the same chains burst out. Bang. Sonorous. Wu Juanxing was stunned. Xuanhuan chain? It was Han Feng who sent out the chain of mysterious flames. However, Han Feng's strength was too low after all, and several mysterious flame chains suddenly shattered, but Lin Qingshan had already provided ample opportunities to dodge, making Wu Juanxing's chains fail. Wu Juanxing's face sank, and he was about to continue his shot when he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. Everyone looked up when they saw a large shadow coming from the ground. I saw a huge bird beast flying in the sky, and looking at its breath, it was no weaker than the star beast. The big bird fell slowly, and everyone was very vigilant. But soon, everyone was sluggish, and on the back of this big bird, turned out to be a cold girl of 15 or 16 years old. This girl is like a jade ice sculpture, like a dream, like a fantasy, beautiful and beautiful. It is beautiful and vulgar, pure and clean, like a fairy in a painting. On the delicate face, there is a cold indifference that does not eat the fireworks of the world. The girl's jade feet *, there are jade rings tied with bells at the ankles and wrists, and the breeze blows, making a crisp sound. The beautiful blue pupils, like thousands of stars, make people get lost. Her perfectly black hair fluttered in the wind. Hiss, hiss. The ground was filled with the sound of men gasping for breath. Good, so beautiful. Sunbin muttered to himself, and the others were even more addicted. Gollum. Han Feng swallowed, and first came to his senses. No matter what role this girl is, just relying on the 9th level monster bird at her feet, this girl is not simple. And Han Feng could see that on the surface, this girl looked the same as the original Sister Lin, exuding a breath of not being born, but in fact, Sister Lin was caused by some reason the day after tomorrow. Girls are definitely born. Fuck, look at this age, it's only 15 or 16 years old. It's so stunning. If it's a few years later, wouldn't it? Han Feng was very shocked. You are. Wu Juanxing looked at the girl above the big bird in disbelief. It looked like a beautiful porcelain doll, but for some reason, Wu Juanxing felt a sense of crisis that he had never had before. At this moment, the girl's icy voice sounded, and the temperature of the whole world seemed to drop a bit. Are you Wu Juanxing? Wu Juanxing's bad premonition is even stronger, and he wants to deny it, but so many people here can't deny it at all. Wu Juanxing gritted his teeth. Yes, it's me, why do you do it? The girl suddenly shot, and the sky was covered with dense ice cones, which fell from the sky, as if it was raining. Oops. Profound flame guard. Wu Juanxing did not expect that the girl would take action when she said it. More than 30 chains wrapped the crossing Xuanhuan of the Wu army and rotated at the same time. But as the ice cone of the icy rain fell on it, more than 30 chains were stagnant, and the next moment collapsed and separated. Ah! Wu Juanxing screamed, and his body was covered in scars and blood. Hiss! Everyone gasped again. This Wu Juanxing is a mysterious powerhouse, and he was hit hard with just one move. What kind of strength is the girl on this big bird? The middle stage of the mysterious stage? Or the late stage of Xuanjie? Coupled with the young girl's age at first glance, it's really terrifying. Where does this pervert come from? Damn it! Wu Juanxing's anger rose up in his heart. How mighty he was when he appeared just now, and now he is so embarrassed. Such a big gap before and after makes Wu Juanxing hate the girl to the extreme. Xianyan explosion drill. Rumbling. More than 30 chains condensed out again and shot at the girl. But the next moment, a shocking scene happened. With just one finger, the girl easily took Wu Juanxing's attack. The chains can no longer get close to the girl. Freeze! The girl's cold voice sounded again. The chains that were burning with red flames were instantly frozen into an ice blue color. Clack clack. In a moment, the chains collapsed again. Wu Juanxing's face was horrified. At this time, Wu Juanxing had to admit that he and the girl in the sky were fundamentally different from clouds and mud, and the strength gap between the two was too great. Where did the pervert come from? This is definitely the late stage of the Xian rank, and it is the late stage of the mysterious rank who has mastered the martial arts of the high rank and even the highest rank of the mysterious rank. Wu Juanxing roared in his heart. Wu Juanxing's footsteps moved, and he immediately turned to flee. The girl stretched out her finger. Wu Juanxing, a descendant of the Wu family in Xingjin City more than 10 years ago, the Wu family committed a rebellion and was beheaded by the whole family. You were lucky to escape with your life, but you didn't know how to repent. You are here to mutilate the people. Now, it's time to be with you. The family is reunited. Frozen fingers. Wu Juanxing, who was fleeing, was instantly frozen into ice cubes. Before he died, Wu Juanxing pulled out a wry smile. So, you are the disciple of that lord. Click. The ice cubes shattered, and Wu Juanxing completely perished. Silence, silence. The dignified and profound masters are like spring worms in the hands of the young girl, and they are easily killed, which makes everyone still a little bit confused. What a terrifying person. Han Feng muttered to himself, and then his eyes were burning. 15 or 16-year-old Xuanjie master, one day, I may not be worse than her. Han Feng's fighting spirit ignited. This made the girl who was about to leave glance at Han Feng, and the girl frowned slightly, and then left. Of course, before leaving, he took Yan Zhuguo. Han Feng was taken aback. After the girl really left, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I'm careless, fortunately she doesn't care. Patriarch's son and the others stood up silently, not knowing what kind of expression to show. After a series of battles, just when they thought they were about to die, a perverted girl suddenly descended and killed the mysterious master with thunder. Of course, they were rescued. But Yan Zhuguo was also taken away by the girl. Master's son sighed, sit in the well and watch the sky, sit in the well and watch the sky. The Zhou family head and the Wu family head are also full of dejection. Whether it was Wu Juanxing or a girl, the shock to them was too great. The strength they are proud of is not worth mentioning in front of Wu Juanxing and the girl. Lin Qingshan said lightly, take off the fire-red fruit. Even if there is no fire-red fruit, the fire-red fruit can be regarded as compensation. The three patriarchs were disheartened, and Lin Qingshan had previously shown combat power comparable to the early stage of a one-star martial artist of the Xuanjie. 2. Each of the three families has 8. If there is no girl, no matter how good Lin Qingshan's performance is, the three families may not be like this. But the appearance of the girl made the three patriarchs aware of the world outside the well. They lived in human martial city for a long time, and almost forgot that there were not many Xian-level warriors outside, and in a powerful city, Earth-level warriors were not uncommon. Lin Qingshan has already reached 11 stars at such an age, and no one knows how much he will grow in the future. Han Feng is even more so. Therefore, the three patriarchs looked at Lin Qingshan and Han Feng a lot again, and let Lin Qingshan get 12 fire vermilion fruits alone. At this time, Han Feng came to the body of Wu Junxing. Wu Junxing was broken into several pieces. Han Feng took a lot of effort to take out the follow-up exercises of the Xuanhuan chain and quickly returned to the place. The group was silent all the way and returned to Renwu City. As soon as Patriarch Zhou arrived at Zhou's house, he couldn't wait to hand over 500 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones to Han Feng, and returned to Zhou's house after apologizing. Ms. Lin, Brother Han, what are your plans? If you have nothing to do, why not spend a few days at our son's house? After Patriarch Zhou and Patriarch Wu left, Patriarch Sun asked Lin Qingshan and Han Feng hand in hand. Lin Qingshan thought about it and looked at Han Feng. Han Feng nodded slightly, just spending a few days in the Sun family to refine the fire vermilion fruit. Seeing this, Lin Qingshan smiled and said, then I will disturb the Sun family. Where is it? Don't disturb, don't disturb. The Sun family repeatedly waved his hands, and was so happy. It was still in that quiet and elegant room. Han Feng took out the fire vermilion fruit and began to refine it into the source liquid with ordinary fire. Lin Qingshan has already handed all Huozhuguo to Han Feng. While Han Feng refined the fire vermilion fruit into the source liquid, on the other hand, he began to plant the fire vermilion fruit in the planting space on the 4th floor. Renyuanguo Han Feng temporarily stopped. After the fire vermilion fruit was refined into the source liquid, Han Feng began to take it, and at the same time ran the first refining source liquid of the Tianhua battle body. The effect of fire vermilion fruit is equivalent to 2 ordinary fire crystals, and it is not fake. The effect of a fire vermilion fruit made Han Fengtian's fire-fighting body step into the middle stage from the initial stage of the first stage. Afterwards, Han Feng practiced the Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist, the Heavenly Fire Armor and the Heavenly Fire Seal in turn. After spending 3 fire vermilion fruits, Han Feng cultivated the 3 major martial arts to the peak of the first stage of the initial stage, which is only 1 step away from the middle stage. At this time, there were only 8 fire vermilion fruits left. Han Feng hesitated. 9 flames and different fires have been staying on the first floor for a long time. Do you want to use Huozhuguo to break through to the 2nd floor? Or continue to practice the 4 martial arts? Although the Qingyuan jade fire on the 2nd layer of the 9 flames and different fire art is powerful, it can devour the true essence, which can only be condensed by a Xian-level martial artist. But I am only a mere 3-star cultivation base. Even if I break through to the 2nd floor and produce a green Luan jade fire, with my true energy, I can condense a little finger green Luan jade fire at most, and I can't use the green Luan jade fire. Luan Yuhua attacked. It's even more impossible to use Qingyuan jade fire to refine the middle grade spirit stone. It is estimated that before I can refine half of it, the infuriating energy in my body will be exhausted, and it will add a burden to me, and it will not be worth the loss. If you want to break through to the 2nd floor and master the Qingyuan jade fire, it should be the most appropriate to break through to the 7 stars in the late stage of the human rank. At that time, the amount of true qi is enough for the Qingyuan jade fire to launch a complete attack. By that time, Qingyuan Yuhua can be said to be a killer. Thinking of this, Han Feng made a decision to practice the 4 major martial arts first. The 8 fire vermilion fruits made the Skyfire battle body of the 4 major martial arts break through to the late stage of the first stage, and the other 3 martial arts broke through to the middle stage of the first stage. During this period, it took Han Feng several days. The reason is that Han Feng is dragged by Sunben to discuss with the younger generation of the Sun family during the day, and only at night can Han Feng take free time to practice. Otherwise, Han Feng will be able to finish refining in a day or 2. These days, Han Feng has not cultivated infuriating cultivation. In terms of infuriating cultivation, he is still at the early stage of human level 3 star. However, in terms of comprehensive combat power, Han Feng is much stronger than the previous days. The current Han Feng can even fight against a human level 6 star powerhouse. As long as this human level 6 star powerhouse is not too perverted and has no ability to leapfrog battle, Han Feng can still win or even kill him. A few days later, in the House of Time, Han Feng also raised the Black Flame Chain, Crazy Flame Crit, and Liang 9 treads to a higher level. The House of Time was tripled by Han Feng. It seemed that it was only a few days. In fact, Han Feng had been practicing in the House of Time for more than 10 days. The maddening crit has been able to condense 9 fireballs. Liang Jiutao can also condense the 4 yangs, and the 5 yangs are reluctant, but they are not proficient. The mysterious flame chain has reached the 5th level. Even Han Feng himself felt a little incredible. In the cultivation of martial arts, he was simply incredible. In the end, Han Feng can only attribute the reason to the House of Time. At first, Han Feng simply thought that the House of Time was just a function of adjusting time. It was not until recently that Han Feng practiced in the House of Time many times, and Han Feng suddenly realized that he practiced in the House of Time. His mind was clear, and he was not distracted by any chores. It seemed that all his attention was attracted by martial arts. It feels like it doesn't exist outside. Han Feng guessed that this was probably the reason for the rapid progress of his martial arts practice. After obtaining the follow-up exercises of the Xuanhuan chain, Han Feng learned that the Xuanhuan chain is divided into 13 layers. The first level to the 3rd level is what Han Feng practiced before. The 4th to 6th are condensing 9 chains, 12 chains, and 15 chains, respectively. The 7th to the 9th are condensed 18 chains, 21 chains, and 24 chains, respectively. The 10th to the 12th are condensed 27 chains, 30 chains, and 33 chains, respectively. These 4 levels correspond to the low-level human level, the middle-level human level, the high-level human level, and the top-level human level. The last 13th layer is the low-grade martial arts of the mysterious order, condensing 81 chains into a state of perfection. Han Feng has now cultivated to the 5th level, and can condense 12 chains, which is equivalent to a middle-level human level mid-level martial arts, but if it is combined with ordinary fire, the power will directly increase the power of the bottom human level high-level martial arts. Brother, we have been here for 5 or 6 days. It is estimated that we are about to be wanted outside. It is time to go. On this day, after Han Feng and the younger generation of the Sun family discussed again, Lin Qingshan said this to Han Feng. No, is the Lin family's power so big? Han Feng was a little puzzled. This person's Wuqing is not close to Xuanqing City. Lin Qingshan pondered for a while before saying, the Lin family's power is not as big as you said, but the Lin family is a Xian-level power after all, and most cities will give the Lin family some face, but it's just for face. It's unlikely that the Lin family wants me. For example, if you are wanted in Renwu City, at most you will put up a wanted list at the gate of the city, and it will not be implemented. Even if you find me, it is estimated that no one will run to Xuanqing City in a hurry. But I don't want to be looked at by people with strange eyes. I'm not used to it. Going forward is Xuanhuan City. There will no longer be any face for the Lin family. Let's go to Xuanhuan City. Han Feng understood Lin Qingshan's thoughts and was not used to being noticed. Thinking of Lin Qingshan's original intention to be low-key, but because he was high-profile attracted a lot of attention, Han Feng couldn't help being moved, so he didn't refuse. After saying goodbye, the two left Sun's house and Renwu City. Before leaving, Sun Ben and the younger generation were all reluctant to part. I have to say that Lin Qingshan's guess was correct. Not long after the two left, the wanted for Lin Qingshan arrived. The Sun family, the master of the Sun family looked strange, such an outstanding genius, the Lin family not only does not attract, but pushes out. It is really sick of the brain. I am afraid that the Lin family will not fall down soon. When a family is entangled in internal struggles and excludes dissidents, it means that the family is heading for decline. A strong family, no matter how there are internal contradictions, if you want to keep the family strong, you must attract the talents in the family, and you can't let these talents feel alienated from the family. For example, in the Han family, although some elders are selfish, they have to secretly take some kind of battle for their own backs, but once there is a genius who is valued, they will unanimously choose to cultivate such a genius, and will never give birth to this genius. Kill ideas in the bud. That means severing an arm. Before Han Feng's rise, none of the elders' descendants had stumbled upon Han Feng. But once Han Feng showed his powerful talents, these elders immediately abandoned their prejudice against Han Feng, and even ordered their descendants to make amends to Han Feng. "Father, what should we do?" Sun Ben asked cautiously. Patriarch Sun directly tore the wanted drawing paper open. "What is there to consider? Just treat this as a fart. With Miss Lin's strength and talent shown, the Lin family will be in trouble sooner or later, so why should we get involved?" The same thing happened to the Zhou family and the Wu family. Renwu City was originally a force that was extremely close to the Xian-level city, and it was quite far away from Xuanqing City. The three major families did not give the Lin family much face. Not to mention the three major families of people in Wuqing. Han Feng and Lin Qingshan were staying in a mountain forest. At night, Han Feng looked at the stars in the sky, didn't know what was going on, and thought of the girl again. That kind of strength has made Han Feng very hot until now. "Brother, what are you thinking about looking at your thoughtful expression?" Lin Qingshan unknowingly walked to Han Feng's side and tilted her head. Han Feng touched his head and said, "I'm thinking about the girl from a few days ago." Lin Qingshan was a little lost. "That girl, I remember she said she was from Xingjin City." Han Feng nodded. "Sister Lin, St. Jean City is the imperial city of our great Jin kingdom." "That's right." Han Feng exhaled. "No wonder so young has such strength, but I believe that when I get to that age, it may not be bad." Lin Qingshan snorted and laughed. "Brother, it's good to be ambitious, but you have to do what you can. In my opinion, that girl's aptitude is at least the top 3. You have to catch up with him 800 years earlier." Han Feng was dissatisfied, and said unconvinced, "Sister, you must underestimate me too much." Lin Qingshan slapped Han Feng on the head angrily. "It's not that I underestimate you, that girl is at your age, at least at the peak of the human rank, maybe 11 or 12 stars of the human rank. How many stars are you now? Of course, I also know that you can refine strange spiritual fluids to improve your strength, but if I guessed correctly, that girl should be the disciple of our guardian of the great Jin kingdom, and there will be no shortage of medicinal herbs. From what point of view, you can't catch up with that girl?" Han Feng blinked. "Lord Guardian, who is that?" Lin Qingshan opened her mouth and sighed. "Your Han family background is too shallow, you don't even know this. Let me ask you, what is the situation of our great Jin kingdom in the whole continent?" Han Feng said without hesitation, "Generally speaking, I heard that there are many powerful countries around our great Jin country that are comparable to our great Jin country, and they are eyeing our great Jin country, and in farther places. There are also many countries whose strength exceeds that of our country of Jin." Lin Qingshan nodded with satisfaction and said, "You are right, you see, there are many heavenly rank powerhouses in our great Jin kingdom. Those countries that are stronger than our great Jin kingdom only rely on heavenly rank powerhouses?" Han Feng hurriedly said, "Of course it is beyond the power of the heavens, but I don't know what that realm is." Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes lit up. "Could it be? Yes, that Lord Guardian is a powerhouse that surpasses the heavenly rank, and is the only existence in our great Jin country that surpasses the heavenly level. It is precisely because of the existence of that Lord that our great Jin country can stand until now. If something goes wrong with that lord, our Jin kingdom will be finished, and it will definitely be annexed by the surrounding countries. The lord of our great Jin kingdom and several big heavenly families have great respect for Lord Guardian and dare not offend him. If that girl is a disciple of Lord Guardian, then all kinds of resources will only be more than you, not less than you. How can you compare? Han Feng was dumbfounded and smiled bitterly. But in his heart, Han Feng was even more full of fighting spirit. What if there is a strong person who surpasses the heavenly rank as a teacher? He also has the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. Lin Qingshan was worried that Han Feng had lost his fighting spirit, and immediately comforted him and said, "You don't have to be discouraged, brother. With the strength you have shown now, brother, it is not bad. In the future, you will definitely have a place in the ranks of the strong in the Jin dynasty." Han Feng rolled his eyes in his heart. His eyes were not only in the great Jin kingdom. By the way, Sister Lin, what kind of existence is beyond the heavenly rank? Lin Qingshan slowly shook her head. I don't know, this is not what I can know. I only know that even if there is an existence beyond the heavenly rank, there are highs and lows in the middle, and there is a huge difference between them. I learned from the place where I got the adventure, that those who first entered the existence beyond the heavenly rank have only a lifespan of hundreds of years, and they surpass the heavenly rank. The pinnacle of the existence of the order has a lifespan of thousands of years. Okay, it's too early for us to say this. My purpose, elder sister, is to destroy the Lin family and take revenge. After that, elder sister, I will burn high incense when I can reach the rank of the earth in my life. Brother, you are different, although I don't know what kind of aptitude are you, but just with your strange spiritual fluid, it is enough for you to step into the heavens in your lifetime. With the situation of our great Jin kingdom, the heavenly rank powerhouse is enough for the country to treat it with caution. Sister, I'll go to bed first and change the guard in the middle of the night. After Lin Qingshan left, only Han Feng was left looking at the stars in the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. The night passed quickly, and the next day the two continued to go to Xuanhuan city. After a few days, the two finally arrived. When entering Xuanhuan city, Lin Qingshan was wearing a veil and a cloak, making it difficult to see her specific face. Han Feng knew that this was because Sister Lin didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. You know, there is no shortage of dandies in this world. In other cities, Lin Qingshan naturally didn't mind because of her cultivation, but in Xuanhuan city, she couldn't be careless. Maybe there was a powerful force behind that dude. Xuanhuan city is a Xian level city, and the first-class families in it all have 1 or 2 Xian level 1-star or 2-star powerhouses. Among the top families, the strongest ones have even reached the mysterious rank 3 stars. Han Feng said from Lin Qingshan's side, Sister Lin, according to the information we inquired before, the Xianling auctioneer will not start until a month later, so we came early. Lin Qingshan spread her hands with a look of helplessness. Sister, this is the first time I have come to Xuanhuan city. Since the Xianling auction house has not yet started, let's find a place to live. Then again, why are you breaking through again? Lin Qingshan didn't know what expression to use. She was both relieved and jealous. Along the way, Han Feng began to cultivate human Yuanhua again. After a few days' journey, Han Feng was almost cultivating his infuriating cultivation base, and now he is at the peak of 3-star human rank. Going a step further, it is a mid-level warrior. A month ago, Han Feng was in the late stage of the mere Fangjia. Han Feng just touched his head and smirked. Even Han Feng himself did not expect his strength to progress so quickly. Sure enough, there is no mistake in making this decision. If you simply cultivate in the family, even if the cultivation base is 3-star human, but in terms of martial arts and the 4 inherited martial arts, it will never reach the current level. My current comprehensive combat power, in the Han family, it is also in the upper class. There are not many warriors in the late stage of the Han family, and they are the top warriors of the Han family. 5 or 6-star warriors of the human rank are already among the best among the warriors of the Han family. Although Han Feng's current cultivation base is at the peak of the 3-star human rank, his actual comprehensive combat power has surpassed that of the 6-star human rank. The two randomly found an inn and asked for food. Han Feng said casually, "Little heir, we just came to this Xuanhuan city, and we don't know much about Xuanhuan city. Heir, can you introduce some interesting places?" Having said that, Han Feng gave heir a lot of silver taels. For human-level cities, the role of silver taels is still greater than that of spirit stones. But for Xian-level cities, the role of silver tael is less than that of spirit stones, so you can't be stingy when you give silver tael. If you go to a prefecture-level city, almost all transactions are done with spirit stones, and the same is true for ordinary people. If you give heir some silver taels, it is estimated that heir will be able to sweep the guests out. Heir took the silver taels and saw a lot of them, and his face suddenly smiled sincerely. "This guest officer, you are a warrior, right? If you are a warrior, it would be a waste if you don't go to Xuanhuan Arena once." Xuanhuan Arena? Han Feng was curious. Yeah, Xuanhuan Arena is specially prepared for some loose cultivators, small clans, and guest officials like you. In the Xuanhuan Arena, every warrior can participate in the battle, the early stage of the human level against the early stage of the human level, the middle stage of the human level against the middle stage of the human level, and the late stage of the human level against the late stage of the human level. Every time you win, you can get a lot of spirit stones. If you get 10 consecutive victories, you can also get medicinal pills. The Xuanhuan Arena is jointly run by the Lu family, the Peng family, and the Li family, are 3 major families in Xuanhuan City. It is said that the city lord also intervened in it. The purpose is to find talent inside to win over. Those scattered cultivators, the warriors of the small family, participated in the battle in the Xuanhuan Arena, and the acquisition of spiritual stones and medicinal pills was the second, and the most important thing was to be recruited by the 3 major families. Even if there are no 3 major families, other first- and second-rate families in Xuanhuan City will still watch the game, and it is not bad to be appreciated by these families. I think you can try it, sir. You are from outside. If you don't want to join the Xuanhuan City family, it's good to just get the spirit stone and medicinal pills. No matter how bad it is, you can get some combat experience. This little dude had a lotus-like tongue, and he explained the situation of Xuanhuan Arena in a smooth manner. As soon as Han Feng heard that there were spirit stones and medicinal pills to take, her eyes were so bright that Lin Qingshan looked very funny. Han Feng thought about it and asked, "Little heir, why isn't there a battle between the peak human-level powerhouses?" Lin Qingshan pricked up her ears when she heard this. Heir clapped his hands. "Guest officer, you are joking. What is the status of a peak human rank warrior? Although our top warriors in Xuanhuan City are of the profound rank, the peak human rank is also very valued. Those who are 10 stars and 10 1-star and 12 stars, as long as the family background is innocent, as soon as the cultivation base is revealed, there will be a family to recruit, some powerful, invincible at the same level or able to fight beyond the level, even the Lu family, the Peng family, and the Li family. I can't help recruiting. Why go to Xuanhuan Arena? Guest officer, Xiaoku has to remind you that the battle in Xuanhuan Arena is not a game played by children. There are often cases of injury or even death. Why should a peak human warrior take that risk? Lin Qingshan immediately pouted. Her current spiritual stones are not enough. She was just about to go to Xuanhuan Arena to earn some spiritual stones, and now it seems that it is completely useless. Han Feng gave heir some silver taels again. That's right, now tell me something specific. For example, how many spirit stones can you get for winning a game? After receiving another large sum of spirit stones, Xuanhuan was very excited and said positively, Master Martial Artist, the Xuanhuan Arena is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is the place for the early stage of human-level confrontation, the second is the place for the middle stage battle of human level, and the third is the place for the later stage of human-level battle. There is also a restroom for warriors on each floor. The more battles you win, the better the room will be. If you win 1 game on the first floor, you can get 1 low-medium grade spirit stone. If you win 2 games in a row, you can get 2 low-grade medium grade spirit stones. If you win 3 games in a row, you can get 4 low-grade medium grade spirit stones. Winning 4 games in a row can get 8 low-level spirit stones, and so on. Winning 10 games in a row can get 512 low-level spirit stones. As long as there is a failure in the middle, it must be accumulated from scratch. The number of spirit stones obtained from the second floor is the same as that of the first floor, but they are high-quality, low-grade spirit stones. The number of the third floor is the same, but what you get is high-grade, and low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Han Feng was also elated. Suddenly, Han Feng thought of a question: if you have won 10 consecutive victories on the first floor, can you continue? Xuanhuan shook his head. No, everyone has a record in Xuanhuan Arena. Once they have won 10 consecutive victories, they either leave or break through to the next level, even if a warrior in the early stage of human rank has defeated someone in the middle stage of human rank. Ability, but also must wait until the breakthrough to the mid-level human level, before entering the second layer, to continue the challenge. Han Feng nodded clearly. If a 10-game winning streak continued to fight on the first floor, the 3 major families would have to pay a lot of spirit stones. At this time, Xuanhuan said, of course, you won't be able to enter the next tier without breaking through the 10-game winning streak. In fact, there is also a chance to challenge. The challenger is the warrior on the upper tier. If you win, you will be rewarded with medicinal pills. Everyone has only 1 chance to challenge each layer. This kind of martial artist has always been valued by major families. Oh? Talk about it carefully. Han Feng's mind became active when he heard the medicinal pill. The source liquid that the medicinal pill turned into could increase his strength faster than the spirit stone. Yes, sir, please listen to me. After winning 10 consecutive victories on the first floor, you can challenge the mid-level warriors and win, and you can get the 6th level medicine pill. How much you get depends on how many stars you exceed. 1 more star, for example, if a human level 3 star defeats a human level 4 star, you can get a 6th level medicine pill. The more 2 stars, for example, if a human level 3 star defeats a human level 5 star, or a human level 2 star defeats a human level 4 star, you can get 2 6th level medicinal pills. The 3-star level, for example, a human level 3 star defeats a human level 6 star, or a human level 2 star defeats a human level 5 star, or a human level 1 star defeats a human level 4 star, you can get 4 6th level medicinal pills. The same is true for the second floor, but the pill obtained is level 7. The third floor did not challenge this one project. After listening, Han Feng looked at Lin Qingshan with burning eyes, and it was self-evident that he was going to Xuanhuan Arena. Lin Qingshan said with a smile, "Thank you, Xuanhuan, let's go to Xuanhuan Arena now." Xuanhuan suddenly felt numb all over. This voice is definitely a big beauty. When Xuanhuan came back to his senses, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan had already left the inn. Xuanhuan suddenly looked annoyed. Oh, I haven't seen the real face of that young lady. Xuanhuan Arena. From a distance, it looks like a tall building. Menting is even more powerful and domineering. Around the courtyard, 2 rows of warriors stood, and their icy gazes continued to swept around. Once they found that someone wanted to multiply the Xuanhuan Arena, they would take the initiative and kill the danger in the bud. Lin Qingshan praised in a low voice, "These warriors, if I guess right, should be at least 4 stars of human rank, and they should be from 3 major families. Okay, let's go in. I can't participate. It's up to you to stay in a comfortable room. Han Feng patted his chest. Don't worry, sister, don't you believe my strength? It's just a little kid, let's go home and get milk. An uncle-level figure on the side looked ridiculed. Han Feng frowned, but he didn't expect his words to be heard, and ignored the uncle. Han Feng and Lin Qingshan directly entered the Xuanhuan arena. The uncle at the back had a gloomy face. Another young master of the family with a high self-esteem. Don't let me meet you in the arena, abolishing a family master is my favorite. Tisk, there's that guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Don't think that this uncle doesn't know that she is a woman. Looking at her figure, I can't guarantee that she is still a beautiful woman. If this uncle catches it, hee. This uncle thought he was quiet, but he didn't know that Lin Qingshan, as a late-stage 11-star master of the human rank, could hear it clearly. A flash of killing intent flashed in Lin Qingshan's eyes. Just as she was about to make a move, she thought that this was Xuanhuan City, and now this place was the Xuanhuan arena, so Lin Qingshan had to endure it. Here, there are not many who can beat her, but there are not many. Sister Lin, what's wrong? Han Feng noticed Lin Qingshan's strangeness and couldn't help asking. The two sides met for more than 20 meters, and Han Feng could not hear the words of the wretched uncle. Lin Qingshan took a deep breath. After telling the story, Han Feng looked grim. Sister Lin, don't worry, in the arena, my brother will definitely vent your anger. I learned from Xiao before that the Xuanhuan arena is a mixed bag. Although there are people who are motivated, there are also bastards who are evil and deceive. Unexpectedly, before they officially entered the Xuanhuan arena, they encountered one. The registration desk in Xuanhuan arena. The woman in charge of recording did not show any strange expressions, because of Han Feng's young age and Lin Qingshan's hidden head and tail. After working here for so long, it is not surprising that I have seen many ghosts and snakes. A 14-year-old young boy and a black-veiled woman are still normal. Sir, your situation has been recorded. Han Feng, 14 years old, 3-star human rank. At this time, the woman couldn't help but glance at Han Feng. I don't know what kind of genius he is, but at the age of 14, he is already a 3-star human-ranked person, and his future is boundless. Forget it, I'm just a small recorder. It has nothing to do with me where the genius came from, and it has nothing to do with me in the end. Thinking of this, the woman's face returned to normal. Seeing this, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan showed a trace of satisfaction. The woman looked at Lin Qingshan at this time. This lady, how about you? Lin Qingshan said lightly, I don't participate, I just bring my brother here to experience. There was a flash of surprise on the woman's face. This situation is not uncommon, and there are masters leading the apprentices. The woman handed the blueprint to Han Feng. Mr. Han, we will arrange for you to fight tomorrow, okay? Han Feng asked, is it 1 time a day? The woman smiled and said, it depends on what you mean, sir. If you are not satisfied, you can do it for 2 or 3 days. No, I mean, can you get several battles a day? Han Feng's combat power far exceeds that of the initial stage. On the first floor, Han Feng really doesn't have much desire to fight. Entering the second floor, he is about to break through anyway. This? The woman frowned. Recovery after the battle is very important, and few people will make such a request unless the person is confident in his own strength and self-confidence. Sir, allow me to ask. The woman glanced at the two of them apologetically, then entered a room behind her. It's Xiaoming, what's the matter? An old man put down what was in his hand and asked with a smile. Xiaoming smiled, Senior Zhang, it's like this. The old man Zhang thought thoughtfully, so that's the case, I'll go out and ask. Outside. The old man Zhang looked at Han Feng. are you that kid who has to fight several times a day? It's the junior. Han Feng bowed his head. The old man Zhang immediately persuaded, boy, this battle in Xuanhuan Arena is not your family's play, it will see blood, and if you are seriously injured, you will die. Thank you for your advice, senior, but this junior is confident. Han Feng insisted and shook his head. The old man Zhang was a little unhappy. With his status, it was already a lot of face for him to persuade a kid, but he was rejected. Little guy, you have to be down to earth, but you can't be overconfident and overconfident, that's arrogance. The old man Zhang's tone was already a bit severe. You old guy, it's natural for my brother to know how to be my sister. You just need to arrange it. Lin Qingshan became impatient. In her eyes, this old guy was only 10 stars, and he was still posing in front of her. For the sake of old age, Lin Qingshan wanted to endure it, but this old guy even said that Han Feng was arrogant and even reprimanded him. Sister Lin. Han Feng pulled Lin Qingshan anxiously. After all, this is the Xuanhuan Arena, and it is someone else's territory. The old man Zhang's expression froze. Having been here for so long, no one dared to speak to him like that for a long time. The old man Zhang was about to get angry when Lin Qingshan flashed away and burst out with the aura belonging to the late 11-star human level. It turned out to be a human level 11-star master, the old man. I kicked the iron plate. Han Feng hurriedly said at this time, Senior, the junior is here to apologize to you for my sister. The junior is not arrogant, but has that strength. Well, the junior fights 5 times a day, and the senior can watch from the side. With a little breath, the senior can end the junior's game, and the junior will lose without a fight. Old man Zhang's original intention was indeed to be good to Han Feng, although he was a little annoyed by Lin Qingshan, but he was so strong that old man Zhang could only endure it. Now that Han Feng apologized, the old man Zhang's anger dissipated a lot. The old man Zhang smiled bitterly, well, since that's the case, it's up to you. I'll be watching from the side. The reason why old man Zhang intervened was also because of Han Feng's good talent. He didn't want a genius to die unfortunately on the way. He didn't want to target Han Feng. Miss, I used to have a lot of mood swings for the old man. If you offend the lady, please don't care. Lin Qingshan exhaled, I'm also in a hurry to speak. At this moment, Xiaoming secretly wiped a cold sweat and inserted in the middle, Mr. Han, Miss Lin, I will take you to your room. Xiaoming brought the two of them to a room and said, Mr. Han, maybe your strength is really strong on the first floor, but after all, you have no record, so you can only live in a lower class room on the first floor. When Mr. Han, you have 4, if you win in a row, you can enter the middle room, and if you win 7 in a row, you can enter the upper room. If you can achieve 10 consecutive victories, Mr. Han, you will even be able to enter the special room. These rights are always valid. Even if you leave and come back in the future, you can still live in a room of the corresponding level until you, Mr. Han, enter the second floor. The lower class rooms on the second floor are no less than the first class rooms on the first floor. Entering the lower class room on the first floor, Han Feng immediately covered his nose with his sleeve. There was a lot of dust in the house. As soon as the door was opened, a cloud of dust swayed. Lin Qingshan's mouth twitched, and then she gritted her teeth, Brother, hurry up and fight, this house is not inhabited at all. Xiaoming looked embarrassed. Han Feng waved his hand to let Xiaoming leave, and then started cleaning up with his own hands, sorting out 2 places to sit. Sister Lin, you will be able to change the room tomorrow. This room is not worth our careful cleaning. It's enough to be able to sit down like this now. It will be changed tomorrow anyway. Han Feng said and sat down. There are only 2 people now. Lin Qingshan lifted the veil and rolled her eyes. You men are so careless, I can't do it, get out of the way, I'll clean it up. When it comes to doing housework, women seem to be better than men, and Lin Qingshan will soon be able to clean it up. A hint of warmth suddenly rose in Han Feng's heart. It would be great if it had always been like this. Lin Qingshan's behavior made Han Feng think of a small and warm family. When he was a child in his previous life, Han Feng also experienced such a family. His father went out to work. Mothers do housework and cook at home, each has their own responsibilities, but unfortunately. Brother, what are you thinking? After Lin Qingshan cleaned up, she couldn't help asking when she saw Han Feng in a daze. Han Feng suddenly came back to his senses, a little embarrassed. Hee, nothing. Lin Qingshan knew that Han Feng didn't want to talk, so she didn't ask any more. Front desk. Xiaoming asked Old Man Zhang, Senior Zhang, how do you arrange it? The old man Zhang stroked his beard and said, according to the rules, the first 3 games are 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star early. In the next 2 games, I arranged for him 2 ordinary 3-star peaks, which just happened to let me observe whether that kid was bragging. Even if it is bragging, with the cultivation base of others at the peak of the 3-star level, fighting against the peak of the ordinary human level 3-star peak will not cause any disability or incurable injury. Xiaoming chuckled, Senior, your heart is still so soft. I thought you would arrange 5 3-star peaks for him, and there are more powerful 3-star peak warriors to retaliate against him. Old Man Zhang snorted coldly, Old man, I'm not that bad yet. Of course, this is also the guy with clear eyes, not like a liar, and gave me the old man's steps to go down. If the old man bothers that kid again, it will mean that the old man is ignorant and stubborn. The time of the night passed. On the second day, Xuanhuan Arena became noisy again, and various battle cries rang out in the battle hall. Early Senior. Han Feng saw Old Man Zhang and said hello. The old man beckoned, Boy, after 3 battles, you have to fight 5 times in a row. Warm up in advance. Han Feng smiled without saying a word. In the early stages of a mere few people, it was nothing at all. Seeing this, Old Man Zhang moved in his heart, maybe this kid is really powerful. Lin Qingshan quietly followed behind Han Feng, the veil covering her beautiful face again. Han Feng was in the background, looking at the arena in the battle hall. The 2 sides of the battle were 2 stars of human rank. The 2 of them came and went. In the end, a man in a blue shirt prevailed slightly and won the victory. Next, the second and third. These 2 battles are very intense in the eyes of ordinary people or ordinary warriors, but in Han Feng's view, they are very boring. It's your turn. The old man Zhang's voice suddenly sounded, and Han Feng walked into the arena from the backstage with a calm expression. As soon as Han Feng appeared, there was an uproar around him. Han Feng was too young. How strong can he be at such an age? For a while, many people were disappointed, thinking that there was almost nothing to watch in this game. Some warriors who use the game to gamble, because they don't know much about Han Feng, they don't rashly set any bets. On the audience stage, a certain middle-aged man squinted his eyes. It turns out that his name is Han Feng. It's better to lose, otherwise I'll let him know that this arena, not just any kid can come. This middle-aged man is the wretched Uncle Han Feng and Lin Qingshan met yesterday. Please. Please. In the arena, both Han Feng and the other party saluted, and the other party suddenly attacked. It was a sneak attack. Han Feng's expression remained the same. The opponent attacked quickly and went back even faster. In the blink of an eye, he flew backwards and fell off the stage. What happened? Why did that kid suddenly fall off the stage? It won't be a fake fight. How is it possible? Xuanhuan Arena will not fake fights. There must be something we haven't seen clearly. The low-strength warriors talked a lot. Some high-strength warriors explained, it's this kid who moved too fast and kicked the opponent away at once. Judging from the speed of this kid, it should be a 3-star warrior. What? 3-star human, this kid isn't even 15 years old, right? Which family's young master ran out again? The middle-aged man on the other side had a livid face. Damn, why did our warriors from civilians work so hard to reach the middle stage of human rank, and these little bastards with family support can easily achieve it? I'm not convinced. The middle-aged man roared in his heart, full of jealousy. Soon, the middle-aged man had a bad idea in his heart and turned to leave. Yo, isn't this the Daniel Fu from the second floor? Why did he come to the first floor? It was the two twin brothers on the first floor who greeted Fu Daniel. Pan Wen and Pan Wu. Daniel Fu snorted, I'll give you a deal, do you want to do it? Pan Wen sneered, let's fight those talented youngsters, for you again? Well, I did it, but this time the price has increased, and it's 100 middle-grade low-grade spirit stones. It shouldn't be difficult for you. Although Fu Daniel was dissatisfied in his heart, 100 middle-grade low-grade spirit stones were really nothing to him, so he did not refuse. After taking the lincture, Pan Wu counted it greedily, and then he wondered, I said Fu Daniel, when will you be jealous of your family's juvenile genius? The genius boy you are now letting us deal with has a more and more background. The deeper it gets, if it wasn't for the Xuanhuan arena, our two brothers might have been retaliated by now. What is the background this time? Fu Daniel said coldly, don't worry, you are not from Xuanhuan City, you don't need to worry about the follow-up troubles. Xuanhuan Arena is in charge of the three major families of Xuanhuan City. Even if the forces behind the kid come to take revenge, the three major families will not agree, otherwise the three major families will lose face. When Pan Wen and Pan Wu heard the words, they immediately felt relieved. After the two sides communicated, Pan Wen and Pan Wu walked towards the backstage exit of the arena with wild smiles. Arena ground. The referee said loudly, in the first game, Han Feng won, and in the next game, Han Feng played. It's this kid again, does this kid have to fight twice a day? What's the matter? People are 3-star people. According to the rules, this second game is only 2-star people. People can handle it naturally. Facing the second opponent, Han Feng still smashed him out of the field with one move. In the second game, Han Feng won, and in the next game, Han Feng played. The onlookers began to discuss again. This time, it's not that simple to deal with a 3-star human. The result is indeed not simple. The three moves were beaten down by Han Feng. Many warriors' eyes on Han Feng changed. This kid may be a relatively powerful existence in the same level. Maybe he can win 5 or 6 consecutive victories on the first floor, or even 6 or 7 consecutive victories. Higher up. These warriors dare not think about it. It should be noted that those who have won 8 and 9 consecutive victories on the first floor have the combat power of a 4-star warrior of the human level. Although they cannot win, they will not lose too ugly. The third game, Han Feng won, and the next game, Han Feng played. Immediately, the warriors in the audience stage made a sensation. 4 games in a row, this kid is amazing. 3 games in a row, I'm afraid I'll lose the 4th game. A jealous martial artist said jealously. It's hard to say, this kid basically didn't consume much in the first 3 games. Backstage, the old man laughed and scolded, this kid really didn't talk big, maybe he can really win 10 consecutive victories in 2 days and break the record. Xiaoming's eyes were also rolling around, this Mr. Han does not know which force he is from. If this goes on, it is estimated that the 3 major families will notice him. I don't know which one he will choose. Lin Qingshan looked proud. This time, the 2 of you came and I played dozens of tricks, and in the end, Han Feng was slightly better and won. Han Feng was very satisfied, very good, just relying on ordinary tricks to win, the true energy in my body is solid, I'm afraid it is comparable to the peak of the 4-star human level. In the 4th game, Han Feng won, and in the next game, Han Feng played against Bai Lai Lai. The warriors in the audience were first surprised that Han Feng had to fight 5 games in a row, and then they were surprised that Han Feng was fighting against Bai Lili. 5 games in a row, and now I have the courage. If I win 5 games in a row, this kid's reputation on the first floor is estimated to have been completely launched. It is impossible to win, that Bai Lili is the top 3-star human rank, and has a record of 5 consecutive victories. According to a late-ranking senior, this Bai Lili is very likely to have a record of 6 or even 7 consecutive victories. How old is this kid called Han Feng? Arena ground. Han Feng and Bai Lili face each other far away. Please. Please. After the two behaved politely to each other, Bai Lili's feeling for Han Feng immediately changed. Before, Bai Lili looked like a handsome young man, but now he is a devil who eats people. Full of evil spirits swelled around Bai Lili. This Bai Lili has obviously killed people, and quite a few. If Han Feng really grew up under the protection of his family, he might not be able to stand with his legs trembling at this moment. Unfortunately, Han Feng is not. These evil spirits have no influence on Han Feng in the slightest. Han Feng squinted slightly and let out a low drink. His true chi burst out at the peak of the 3-star human rank, and the same killing intent permeated out, and the surrounding audience felt cold all over. Old man Zhang's eyes in the backstage were round and round. I've lost my mind, I've completely lost my mind. This kid also came from battle after battle. Han Feng may have experienced few life and death battles, but it is no longer comparable to teenagers who have not experienced life and death battles. Bai Lili was shocked. It seems that the evil spirit can't deter him, then. Xuanhuan palm. The strong evil spirit condensed in Bai Lili's palm and waved it out instantly. Mysterious flame chain. 9 chains burst out of the air, breaking Bai Lili's Xuanhuan palm in an instant. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Bai Lili vomited blood and flew out of the arena. The audience around was stunned. This Bai Lili was much stronger than the previous 3-star peak, but it turned out to be not as good as the previous warriors. He was defeated in one move, and he spit out so much blood, which was even worse than the previous warriors. The 5th battle, Han Feng won. Congratulations to Mr. Han for his 5-game winning streak. The referee's excited voice sounded. On the audience stage, many warriors puffed up their palms. It's amazing, where did this kid come from? With this strength, I'm afraid that 9 consecutive victories will be easy, and it is estimated that 10 consecutive victories are also possible. That's right, this kid must have the strength far beyond the human level 3-star. The martial skills are also very profound. Before I saw it, I fought dozens of tricks with the last human level 3-star peak. As a result, when the martial skills in this battle came out, Bai Lili was instantly seconds away. Han Feng's 5 refreshing battles made the warriors in the audience respect Han Feng. No matter where you are, the strong are respected by warriors, regardless of the warrior's age and gender. Backstage, a trace of complexity flashed across the face of a man who was healing, so I don't even have the ability to use his martial arts. This man is Han Feng's opponent in the 4th battle. Han Feng walked down the arena to the backstage amid the excited applause of a group of warriors. The old man Zhang stood up and clapped his hands violently. Han boy, you really amaze me. You have a 5-game winning streak on the first day, which is absolutely rare in our Xuanhuan arena. I hope you can really 10 consecutive victories in 2 days. That definitely broke the record of our Xuanhuan arena. Han Feng said to himself, Senior, don't worry. Lin Qingshan rolled her eyes in her heart. The overall strength is more than 6 stars of human rank. If you can't even win 10 consecutive victories, you should go home and sleep. There are also many early-stage warriors in the background, and they all make way for Han Feng at this moment. Han Feng and Lin Qingshan came out. Han Feng frowned, only to see 2 similar youths in front of him blocking him. One of the youths played with taste, are you Han Feng? Han Feng looked directly at the young man without a trace of timidity. Yes, who are you? My name is Pan Wen, I want to have a match with you in the arena, what do you think? There was a strange look on Han Feng's face. He didn't even know who Pan Wen was, and it was only his first day here, but now he was challenged. There must be something tricky about this matter. Perhaps Pan Wen regarded the weirdness on Han Feng's face as a rejection, but there was nothing he could do. When Pan Wen stimulated those young geniuses in the past, he was rejected at first. Without knowing the details of the opponent, no one will accept the challenge at will. However, Pan Wen smiled in his heart, these arrogant family geniuses have never been provoked, and the arrogance in their hearts makes people laugh, as long as I am provoked. Thinking of this, Pan Wen deliberately showed a contemptuous smile on his face. What? Could it be that your excellency is not afraid? With this courage, you should go home and find your mother. Ha ha ha. Pan Wen and Pan Wu on the side laughed out loud, but both of them paid attention to Han Feng's performance without a trace. This time, the weirdness on Han Feng's face became even better. Two idiots, they deliberately laughed so cheaply, don't they just want me to accept it? Han Feng doesn't know why these two guys are targeting him, but two people are only 3-star, and they have the ability to leapfrog challenge. In front of his current strength, he is nothing. At the moment, Han Feng shakes his hands, it doesn't matter, let's do it with you. I'll have 5 consecutive battles tomorrow. If you want to challenge me, go and talk to Miss Xiaoming, who arranged the battle, at the front desk. Huh? Pan Wen couldn't help frowning. Han Feng's performance was beyond Pan Wen's expectations. Shouldn't he be angry? This indifferent attitude, how could he really get angry? And the 5 consecutive battles also shocked the two of them. They only learned about Han Feng and Lin Qingshan's appearance from Fu Dania's mouth, but they were not very clear about Han Feng's battle today. What are you doing? A voice mixed with anger sounded. Old man Zhang had already walked over from behind, and Xiaoming was passing through. Senior Zhang. Pan Wen and Pan Wu are even more surprised now. How could the senior appear here, and depending on this situation, it seems to have something to do with their goals. The two cursed in their hearts, damn Fu Daniel, you can kill the two of us. Pan Wen showed a far-fetched smile, so it's Senior Zhang, why are you here? The old man Zhang stared, where is the old man going, do I still have to report to you? Go where you should go. Pan Wen and Pan Wu are naturally the only ones to leave. After the two left, the old man Zhang said, Boy Han, how did you get on these two brothers? Han Feng rubbed his head in distress, Senior, the kid doesn't know either. He intercepted me inexplicably, and said he wanted to challenge me to teach me a lesson. The old man Zhang said with a bah, it is estimated that it is that bastard Fu Daniel again. Fu Daniel? Han Feng looked at old man Zhang suspiciously. The old man Zhang explained, Fu Daniel was born in a commoner in Xuanhuan city, and was bullied by the children of the big family when he was a child. Therefore, after becoming a warrior, Fu Daniel was very targeted at the children of the big family, and even his psychology was distorted. Yes, he doesn't like it. Our Xuanhuan arena also has many children from big families who come to experience it. As a result, as long as the background is not too deep, they will be bullied by him. Many geniuses are so stimulated and become mediocre. Up to now, the children of the small family have basically not come, and the children of the big family, Fu Daniel, are not stupid and dare not target them. Speaking of this, the old man Zhang was a little helpless. Although Fu Daniel's practices are a bit over the top, the arena is a sword without eyes, and our steward of Xuanhuan arena can't say anything, otherwise if this Fu Daniel spreads outside. Rumors that our Xuanhuan arena favors big families and ignores their commoners will also affect the reputation of our Xuanhuan arena. You guys are probably hated by Fu Daniel. Lin Qingshan said lightly, when we came, we met a wretched middle-aged man who looked like This person is Fu Daniel. The old man slapped his leg. That's right, it's him. Han Feng, so that's the case, but we didn't say that we are children of a big family. The old man Zhang rolled his eyes. Look at the clothes on your body, you know that you are not civilians, and you are from civilians. How can you have the strength of your kid at the same age? Boy, do you want me to refuse? As long as I refuse, the two Pan brothers will not be able to fight you. Han Feng hurriedly waved his hand. No, there were so many people watching around before. If I didn't fight those two people in the end, others would think I was afraid of them. The old man Zhang nodded. Yes, those two brothers have won 9 consecutive victories. You have to be careful. Tomorrow I will arrange 3 weaker people with 3 stars, and the last 2 will be them. The two Pan brothers are gathering information on Han Feng at the moment. Can a person who can attract the attention of old man Zhang be a simple person? In the end, the record of Han Feng's 5-game winning streak was known to the two of them. Pan Wu scolded, that Fu Daniel, let us target Han Feng, but he didn't even tell us about Han Feng. 5-game winning streak, and Bai Lai Lai was hit hard by 1 blow. This strength definitely has the ability to leapfrog challenge. It won't take long for a new 9-game winning streak or even 10-game winning streak master. Pan Wen's face was also very ugly. The words had been said, and there were a lot of people at the time. If we back off, we won't have to mess around in Xuanhuan Arena in the future. We left Xuanhuan Arena. Those who have been bullied by us in the past will not let us go. This time, we must fight, and we can only win and not lose. Let's go to Fu Daniel and ask him to give us an idea, and the remuneration will also be increased, at least doubled. 2nd floor. After listening to Fu Daniel, he punched down, and with a bang, the ground was cracked. Daniel Fu had a stern face. Is this the gap between the children of the big family and the commoners, bastard? The two brothers of the Pan family disagreed. This Fu Daniel was already twisted in his heart. Even civilian warriors, some of them are not necessarily worse than the children of the big family. The key also depends on your own efforts. If this blessed Daniel was devoted to his cultivation, he might have been a late-stage martial artist by now, but he was only used to attacking the children of the big family. He was warned, and he blamed the children of the big family for protecting each other. After breaking through to the late stage of the human level, the children of the big family have to think about it if they want to warn. Pan Wen complained in his heart. In short, it means that the cultivation of Fu Daniel was not used on punctuality. The first update on the shelves, asking for flowers. Fu Daniel pondered for a long time. His face was gloomy and uncertain, and after a long time, Fu Daniel gritted his teeth. In this way, I will give you a magic weapon, so that the probability of your victory will be greatly increased. Spirit weapon. Pan Wen and Pan Wu looked at each other. Although Xuanhuan City is a Xian-level city, there are also 3-star powerhouses, but even so, it is not a mere 6-star person who can possess a spiritual tool. If it is said that it is the Lu family, the Pang family, and the Li family, it is still possible. It would be impossible for the Daniu who came from the common people, unless. The enthusiasm of the two suddenly diminished. Sure enough, Fu Dingyao said in his mouth, this is a low-grade spirit weapon Luyun hammer that I accidentally found on Taobao Street. I also know that this low-grade spirit weapon is not very valuable, so it is better than ordinary weapons. But no matter how worthless it is, it can slightly increase the attack power of the early human-level warriors. As long as you can exert the power of the Luyun hammer well, the two of you can't win that kid? Hearing this, Pan Wen nodded slightly. Indeed, okay, then we will take the Luyun hammer first. After winning 5 consecutive victories, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan moved to the middle room. The middle room is much cleaner and bigger than the lower room. The lower class room is only 12 square meters, and the middle room has more than 40 square meters. Lin Qingshan lay on the bed. You don't have to endure the filth of the lower classroom anymore, brother. We must win 10 consecutive victories tomorrow, so that we can live in the upper classroom. The first classroom can be close to 100 square meters, and it is more than enough to arrange 2 large beds. Sister Lin, don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint you. Lin Qingshan sat up abruptly. Brother, it stands to reason that you should have made a breakthrough too. Why are you not in a hurry now? Han Feng chuckled. Sister Lin, you forgot to challenge the middle stage of human rank to win, but there are rewards, and it is a 6th level medicinal pill. If I break through to the 4-star human rank now, and step into the middle stage of the human rank, I will not have this benefit. Tomorrow I will get a 5-game winning streak, and I will challenge the day after tomorrow. After the challenge, I will make a breakthrough. Really treacherous. Lin Qingshan said with a smile. Han Feng smiled and said nothing. Soon, the time of the day passed. The second day was also the third day that Han Feng and Lin Qingshan came to Xuanhuan City. In the backstage of the first floor arena, the early stage warriors who are going to fight this day gather here. Some of these warriors looked at Han Feng with awe, but also some with suspicious eyes. The front are all warriors who have seen Han Feng fighting yesterday, and the latter are warriors who have not seen the scene of Han Feng fighting, but have just heard about it from other people. For these warriors, Han Feng's record is a bit exaggerated, so these warriors are skeptical. However, these warriors are not fools, and they did not provoke Han Feng because of doubts in their hearts. Mr. Han, Miss Lin. A gentle voice came from behind Han Feng. The two turned around, and Han Feng immediately waved, Sister Xiaoming, Senior Zhang. The old man smiled and nodded. When the warriors who were still a little skeptical saw this, they immediately believed most of them. Didn't they see even Senior Zhang coming? The group walked to the front of the backstage, and the old man Zhang suddenly said with a mysterious smile, Han boy. Do you know that the battle between you and the Pan brothers this time is related to the wealth of many people? If it is not good, some people will lose their money. Han Feng looked at the old man puzzled. Senior, what do you mean? Why can't I understand? It's up to me. Xiaoming interrupted at this time. In our Xuanhuan arena, some warriors saw business opportunities and businessmen united, and set up a gambling meeting here, allowing the audience on the audience stage to gamble, and the bet on the warrior you are optimistic about. If you bet right, you will be able to make a fortune. If you bet wrong, you will lose a lot of money. These bettors don't start casually. Some battles with disparities in strength will not be waged by the bettors. Only when the strength is similar, and the winning or losing is confusing, the gambling will start. Mr. Han, although you have just joined the Xuanhuan arena, you have completed a 5-game winning streak in one day, and your strength is naturally recognized by those who gamble. And Pan Wen and Pan Wu are at the top of the 3-star human rank with 9 consecutive victories on the first floor. They have combat power close to the 4-star human rank, and their strength is not bad. Mr. Han, the comparison between you and the Pan brothers is a little vague. Even the bettors know that you are powerful, and they don't know who can win between you and the Pan brothers. With such a confusing result, how can I bet that I can't grasp it? Han Feng smiled wryly. It turned out to be the case. Rubbing his head, Han Feng said sullenly, Sister Xiaoming, what is the percentage of the victory between the two brothers Pan and I? 3-2. The third is the Pan brothers, and the second is you, Mr. Han. Lin Qingshan snorted coldly. So, most people are not optimistic about my brother, but the two Pan brothers. Xiaoming nodded. The old man Zhang laughed. Miss Lin, if you are not satisfied, can you make a bet yourself? If Han Xiaozi wins, you can also get a lot of spirit stones. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, Sister Lin, I just took this opportunity to win. Lin Qingshan's heart was moved. He really lacked the spirit stone now. When he reached his strength, he had to be a top low-grade spirit stone to improve her strength a little. The first-class spirit stones have little effect on her. If Lin Qingshan can absorb the middle-grade spirit stone, Lin Qingshan's strength will be greatly increased. Unfortunately, as a human-level warrior, even if Lin Qingshan has reached the late 11th star, it is impossible to absorb the spiritual energy in the middle-grade spirit stone. Brother, do you want to bet on yourself? Lin Qingshan had already made a decision, and then asked Han Feng. Han Feng thought for a while, and took out his few remaining middle-grade and low-grade spirit stones, and 500 high-grade low-grade spirit stones. Sister Lin, I'll leave it to you. Old man Zhang stroked his beard and said, add the old man's, but Miss Lin, you can't mention the old man's name. Lin Qingshan nodded to show that she knew, with the status of old man Zhang, once he chose who, he basically judged the result. If they all chose Han Feng, they would not make any money. Xiaoming also stepped in. Gambling place. A group of warriors were discussing. Hey, that's all I have, and I bet Han Feng. Han Feng? Although that kid has a 5-game winning streak, the two Pan brothers are not bad. I bet on the two Pan brothers. Haha, don't I have a little money left? It doesn't matter if I lose. If I win, I can make a fortune instead. There are many similar words. After all, the Xuanhuan arena had a large audience, and the audience who watched Han Feng's battle last time were only a small part of the audience. Those who have seen Han Feng fighting, basically chose Han Feng. But for those who haven't seen it, only a small number of them listen to the narratives of other warriors and plan to fight, and most of them chose the Pan brothers. Miss, who do you want to bet on? How much? Lin Qingshan said lightly, betting on Han Feng, this is the money I bet on. Hiss. After accepting it, the secretary of the gambling club took a deep breath and said, oh my god, there are 30 top-grade low-grade spirit stones, more than 200 top-grade low-grade spirit stones, more than 700 high-grade low-grade spirit stones, 100 top-grade low-grade spirit stones. Multiple low-grade spirit stones. These are the spirit stones gathered by Han Feng, Lin Qingshan, Old Man Zhang and Xiaoming. The crowd was also silent. This is really a big deal. This, miss, are you sure? Lin Qingshan said coldly, are you sure, is it done? Okay. Lin Qingshan turned around and left. Only the many warriors who were left in the same place were still talking about it. But this time, it was Lin Qingshan and the large sum of spirit stones who were talking about it. Backstage in the arena, when the battle was about to start, the Pan brothers also walked in. Pan Wen pointed at Han Feng, thumbs down, and then made a movement of cutting his neck, extremely arrogant. The old man Zhang smiled and said in a low voice, I'm here to exert psychological pressure on you. You can't bear it psychologically. Maybe you're really scared. It wasn't like this when Pan Wen fought before. It seems that the Pan brothers were also frightened by your record. Han Feng smiled and replied, this means is not enough. At this time, Han Feng's name was already called out in the arena. The first test of the Korean style on this day is about to start. Han Feng. Han Feng. Han Feng. As soon as Han Feng appeared on the stage, many warriors shouted loudly in the audience. Han Feng was happy in his heart. He also had fans in the 5 battles yesterday. This Han Feng's opponent is a young man who is between teenagers and youth. He is only about 17 years old. He is obviously a relatively good family member in Xuanhuan City. Aoki Palm. Mysterious Flame Chain. One move is the winner. Then the second and third games were the same, and no 3-star peak of the human rank could hold on to the second move in Han Feng's hands. Soon, it was the 4th battle. Han Feng versus Pan Wen. Pan Wen's face was much more solemn at the moment. Han Feng's neat battle just now made Pan Wen put away his suspicions that Han Feng's 5-game winning streak was tricky. These two finally met, I bet on Pan Wensheng, but looking at Han Feng's previous battle, this time, it is estimated that Han Feng will win. The warrior who bet on Pan Wen was a little frustrated. This warrior didn't see Han Feng's battle yesterday. He heard everything from other people, so he didn't really believe in Han Feng's strength. The battle between the two brothers Pan Wen and Pan Wu, the warrior was betting on these two. Personal. But now when he saw Han Feng's battle, the warrior was annoyed. A martial artist next to him smiled and said, "This dude doesn't need to be sad, I am very optimistic about Han Feng. Can I still bet Han Feng to bet on Lingshi back? Today, I bet all Han Feng wins. As long as I win again in 2 games, I can earn more than 100 middle-grade low-grade spirit stones." Hearing this, the martial artist rolled his eyes and said with some jealousy, "It's quite easy to say, I don't know when this kid will break through to the 4-star human rank and enter the 2nd floor. The 4-star human rank is at the bottom of the 2nd floor. It would be nice for him to win 2 or 3 in a row." Soon, the warrior laughed again. "Even if Pan Wen will lose, Pan Wen is a warrior with 9 consecutive victories, and Han Feng won't be too easy to win. Pan Wu's strength is not weaker than Pan Wen, maybe Pan Wu in the 5th match win. As long as Pan Wu wins, I won't lose." The warrior, who bet against Han Feng, won't say anything anymore. Pan Wen and Pan Wu are indeed top 3-star warriors on the 1st floor. Even the warrior who bet Han Feng wins, they don't dare to say that Han Feng can easily win. Arena ground. With the referee's order, the battle between Han Feng and Pan Wen has begun. Pan Wen looked at Han Feng cautiously, his muscles tense. On the contrary, Han Feng was still the same as before, standing there lazily, as if he didn't pay attention to Pan Wen at all. Pan Wen's anger gradually burned in his heart, but when Pan Wen was about to attack, he was shocked to find that Han Feng had no shortcomings at all. He was locked by a blast of air. Han Feng stood there without any flaws, at least for Pan Wen. Pan Wen's face changed, and he circled around Han Feng, his face covered in cold sweat. "It's a waste of time." "That's right, admit defeat if you don't compare." "Pan Wen, teach us a good lesson for the new rookie." "Han Feng, we are optimistic about you, don't let us down." The warriors above the audience became impatient. They came to watch the battle, not to watch Pan Wen move back and forth. Fans of Pan Wen and Han Feng are also attacking each other and shouting. On the venue, the more the audience shouted, the greater the pressure on Pan Wen, and the closer he got to Han Feng, the more Pan Wen felt that Han Feng was unfathomable. Pan Wen couldn't get off the stage. At this time, Han Feng's playful voice sounded, "Pan Wen, I'm waiting for you to take action. If you don't take action, I will take action." Pan Wen's face was grim. "Arrogant boy, the golden horn strikes." Pan Wen was obviously a metallic warrior, and the rich metallic infuriating energy condensed in Pan Wen's hands to form a golden cone. Pan Wen's entire body suddenly vacated and rotated, and the golden cone made a humming sound. Like a small tornado, Pan Wen fell from the sky with the aura of a fish dying and a net breaking. Mysterious flame chain. Han Feng gave a low drink, and 9 chains spun around Han Feng. Bang! The rotating golden cone collided with the mysterious flame chain, and a harsh friction sound suddenly sounded. Golden and red rays of light are constantly flying around. Suddenly, Han Feng's black flame chain had a tendency to rush towards the surroundings. The golden pointed cone stagnated, and the next moment, accompanied by the red light of the mysterious flame chain, the golden pointed cone shattered. "What?" Pan Wen screamed and flew out. Beside Han Feng, 9 chains twisted in the air with their teeth and claws. The next moment, these chains exploded away. "Oops." Pan Wen finally got up and saw the scene of 9 chains attacking. At the moment, Pan Wen waved his palms, and the golden bell covered Pan Wen inside. "Break me." Han Feng gave a cold drink, and the sound of clicking sounded. Pan Wen's face changed greatly. This is a high-level defensive martial arts skill of the low-ranking human level. I have practiced it for more than a year, and it is already in the realm of great achievement. How could it be broken so easily? Could it be? Pan Wen's heart set off a storm. Unless the martial skill displayed by the opponent has reached the middle-rank human rank, and it is a good middle-rank human rank, and he has also cultivated to the realm of minor achievement. Pan Wen is extremely jealous of Han Feng's perception at this moment. How old is he? But now is not the time to think about it. Pan Wen immediately took out the meteor hammer and slammed it down. Bang bang. The red air mass bombarded out, like a burst of ripples, constantly spreading around. The huge impact force constantly acts on the mysterious flame chain and the meteor hammer. Han Feng felt the impact of the mysterious flame chain to himself, and could not help frowning. The impact of the wrist was dissipated. The wind can easily dissipate these impacts. Pan Wen was not so lucky. The impact spread along the meteor hammer to Pan Wen's hands. Pan Wen's hands were numb, and he almost couldn't hold the meteor hammer. Looking at the meteor hammer, there were already a few cracks where it collided with the mysterious flame chain. Pan Wen couldn't help scolding in his heart. Low-level spiritual tools are really junk. According to the general situation, medium and low-grade spirit tools are the most suitable spirit tools for early human-level warriors. A trace of impatience flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Han Feng had already seen that Pan Wen had indeed reached his limit, and it would be a waste of time to tease him any further. On the basis of the 9 chains, 3 more chains appeared, making a total of 12 chains. 12 chains hugged into a group and swept out with the momentum of thunder. Meteor hammer. Pan Wen was horrified. Damn, this kid didn't use all his strength before. Han Feng's fighting strength greatly shocked Pan Wen. With such strength, fighting on the first floor is simply bullying. Clack clack. The crisp sound continued to sound, and under the attack of 12 chains, the meteor hammer in Pan Wen's hand was finally completely broken and became a complete waste. 12 chains passed through Pan Wen's body and limbs, blood dripping, and shrill screams resounded throughout the arena, and the warriors in the audience were horrified. Regarding Pan Wen, Han Feng has already gone to understand some of the situation. It can be said that Pan Wen has done a lot of evil things on behalf of Fu Dinyo, and there are many people who have been maimed by Pan Wen. Although Han Feng is not a ruthless person, he can if he offends Han Feng will not show mercy, especially if this person is not a good person. Regarding Pan Wen's tragic situation, the referee didn't say anything. There have been too many such things, and the referee has already become numb. In the 4th battle, Han Feng won. The next 5th battle, Han Feng vs Pan Wu. I abstain. Pan Wu shivered when he saw his brother's end. When he heard that it was his turn to fight, he suddenly lost the courage to fight. He shouted abstention, and then went on stage and carefully hugged his brother, and rushed out immediately. Find a therapist. The audience was silent this time, and there was no booing or contempt. The audience were all warriors. Even if some of them were not strong, their eyesight was not bad. Many audiences could see that Han Feng and Pan Wen's combat power is no longer on a level. So far, Han Feng has won 10 consecutive victories on the 3rd day of entering Xuanhuan Arena. It was a record, and we actually witnessed a new record. Damn, I'm so excited, 10 consecutive victories in 10 battles in 2 days. This record is estimated that no one will break it in recent years. Cut, what is crazy, and if you break the record again, it's not a 3-star human rank. In Xuanhuan City, a 3-star human rank is a piece of shit. When he breaks through to a 4-star human rank, he will be the bottom one on the 2nd floor. In a few months or a few years, don't even think about making a big name on the 2nd floor. Many audience martial artists, some admired Han Feng, and naturally some were jealous and uttered evil words. Han Feng didn't pay attention to this at all. After winning 10 consecutive victories, Han Feng went directly to the backstage. At this time, all the warriors in the background are not only respectful, some of them are slightly weaker, and they don't even have the courage to look at Han Feng, even if they are rude to offend Han Feng. On the spectator stage of the arena, Daniel Fu's face was ashen, and Daniel Fu had never imagined that he had already given the Lu Yun hammer to Pan Wen, but he still lost, even so easily and miserably. "Humph, when it's on the second floor, I will teach you this kid myself, sir." Fu Daniel sneered, got up and left. "Well, you kid, you really didn't brag. Your previous strength is not weak among the 4 stars of the human rank. If the old man is not mistaken, your kid still hides a lot of trump cards." The old man Zhang patted Han Feng on the shoulder again and said excitedly, "Talent, it's a pity not to recruit such talents." However, old man Zhang didn't speak rashly. After all, he didn't know the details of Han Feng, and he needed to observe it slowly. The old man Zhang turned his head to Lin Qingshan and said, "Miss Lin, your younger brother has a bright future." Lin Qingshan was very proud, but said modestly, "The road ahead is still far away." Xiaoming suddenly interrupted, "Mr. Han, do you want to have a challenge?" The old man Zhang reacted and immediately said, "Han boy, let's go to the challenge. With your strength, it is not a problem to challenge the ordinary people to 4 stars. If you win, you will be rewarded with a 6th-level medicinal pill." Han Feng laughed, "Sister Xiaoming, Senior Zhang, even if you don't say anything, I will also challenge." Lin Qingshan smiled and pointed at Han Feng, jokingly said, "Old man Zhang, my brother has been holding on to the 6th-level elixir after the competition without breaking through." Han Feng touched his head embarrassedly. The old man Zhang said with an, "Kid Han, could it be that you are on the verge of breaking through?" "Yes, I can break through at any time now." Han Feng didn't hide it, he said it directly, there was nothing to hide. The old man Zhang stared at Han Feng strangely, "I really don't know what to say about you. 14-year-old 4-star, such talent is rare even among the 3 major families in Xuanhuan City. This evaluation is very high, but Han Feng has seen the late Xuanjia or peak masters at the age of 15 or 16, and his vision has been broadened, so naturally he will not be complacent because of this." Seeing this determination in old man Zhang's eyes, old man Zhang's evaluation of Han Feng was raised again, but what Han Feng said next really made old man Zhang almost curse. "Sister Xiaoming, arrange a challenge for me tomorrow, 3 games, 1 for each of the 4-star human, 5-star human, and 6-star human ranking." Just as Xiaoming was about to agree, her face twitched immediately when she heard the human level 5-star and human level 6-star later. The old man Zhang said with a purple face, "Stinky boy, you just want to praise you, but you can drag it to the sky." Since the establishment of Xuanhuan Arena for so long, there are many with 1 star, but the more 2 stars are extremely high. There are individual ones, almost none of the more 3-star ones, and all of them lost. Han Feng said carelessly, "Senior Zhang, you have to have more confidence in this junior. Besides, this is just a challenge, even if you lose, it's not a shame to lose with a 3-star human rank against a 6-star human rank." The old man Zhang looked at Han Feng angrily, and immediately waved his hand angrily, "Xiaoming, please arrange for this boy, Han boy, I have been busy these days, so I won't accompany you, so don't blame the old man for me." With the last sentence, old man Zhang turned his head to Han Feng. Han Feng smiled, "Senior can accompany you for 2 days. It's already very good for the junior. How can the junior bother you? Sister Xiaoming, can I pick someone to fight by myself?" Xiaoming smiled and said, "Challenge Fu Daniel?" "That's right, we didn't provoke him, but he wanted to trouble me and Sister Lin because of his psychological distortion. He also arranged the matter of the Pan brothers. Without teaching him a lesson, I really thought that I is Sister Lin easy to provoke?" Xiaoming waved, "Okay, I'll make arrangements for you." With your strength, it should be easy to deal with 4 stars. Against 5 stars, Senior Zhang also said that you must have concealed your trump card. It is estimated that 5 stars will not be a big problem for you. Let's do it, 2 games in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. In the morning, we will challenge the human level 4 star and 5 star, and in the afternoon, we will challenge the human level 6 star. How about it? Thank you so much, Miss Xiaoming. Han Feng shook hands again and again. With Han Feng's current strength, it's not too difficult to deal with 6-star human rank one after another, but after all, this is a bit of kindness from Sister Xiaoming, so Han Feng naturally didn't say anything about 6-star human rank that I don't care about. Han Feng and Lin Qingshan changed houses again after taking the low-grade Lingshire of the middle class who had won 10 consecutive victories. Han Feng and the two can be said to be the most frequent warriors in Xuanhuan Arena. The state-of-the-art room is more than 100 square meters, clean and spacious. Lin Qingshan exhaled, this is like a place for people to live. At the same time, Xiaoming also arranged for Han Feng's next battle. As soon as the battle information came out, the first floor was in an uproar. The first day was 5 consecutive battles, and the second day was 5 consecutive battles. Although this third day is not 5 consecutive battles, the targets of the 3 consecutive battles are all mid-level human-level powerhouses. This Han Feng is going to break the record again and again against the sky. In the uproar of many warriors, they immediately asked Xiaoming if it was correct, and what was going on. In this regard, Xiaoming did not say a word except to confirm that the battle was not a fake. The bettor saw a business opportunity again. In the previous gambling battle, it can be said that the people who gambled lost a lot, especially the spirit stone taken by Lin Qingshan, which made the people of the gambling party feel pain. TSK, this topic is even more interesting for the legendary Han Feng to fight against the second-tier warriors. The people who gambled immediately started a gambling battle between Han Feng and the second-tier warriors. As soon as the news was released, many martial artists who were very gambling were betting on the spirit stone. At this time, Han Feng's reputation was not small on the first floor. But even so, apart from the fanatical fans, they do not think that Han Feng can win 3 consecutive victories, including some warriors who admire Han Feng very much. As for those who are jealous of Han Feng, they even preached the slogan that Han Feng must lose, which made the fanatic fans of Han Feng almost fight with them. This made those warriors who were jealous of Han Feng's random news restrained a lot. In the special room, Lin Qingshan went out for a spin out of boredom. After discovering the gambling battle, she immediately put the spirit stone up again, which made the deacon of the gambling meeting look bitter. Last time, this young lady won a lot of spirits. Sure, maybe this time too. After thinking for a while, the deacon of the gambling club shook his head, still not thinking that Han Feng could win 3 straight. Hey, the spirit stone lost today may be made up tomorrow. In a low-level room on the second floor, a certain red-haired young man knew his next battle, and immediately pouted, "You dare to challenge me at the early stage of human level 5-star, I really don't know how death is written?" There was a sudden knock on the door. The door opened, and a blue-haired man with a face similar to the red-haired young man walked in. "Brother, why are you here?" the red-haired man grinned. The blue-haired man frowned and said in a low voice, "Shaolin, this time your opponent is not easy?" The red-haired man called Xiaolin heard the words, and his face became solemn. "Brother, what did you find out?" The blue-haired man told Han Feng's affairs one by one. "What is certain is that this kid definitely has a relatively high level of combat power among the 4-star human beings. And I don't know if this kid is hiding. If so, Xiaolin, you have to be careful. You can't lose this battle. Our Hua family can't lose face." The red-haired young man nodded solemnly. "Brother, don't worry, my younger brother will never disgrace the Hua family." Back then, our Hua family was a first-class family in Xuanhuan City, but now it has fallen, but in the hands of our brothers, we will definitely be able to make the Hua family reborn. Rise and restore to the ranks of first-class families. The blue-haired young man's face softened a little, and he said with a gentle tone, "You are my only brother, nothing is as important as your safety. If you really find any danger, just admit defeat." The red-haired young man was dissatisfied. "Big brother, anyway, I got to the second floor with real materials. Brother, I am not so useless. I want to see how powerful this first floor legend is." "It's a legend on the first tier, but shit on the second tier." At the same time, from a middle room on the second floor, there was a strange laughter that gave me goosebumps. "Quack, you young masters from a big family will become the souls of the young masters." The next day. After the night passed, Lin Qingshan was full of energy. The infuriating energy in the body has improved again, but unfortunately, there is still no breakthrough. It is still in the late 11th star. Han Feng said with a smile, "It's not long before Sister Lin broke through the late stage, so don't worry." Lin Qingshan rolled her eyes. "If I had your speed, I wouldn't be in a hurry." Han Feng was helpless. "Sister Lin, you forgot, I am because of my source fluid. If it weren't for my younger brother, I couldn't refine the top-grade low-grade spirit stone now, and I would have already refined the top-grade low-grade spirit stone source liquid for you." Hearing this, Lin Qingshan waved her hand. "Okay, I know, elder sister will wait for you to break through the middle stage of human rank to refine the source fluid for elder sister." In the backstage of the first floor arena, Xiaoming has been waiting for a long time. Xiaoming stepped forward and explained, "Mr. Han, your first opponent is a warrior named Xuanhuan. At the initial stage of human level 4-star cultivation, as of now, there is only a record of 1 victory in the second floor, which was just not long ago. Step into the second floor. On the first floor, the highest is only 5 consecutive victories." Han Feng touched his chin and said he understood. The highest record of the first tier is 5 consecutive victories, and the second tier has only 1 victory, which fully shows that this young man named Xuanhuan is just an ordinary human-level 4-star warrior. It is said that even if there are people with mid-level martial skills, they are only able to enter the threshold, and they are quite far from the realm of Xiaocheng. The referee's voice sounded excited at this time. "The long-awaited battle has finally begun. Let us welcome today's challenger, our legendary warrior on the first floor, Mr. Han Feng." The referee's voice was not without enthusiasm, as can be heard from the fierce applause of the audience, and the audience also paid attention to the game. Only Han Feng wiped away a cold sweat. "Khan, just by virtue of my 3-star true chi cultivation, I am a legend, and the hat the referee put on me is so high." Feeling ashamed in his heart, but his face was gouging Wubua, while the referee nodded secretly, Han Feng walked slowly to the center of the arena. The referee shouted again with enthusiasm, "Let's welcome the challenger of the second-floor warrior, Mr. Xuanhuan." Pop, pop, pop. This time the applause was not so intense, it could even be described as scattered. The referee's face stiffened, and then he remembered that Xuanhuan's record in the first and second layers was not very good. Not many people knew about this character, and those who knew it didn't pay much attention to this character. Han Feng looked at it curiously, and saw an ordinary-looking young man in plain clothes walking out of the backstage. The referee coughed twice. Cough. Now the referee announced that the battle between the two will officially start now. The voice just fell. Xuanhuan stomped his footsteps to the ground, like a hungry wolf rushing towards Han Feng. Electric wolf fist. Ow. Behind Xuanhuan, the passing thunder and lightning seemed to constitute a pair of thunder and lightning wolves. Faintly, there were wolf howls. Critical strike. Han Feng did not hide, and 9 huge fireballs were thrown out. Bang. In an instant, Xuanhuan was swallowed by the flames. In the flames, a low explosion sounded continuously, and a dark figure was blown out and fell to the ground with a plop. Looking closely, this figure is not Xuanhuan. How miserable. On the audience stage, some warriors exclaimed in surprise. The referee squinted his eyes and nodded slowly. He is not a weak person who can be a referee here. This referee is a late-stage warrior himself. With the referee's eyesight, it is natural to see that Han Feng controlled the force of the explosion. It seemed that Xuanhuan was very miserable, but in fact it was a skin injury. This Han Feng is obviously showing mercy, and it is not easy for people to see. For warriors, sometimes deliberately leaving a lot of merciless flaws is the real insult. There was a smile on the referee's face, but it passed away quickly, and even Han Feng, who was the closest, didn't see it. The first challenge is over, and the winner is our legend, Mr. Han Feng. The referee roared loudly. The audience burst into applause. Han Feng was sweating again, and muttered in his heart, "Can't you just call me a legend? If a mysterious martial artist suddenly comes to this arena and doesn't hate me to death when I hear my title, then I really will." It was an innocent shot. Next is Mr. Han Feng's second challenge recently, the challenged Mr. Xuanhuan. The warriors in the audience broke out into fierce applause again. It is true that the current Xuanhuan's record in the second tier is not very good, and at the best time it is only 3 consecutive victories. But that was also Xuanhuan's own cultivation base, was only the initial stage of human level 5-star. When he was on the first floor, Xuanhuan was also a character with a 9-game winning streak, and he had a lot of fans. It was not until he broke through the middle stage of the human rank and rose to the second floor that the fans gradually dispersed. Han Feng stared at the entrance, and soon, a red-haired young man stepped into the arena with a wicked smile. The game starts. The referee shouted lowly and quickly backed away. Fire Tree Silver Flower. Xuanhuan had seen the situation of Han Feng's battle before, and put away his contempt for Han Feng. Xuanhuan had to admit that the tricks Han Feng showed before were enough to pose a threat to him. Therefore, as soon as he made his move, Xuanhuan unleashed the top martial skill of the low-rank human Xuanhuan. The surging flames ignited with Xuanhuan as the center, and then these flames strangely formed a forest. Huge fire branches with lush foliage. Bang bang bang. It sounded like the sound of cannonballs being fired one after another. The branches of the fire tree swayed, and the flames scattered like silver flowers. Most of the arena is covered by flame silver flowers. The onlookers were stunned, and some of the 5- or 6-star powerhouses nodded slightly in admiration. The fire tree silver flower's attack power is not strong, but it is better than the large coverage area. It is difficult to say outside, but in this limited arena, it is a big advantage. A smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face. "You can't run away now." But then, Xuanhuan's face froze. 9 treads of Liang. At the feet of Han Feng, there were 3 dazzling light groups, like the scorching sun, and there was even a 4th group of light, but the brightness was not as bright as the previous 3 groups. With a flash of bright light, Han Feng instantly disappeared from Xuanhuan's sight. Among the large swathes of flaming silver flowers, Han Feng is like a fish in the water, with ease and comfort. If you know that Han Feng is dodging, but if you don't know, you think that Han Feng is doing an elegant walk. Great footwork. Yeah, looking at the current situation, it is already a mid-level footwork, and I don't know if this is the limit of footwork. If not, this footwork is even higher. No matter how good the martial arts are, it also depends on the comprehension of the martial artist himself. Han Feng obviously has a good grasp of it, otherwise he will not be so easy to do. The warriors were full of admiration, but some warriors raised a key question. Han Feng himself only has a human level 3-star infuriating cultivation base. If he doesn't seize the time to counterattack, and when his infuriating energy is exhausted, Xuanhuan will win. Xuanhuan obviously also thought of such a situation. and his originally anxious state of mind suddenly regained balance. I want to see how long you can hold on? Xuanhuan patiently waited for the moment when Han Feng's true energy was exhausted. But soon, Xuanhuan discovered something was wrong, including the warriors in the audience. I saw the fourth light group under Han Feng's feet. The brightness became brighter and brighter, getting closer and closer to the previous three light groups. Han Feng's speed and dodge increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, this kid actually uses me as a stepping stone to train his footwork. Xuanhuan cursed inwardly. It's amazing, today's young people are getting better and better. An older generation of martial artists in Xuanhuan City sighed. His words were full of admiration for Han Feng, and he dared to exercise his martial skills and footsteps during battle. This courage, not everyone has it. If a bad getting is done, it will lead to failure and death. The other warriors admired Han Feng more and more. What's going on? How can this guy still be infuriated? Xuanhuan waited for a while longer, and when Han Feng's fourth light group reached its culmination, Xuanhuan still didn't see Han Feng's exposed fatigue. Han Feng's infuriating strength is comparable to the 4-star peak of human rank. Ordinary 3-star peaks of human rank may have exhausted his infuriating energy after dodging for so long, but Han Feng will not. Well, it's almost time to exercise, and it's time to end this battle. If it goes on, it's really not good for me. Look, Han Feng has stopped. A warrior called. Everyone immediately stared at it, and sure enough, Han Feng stopped his body in the middle of the large flaming silver flower. Skyfire seal. With Han Feng's low drink, Han Feng's 2 palms moved dreamily, forming 12 handprints. The heavenly fire seal is divided into 9 layers and 108 seals. Now Han Feng has cultivated the heavenly fire seal to the first peak. 12 handprints were formed in an instant. In the past few days, Han Feng has not made a breakthrough, but he is not idle either. All of them are used to cultivate the 4 inheritance martial arts. With the source liquid refined by Huozheguo, Han Feng easily cultivated the 3 of the 4 major heritage martial arts, the Heavenly Fire Seal, Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist and Heavenly Fire Armor to the first peak, and the Heavenly Fire Fighting Body even broke through to the 2nd level. It is weaker than the existence of high-grade martial arts. If it reaches the 2nd peak, it is almost between the top-level human-level martial arts and the top-level human-level martial arts. The huge fire seal stood high, and all the flaming silver flowers were blocked by the Skyfire seal. Then Han Feng reached out and grabbed it, and Tianhuyan lay flat and flew into the sky, then pressed against Xuanhuan. There is no doubt that Xuanhuan will definitely be hit hard if it is compacted this time. The first peak of the Heavenly Fire Seal, but between the top middle-level human-level martial arts and the top-level human-level martial arts, its power is more than the 9 fireballs of maddening crit. Fireworks in a row. Xuanhuan didn't dare to neglect, and immediately dispersed the fire tree silver flower, pushing his palms upward, and 7 flame smoke beads in a row slammed into the Skyfire mark. Essence flashed in Han Feng's eyes. These fireworks are clearly the top martial arts of the middle class, and Xuanhuan's identity is by no means simple. Unfortunately, it has only just reached the realm of Deshang. If I reach the state of perfection, with my current human-level 3-star cultivation base, I can only draw a tie if I don't use the Skyfire battle body. Although Xuanhuan is a 5-star human rank, he is much stronger than Zhou Pa of the Zhou family. No wonder there will be 3 consecutive victories. You know, according to the rules of the Xuanhuan arena, the 3rd battle on the 2nd floor is at least human. The peak of the 5-star level is generally the early stage of the human level 6-star, depending on their luck. The fire seal kept pressing down, and soon, Xuanhuan couldn't hold it anymore. Human level 5-star is really not a strong enemy for today's Han Feng. Broken. Han Feng snorted coldly, and the strength of the fire seal's downward pressure suddenly increased greatly, breaking Hui Yuanlin's fireworks. Ah! Hui Yuanlin supported the fire mark with both palms, but he didn't want to let the fire mark fall. Hui Yuanlin stepped on the ground of the arena with 2 footprints, and the footprints were full of cracks. Han Feng's brows couldn't help but wrinkle, but he didn't expect Hui Yuanlin to be so stubborn, and if he continued like this, he would definitely be hit hard. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the scorching temperature on the fire seal to spread to Hui Yuanlin's hands, and then to his arms. On the audience stage, Hui Yuanzhen suddenly stood up and shouted in his heart, "Admit defeat, admit defeat." Hui Yuanzhen had already seen his brother's injury. On the other side of the audience stage, Old Man Zhang was in it, but at this time Old Man Zhang had a respectful look on his face. Next to the Old Man Zhang sat a handsome man in a brocade robe. Looking at this man, he was not even in his 20s. The Old Man Zhang smiled and said, "Eldest son, what do you think of this boy Han?" The feather fan in the brocade man's hand shook slightly, nodded slightly, and praised, "Yes, this time you have picked a good seedling, but the power behind such a good seedling will not be simple, not even weaker than my Lu family. It is estimated that only it can be drawn, but not recruited. Now I'm curious, how will this kid win the 3rd challenge this afternoon? Just the strength shown now may win, but it will never be easy. Hee, I don't know about the old man, but this kid is indeed very confident. I will wait and see the old man now." Zhang Old Man stroked his beard and said. Arena ground. In the end, Hui Yuanlin couldn't hold it anymore. The Skyfire seal crashed down, Hui Yuanlin vomited blood and fell to the ground. Before the heavenly fire seal exploded, Han Feng stopped in time, otherwise Hui Yuanlin would already be a corpse at this moment. On the audience stage, Hui Yuanzhen stared at Han Feng, his eyes full of cold light. The Hui family is in decline, and there are not many children left. Hui Yuanzhen's own brother is only Hui Yuanlin. Even if he knew that this was the most normal test, Hui Yuanzhen still had killing intent towards Han Feng. But Hui Yuanzhen was worthy of being a 6-star peak martial artist of human rank, so he quickly concealed the killing intent, left the audience, and walked into the backstage to take Hui Yuanlin away. Before leaving, Hui Yuanzhen said coldly, "Han Feng, I'll be waiting for you on the 2nd floor." Han Feng was too lazy to pay attention to this Hui Yuanzhen, and he fought as if he was afraid. Backstage, after Han Feng returned, he sat cross-legged and began to recover his true energy. The warriors in the backstage who wanted to curry favor with Han Feng had to hold back. At this time, Fu Daniel came slowly. Feeling a cold gaze, Han Feng opened his eyes, the eyes of the two collided in the air, there was a faint crackling sound, and a strong smell of fire powder filled the entire backstage. "Boy, challenge me as soon as you come, the uncle will let you know that all of you family members are bullshit in my eyes." Han Fengqi was very happy. "Fu Daniel, you really have a sick mind. With so many family members, why don't you see you bullying those with deep backgrounds? It's not bullying the soft and afraid of the hard. We didn't have a communication set in the first place. You keep looking for trouble with me because of the twisted jealousy in your heart. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I returned that sentence to you just now. In my eyes, you are also bullshit." Daniel Fu's eyes were red with anger, and he said bitterly, "The bastard who will take advantage of his words, I will let you know in the afternoon that the 6-star human level is not comparable to a 3-star human level like you." After speaking, Fu Daniel turned around and left, and Han Feng closed his eyes without caring and continued to recover his true energy. Not long after, Lin Qingshan, who had returned from the gambling club, whispered, "Brother, you didn't see the faces of those deacons of the gambling club. It's really blue and white. If you were my brother, you would have won the 3rd challenge, we'll make a profit. Correspondingly, those who gamble will lose a lot." Han Feng looked at Lin Qingshan helplessly. "Sister Lin, don't get caught up in it." How many people have made their family's property because of gambling? Lin Qingshan laughed and scolded, "Go, sister, can't I be so unclear? I still believe in you, brother, others don't know, I don't know?" If you have all your cards, it is estimated that the ordinary 7 stars will also have the strength to fight. Han Feng smiled and said nothing. Although there are many trump cards, but after all, there is no real competition. Han Feng is not clear about how it is, but it is no problem to deal with the early stage of human level 6 star. Time passed slowly, and soon it was afternoon. The warriors on the audience stage burst out with strong enthusiasm. Human level 3 star versus human level 6 star, this is also rare in the history of Xuanhuan Arena. The first few have lost, so what about this? Can Han Feng still set a record? Under the expectation of many audiences, Han Feng walked to the arena. Fu Daniel was already waiting on the other side. The referee glanced at the two of them, guessing who could win. In the end, the referee did not have a definite idea. At the beginning of the third challenge match, can our legendary Mr. Han Feng still guarantee the record of winning streak? Let's wait and see. Now I announce, the third challenge, start. Come on Han Feng. Boy, I put all my money on you, don't let me down. The warriors in the audience suddenly shouted wildly. Han Feng's mouth twitched, and he looked at the referee with some resentment. The referee acted as if he didn't see Han Feng's eyes, and quickly stepped back to give Han Feng and Fu Daniel a place. Although Fu Daniel's psychology is twisted, he may not be an idiot. His mouth is wild, but his heart is cautious. Fighting on fire. A raging flame was burning under Fu Daniel's feet, and then Fu Daniel jumped up, merging his feet, and swirling straight down. Mysterious flame chain. Han Feng also has the heart of temptation, and did not break out the ultimate move, but just used 12 chains to protect himself. Bang! Scattered flames fell around the arena, blasting many cracks in the arena. Han Feng's Xianyan chain collided with the flames at Fu Daniel's feet, bursting with powerful shocks, and both of them retreated again and again. Daniel Fu secretly said in his heart, "Is this the boy's defense method?" In the previous battles, this boy used this defense method to resist the attack of everyone. I didn't think so at the time, I just thought that the opponent's strength was too poor, and now I feel it myself. It's really powerful. The infuriating energy in this kid's body is extremely solid, far from being comparable to a human level 3 star. No wonder it is so strong. Unfortunately, I am a human level 6 star. With his condensed true chi and this defensive method, this kid is enough to defend against an ordinary human level 6 star, but if it exceeds the attack of a human level 6 star. Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on Fu Daniel's face. This is the first time I have used this trick in the arena, brat, you are finished. At the same time, Han Feng also roughly figured out the strength of Fu Daniel's attack. The human level 6 star infuriating cultivation base, coupled with the mastery of ordinary human level mid-level martial arts, is slightly better than the ordinary human level 6 star powerhouse, is not a cause for concern. At this time, Han Feng suddenly saw Fu Daniel's sneer flashing past, and he was shocked. No, this Fu Daniel must have hidden means. Lava tongs. Daniel Fu shouted angrily. The surging fire attribute Jinqi was lost in large quantities, and a huge flame emerged from Daniel Fu's hands. This group of flames quickly condensed into crab claws. These flames are unusual, almost like goo. The top martial arts of the middle grade of the human level. Han Feng's expression became solemn. This lava-like flame was more difficult to deal with than ordinary fire. The power of this flame may be the same as the low-grade ordinary fire, but the damage caused is stronger than the low-grade ordinary fire. This lucky bull has such martial skills. The warriors in the audience were all taken aback. They watched Fu Daniel fight so many times, but they had never seen Fu Daniel perform such a trick. This Fu Daniel is so insidious. He has hidden such a powerful trick, and he has only shown it now. Yeah, I originally thought that this Fortune Daniel was just an ordinary human level 6-star early stage, but now it seems that although it is not comparable to the human level 7-star, it is not comparable to the human level 6-star. If this blessing is true, the cultivation base has grown to 6-star human level, and it is completely possible to fight over the star level, and even win. A group of warriors commented in admiration. At the same time express regret to Han Feng. If it was an ordinary person at the early stage of the 6-star rank, they thought that Han Feng had a good chance of winning. But now against the unusual human level 6-star early stage, everything is different. In their opinion, Han Feng is doomed. Anyone with a bit of eyesight can see that this Fu Daniel has cultivated the top middle rank human rank martial arts to the realm of perfection. Even a human level 7 or 8-star warrior can hardly cultivate the top level human level martial arts to perfection. Backstage, Xiaoming smiled bitterly and blamed herself. I didn't expect Senior Zhang to be wrong, now Mr. Han is in danger. A small number of the early stage warriors in the background were envious of Han Feng, and their faces were solemn at the moment, but their eyes couldn't help showing a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Qingshan smiled and held Xiaoming's hands. Xiaoming, don't blame yourself, you underestimate my brother too much, look at it, the loser must be Fu Daniel. As she said that, Lin Qingshan looked around for a week, her previously gentle face suddenly became extremely cold. An invisible suffocating aura filled the entire backstage of the first floor, and all the warriors were dripping with cold sweat. In particular, the warriors who gloated over the misfortunes felt as if they were being stared at by the icy python before, stiff and unable to move. Good, so strong. These warriors thought that Lin Qingshan was here to make soy sauce, or that it was a woman who relied on Han Feng, but now they found out that they had gone wrong. They have never felt this kind of oppression in the late-stage warriors. On the other hand, Xiaoming didn't care. The old man Zhang told Xiaoming about Lin Qingshan's strength on the first day. This is why Xiaoming, as the front desk person responsible for recording and arranging battles, has always been close to Han Feng. Xuanhuan City does have profound powerhouses, but these powerhouses seldom show up if there is no major event. Most of the people who manage the important affairs of Xuanhuan City are the peak human powerhouses. On the arena, Han Feng took the first shot. Prison of Profound Flame. 12 chains quickly surrounded Fu Daniel, forming a huge chain cage. Daniel Fu laughed, with just this trick, do you still want to trap Uncle Ben? Fu Daniel pushed with both hands, and the flame crab claws on both hands slammed into the prison of profound flame with a bang. The flame crab claws are about 2 meters long. Bang! Bang! The prison of Xuanyan trembled for a while, and the flames shot in all directions, and it was completely destroyed in a few moments. Xuanyan explosive drill. Han Feng's face remained unchanged, and the 12 chains quickly condensed and exploded. Humph, break it for me. Fu Daniel snorted coldly. A flame crab claws had already collided with the Xuanyan explosive drill. Daniel Fu's face changed, and his lava pincers were actually blocked. It seems that I underestimate you, just one. Daniel Fu raised his other hand, and 2 flaming crab claws slammed away. Buzzing. Click. Boom. The Xuanyan explosive drill couldn't hold on any longer, and it turned into flames and dissipated. Go to hell. Fu Daniel shouted excitedly, his eyes full of pleasure after Han Feng's tragic death. Skyfire armor. At this time, Han Feng had to expose the second martial skill of the 4 major inheritance martial arts, Skyfire armor. Layers of flame swept out, and when the flames dissipated, Han Feng, who was dressed in crimson and mighty armor, appeared in everyone's sight. The crowd was stunned. This is the first time they have seen this kind of defensive martial arts. Before, they had never heard of this kind of martial arts. Han Feng felt the Skyfire armor on his body, but he couldn't feel the illusion at all, as if the armor composed of flames was really a real spiritual armor. At this time, the flame crab claws had bombarded Han Feng's body. However, the Skyfire armor was not damaged at all. Not even the slightest crack. How is that possible? Fu Daniel roared angrily. Why is it impossible? Han Feng sneered. The Skyfire armor has been cultivated to the first peak level, which is between the top middle rank human rank and the ordinary human rank high rank martial arts, which is much stronger than the lava pincers. I don't believe you can persevere. Fu Daniel struggled to the death. In the end, it was the human level 6-star cultivation that gave Fu Daniel a bit of confidence. Han Feng no longer hesitated, the ordinary fire spread out and merged with the Skyfire armor. In an instant, the power of the Skyfire armor was no less than that of an ordinary person's high-grade martial arts. Drink! Han Feng snorted lowly, and the flame crab claws were suddenly scattered by the huge force. Wearing a mighty armor, Han Feng suddenly jumped into the air. Skyfire seal. This time, the heavenly flames are also combined with ordinary fires, which are no less than the perfect state of high-grade martial arts of ordinary people. No, lava tongs. Fu Daniel reluctantly rammed away. Boom boom boom. The entire arena erupted with ripples of air, and the impacted referee was a little unsteady. The warriors in the audience were also surprised by this amazing confrontation. Many warriors were once again deeply shocked by the strength displayed by Han Feng. Even the younger generation of the Lu family, the Pang family, and the Li family of the three major families in Xuanhuan City did not have such perversions. Many martial artists are now eye-opening. Rumbling. The sound of rumbling continued. Not long after, Daniel Fu let out a shrill scream, which made many warriors tremble all over. What kind of torture did this scream go through? When everything gradually subsided, the warriors gasped when they saw everything on the field. Many male warriors clamped their legs and only felt a pain in the eggs. On the field, the referee also twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth. I saw Fu Daniel lying on the ground with injuries all over his body, dripping with blood, but this was all secondary. Between Fu Daniel's legs, it was even more bloody. Fu Daniel screamed and wanted to cover the wound with his hands, which was also a subconscious reaction, but Han Feng stepped on it with one foot and stepped on Fu Daniel's hands into meat sauce, causing Fu Daniel to be severely injured again. Han Feng squatted down, lowered his head and sneered, Fu Daniel, at the entrance of Xuanhuan Arena that day, don't think I didn't hear your voice and insulted my sister Lin. This is your price. Fu Daniel's eyes were filled with resentment. I won't let you go. Han Feng heard the words and laughed mockingly. Retaliation? Do you think you still have that ability? Daniel Fu's face changed in horror. What do you want to do? Han Feng didn't answer, but told Fu Daniel what he wanted to do with his actual actions. Puff. Fu Daniel vomited blood, and Han Feng slapped the dantian in Fu Daniel's abdomen with a palm, abolishing Fu Daniel's cultivation. In an instant, Fu Daniel's breath wilted. Before, Fu Daniel could rely on his cultivation base to support him, but now his cultivation base is abolished. Just like ordinary people, he can no longer bear the pain of his hands being abolished and his fifth limb being abolished. After a moment, Fu Daniel completely fainted. Han Feng stood up, the cold light in his eyes subsided, and he put on a gentle smile. The referee swallowed and spit, his face changed too fast. The referee gave Fu Daniel a sympathetic look, sighed, and shook his head. It's not good to offend this little pervert, it's over. After this incident, the referee has a preliminary understanding of Han Feng's character. If you don't provoke him, Han Feng is still very measured. This can be seen from the end of Han Feng's opponent. There is no fight with Han Feng. Basically, he was knocked out of the field by Han Feng, and the injury was only minor. But if he provokes Han Feng, then Han Feng will never show mercy. Just look at the original Pan Wen and the current Fu Daniel. The referee knew it. Now on the first floor, the Pan brothers took a detour when they saw Han Feng. They didn't even have the courage to appear in Han Feng's sight. The third challenge, Han Feng won. Oh! Deafening applause and shouts erupted from the audience stage. Korean style. Han style. Han style. Han style. Han Feng waved to the audience stage and walked off the venue. Somewhere in the audience, eldest son, what do you think of this kid now? The eldest son's eyes flashed. This kid definitely still has strength. The old man Zhang was slightly startled. Impossible, this kid defeated Fu Daniel with the strength of 3-star human rank. This is already perverted. If he still keeps his hand, wouldn't it? Looking at the eldest son, the old man Zhang couldn't say what happened next. Over the years, the eldest son has taken a fancy to a lot of geniuses. Thinking of this, the old man Zhang stopped talking about Han Feng, but sighed. This Fu Daniel is hidden so deeply that even the old man has been concealed. The eldest son smiled and said, what this Daniel is hiding is a martial skill, not a cultivation base. As long as he doesn't want to use it, how can you see it, Mr. Zhang? It's impossible to see through the memory in a person's head even if it is an earth-level and heaven-level martial artist. If it is a hidden cultivation base, I am afraid that it will be discovered by the elders soon. Hearing this, the old man Zhang's expression softened a little, because he was afraid that the eldest son would misunderstand his eyesight. At this time, the eldest son said slowly, listen to what you said, this Han Feng is about to break through to the 4-star human level, and his strength will soar by then. I think it is impossible to recruit him, but it is a good deal. You can even unite, that matter is coming soon. I heard that the family recently recruited a good genius to help, our side is weaker. Zhang Lao, you carefully observe this Han Feng, wait until he is ready, I'll come back for the challenge on the 2nd floor, and if I perform well, I can invite Han Feng to help with that matter, and I'll get rich rewards afterwards. Old man Zhang was taken aback, could it be, that thing? The eldest son nodded slowly. The old man Zhang took a deep breath. Han Feng is really good, but he is too young now, and there is only more than a month left before that event. Han Feng is amazing, that is, he has reached the level of the middle and late stage of the 4-star human rank. That thing is a little out of place. The eldest son smiled, that's why I have to take another look. If it really doesn't work, isn't there another candidate? It's not that he has to be the only one. Only then did the old man feel relieved. Don't worry, eldest son, the old man must observe carefully. Well, I'll just ask you, elder, and I'll return to the family. The eldest son nodded and said. The old man sent you to the eldest son. The eldest son waved his hand quickly. No, Mr. Zhang. You should go and give Han Feng the 4 6th-level medicinal herbs that Han Feng deserves. Yes. Backstage, after Han Feng said goodbye to Xiaoming, he left with Lin Qingshan, met old man Zhang on the way, and then got 4 grade 6 medicine pills from old man Zhang. In the state-of-the-art room, there are 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Han Feng and Lin Qingshan share a room. In the living room, Han Feng took out the 6th-level medicinal pill and gave half of it to Lin Qingshan. Sister Lin, this is yours. Lin Qingshan shook her head. The 6th-level medicinal pill is useless to me, you should use it. Of course, Han Feng also knew about such a situation, but from accompanying Lin Qingshan until now, it was Lin Qingshan who helped him. The help he gave Lin Qingshan was poor, and he always felt very sorry. Seeing this, Lin Qingshan said angrily, with the relationship between the two of us now, we need to be so clear about the points. If it doesn't work, after you break through the 4-star human level, give me more of the top low-grade spirit stones. Nope. Han Feng smiled bitterly, The top low-grade spirit stone was originally yours, Sister Lin, and all the source liquid for refining should have been handed over to you. Lin Qingshan quickly waved her hand. Don't say that. If you are an alchemist, if you want to ask them to refine medicine pills, you have to give at least 3 or 4 times the amount of medicinal materials. Compared with those people, I am much luckier. How can I be more greedy? Hearing this, Han Feng had no choice but to say, then 31 points, Sister Lin, you will have 3 points, and I will have 1. No, you are too few, at least half of 1 person. Han Feng is also very determined. No, Sister Lin, you have 3 shares, and I will take 1. Lin Qingshan was defeated by Han Feng's stubbornness. She rolled her eyes and said, okay, listen to you. Don't regret it if you don't have enough top-notch low-grade spirit stone source liquid when you break through to the late human level or even the peak. Absolutely not. Han Feng said firmly, but his heart was towards, when I reach the human level 7 stars, I will practice the 9 flames and different fire art to the second layer to produce Xuanhuan jade fire, and the refining will be the middle-grade spirit stone. Already. In the room, Han Feng refined one of the 6th-level medicinal herbs into a powerful medicinal source liquid. Afterwards, Han Feng poured the source liquid into the jade bottle and swallowed and refined it little by little. Clap la la. The surging energy nourishes the meridians of Han Feng's body. Before dawn, Han Feng's body trembled in the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower. With Han Feng as the center, a small vortex of spiritual power was formed. The rich spiritual power gathered around Han Feng and then injected into Han Feng's body. Finally made a breakthrough, the early stage of human level 4-star. Han Feng sighed a little. Ordinarily swallowing the 6th-level refining medicine pill and breaking through to the human level 4-star level is already quite remarkable, and it will take some time to stabilize the initial human level 4-star realm. But after Han Feng refined the 6th-level medicinal herbs into the source liquid using the Rongyuan cauldron of everything, he was able to absorb 100%, not only successfully breaking through to the initial stage of human level 4-star, but also stabilizing the realm at the early stage of human level 4-star. Seeing that the sky was not yet bright, Han Feng took out the top low-grade spirit stone that Lin Qingshan gave him and started refining it. It has to be said that the top low-grade spirit stones are indeed the best quality among the low-grade spirit stones. Rao is that Han Feng is now a human level 4-star cultivation base, and his true energy is comparable to a human level 5-star. He has a middle-grade mortal fire in his body, and it is quite difficult to refine a top-grade low-grade spirit stone. Now Han Feng is even more fortunate that he did not break through the second layer of the 9 flames and different fire art at this time. Otherwise, a small amount of Xuanhuan jade fire will consume a small piece of the middle-grade spirit stone before refining a small piece of the spirit stone in the body. Exhausted. After refining 5 or 6 top-grade, low-grade spirit stones, Han Feng began to restore his inner qi. When the recovery is complete, it is time for a new round of battle. Today, Han Feng will officially enter the 2nd floor of Xuanhuan Arena. Walking out of the room, Han Feng shouted, Sister Lin, the source fluid is ready. Lin Qingshan couldn't wait to open the door, her face full of stunned, will it be so soon? You must know that when those alchemists are refining medicine pills, which one does not spend several days of effort, some high-level or special medicine pills, it is possible to stay for 10 days, half a month or even a month. In comparison, this night was too short. Fortunately, Lin Qingshan trusted Han Feng and did not doubt the effectiveness of the source fluid. Sister Lin handed the jade bottle to Lin Qingshan. Sister Lin, this is your source fluid. Lin Qingshan nodded. Brother, go to the 2nd floor, I won't accompany you today. Han Feng smiled and waved away. Han Feng knew that this was because Sister Lin couldn't wait to try the effect of the top low-grade spirit stone turned into a source liquid. Sister Xiaoming, have you arranged a battle for me today? Xiaoming rolled her eyes at Han Feng. The second floor is the area where mid-level warriors fight. Have you broken through? Even if you have broken through, is your realm stable? If the realm is unstable and you fight indiscriminately, it is very likely that you will fall back. Han Feng smiled. Of course it broke through and stabilized, or would I ask that? If you don't believe it, Sister Xiaoming, you can feel it for yourself. Xiaoming felt it for a while, and indeed did not feel the uncontrolled fluctuation of true qi from Han Feng. The corner of Xiaoming's mouth twitched and glanced at Han Feng. Perverted, today's battle is full, I will arrange it for you tomorrow. Han Feng grimaced, no way. Xiaoming snorted, who is this to blame? If you told me yesterday that you would definitely break through to the 4-star human level and your realm would be stable, I would definitely arrange it for you. This time, Han Feng rolled his eyes and muttered, you have to believe what I said. In desperation, as long as Han Feng left and went to the second floor for a walk, it would be better to take a look at the second floor in advance. There are far fewer fighting warriors on the second floor than on the first floor. After all, the fighting warriors on the second floor are all mid-level powerhouses. Han Feng is now not only famous on the first floor, but also on the second floor. He is also a celebrity who is no weaker than 4 or 5 consecutive victories. Fu Daniel was already somewhat popular on the second floor. Fu Daniel was challenged by the warriors on the first floor, and many people paid attention to Fu Daniel. Therefore, after the Han Feng battle, the second floor also knew about Fu Daniel's hidden strength, and knew that Fu Daniel's real strength was not weaker than the masters who had won 7 or 8 consecutive victories on the second floor. But such a lucky Daniel still lost. Han Feng has not yet reached the second floor, and the fighting warriors on the second floor have already raised their vigilance against Han Feng. I am afraid that only combat warriors who have won 8 or 9 consecutive victories or even 10 consecutive victories will not take Han Feng seriously. Isn't this Han Feng? He actually came to the second floor. Could it have been broken through? It's very possible that 3 consecutive victories in the challenge are 4 6-level medicinal pills. A warrior was full of envy. How is it possible? Do you feel that his infuriating energy is disordered? I can't sense it. It's only one night. It's impossible to break through and stabilize the realm. Nonsense, Han Feng is a legendary warrior, what can't happen? Legendary warrior? It's just that the first-level referee made a fool of himself to increase the appeal of the battle. Do you really think that kid is a legend? The fighting warriors on the second floor talked a lot, some admired, some envied, and even more disdain. Han Feng turned a deaf ear, and when he achieved a good record, these people would not have the courage to say so, everything is strength, and now there is no need to conflict with them for these jealous words. After Han Feng passed by, only a human-level 6-star warrior said lightly, whether Han Feng has made a breakthrough, we will know tomorrow's battle arrangements. If there is a breakthrough, with Han Feng's temperament, he will definitely participate in the battle. That's right. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? It all depends on tomorrow. The surrounding warriors nodded quickly. Of course, there are even more warriors who don't know Han Feng, Sai, so he is Han Feng. The arrival of Han Feng caused a lot of confusion in the backstage of the second floor. Many warriors were secretly looking at Han Feng to see how sacred this Han Feng was. The time soon came to the afternoon, and it was not long before the last battle of the day. Han Feng watched it for nearly a day and was very satisfied. Just then, a tall figure stepped forward. You are. Han Feng was about to get up and leave, and when he saw this person appearing and walking towards him, he couldn't help but ask. The man grinned, my name is Jing Tong. I heard about your record and came to know you on purpose. Jing Tong. Han Feng was also a little moved. This Jing Tong is famous on the second floor. Now he is already a peak human level 6-star powerhouse. He had won 10 consecutive victories in the early days of human level 6-star, and he challenged the third-level human level 7-star warrior and won. Right now, Jingtong has not yet reached the third floor, but with the strength of the human level 6-star peak, he has a draw with a human level 7-star peak warrior. In this second layer, if Jingtong is the second, no one dares called the first. It is worth mentioning that this Jingtong has a very hearty personality. He has many friends in the Xuanhuan arena, including the third-tier warriors, and there are also many masters of the late stage who have made good friends with Jingtong. Han Feng never expected that the king of the second floor would come to him on his own initiative. It turned out to be Your Excellency Jingtong, Han Feng said with a little respect and alienation. Jingtong slapped Han Feng on the shoulder carelessly, and laughed loudly. You're welcome, let's call you Brother Jing to save face. Han Feng was speechless, but he could see that Jingtong was not hostile, and said lightly, Brother Jing. Jingtong was even more excited, rubbed his hands and said, I heard that you killed the not weak human level 6-star with the cultivation of the peak of 3-star human level. What happened? Let me talk about it. The rumors from outside are a bit distorted. I want to hear the truth. Case. Okay, since Brother Jing asked like this, then the younger brother will briefly talk about it. Seeing Jingtong's excited look, Han Feng knew that Jingtong would never let him go without saying something to Jingtong. Seeing that Jingtong and Han Feng were so close, the other warriors looked at each other. It can be said that the same kind of people are gathered together, and they are all well-known challengers. Not long after, Jingtong clapped his palms again and again. It's amazing, I thought it was a bit exaggerated, but I didn't expect Han Feng to be so strong. When you come to this second floor, I must be good with you. Fight. Hey, if you haven't broken through to the third floor, you can't go up to the third floor to fight. It's really suffocating me. This second floor is just ordinary people, it's really boring. The warriors around were blushing when they were told, but what Jingtong said was still a matter. They had to bow their heads in shame, and some even sneaked away. Han Feng's eyebrows twitched, and he almost understood Jingtong's temperament. This is a fighting maniac. The two chatted for a while again, and Han Feng said goodbye and left. Haha, go ahead, I'll be waiting for you on the second floor. Han Feng said meaningfully, Brother Jing, don't worry, I won't make you wait for a long time. Back in the special room, Lin Qingshan also opened the door. Seeing Han Feng, Lin Qingshan's face was filled with joy that could not be concealed. Brother, your source fluid is so powerful that it is no less than an ordinary 8th-level medicinal herb. The source liquid you gave me in the morning has been refined. I have a feeling that with one more bottle, I will be able to break through to the peak of 11 stars. Han Feng was also very satisfied. It would be better if it was useful to my sister. I'm going to refine some more. Lin Qingshan immediately waved, improve your own strength first, and then refine it when you have time. You can't delay your cultivation. Han Feng chuckled, don't worry, sister, it won't affect much. That night, Han Feng absorbed the source liquid transformed from 2 6th-level medicinal pills. Han Feng's refining ability has been greatly enhanced due to his breakthrough to the human level 4-star level, and it takes only 1.5 times as long as yesterday to absorb and refine the source liquid of 2 6th-level medicinal herbs. The 2 6th-level medicinal pills exerted their full efficacy and were absorbed by Han Feng, which was equivalent to 3 or 4 6th-level medicinal pills refined by ordinary warriors. When Han Feng opened his eyes, his true Qi cultivation base had already entered the middle stage of human level 4-star, and it was extremely stable. Even if there was no medicinal pill, it would take a day or two, at most, before Han Feng was sure to step into the human level. Rank 4-star late stage. Feeling the rapid growth of true Qi in the body, Han Feng couldn't help but feel a joy. It's only been more than a month since he left the Han family, but he has already stepped into the ranks of the human rank from the lower rank of the martial artist in the late mortal rank. And it is still a human level 4-star in the middle stage. This kind of strength may not count in the entire continent of the Great Jin Kingdom, but in the Han family, it is different. At this time, Han Feng couldn't help thinking that when he returned to the family with this strength, his father should be very happy. What's more, his real combat power is now comparable to that of the late human level, and he is also at the top of the Han family. With such combat power as a guarantee, Han Feng believes that what his father did back then was the loss to the Han family. Many elders will not hold grudges. No matter how good the resources are, it is not as good as a future powerhouse. In the Xuanhuan Tower, some top low-grade spirit stones were refined into spirit stone source liquid. Han Feng walked out of the room and saw that Lin Qingshan's door had not been opened, so he knew that Sister Lin was still cultivating. Han Feng didn't disturb Lin Qingshan's practice. After putting the jade bottle on the table and leaving a note, he left. Front desk. Han Feng smiled and said, "Sister Xiaomeng, did you arrange a battle for me today?" "Don't worry, of course there is. According to what you said yesterday, there are 3 battles a day, 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon." Xiaomeng smiled while looking at the record sheet in her hand. Han Feng glanced on tiptoe, and couldn't help but be surprised. All 3 games are 6 stars of human rank? According to the rules, shouldn't the first 3 games generally be under 6 stars of human rank? Xiaomeng rolled her eyes and said, "That also varies from person to person. Mr. Han, you already have a combat power that is not an ordinary human level 6-star. Now that you have broken through to a human level 4-star, you must be stronger, so you can fight against human level 4 or 5 stars. The martial artist, isn't it bullying?" Han Feng looked embarrassed. These 3 warriors are all ordinary human level 6 stars. The strongest one is the middle level 6-star human level, but in terms of strength, it is not as good as Fu Daniel. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to have 6 consecutive victories or so. The day after tomorrow, I will arrange a 6-star human ranking for you with 8 or 9 consecutive victories. How about you? Do you have the guts to follow? Xiaomeng teased. Han Feng smiled confidently, "No problem. Let me and Brother Zheng fight in the last battle." Xiaomeng wondered, Brother Zheng? Soon, Xiaomeng looked shocked. Could it be Jing Tong on the 2nd floor? Han Feng nodded with a smile. Xiaomeng said with a face of "You're an idiot, that's the king of the 2nd floor. There are also a lot of human level 6 stars who have won 10 consecutive victories, but these human level 6 stars follow Jing Tong in front of him." Like a child, you actually challenged him? If it fails, you're about to start from scratch. Han Feng didn't take it seriously. Even if I fail, it will only take 3 more days. Besides, I won't necessarily fail. Xiaomeng was speechless to Han Feng, but thinking that Han Feng was so confident in the previous battle, and the fact also proved Han Feng's strength, Xiaomeng stopped persuading him. After arranging the battle, Han Feng went to the 2nd floor. The fact is the same as Xiaomeng said, these 6-star people are not as good as Fu Daniel, and Han Feng's own strength has increased, making it easier to deal with, which makes the 2nd-tier warriors who have doubts about Han Feng's strength suddenly with a sigh in his heart. He completely treated Han Feng, a little 4-star of the human rank, as the same level. Jing Tong was dissatisfied. These 3 guys didn't even show your true skills. I'm going to see your famous middle rank Xuanhuan. Middle grade ordinary fire, the entire Xuanhuan city, only the mysterious powerhouse at the top has it. Jing Tong has long been envious. Han Feng said helplessly, "When you fight with Brother Zheng, it's okay if you don't come out." Jing Tong's eyes lit up, and he laughed. "Yeah, why didn't I expect that, Han Feng? Brother can say it first, brother won't be merciful just because he likes you." Han Feng stretched out his fist, "Little brother will not be merciful." Xuanhuan also stretched out his fists and touched each other. The two looked at each other and sympathized with each other. The 3 battles of the day passed, just like that. At night, Han Feng absorbed the source liquid of the 6th-level medicinal pill at the last moment and broke through to the late stage of human level 4-star in one fell swoop. In the Xuanhuan Tower, Han Feng couldn't help frowning. Although I have broken through to the late stage of human level 4-star, there is still some distance from the peak of human level 4-star. If there are 2 more 6th-level medicinal pills, it will be fine, absolutely reach the top. Involuntarily, Han Feng's eyes were placed on several jade bottles near the cauldron of all things Rongyan on the 1st floor. It's also time to absorb the top refining spirit stone source liquid. Han Feng rubbed his chin and thought. After absorbing the top spirit stone source liquid, Han Feng's body surged again. The effect of the top low-grade spirit stone is naturally not comparable to the 8th-level medicinal pill, even if it can be absorbed in full. But compared to the 6th-level medicinal pill, it is still a lot better. Overnight, the human rank 4-star late-stage infuriating cultivation base has stabilized, and it is possible to enter the peak of the 4-star human rank at any time. Going out the next day, the jade bottle on the table had disappeared. Lin Qingshan still did not go out. Han Feng left the top spiritual stone source liquid jade bottle and came to the 2nd floor. There was still no suspense in this day's battle, and Han Feng easily won, which made some 6-star warriors who had won 6 or 7 consecutive victories, or even 7 or 8 consecutive victories, to be afraid of Han Feng. Han Feng had no influence on the fear of these warriors, and still chatted and laughed with Xuanhuan. During the conversation, Han Feng involuntarily revealed the information of his current cultivation base. This shocked Xuanhuan very much. A few days ago, he was at the peak of 3-star human rank, but now he is close to the peak of 4-star human rank. Xuanhuan is envious, but he is not jealous and alienated from Han Feng. His attitude towards Han Feng is the same as before, which makes Han Feng's favor for Xuanhuan greatly increased. He estimates that when he leaves Xuanhuan City, it is possible to give Xuanhuan some source fluid. It is such a pity to be trapped in the middle and late stages of the human level, just because of limited aptitude. At night, Han Feng continued to absorb the top spirit stone source liquid. After one night, Han Feng's strength had broken through to the peak of the 4-star human level. At this point, it is a little difficult to break through easily. A breakthrough between stars is not as simple as a breakthrough in a small realm between the same star. Even if there is a top spiritual stone source liquid, Han Feng secretly estimates that it will take at least 5 or 6 days to break through to the 5-star human level. After all, with the current strength, there are not many top-grade low-grade spirit stones that are refined each time, and 3/4 of them are distributed to Lin Qingshan. For this, Han Feng has no regrets. Sister Lin has done enough to him. If not for Sister Lin, he may not have the true Qi cultivation base he has now. After another day, Han Feng began to take this day's battle seriously. Especially in a battle in the afternoon, the opponent was a master of 10 consecutive victories on the 2nd floor, Xuanhuan. It is Xuanlin's eldest brother. At the same time, this morning, Lin Qingshan finally got out. Sister Lin, broke through? Han Feng said with a smile. Lin Qingshan nodded with satisfaction. Breakthrough, and now it has reached the peak of 11 stars. After speaking, Lin Qingshan had some regrets. Unfortunately, it is still difficult to break through the 12 stars. It is estimated that it will not take more than half a month to break through. Maybe it will take longer. By the way, brother, what are you fighting today? Han Feng told about today's battle. Lin Qingshan frowned. Xuanhuan, I heard that this person is also a bit amazing. Brother, you have to be careful. Han Feng patted his chest and abdomen. Sister Lin, don't worry, if I do my best, before breaking through, I will be worse than Xuanhuan. Now that I have made a breakthrough, I have reached the peak of the 4-star human level, not to mention. Lin Qingshan heard that Han Feng was already at the peak of the 4-star human rank, and the corners of her mouth twitched, but after watching the rapid growth of Han Feng's strength for a long time, she became numb. Perhaps it is really possible for this kid to catch up with that girl. Lin Qingshan couldn't help but have such an idea in her heart. When Lin Qingshan came back to her senses, Han Feng had already left. Lin Qingshan shrugged, took the jade bottle, and retreated again. On the second floor of Xuanhuan Arena, when Han Feng came on stage, there was a storm of applause. The warm applause and the crazy shouting made the warriors in the backstage on the second floor feel a little jealous. They have never been popular. These warriors don't even think about it. They are a lot of age. The youngest is in his 20s. He has experienced many battles and looks like an uncle of vicissitudes. Where is Han Feng attractive? Han Feng is young, and although his face is not handsome, he is also handsome. Coupled with his powerful strength and amazing potential, it is strange that there are not many fans. In the 2 battles in the morning, Han Feng easily won, leaving only the last battle in the afternoon. At the backstage, Jing Tong reminded Han Feng, Hu Yuansen is also a rare top expert on the second floor. You can't be careless, especially Hu Yuansen's strongest move Dance of Flame, which is a top-level high-grade martial skill. There are almost no warriors on the second floor, such as him who has cultivated top-level martial arts skills and has cultivated to the realm of small success. If Hu Yuansen's strength is not yet at the peak of human level 6-star peak, his combat power is not much worse than mine. When I break through and rise to the 3rd floor, this Hu Yuansen will be the new king of the 2nd floor. Human level high-grade martial arts. Han Feng's face also became solemn. After all, his breakthrough time was short, and he had not had time to cultivate the Heavenly Fire Seal, Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist and Heavenly Fire Armor, which are the 4 major inherited martial arts, to the 2nd level. He was only in the 1st level peak state. Between the power of middle-grade martial arts and high-grade martial arts, even if it is combined with ordinary fire, the power is only comparable to the high-grade martial arts of ordinary people. In the same way, the martial arts such as the Xianyuan chain are also the same. In terms of martial arts, they are somewhat disadvantaged. Even in terms of cultivation, he couldn't compare to Hu Yuansen. If I really want to talk about the advantage, it means that he has a lot of powerful tricks, which is much stronger than Hu Yuansen's only mastered one. If you only master a single powerful martial skill, facing the same multiple powerful martial skills, you will always be somewhat weak. Another advantage is the Skyfire battle physique. The first thing Han Feng cultivated was the Skyfire battle physique. Later, he obtained the Huizhugua, and he also focused on cultivating the Skyfire battle physique. The increase in the Skyfire battle physique is multifaceted, unlike the other 3 inherited martial arts, which are somewhat one-sided. Heavenly Fire Fighting Body is already at the 2nd realm, although it has not yet reached the peak of the 2nd stage, but it is not weak at the perfect realm of ordinary human-level high-grade martial arts. To be powerful, it is close to the power of the realm of top-level high-grade martial arts. All in all, the odds are pretty good. Jing Tong first frowned when he saw Han Feng, then his face softened, and knew that Han Feng had a 6-point chance of winning, or even higher. This made Jing Tong raise his eyebrows in his heart. This brother looks really hidden. In the afternoon, the 2nd floor referee's voice suddenly remembered, in the next battle, Han Feng will play Hu Yuansen. Please invite 2 warriors to play. The warriors on the audience stage shouted one after another, full of excitement. The gamblers also started gambling again. It's just that there are many more people who choose Han Feng this time. The various records created by Han Feng have made everyone full of confidence in Han Feng. On the field, Hu Yuansen said lightly, "To be honest, I admire you very much. You have such strength at a young age. It's a pity that you hurt my brother. Just this, I won't let you win." Han Feng pouted. Could it be that only your brother is allowed to hurt others, and others are not allowed to hurt your brother? You are too domineering, and domineering is unreasonable. In the previous fight against Hu Yuanlin, I still admired Hu Yuanlin's stubborn Han Feng, and even had a good impression of Hu Yuansen, but now these good feelings have disappeared under Hu Yuansen's domineering. Hu Yuansen frowned, dissatisfied with Han Feng's attitude, and snorted coldly, I'm domineering, that's why I have that strength. Dance of fire. Hu Yuansen stopped talking nonsense, and directly displayed the strongest martial arts. The flames filled the air, and Hu Yuansen quickly became a burning man. Hu Yuansen's face was almost invisible. The burning man suddenly spun in place, and a violent flame storm swept away. From the raging flames, many flame storms that were a few smaller models rushed out, and their formidable power was no weaker than the full-strength strikes of ordinary human-level 6-star peak warriors who did not use martial arts. Skyfire Seal. In the face of numerous flame storms that were one size smaller, Han Feng undoubtedly chose a large-scale attacking martial art like Tian Huyan. All small flame storms were suppressed by the heavenly fire seal. Rumbling. The entire arena erupted in bursts of roaring sounds, and flames splashed everywhere. The audience stared at it, excited. However, there were too many small flame storms, some were suppressed, and some others emerged. Han Feng frowned, and immediately fused the ordinary fire and the Skyfire seal, and the power of the Skyfire seal was greatly increased. In the huge flame storm, Hu Yuansen saw that his attacks were extinguished one by one, and immediately stopped condensing the flame storm, but controlled the huge flame storm to attack Han Feng himself. Where the flame storm passed, the ground was full of messes, and there were scorched black marks everywhere. Seeing Hu Yuansen attack in person, Han Feng immediately withdrew the heavenly fire seal. The heavenly fire seal was a group attack, and its attack power was not as good as that of the heavenly fire fighting fist. Skyfire fighting fist. Han Feng snorted and raised his fist. Behind Han Feng, a phantom appeared indistinctly. This phantom was wrapped in flames, mighty and domineering, and even more ferocious. Han Feng punched out, and the phantom behind him seemed to also punch down. Boom boom boom. The flame storm collided with the huge flame fist, and more terrifying flames raged out, attacking all around like a storm. But just as these flames were about to spread to the audience stage, a four-sided barrier suddenly rose up around them, blocking all the flames. The warriors in the audience were terrified. My God, fortunately there is this enchantment, otherwise we are all in danger. Yeah, the attack power of these two is already far beyond the mid-level human level, comparable to the late-level human level. The competition venue is too small. They should go to the third-floor arena to fight. There are also masters on the audience stage. Some warriors from large families will not participate in the battle in Xuanhuan Arena, but this does not mean that they do not pay attention to Xuanhuan Arena. At this moment, the eyes of these big family warriors looking at Han Feng and Hu Yuansen are burning. I don't know where this Han Feng came from. If they can be recruited, then. Hu Yuansen is also good, but unfortunately Hu Yuansen is a descendant of the Hua family, and it is estimated that he will not be recruited by us. It seems that the Hua family will rise soon. On the field, the flame storm gradually dissipated, and the phantom behind Han Feng gradually turned into nothingness. Both of them were panting, calming down the infuriating energy they had consumed earlier. The two looked solemn, especially Hu Yuansen, who once again had a deeper understanding of Han Feng's power. Han Feng was the first to recover, and mocked, "It seems that your excellency is not strong enough to be domineering to me." Hu Yuansen's face froze, and he took a deep look at Han Feng. Indeed, with your strength, I do not have the qualifications to be domineering. I apologize to you here, but it is still not that simple to beat me. Han Feng was a little surprised by Hu Yuansen's apology and bow, and immediately sighed to himself. If Hui Yuanzhen grew up, he would probably also be a top powerhouse in Xuanhuan City, becoming the leader of one of the major forces. The benefits of Nine Flames and different fire art to Han Feng are not only the consolidation of infuriating energy, but also the recovery of infuriating energy. Compared with ordinary mid-level warriors, Han Feng is much faster. Feeling that the recovery is almost complete, Han Feng finally shot again. Critical strike. Incorporating the fireball of the middle-grade ordinary fire, the solidification degree is much more solid than before, and the power is naturally superior. After swinging the fireball, Han Feng ran the 9 treads of Lion under his feet, and he left the previous battle area with a few steps. Hui Yuanzhen's infuriating energy has not yet fully recovered, but in the face of several huge fireballs, Hui Yuanzhen had to perform a dance of flames in advance. A few fireballs rushed into the flame storm. Not long after, a dark sound broke out in the flame storm, and the flame storm was agitated and almost collapsed. But Hui Yuanzhen is worthy of being a well-known powerhouse on the second floor. He was still not defeated by such an attack. Instead, he turned the flame storm into a huge monster, and the Korean wind with fangs and claws tore it apart. The dance of flames focuses on this dance. This dance is not dancing, but transforming flames into various attacks through various gestures. Skyfire armor. Han Feng immediately condensed the flame armor to wear on his body, and at the same time merged with the ordinary fire, greatly increasing the defense strength of the Skyfire armor. The ferocious monster roared again and again, rushed to Han Feng, swung down with one claw. The claws of the giant beast with the blazing flames instantly grabbed Han Feng. Han Feng stepped on the ground, completely sunken in, all around his feet, full of a crack in the ground. Han Feng's face was red, but he resisted it abruptly, and even completely grasped the hideous monster in his hand. At this time, Han Feng only heard a low voice, "Tianhua battle body, condensate." Han Feng did not to break out the second level of the Skyfire battle body, but only the first level of power. For this reason, Han Feng's infuriating cultivation level has also skyrocketed to a human level 5-star level, and the concentration of infuriating energy in his body is comparable to a human level 6-star level. Inside the ferocious flame monster, Hui Yuanzhen was taken aback by Han Feng's sudden surge of infuriating cultivation. Immediately, a sense of danger struck. Not good. Hui Yuanzhen was horrified and wanted to get rid of Han Feng's hands. But Han Feng was holding on firmly, and Hui Yuanzhen couldn't break free at all. In desperation, Hui Yuanzhen turned the ferocious fire monster into a flame storm again, and wanted to use the fiery flame to let Han Feng let go. Unfortunately, Hui Yuanzhen forgot that Han Feng's Tianhua armor was integrated with the middle-grade Fanhua, and the quality was comparable to his. The fire crow is much higher, and it is completely impossible to use the flame to make Han Feng back down. At this moment, Han Feng has raised a fist, Skyfire fighting fist. With a loud shout, the huge phantom behind Han Feng reappeared, and he punched out. Rumbling. The raging flames scattered like a tornado, blocked by the surrounding enchantment. With a 5-star human-level cultivation, the level of infuriating solidity is comparable to 6-star human level, equivalent to the martial skill of the high-grade martial arts of ordinary people. Han Feng's punch, even if the ordinary 7-star peak master is forced to take over, also be hit hard. Ah! Hui Yuanzhen's scream sounded, the flame storm dissipated in an instant, and a figure vomited blood and flew out. Han Feng gasped and took a deep breath for a long time before slowly recovering. He said to the referee beside him, "Referee, you can judge that I won." The referee looked at Hui Yuanzhen, who had fainted, and immediately shouted, "Han Feng wins." Intense roars broke out from the audience stage, some bold female sex, and even shouted the slogan Han Feng, "I want to marry you." So frightened Han Feng immediately slipped to the backstage on the second floor. Backstage, Jing Tong laughed loudly, brother, Yen is a blessing, so many girls like you and want to soak in you, look at the one over there, that's the Pang family of my 3 major families in Xuanhuan City. A female son of a sideline, even if it's a sideline, her father has some status in the Pang family, why don't you follow it? Han Feng looked along the line of sight. It was a fat woman with a tonnage of 300 or 400 pounds who was shouting loudly. Seeing Han Feng looking over, he was even more shy, and then gave Han Feng a flying kiss. Han Feng's connection suddenly darkened, and his eyebrows trembled. Xingtong gloated on the side, and Han Feng gritted his teeth, Brother Xing, you are the king of the 2nd floor, there should be more people who want to soak in you. Xingtong looked proud, there are too many women who have sex with me. Every time I get fucked by my brother, I want to get fucked a 2nd time. My brother's capital is not covered. Xingtong touches between the 2 legs with one hand, and looking at its shape, it is indeed strong. Han Feng had a look of jealousy. He was still young and not fully developed. Although he was not young at the same age, he was still much smaller than a burly man like Xingtong. Xingtong patted Han Feng's shoulder, man, the more you go, the bigger you will be. Han Feng has a black line on his face, where did this conclusion come from, and he said in a bad mood, be careful that the iron pestle is ground into a needle, brother, I'll go first, see you tomorrow, by the way, tomorrow is me and you, brother. Fight. Haha, my brother will definitely train you well tomorrow. Xingtong laughed heartily again. It is still the 2nd floor lower class room, because Lin Qingshan has been in retreat, even if Han Feng has won 9 consecutive victories now, he has not moved his nest. However, Han Feng didn't care. Even if it was a 2nd floor lower class room, it was no worse than the 1st floor premier room. This space was enough for Han Feng and Lin Qingshan, and they wouldn't stay here for long anyway. In the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Han Feng did not absorb the top-grade, low-grade spirit stone source liquid anymore. Now it is the peak of the 4-star human level. It is not easy to break through. It will take at least a few days. Tomorrow will be against Xingtong, and Hui Yuansen today. In the first battle, almost all his cards had been used, which made Han Feng even more afraid of Xingtong. What is needed now is to improve the 4 inherited martial arts and increase the comprehensive combat power. Entering the planting space on the 4th floor, in addition to the 2 human primordial fruits that are being cultivated, there are as many as 8 fire vermilion fruits that are ripe and put away. Han Feng said to himself, these 8 human essence fruits should be enough for 2 of the 4 major inheritance martial arts to break through to the 2nd level. After thinking about it, Han Feng decided to practice Skyfire Fighting Fist and Skyfire Armor. 8 fire vermilion fruits in one night, Han Feng broke through as he wished. With the 2nd-tier Skyfire Fighting Fist and the 2nd-tier Skyfire Armor, Han Feng's comprehensive combat power has greatly increased. Now Han Feng has stopped cultivating Renyuanhua. The human primal fruit is only effective for the powerhouses in the early stage, and has little effect on the powerhouses in the middle stage. The next day, the 2nd floor of Xuanhuan Arena. Maybe it was about to fight, Xingtong didn't laugh with Han Feng, but his face was solemn, brother, according to what we said in advance, neither of us can release water, otherwise, brother, I will never recognize you again. Brother, do you understand? Han Feng punched Xingtong and shouted, Brother Xing is the same. The 2 of them, one tall and one low, one strong and the other thin, walked onto the arena in unison. At this moment, the momentum of the 2 of them has undergone great changes. For Xingtong, the previous Han Feng was obviously thin and low, but at this moment he was invisibly standing on the same level as him. Speaking of which, Han Feng is not short, but Xingtong is too tall, more than 2 meters tall. Ignoring the shouts of the surrounding audience, the 2 stared at each other closely, and with the referee's battle begins, the 2 instantly rushed to each other. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The two collided with fists and feet, and waves of true chi waves and swaying came out. In the eyes of some low-strength warriors, they can only see the afterimages of Han Feng and Jingtong, and they cannot see the specific movements at all. Jingtong's Shouwei is stronger than Han Feng, but Han Feng is not slower than Jingtong by relying on the 9 treads of Liang. Bang! The two collided with fists again, with the collision of their fists as the center. The waves of chi dissipated like ripples. Ha ha ha, cool, so cool. Jingtong shook his fist and laughed. Han Feng gritted his teeth. This guy's fist is really hard. If it goes on like this, my fist will be scrapped sooner or later. Thinking of this, Han Feng no longer hesitated. The second weight of the Tianhua battle body, condensate. The second layer of Skyfire armor, congeal. Bang bang. The flames swept out, and Han Feng was covered with red color flames, and his body size suddenly increased to more than 2 meters and close to 3 meters. The clothes on Han Feng's body have long been broken, but with the protection of the Skyfire armor, there is no spring light leaked. At this moment, Han Feng's aura has skyrocketed to a human level 6-star level, and the true energy in his body is condensed, comparable to a human level 7-star. A flash of shock flashed across Jingtong's face. Good guy, I didn't expect you to have a trick to fight Hui Yuansen, haha, but I am the same. This is the first time I have used this trick in the arena, and I will be with you today. Compare it well. Beast's body, congeal. A bull's roar suddenly sounded. Beast's body, congeal. A bull's roar suddenly sounded. LOL. The clothes on Jingtong's body were torn, the top of his head was double horns, and the whole body was naked. His originally tall body was now stronger, no less than 3 meters. At this moment, Jingtong is no longer like a human, but more like a cow. My god. What the hell are these two guys? Eye-opener. The onlookers were excited. Suddenly, a warrior said, I heard that 200 years ago, a warrior in our great Jin state developed a martial art through the blood of monsters, which is similar to this form that can be transformed into half a monster, and his strength has greatly increased. Since that martial artist died, this kind of martial arts has also been lost. I didn't expect to see it here. Hearing this, a nearby warrior was horrified. I've heard about this too, but that kind of martial arts has already reached the level of the heavens. This Jingtong's martial arts is definitely not that strong, and it is the top level of the human level to survive. It can't even reach the highest level of human class. The former martial artist said, the martial artist who created this martial art at that time used the blood of heaven-level beasts, which is naturally a heaven-level martial art. This Jingtong should only use the blood of 7th-level beasts, so it is only human level. At the high-grade level, I don't know if Jingtong has obtained the follow-up martial arts cultivation method, otherwise this bull's body will only maintain the ranks of the high-grade human. The other warriors shook their heads. I shouldn't have gotten it, otherwise, I wouldn't be so bold in exposing this kind of martial arts. You must know that even the powerhouses of the earth and heaven are very longing for the kind of martial arts 200 years ago. 200 years ago, this kind of martial arts is popular for a while, and it is not the patent of one person, but it seems that the martial arts have some effect on the body at the end, and then gradually decline, and it is lost. It seems that the higher the level, the greater the impact. Needless to mention the body of a bull. What kind of martial arts is this Han Feng using? A martial artist with a strength as high as the late human level asked. A group of warriors fell silent. On the arena, both Han Feng and Jingtong ignored the discussions in the audience. Roar! Jingtong roared, and the huge body stepped on the ground of the venue and came with a bang. Every time he took a step, he left deep hoof prints on the field, and the ground trembled. Bull clash! Jingtong roared, his whole body fell down, and charged with 2 huge horns. Skyfire fighting fist. The two of them didn't try to find out the tricks that were not very powerful first, and they were powerful tricks when they came out. Such a trick consumes a lot, and the battle spreads greatly, but it also ends quickly. The two of them didn't want to fight each other for an hour or two, that would be unpleasant. Boom! The venue collapsed, the entire arena had a tendency to fall apart, and an amazing explosion resounded on the arena. Han Feng stepped back again, and immediately shook his hand, it was too painful. Touching the armor on his body, there was also a tendency to crack. Han Feng couldn't help but be shocked. It's so strong. If Xingtong fights with a 7-star peak human-level powerhouse in such a posture, he will definitely be able to smash the opponent into meat sauce. As for Xingtong, his huge body was also knocked out and fell heavily on the ground, only to hear a rumbling sound, and a deep pit was smashed into the field. The referee was also very shocked at the moment. My dear. The strength of these two people's outbreaks is no less than the 8-star human rank. It is no wonder that this venue can't support it. Both of them should go to the 3rd floor arena to compete. The venue there is much harder than here. In the big pit, Xingtong shook his head and climbed out of the pit with his head shaking his head. Han Feng gave a thumbs up. Brother, your strength is good. I was outside the city a few days ago, and I was relying on this bull's body. I killed a mid-level 7th level monster. I thought it was enough to handle you, but I didn't expect it to be blasted out by your punch. Mid-level 7. The warriors in the audience took a deep breath when they heard the words. The mid-level 7-level monsters were human-level 8-star warriors. Han Feng smiled bitterly. Brother didn't get hurt too much, didn't he? Xingtong bared his teeth. It's a savage bull, with rough skin and thick flesh, and naturally strong defense. It's not that I boast, an ordinary person is 8 stars, and even if you hit me with all your strength, don't even think about hurting me. One blow determines the outcome. The next blow is my strongest move. As long as you can resist it, I will lose, brother. Bull's trample. Xingtong attacked with great momentum. Behind Xingtong, there was a huge phantom of the bull. The bull raised its hooves and was about to step down. Mortal Fire Fusion. Han Feng's heart moved, and the mid-grade Mortal Fire and Skyfire armor and Skyfire fighting fist quickly merged, and the originally cracked Skyfire armor quickly recovered and was even better. The power of the Skyfire fighting fist has also greatly increased. Boom boom boom. The entire venue trembled continuously, making a rumbling explosion, which was deafening. The warriors in the audience hurriedly covered their ears, their minds aching. Gradually, when the sound of the explosion subsided, the entire arena was almost completely destroyed. There was a huge deep pit in the middle, covering almost half of the entire arena. The remaining half was full of cracks, and the bottom could be seen. Even if an ordinary person stood up, he would be completely shattered. The referee hid under the field for a long time, and saw that the field was scrapped. The corner of his mouth twitched. Then, the referee turned his attention to the two people on the field. Han Feng's armor was broken and he knelt on the ground with blood on his forehead. On the other side, Xingtong fell directly to the ground, the body of the bull had dissipated, and he was naked. That thing is standing tall, and the referee is holding his forehead. Once Xingtong gets excited about fighting, his whole body will be bloody, including the thing below. Xingtong struggled to get up, but fell down again. Seeing this, the referee knew who had won the victory. Congratulations to Han Feng for winning this battle, and congratulations to Mr. Han Feng for becoming the new 10-game winning warrior on the 2nd floor. The referee shouted, and even the warriors in the audience roared. Han Feng ran the 9 flames and different fire art, and finally recovered a little. He stood up and walked towards Xingtong and helped Xingtong up. Han Feng said with some difficulty, "Brother Xing, you are really heavy." Xingtong smiled, "That's necessary. Today's battle is really cool, brother, your future is boundless." Xingtong sighed. It should be noted that Han Feng's own cultivation base is only the peak of the 4-star talent level. Han Feng smiled and didn't answer. When he was in the backstage, Han Feng dissipated the Skyfire battle body and Skyfire armor, and immediately took out the clothes in the 7th-layer storage space of 9 flames and different fire and put them on. He was not exhibitionist. Han Feng wanted to give Jingtong a piece of clothes, but looking at Jingtong's tall figure, Han Feng was silent. Jingtong didn't take it seriously. Haha, brother, you don't know, brother, once I get excited about fighting, my whole body is full of blood, and I want to put the woman under my body. Brother is going back now. A lot of women are waiting. Han Feng opened his mouth, completely messed up. This is too weird. A warrior next to him who has a good relationship with Jingtong smiled and said, Han Feng, you are a wonderful man of brother Jing, but the entire Xuanhuan arena is famous. When there is no battle, you can have 3 or 4 women in one night. When I get excited, 8 or 9 nights are possible. Today's battle with you is the most exciting time for Jingtong over the years. It is estimated that it is possible for more than a dozen people in one night. There are dozens of Jingtong's lovers, and now I am afraid that they have already rushed to Jingtong's residence. Jingtong smiled and was very proud. Before leaving, he patted Han Feng on the shoulder and said, your popularity is not smaller than me, even bigger than me. If you want to date a woman, as long as you shout, it is estimated that there will be more than 10 women waiting for you at your residence tomorrow. Would you like me, brother, to help you promote it? Han Feng smiled wryly and waved his hand. Forget it, my brother still wants to go back to practice. Jingtong was stunned for a moment, glanced suspiciously at Han Feng *, and suddenly realized, that's right, brother, after all, you haven't even grown your hair yet, so it's not yet suitable for breaking. Han Feng's face darkened again. After Han Feng and Jingtong left, Xuanhuan said in a corner of the backstage of the 2nd floor warriors, I didn't expect that when you were fighting with me, you didn't even show your true strength, and I lost not wrongly. In the corner of the auditorium, old man Zhang suppressed his shocking emotions. This kid is really surprising. With this kid's ability, I'm afraid that tomorrow I will go back to the challenge match and challenge the 3rd floor warriors. It's time to share the news. Tell the eldest son. The Liu family, the eldest son of Liu received the news, and a light flashed in his eyes. The challenge match so soon has not disappointed me. I hope you can continue to grow. Suddenly, young Master Liu came up with an idea, and replied to Old Man Zhang with a smile. Old Man Zhang frowned upon receiving the news. In the 3rd challenge, let Han Feng challenge Liu Yu. It seems that the eldest son is ready to include Han Feng as one of the reserve personnel. I hope this boy will seize it well. That is an opportunity. Han Feng left the backstage on the 2nd floor and walked into the front desk of Xuanhuan Arena. Sister Xiaoming, arrange a challenge for me tomorrow. I want to challenge the 3rd floor warrior. Xiaoming martial artist's mouth is unbelievable, you really won? Han Feng smiled and nodded. Xiaoming slapped her palm on her forehead. My God, if something impossible happens to you now, I won't be shocked anymore, I'm already numb. Do you want to challenge 3 a day? Han Feng thought for a while and shook his head. Challenge 2 on the 1st day, and challenge the 3rd on the 2nd day. After the battle with Jingtong, Han Feng has a general understanding of his own strength. It is extremely easy to deal with ordinary people with 7 stars in the early stage, and he can win against ordinary people with 8 stars, but it is a little troublesome to deal with ordinary people with 9 stars at the beginning, especially if there are 3 consecutive challenges. There is a high chance of losing. Therefore, Han Feng decided to divide the 3 challenges into 2 days to complete. Xiaoming also thought that this was the best way, and did not persuade him anymore. After arranging the battle, Han Feng immediately returned to his residence to practice, intending to raise the heavenly fire seal to the 2nd level. After Han Feng left, unconsciously, a figure appeared behind Xiaoming. Xiaoming turned her head, startled, and then said coquettishly, "Senior Zhang, you scared me to death and you have to be in charge." The old man Zhang laughed, "You girl, you can't find me because of your lack of strength, but you are blaming me for being old. By the way, is that kid Han Feng preparing for the enchanting challenge?" "Yes, 2 games tomorrow and 1 the day after." The old man Zhang stroked his beard. "Oh? It seems that this kid is finally feeling the pressure, and it also shows that the initial stage of the ordinary human level 9-star is the approximate limit of this kid. It's really scary, this kid's own cultivation base is only 4-star human level. That's it. Xiaoming, replace me with Lu Yu in the 3rd challenge." Xiaoming's eyes widened, "But that Lu Yu?" "That's right." Xiaoming immediately shook his head, "Senior Zhang, this is not in line with the regulations. Although Lu Yu is only at the initial stage of the 9-star human rank, but with her strength, the peak of the ordinary 9-star human rank can't be helped, and she is even a master of 10 consecutive victories on the 3rd floor. This 10-game winning streak has nothing to do with the 3rd-tier martial artist masters, and Lu Yu doesn't have the ability to fight with a star level and a human level 10-star. But, you can let Lu Yu and Han Feng fight, isn't it bullying Han Feng?" The old man Zhang sighed, "This is what Lu Dagong means, and if you win 2 challenges, Han Feng will be able to get 2 7th-level medicinal pills, maybe Han Feng will be able to break through, and he will not have a fight with Lu Yu by then." Strength. Xiaoming frowned and probed for a long time, "Could it be that?" The old man nodded. Xiaoming thought about it for a long time before saying, "Even so, it's still unfair to Han Feng." The old man Zhang said helplessly, "You underestimate that boy too much. You see, that boy has only been here for a few days, and he has created so many records, and even reached the peak of the 4-star human level. How do you know that Han Feng is not Lu Yu?" According to the old man, Han Feng still has a high chance of winning, so if it doesn't work, let Han Feng postpone it for a few days. Xiaoming agreed, "I will talk to Han Feng tomorrow." Inside the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Han Feng didn't know what was going on at the front desk. After this night, the heavenly fire seal did not reach the 2nd realm. Huozhuguo has only just matured too, and it is not enough for Tianhuyan to break through. Han Feng played with the fire vermilion fruit in his hand. The effect of the fire vermilion fruit is too low. In the Xuanhuan auction more than half a month later, I hope to be able to auction more effective fire-type spirits. Looking at the effect of Huozhuguo, when my 4 great inherited martial skills reach the 3rd level, it is estimated that it will be completely useless. The next day, I came to the front desk and talked to Xiaoming for a few words. Han Feng was about to go to the challenge. At this time, Xiaoming stopped Han Feng. "Mr. Han, your 3rd opponent is Lu Yu. Do you want to?" "How many days longer?" "Lu Yu?" When Han Feng and Jingtong talked, they learned a lot of famous people from Jingtong's mouth. This Lu Yu is one of them. Lu Yu was born in a collateral line of the Lu family of the 3 major families in Xuanhuan City. Although it is a collateral line, but because of its strong strength, it is also a close subordinate of the eldest son of the Lu family's direct line, and his status in the Lu family is considered noble. In Xuanhuan Arena, he was also a 3rd-tier warrior, and he was a master of 10-game winning streak. Han Feng could not have imagined that it was just a challenge match, so he had arranged such a strong opponent for him. What was wrong with what he thought? Xiaoming explained, "This is the request of the eldest son of Lu, Mr. Han. This is an opportunity, I hope you can hold it." Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes flashed, he nodded slightly, bowed his head for a long while, and then Han Feng raised his head and said, "Just listen to Sister Xiaoming's arrangement. I don't know how many days it will be postponed." "How about 3 days? After 3 days, will you challenge Lu Yu again?" "Okay, 3 days and 3 days." He easily completed the 2 challenges, and defeated the 1st-level human level 7-star and human level 8-star early masters. Han Feng took the 2 7th-level medicinal pills in his hand, and immediately returned to the room and entered the Xuanhuan Tower to break through the human level. Prepare for 5 stars. At the same time, in a room on the 3rd floor, a young man in his 20s whispered, Han Feng, since it is the eldest son's request, let me see what you are capable of, don't let me disappointed with the eldest son. In the Xuanhuan Tower, it took half the night. Han Feng finally refined all the 2 7th-level medicinal pills into medicinal pill source liquid. Putting the source liquid into the jade bottle, Han Feng inhaled it into his mouth with small sips, slowly absorbing the energy of the medicinal pill source liquid. In Han Feng's body, the calm Qi surged, gradually became violent, and then hit the bottleneck between the human level 4-star and human level 5-star. Han Feng has already reached the peak limit of 4-star human level, and is only 1 step away from 5-star human level. Now that he has a 7-level medicinal source liquid, it is a good time to make a breakthrough. Han Feng hit the bottleneck again, and in the early morning, the infuriating energy in Han Feng's body suddenly poured into a wider area. Bang bang. Han Feng's breath was soaring, and it took a long time to slowly stabilize, and completely entered the 5-star human level. Ha ha ha, I finally broke through. Han Feng laughed out loud. How many days did it take to break through to a 4-star human rank? But it broke again. But Han Feng also knew that it would be impossible to make a quick breakthrough in the future. After 3 challenge matches, you will no longer be able to challenge to get the 7th-level pill. Without the pill, you can only rely on the Spirit Stone source liquid to improve your strength, but the improvement of the Spirit Stone source liquid is not comparable to the pill. Cultivation in the future will be at least 2 to 3 times slower than the current one. Even so, it is countless times faster than ordinary warriors. It is because of knowing this situation that Han Feng can easily stabilize his Xinqing. After his mind calmed down, Han Feng continued to absorb the 7th-level medicinal pill source liquid in the jade bottle, and Han Feng's infuriating cultivation began to grow again, first stabilizing the initial stage of human level 5-star, and then gradually moving towards the middle stage. After Han Feng absorbed and refined all the source liquid in the jade bottle, Han Feng also successfully broke through to the mid-level 5-star human level. In the next time, Han Feng divided cultivation into 3 aspects. On the one hand, it refines the top Spirit Stone source liquid to absorb and enhance its strength, and at the same time uses other Spirit Stone source liquids to cultivate Fire Vermilion fruit. The second aspect is to use the Fire Vermilion fruit to cultivate the Heavenly Fire seal. The third aspect is to cultivate the 3 major martial arts skills of Xianyan Chain, Crazy Flame Crit and Liang 9 steps in the House of Time. Immersed in the practice, time passed quickly. In the past 3 days, Han Feng has made great progress. First of all, in terms of infuriating cultivation, the top-grade low-grade Spirit Stone source liquid is indeed inferior to the medicinal source liquid, but the top-grade low-grade Spirit Stone source liquid is already the best among the low-grade Spirit Stones. As long as the amount is sufficient, the improvement is not slow. Now, Han Feng's infuriating cultivation base has already entered the late stage of human level 5-star, and after only breaking through 3 days, he has entered the late 5-star stage. This speed is absolutely fast in the entire Great Jin Kingdom. The second is the 4 major inheritance martial arts. The Heavenly Fire seal has successfully broken through to the 2nd level, and the 4 inherited martial arts have reached the 2nd level, which means that Han Feng has mastered the 4 high-level martial arts. Then there are the martial arts such as the Profound Flame Chain. The Mysterious Flame Chain has been able to condense 15 chains, which is also not weaker than the general high-grade martial arts. The same is true for Crazy Flame Crit and Liang 9 treads. Crazy Flame Crit can now condense 12 fireballs at one time, and Liang 9 treads can also condense 7 groups of blazing sun. All in all, in 3 days, Han Feng's comprehensive strength has greatly increased. Han Feng is sure that if he fights Xingtong again, he will definitely be able to win easily. In the backstage of the third-floor warrior, Han Feng slowly walked in here, and in an instant, the warriors in the third-floor backstage all turned their attention to Han Feng. TSK, this is that Han Feng? With such a thin body, it's hard to imagine such a terrifying strength. Yeah, even that guy Xingtong lost to him. This kid is only 4 stars, it's really scary, I don't know how it will compare with Lu Yu. How could this kid be Lu Yu's opponent? Lu Yu is a master of 10 consecutive victories on the 3rd floor, but I believe that if this kid is given a few months or a year or 2 of effort, he will definitely be able to surpass Lu Yu. Xingtong and the 3rd-tier warriors are also friends. These warriors have long acknowledged Xingtong's strength. Since Han Feng has defeated Xingtong, his strength will naturally lead to the 3rd-layer warriors' recognition. But after all, they are not familiar with it, so the warriors on the 3rd floor did not talk to Han Feng, and they did not think that Han Feng could win. Too many cross stars. At this time a familiar voice sounded, "Haha, brother, you are more courageous than I was at the time, it's just a challenge, you actually challenged Lu Yu." Saying that, Xingtong came from behind Han Feng. Han Feng turned around and rolled his eyes. It's none of my business, someone forced me to challenge Lu Yu. Oh? Who is it? Xingtong asked, curiously. Han Feng waved his hand, I can't say, this is what Sister Xiaoming asked me. Seeing this, Xingtong didn't ask any more questions, but he guessed something in his heart, probably for Han Feng's test. Xingtong made a lot of friends. Xingtong didn't come before, and these warriors in the late stage didn't have a good time dealing with Han Feng. Now that Xingtong came, and through Xingtong, many warriors in the late stage started talking with Han Feng. These warriors are not fools. Han Feng's various performances mean that Han Feng has a promising future. Breaking through to the Xian rank is basically a nail in the coffin. Unlike them, their limit is estimated to be the peak of the human rank. Regardless of whether Han Feng loses or wins, for Han Feng's boundless future, it is also necessary to make good friends. Befriend a future powerhouse, and you may benefit from it at some point. Han Feng smiled and talked to these warriors, without the arrogance of the children of the big family, which made a group of warriors have an excellent impression of Han Feng. How would these people know? Han Feng did not come from any large family at all. He was the strongest of the Han family, and he was only a mere 10-star. Anyone here who came to Renshonking would be able to turn the world upside down. Not long after a group of people chatted, Lu Yu, dressed in white, had already walked over, and everyone subconsciously gave way to Lu Yu. Xingtong patted Lu Yu's shoulder carelessly, and hugged Lu Yu's brother nicely. Hey, Xiaoyu, you have to be merciful, my brother is still tender, but I can't be sullied by you. Both Han Feng and Lu Yu's faces turned black. Why did these words sound so unpleasant? Lu Yu slapped Xingtong's rough palm away angrily. Don't worry, if you want to defile you, you will be defiled. Xingtong's face froze, and he said embarrassingly, I have rough skin and thick flesh, so it's not easy to stain. A group of warriors laughed. There was a hint of surprise in Han Feng's eyes. This Xingtong really enjoyed the whole 3rd floor, and he was very familiar with people like Lu Yu. Lu Yu was not angry when he joked about such a heavy taste. From this, it can be seen that Lu Yu's family education is excellent. No wonder that among the 3 major families, the Lu family is faintly headed. Now, Han Feng is taking a sigh of relief. When he heard that young Master Lu was looking for him, his first impression was that there was nothing good. Now that he saw Lu Yu, he could see some qualities of young Master Lu. Then the good things that young Master Lu said are likely to be really good things. Lu Yu walked towards Han Feng at this time, and slightly cupped his hands. Han Feng, I have long admired your name. Han Feng immediately returned a salute, where, I have long heard that young Master Lu is a well-known noble son of the 3rd-tier martial artist, and now I see that it is true. If I did not meet young Master Lu here but outside, I would still. Which scholarly family do you think Lu Gongzi is the descendant of? Xing Tong interjected dissatisfiedly. Why are you so polite? I don't like to talk like this. It's too fake. It's better to be straight. Lu Yu and Han Feng were both embarrassed. Fortunately, the referee had already called the two to fight at this time, and the two immediately abandoned Xing Tong. This made Xing Tong stunned, and immediately said angrily, "Just leave me like this, it's a bastard." A group of warriors laughed again. On the arena, both Han Feng and Lu Yu saluted, and after the referee called the battle, they each took a few steps back and waited. In the auditorium, young Master Lu was hiding among a group of warriors, while old man Zhang said, "Master, who do you think has a better chance of winning?" Young Master Lu shook his head. "I'm not a god, how do I know this? Let Lu Yu and Han Feng fight, but I want to force Han Feng's limit. I always feel that the previous battle Han Feng has not reached the limit." The old man Zhang sighed. The eldest son guessed wrong. The last time this kid fought with Xing Tong, he obviously tried his best and almost lost. Young Master Lu slammed the fan together. "No, that's not what I meant by the limit." "What is that?" Old man Zhang felt that the eldest son was becoming more and more reserved. The eldest son pointed at Han Feng. "You can feel it now. How strong is this guy?" At this moment, it is already in a state of battle, and Han Feng naturally can't hide the fluctuations of infuriating energy around him. "The late 5-star human rank," the old man Zhang exclaimed. The old man Zhang rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was still in the late stage of the 5-star human level. This, that. Zhang old man pointed at Han Feng, speechless, and stammered. Young Master Lu said with a smile, "I mean the limit, that's what I mean. The progress of Han Feng's strength will always surprise me. Even I, at this age, have not improved so quickly. When he reaches me at this age, it is likely far older than me." I asked Lu Yu to force him, just to see how much potential he can inspire in a limited time. To what extent can he break through? It now seems that he has not disappointed me. Even if he loses this battle, I will invite him. There are still a month and a few days before that incident. I really want to see how he will improve in a month's time. Elder Zhang, after this Han Feng fight, bring him to me. The old man Zhang opened his mouth and finally turned it into one word, yes. On the arena, Lu Yu was also taken aback by Han Feng's infuriating cultivation. Isn't it a 4-star human rank? How did it become a late human rank 5-star? Could it be that this is the eldest son who asked me to pay attention to this Han Feng's reason? It seems that I can't hide my clumsiness. A 4-star human can defeat Xing Tong, and a 5-star human will only be stronger. Gathering thunder, lightning ball. Lu Yu let out a low voice and spread out his 5 fingers. With a crackling sound, 5 thunder balls appeared in the air. Under Lu Yu's control, the 5 thunder balls attacked Han Feng from 5 directions. Critical strike. Han Feng showed 12 fireballs, 5 attacked the lightning ball, and the remaining 7 shot at Lu Yu. Lu Yu's face remained the same, gathering lightning flash. Lightning flash. The whole arena suddenly lit up, the harsh light. Even Han Feng couldn't help closing his eyes. Crackling. Bang bang. Several yellow lightning flashed in an instant. The fireballs shot at Lu Yu had all burst, and the remaining lightning flashes fell from the sky. 9 treads of Liang. Han Feng performed his footwork and dodged instantly. The lightning flashed on the ground, blasting several small pits on the ground in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Yu's eyes flashed slightly. Thunder cloud chain of lightning. True Qi burst out from Lu Yu's body, and a small dark cloud condensed over the field. From the dark clouds, purple electric arcs continued to flash, and the next moment, countless electric arcs shot out from the dark clouds, hitting like lightning. Mysterious flame chain. Han Feng did not hesitate to condense the 15 chains out. The purple chain of lightning and the red chain of mysterious flames are constantly entangled in midair, and the sound of the collision of the chains is constantly being heard. There was a screeching burning sound and a rumbling explosion. Soon, the profound flame chain could no longer support it. The second level of the Skyfire battle physique, condensation. The second layer of Skyfire armor, condensate. In an instant, the infuriating energy in Han Feng's body soared to between the human level 6 star and the human level 7 star, and the concentration of infuriating chi was not weaker than the peak of the human level 7 star. However, Han Feng's improvement did not end. He saw that the flames around Han Feng's body suddenly increased, and the fusion of ordinary fire and the two major martial arts. At this moment, his true chi cultivation level directly climbed to the middle and late stages of human level 7 star, and his true chi concentration was comparable to human level 8 star junior and middle stage. At the same time, the ordinary fire and the mysterious flame chain also merged, and the power of the mysterious flame chain greatly increased. 15 chains are constantly swaying, and all the chains of lightning are not allowed to get close to Han Feng's body. Xuanhuan explosive drill. Wow! The thick dark cloud was completely penetrated at this moment. Controlling the profound flame chain, the profound flame drill crashed down from the sky. Lightning flash. Lu Yu's feet were entangled by yellow lightning, and disappeared in a flash, swaying around the entire venue, leaving an afterimage. Rumbling. The Xuanhuan explosive drill spun down and bombarded the ground with a huge cone-shaped pit. Taking this opportunity, the dark cloud scattered in the air condensed again. Lightning strike. Rumbling. Among the dark clouds, there were bursts of roaring sounds, and in the terrified eyes of countless people, thunder and lightning the thickness of an adult's thigh shot out from the dark cloud. The dense thunder and lightning made many warriors in the audience go numb. If they stood in Han Feng's position, they would have been smashed into scum. Okay, it's scary. The eyes of the audience were dull. In the background, a group of warriors admired them. Lu Yu's move, very few people can support it, but this kid has persevered for so long. Xuanhuan, this kid's current strength is better than when he was fighting with you. It's a lot stronger. A human level 8 star warrior laughed. Xuanhuan pouted depressedly, this guy, why is his strength growing so fast? I still want to have a good second fight with him. Now, it seems, let it go. I want to fight a fierce battle, but I don't want to be abused. I'm fighting him now, and I guess it's just for abuse. The martial artist teased, let him let you do it. Xuanhuan pouted, it's better not to fight. The warrior smiled and stopped talking. Who do not know the warriors on the second and third floors? Xuanhuan fights with others. What he wants most is to keep his hands. And do not want to be abused. Because of this, Xuanhuan Kai always feels bored and has no opponent who can be excited for a battle. Now it's hard to find one, but in the blink of an eye, Xuanhuan is far surpassed. Depressed, you can imagine. Han Feng kept dodging, taking time to shoot the Xuanhuan chain, but Lu Yu's speed always left an afterimage, and what the Xuanhuan chain hit was only an afterimage. So far, it has not hit Lu Yui. Back. Seeing this, Han Feng knew that it was impossible to rely on the mysterious flame chain alone. At the moment, Han Feng retracted the Xuanhuan chain, and several thunderbolts with the thickness of purple thighs shot Han Feng from the dark clouds. Crackling. Han Feng did not move at all, and the defense of the Skyfire armor was not blown out. Unless it is a one-time tens of thunder, don't even think about breaking the Skyfire armor. Lu Yu, who was on the move, was also stunned. The defensive capabilities of the Skyfire armor exceeded his expectations. Skyfire seal. Han Feng's palm pressed down, and the sky flame quickly fell. The heavenly fire seal is a large-scale attack, and no matter how fast Lu Yu runs, in this limited space, he can only resist. Not good. Lu Yu's body stopped quickly, and his hands were open to resist the pressure of the heavenly fire seal. The heavenly fire seal, with a radius of tens of meters, kept pressing down. Lu Yu's face flushed, and finally, Lu Yu no longer controlled the sky thunder and the dark clouds to bombard Han Feng, but focused on the heavenly fire seal. Under the double attack of Lu Yu and Tianlei, Tianhuyan could no longer support it and collapsed. Lu Yu didn't breathe a sigh of relief when Han Feng's next blow came again. Skyfire Fighting Fist. The huge fist slammed down fiercely. Lu Yu had just consumed a lot of infuriating energy, and now the infuriating energy has not had time to condense. Han Feng laughed at the back. This is the advantage of mastering multiple martial arts, one after another, making you overwhelmed, and only cultivating one powerful martial skill alone is too monotonous. Once it is broken, there will be no follow-up attack power. Han Feng forgot at this time what is so easy to cultivate in martial arts. It is already a very remarkable thing to master one or two martial arts of the same level and achieve a small success. Practice. The punch Lu Yu hurriedly gathered was obviously not the opponent of Tianhua Xuanhuan. With one punch, Lu Yu vomited blood and flew out, and suddenly fell out of the field. For a moment, the surroundings were silent for a while, and then fierce applause broke out. The old man Zhang in the audience showed a smile. This kid, it seems that he also knows that continuing to entangle with Lu Yu is not an option. Both of them have almost exhausted their tricks, and if they continue to fight, it will only be a protracted battle, so taking advantage of the chain's attack, forced Lu Yu to the edge of the field, and then let the heavenly fire seal suppress it, making Lu Yu lose the possibility of dodging to other places, and the last punch knocked Lu Yu out. The battle in the arena is just a test, not a life and death battle outside. If you have to fight for life and death, as long as you land, you will lose. Lu Yu jumped on the old man from below with a depressed expression. Congratulations, you won. Han Feng coughed dryly and said, it's not worth mentioning the small tricks, we should be considered a tie. Lu Yu said categorically, if you lose, you lose. There are so many reasons. After speaking, Lu Yu turned around and left. Han Feng touched his nose in the back and returned to the backstage. Xingtong kept patting Han Feng on the shoulder, and repeatedly applauded, okay, not only is your strength excellent, but your brain is also good, and it's not a life and death duel. Destroying Lu Yu is also a victory. Lu Yu rolled his eyes aside. Xingtong pointed at Lu Yu, don't be unconvinced, boy, you can also see the progress of my brother's strength. I see, it will be easy for my brother to take care of you in a month. Lu Yu hummed twice, ignoring Xingtong, this is too shocking, even though this is probably the reality. A group of warriors congratulated Han Feng again and again. Not long after, old man Zhang came here. Senior Zhang. I have seen Senior Zhang. A group of warriors and Senior Zhang saluted. The old man didn't pay too much attention to these people, but just took Han Feng away. Han boy, the eldest son is waiting for you, come with me, there is an opportunity next, whether you can get it depends on you, come on. The old man Zhang took Han Feng to a room, and after knocking on the door, he pushed Han Feng in, but the old man Zhang himself did not enter. The room is very simple, just a table, a few chairs, a bookshelf and books. On a chair, a handsome young man dressed in purple was looking at a book, exuding a sense of extravagance. At first glance, he is a child of a big family, he has received a good education, and he is not playful. Seeing Han Feng's arrival, young Master Lu closed the book and said with a smile, this is Brother Han, please take a seat. Seeing Han Feng's arrival, young Master Lu closed the book and said with a smile, this is Brother Han, please take a seat. Han Feng didn't dare to be careless, and after sitting down, he asked, I don't know what happened to young Master Lu? Young Master Lu laughed, my surname is Lu Ming Xinyan, Brother Han can just call me Brother Lu or Xinyan, you don't need to be so unfamiliar. Han Feng smiled, then how can it be done? This Xuanhuan arena was originally established by the Lu family, the Peng family, and the Li family. I'm just a small member of the Xuanhuan arena, how can I be compared with young Master Lu? Lu Xinyan sighed. Brother Han's words actually made Lu terrified. Brother Han, you have reached the human-level 5-star cultivation base at such an age, and you have all kinds of powerful martial arts, which will not be limited in the future. Limited, Brother Han, you are enough for our 3 major families to take it seriously. Brother Han, you devalue yourself too much. And Brother Han, you are so strong at your age. I'm afraid the family is not simple. Maybe it is bigger than our 3 major families in Xuanhuan City. Lu is not necessarily nobler than Brother Han. Han Feng smiled lightly. Lu Xinyan knew when he saw this, and if he didn't tell the truth of the matter, it would be difficult for Han Feng to know that he was not malicious. Thinking of this, Lu Xinyan stopped talking nonsense and said straight to the point, I wonder if Brother Han knows about the Lingshire vein? Lingshire veins? Han Feng's expression froze. Of course, he knows the spirit stone vein, that is the vein that can produce spirit stone. A power, even if it only masters a low-grade spirit stone vein, in just a few decades, it is enough to raise its power to the Xian level. The weakest forces who can own the spiritual stone ore are Xian-level forces. Once the power that controls the spiritual stone ore does not have the strength to guard the spiritual stone ore, a war will be triggered until the spiritual stone ore is controlled by the most powerful force. Han Feng did not reply. Lu Xinyan said lightly, beyond Xuanhuan City, there is a low-grade spirit stone mine, which is jointly managed by my Lu family, Peng family, and Li family. Every year, there is a competition for the younger generation of the 3 families. The battle is divided into 9 battles. According to the results of the competition, the spirit stones in the lower-grade spirit stone veins will be divided. Our 3 major families divide the spirit stones that are dug out of the low-grade spirit stone veins every year into 10 parts, 9 of which belong to my 3 major families. For example, if our Lu family wins 4 games, then our Lu family can get 4. The last one is sold to other families in Xuanhuan City. This kind of division has been going on in my Xuanhuan City for more than 10 years, and it has not changed. Unfortunately, in the first 3 years, everything changed. There is also a low-grade spirit stone vein in Xuanmi City, a mysterious city in the east of Xuanhuan City. This spirit stone vein is the same as the spirit stone vein in Xuanhuan City. 3 years ago, our 3 major families in Xuanhuan City had the same mineral vein. The warriors who dug the spirit stones and the warriors in Xuanmi City dug through the spirit stone veins. The most central position has actually evolved into a mid-grade spirit stone vein, which can produce low and medium-grade spirit stones, and even sometimes high-grade mid-grade spirit stones can be produced, but this kind of spirit stone is really rare, and only a few are produced every year. In order to compete for this mid-grade spirit stone, our 3 major families in Xuanhuan City have to unite to fight against Xuanmi City. In the end, the younger generation under the age of 20 is also used to compete for this mid-grade spirit stone. My 3 major families in Xuanhuan City have selected 9 people together, and the major families in Xuanmi City have also selected 9 people. Whichever side wins, the mid-grade spirit stone produced this year will belong to the side. If my Xuanhuan City wins, it will be distributed according to how much the family contributes. The more efforts, the more mid-grade spirit stones will be obtained. Having said that, Lu Xinyan paused, as if arranging what to say next. Han Feng asked, since this is the case, it should have nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Lu Xinyan smiled bitterly. It used to be okay, but now it's different. My Xuanhuan City won the battle in the first year, but in the second year, Xuanmi City actually hired helpers, the younger generation from various forces in Xuanmi City. So many younger generations gathered together and selected 9 of them. Can they not be strong? In the end, Xuanmi City will naturally win. In the third year, my Xuanhuan city also adopted the same behavior, but my Xuanhuan city was only selected from a family in Xuanhuan city, while Xuanmi city invited the younger generation from other large families in the city. Although the benefits obtained by Xuanmi city are greatly reduced in this way, it can be regarded as a gain. On the contrary, my Xuanhuan city can't get anything. This year, my Xuanhuan city has also started to select the surrounding cities. Similarly, the same is true for some loose cultivators who travel to and from Xuanhuan city. This is how Xuanhuan Arena came into being. According to the information from our Xuanhuan city scouts, I don't know what price this Xuanmi city paid to invite a child of a big family in a heaven-level city. The children of this big family may not be anything in their big family, but for a Xian-level city like my Xuanhuan city, they are amazing geniuses. With this genius, Xuanmi city basically occupied a victory. In other words, as long as Xuanmi city wins 4 games, Xuanmi city is considered a victory. Xuanmi city has obtained the middle grade spirit stone for 2 years, and the younger generation is even better than my Xuanhuan city. If we can't win this year, one day, even the low-grade spirit stone veins outside my Xuanhuan city will not be able to be preserved. Although Brother Han's cultivation base is not strong, not even in the late stage of human rank, his real combat power is extremely strong. The reason why I called Brother Han here is to invite Brother Han to participate in the selection. As long as Brother Han passes for the selection, Lu will definitely reciprocate. Han Feng was silent, and did not agree rashly, but pondered in his heart. Xuanmiqing has obtained 2 years of mid-grade spirit stones. The younger generation of Xuanmiqing is obviously very powerful, seeing that Lu Zhenyan is already at the early stage of the 9-star human rank. What about the mysterious city? It is estimated that it is very likely to be the peak of the 9-star human level, or even stronger. Even if I participate in the selection and pass, if I can't win, I'm afraid I won't get any very good rewards. At most, I will reward some low-quality spirit stones. But I don't lack low-grade spirit stones now. Seeing that Han Feng was hesitant, Lu Zhenyan gritted his teeth and said, as long as Brother Han passes the selection and helps us win the final victory in Xuanhuan City, I can make the decision and allow Brother Han to get 9 qualifications to enter the Lingyuan pool. 1. Lingyuan Pond? What is this? Han Feng searched in his heart, but found nothing. Seeing Han Feng's interest, Lu Zhenyan was overjoyed. This Lingyuan Pond is the name given by my 3 major families in Xuanhuan City, and it is located in the middle of the low-grade Lingshi vein, which is the one that has evolved into the middle-grade spirit stone vein. In an area, there is a spiritual spring, where a large amount of spiritual power is gathered and cultivated in it. With half the effort, the one who wins every year can enjoy the spiritual pool. If Brother Han can cultivate in it, his strength will definitely increase in a short period of time. Han Feng had to admit that he was moved. Just listening to his introduction, he also knew that the Lingyuan Pond was not simple. Lu Zhenyan also tempted. Not only that, if my Xuanhuan City wins, on behalf of the 3 major families, I will definitely give Brother Han a lot of rewards, such as the top low-grade Lingshi. Han Feng pondered for a while and said, there is no need for the top low-grade spirit stones. If possible, I hope to get some middle-grade spirit stones, even the lowest low-grade middle-grade spirit stones. This? Lu Zhenyan hesitated. Even if it was the lowest low-grade middle-grade spirit stone, it was still a middle-grade spirit stone, far from being comparable to a low-grade spirit stone. But if you think about it a little bit, if you can't even win, and you can't get mid-grade spirit stones, everything will be in vain. If you really win, what's the point of dividing some of the lowest low-grade middle-grade spirit stones? Thinking of this, Lu Zhenyan nodded and agreed. Han Feng narrowed his eyes. Brother Lu, when will the selection be held? 3 days after the Shanling Auctioneers' Fair ends. Han Feng got up and said, Brother Lu can inform me when the time comes. Han Feng was about to say goodbye when he suddenly remembered something and asked, Brother Lu, I don't know which big family is the son of the big family invited by Xuanhuan city. There are not many heaven-level cities in the entire Great Jin Kingdom. Lu Zhenyan was stunned for a moment, and quickly replied, it's the Lei family. A room somewhere on the second floor. Inside the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. Han Feng looked gloomy. Lei family. This Lei family is the family of Han Feng's mother. Han Feng naturally had expectations for his mother. If his mother really didn't care about him, how could he let elder Yu guard him? When he encountered danger that day, Yu Lao's shot made Han Feng sure that his mother had been paying attention to him. But expecting her mother does not mean that Han Feng has a good impression of the Lei family. If it wasn't for the Lei family's intervention, how could he have been unable to see his mother since he was a child? If it wasn't for the Lei family, how could the Han family have suffered such a huge loss, and the father felt guilty for the Han family and suffered so many grievances? My father and brother would not dare to gather together for a reunion dinner. If it weren't for the Lei family, how could the elders and servants of the Han family dare to insult his father for so many years? If it weren't for the Lei family, how would my father silently endure these insults, because of self-blame? The children from the Lei family, let me see what the famous children of the Lei family in the entire Jin dynasty have. Han Feng's words revealed a hint of coldness. In the days that followed, Han Feng fell into retreat, no longer going out or fighting. The cultivation base has not broken through to the late human level, and even if the combat power reaches the late human level, it cannot enter the third level battle. On the second floor, Han Feng has won 10 consecutive victories, and he has completed 3 challenges. No matter how hard he fights, he will not get any reward. The source liquid of 2 consecutive 7th-level medicinal pills was absorbed, and Han Feng broke through to the peak of human level 5-star in one fell swoop, and then, like the peak of human level 4-star, in such a situation, to break through the bottleneck between stars, even if there is the spirit stone source liquid also takes a while. After breaking through to the peak of human level 5-star, it was not until 10 days later that Han Feng broke through to human level 6-star. Another 10 days later, Han Feng went out, and at the same time, Lin Qingshan went through so many days of retreat, and she also went out, and crossed the 11-star bottleneck, breaking through to the early stage of human level 12-star, and her realm was extremely stable. Lin Qingshan looked happy. Brother, thanks to you, otherwise it will take at least 2 to 3 months to break through to the 12 stars. Congratulations, Sister Lin. Seeing that Lin Qingshan had made a breakthrough, Han Feng was naturally happy for Lin Qingshan, which meant that Lin Qingshan was one step closer to taking revenge in person. After Lin Qingshan was overjoyed, she also asked about Han Feng's progress. When she heard that Han Feng was now in the middle stage of human level 6-star, Lin Qingshan couldn't help but indignantly, little pervert. Han Feng told Lin Qingshan a few things about these days, focusing on Lu Zhenyan's invitation to him. Lin Qingshan held her chin. That's fine, it just so happens that you can get to know the characters of the younger generation in these Xian-level cities, and give you a long-term experience. Lin Qingshan suddenly clapped her palm. By the way, I've been in retreat for so many days, and it's not a few days before the Xianling auctioneer. Well, the Xianling auctioneer will start in 2 days. Han Feng nodded. In 2 days? Brother, you have to prepare for these 2 days. In auction houses like Xianling auctioneers, silver and gold can only be auctioned for the lowest items. If you want to auction good things, you need spirit stones. The transaction of each grade of spirit stone. Basically, the upper class is the core, and the lower class and the middle class are generally not traded. The upper class is roughly equivalent to 3 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, and the top is equivalent to 3 upper-grade and lower-grade spirit stones. Brother, if you want to auction something good, you must prepare enough high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Han Feng was a little worried. If he was simply cultivating, he would still be able to use high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, but if he wanted to auction some good things at the auction house, he wouldn't be able to. What can make him accumulate a large number of high-grade and low-grade spirit stones in a short period of time? Sweeping over Lin Qingshan, Han Feng's eyes lit up. I almost forgot, my source fluid. Sister Lin, how about I auction some origin liquid? This? It's not impossible, but brother, you must be careful not to reveal that you can refine this kind of source liquid, just say that you got it by accident. Lin Qingshan solemnly instructed. Han Feng's face condensed and nodded. The two tidied up and decided to leave Xuanhuan Arena and live in and outside. Before leaving, Han Feng told Xiaoming the inn that he had ordered, so that Lu Xinyan would not be able to find it by then. Afterwards, Han Feng, Jing Tong and other good friends bid farewell one by one. Before leaving, Han Feng left Jing Tong a few bottles of top-notch spirit stone source liquid, enough for Jing Tong to break through to the early stage of human level 7-star, or even the middle stage of human level 7-star. After finishing the affairs in Xuanhuan City, Han Feng has already planned to return to the Han family in Renshongking, and it is estimated that he will not meet with Jing Tong and other warriors in the future. Shanling Auctioneer. Han Feng and Lin Qingshan entered, and immediately a waiter greeted him with a smile on his face. Mr. and Miss, what are your orders? Han Feng said lightly, I want to auction some things here. The waiter paused, still smiling. Sir, wait a moment, I'll call the steward to come. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked over. I have to say that Shanling Auctioneer can become the first auctioneer in Xuanhuan City, and even the last few cities are quite famous, so the service is not bragging. Ordinary managers, seeing Han Feng's age, will subconsciously frown. After all, such a young boy can have some good things to auction. But when this steward saw Han Feng, except for a slight change in his eyes, his face was flat as usual, and even the change in his eyes quickly disappeared. Can't see either. Sir, you can call me Yan Guancher. What kind of items do you want to auction? Han Feng took out 10 jade bottles and said, that's all. Yan Guancher took the jade bottle suspiciously, wondering in his heart, what exactly is inside such an ordinary jade bottle? With the experience of strict management, I do not think that the things in this are just ordinary goods, otherwise I would dare to come to this auction unless it is to cause trouble. Because of this, Yan Guancher was more curious about the contents of the jade bottle. Yan Guancher opened it, and his eyes immediately flashed with surprise, took a deep sniff, and Yan Guancher exclaimed in admiration, what kind of liquid is in this? Comparable to the 8th level medicinal pill. No, even stronger than the 8th level medicinal pill. Han Feng smiled in his heart. The source liquid of each jade bottle in these 10 jade bottles was condensed from the source liquid of 10 top-grade low-grade spirit stones, and the effect naturally exceeded the 8th level medicinal pill. This is the source liquid that Han Feng has not absorbed in refining and chemical these days. Logically speaking, with such a sufficient source fluid, Han Feng should develop his strength very quickly. But in fact, Han Feng's own cultivation base is only 6 stars of human rank. After all, he cannot absorb so much spiritual power at one time, he can only absorb it slowly, so it will take a little long time to get when the bottle is consumed, and the strength is increased. Han Feng sighed secretly, if the 9 flames and different fire art reaches the 2nd level, it should be easier to absorb, and the efficiency will be greatly increased. We must break through to the 7-star human level as soon as possible, and then upgrade the 9 flames and different fire art to the 2nd level. Yan Guancher didn't see Han Feng's reply, so he knew that this was because the other party was unwilling to reveal specific information. Yan Guancher didn't take it seriously, but said helplessly, this gentleman, at least have a name. Han Feng thought about it and came up with a name, let's call it Ling Shui. Yan Guancher's eyes twitched and he secretly said, what a vulgar name. On his face, Yan Guancher raised a smile, Ling Shui, a very apt name. This gentleman, will 10 bottles be auctioned? That's right. Hearing this, Director Yan ordered 10 bottles of spiritual water to be taken away, and then turned around and said eagerly to Han Feng, "Sir, this is a VIP card. 2 days later, the two of you can come to my auction house with this VIP card. By the way, after the auction, our auctioneer will charge an 8% handling fee. I wonder if Mr. The handling fee charged by each region is different, so strict management has this question. Okay, Yan Guancher can estimate, what price can these 10 bottles of spiritual water be auctioned?" Han Feng agreed first, and then asked aloud. Yan Guancher closed his eyes and thought for a while before saying, "If I'm not wrong, the price of each bottle should be roughly 1,000 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones to 2,000 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. Normal procedure should be like this. But sir, please also note that if the auctioneer will have many medicinal herbs to improve cultivation this time, the price of this spiritual water may decrease. Similarly, if there is a lack of medicinal herbs, if someone competes, it is likely to be higher than 2,000 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones." Han Feng understood. 2 days later, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan came to the auction door with VIP cards. At this time, Han Feng actually met an acquaintance. It was Lu Zhenyan. "Haha, is Brother Han coming to auction something too?" Lu Zhenyan greeted. "Yeah, the Xianling auctioneer is well known far and wide. I finally came to Xuanhuan City. It would be a waste not to auction some things," Han Feng replied. After saying a few nutritious words, Lu Zhenyan glanced at Lin Qingshan suspiciously. "Brother Han, this is..." Han Feng introduced, "This is my sister Lin." Lu Zhenyan looked at Han Feng, and then at Lin Qingshan, showing an expression of sudden realization, with an ambiguous expression. Lin Qingshan was a little red, but it was covered by a veil, so neither Lu Zhenyan nor Han Feng could see it. Han Feng opened his mouth to explain immediately, but unfortunately Lu Zhenyan didn't give Han Feng this chance. "Brother Han, Miss Lin, why don't you two come to my box?" Han Feng shook his head slightly and took out the VIP card. "Brother Lu, we have the card, so we don't need it." "Yes, that's really a pity." Lu Zhenyan's face was full of regret. "Then Brother Han, I'll go first." "Well, Brother Lu, please." After Lu Zhenyan left, Lin Qingshan said with admiration, "This Lu Zhenyan is already a 9-star master of the human rank at a young age, and in the future he will be a master of the mysterious rank in all likelihood. 9 stars of human rank, it seems that the selection will not be so easy." Han Feng had long guessed that Lu Zhenyan's strength would not be low, at least 8 stars of human rank. Now that Lin Qingshan said Lu Zhenyan's rank, Han Feng did not agree. "No shock." Lin Qingshan chuckled. "What about the 9 stars of the human rank? Are you still afraid, brother?" Han Feng smiled. The two quickly came to the second floor with their VIP cards and stopped in room 33. The Xianling auction is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is the main hall below, with a total of 1,000 seats, which are specially prepared for outside cultivators and some third-rate families or civilian warriors in Xuanhuan City. The second floor is the VIP floor. There are only 100 rooms, and each room is about tens of square meters. If the guests have requests, some female warriors can be served. On this level, either an outsider with status, or a second-rate family in Xuanhuan City, or a warrior who has items auctioned at the Xianling auctioneer. The third floor is the luxury floor. There are 10 rooms in the deluxe floor. Each room has nearly 200 square meters and has everything in it, such as comfortable soft beds, clean bathrooms, etc. The auction time is very long, sometimes it will be auctioned for a whole day, and it is really comfortable to stay in such a room. Especially when it is hot in summer or cold in winter, the first layer below is either hot and sweating, or cold and shivering. But on the third floor of the luxury floor, each room maintains a certain temperature. Warm in winter and cool in summer. Since it is the luxury floor, not everyone can enter the third floor. First, there are the patriarchs and elders of the first-class families in Xuanhuan City. As for the children of the first-class families, they cannot come up, and then there are the patriarchs and elders of the top families and some outstanding direct descendants, such as geniuses like Lu Xinyan. In the end, there are powerful foreign forces, at least Xian-level forces. Han Feng did not know that after they left, someone came to Lu Xinyan and said a few words. Lu Xinyan frowned. Number 33 on the second floor, this position is still in the front, but if you don't know the details, you shouldn't have a VIP card. Could it be that Han Feng revealed his family to the Xianling auctioneer? It's impossible. Han Feng has such a terrifying strength at such an age. I'm afraid that the Xianling auction house and my Lu family have allied with the three major families, and there is such a powerful child, Xianling. The auctioneer will definitely inform me of the three major families. Then there is only one possibility. Han Feng has sent items to Xianling auction house for auction. I don't know what kind of items are auctioned. Thinking of this, Lu Xinyan asked his servants to inquire, and said at the same time, "You said that I know Han Feng and are very friendly, but I am just curious about what Han Feng is auctioning here, otherwise Xianling auctioneer will keep the privacy of the guests." "I'll tell you the truth." The servant immediately said, "Yes." Soon, the servants talked back and forth. "Eldest young master, it is an item called spiritual water." Lu Xinyan thought thoughtfully. "Ling Shui, you go down." Lu Xinyan didn't ask what Ling Shui was. If he could ask so much, it would be outrageous for the Xianling auctioneer to ask Lu's family and his lack of ill will towards Han Feng. The corner of Lu Xinyan's mouth twitched. Let this young master see what kind of item Han Feng sent for auction at Xianling auctioneer. As time passed by, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan came early. There were not many people in the Xianling auctioneer when they came, so it was a little quiet. But now, the first floor of the Xianling auctioneer's chamber has begun to become lively, and the voices of various conversations are mixed together, forming a commotion. Gradually, more and more people came. Xuanhuan City's first-class, second-class, and third-class families, the younger generation of the Peng family and the younger generation of the Li family. When the first floor was almost full, an old man walked over to the front desk on the first floor, only to hear the old man say loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet." This sound contained strong penetrating power. Mysterious rank powerhouse. Lin Qingshan's expression was solemn. Han Feng looked at the old man on the first floor in surprise, as expected of a Xian-level city, as expected of a Xianling auctioneer who can also have a place in a Xian-level city. An old man who presides over the auction has a Xian-level 1-star strength. Han Feng was full of admiration and sigh. Under the penetrating roar of the old man, the warriors in the hall on the first floor immediately quieted down. This person is a mysterious powerhouse, and it is no good to offend him. As for the second and third floors, there are special things like microphones. As long as they are turned off, with good sound insulation, you can't hear anything inside. The old man smiled and said, "Welcome to my Xianling auctioneer, to participate in the auction." This auction is presided over by the old man. You should have no opinion. Haha, how could there be any opinions? Elder whose fairness is well known throughout Xuanhuan City. Yeah, with your eyesight, Mr. Hu, it is even more impossible to cheat. The old man, that is, Hu Laochao on the second and third floors clasped his fists. Since everyone trusts the old man so much, the old man cannot let you down. Now we will start the auction of the first item. Elder Hu clapped his hands, a few women raised a plate and put it in front, lifted the lid, and Elder Hu said loudly, "This is the fruit of gathering, as the name suggests. It is to help the late mortal rank warriors condense the attribute true chi and quickly reach the late mortal rank. Limit. All of you present are human-level warriors. Naturally, you don't like this kind of spiritual fruit, but you all have relatives and children. It will save a lot of time by giving your own younger generation a fruit of gathering truth. The auction will start now. The base price is 100 taels of silver, and each time the increase is not less than 10 taels of silver. The human-level warriors on the first floor did not plan to auction them at first, but after hearing what Mr. Hu said, they were a little moved. Their aptitude was not good. If they gave their children a fruit of gathering truth, they would speed up the breakthrough of human level. The process has benefits that cannot be ignored in the future. Now see the price so cheap, and immediately compete. 120 taels of silver. 130 taels of silver. 150 taels of silver. 300 taels of silver. A sudden roar shook the first-layer warriors for a while, and then many people stopped. Although Jusian fruit is precious to the later stage of the mortal stage, 300 taels of silver is too much. Soon, the Jusian fruit was obtained by the first-tier warriors. On the second floor, Han Feng was very excited. In his past life and now, this was the first time he participated in an auction. Hu Lao was very satisfied that Zhuzhengguo sold 300 taels of silver. The real price of Zhuzhengguo was 278 taels of silver. Just the first item sold for more than its true price is undoubtedly a good sign. Hu Lao looked at the warrior with a more satisfied look. Next, the second, the third, the eighth, the ninth. A total of 9 items were auctioned. It includes some basic martial arts, basic exercises, and some heaven and earth spirit fruits that are useful to mortal ranks. The highest one was just an auction of thousands of taels of silver. No one exits the second and third floors, and such items are not considered by them. Even on the first floor, many warriors did not export from beginning to end, all waiting for more precious items to appear. The next items, presumably many human-level warriors, will be happy to auction them. Siyu and swordsmanship, the top-level low-grade martial arts, is a swordsmanship created by a late human rank master who died 4 years ago 100 years ago. Spirit Stone. If it is just a low-grade martial skill of ordinary people, some early-stage warriors may not care, but if it is a top-ranked low-grade martial skill, it will be different. Even some mid-level human-level warriors, with 4-star human level, are somewhat moved. In room 33 on the second floor, Lin Qingshan shook her head. It's a pity that you don't match your brother's level and attributes. There is still the Yuanyan sword lying in Han Feng's storage space. There is a set of swordsmanship that really increases overall strength, but Siyuan swordsmanship is not a fire attribute, and its level is too low, which does not meet Han Feng's requirements. With Han Feng's current strength, he must at least be a medium-level high-grade martial artist. The warriors on the first floor have already begun to bid. 15 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. 18 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. 20 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. In the end, the Siyuan swordsmanship was auctioned off by a human-level 4-star warrior on the first floor at the price of 25 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. Han Feng looked at it with sigh, 25 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, and the holder was still a 4-star human rank, and only the warriors in the Xian rank city had such financial resources. In the city of people, even the warriors of the later stage of the human level may not have such wealth. Whoever said that there are no spirit stone or veins around Rinzhong city, all spirit stones must be purchased from outside at a large amount of silver. One item after another was auctioned, and after more than a dozen items, some of the rooms at the back of the second floor were also auctioned off. The 28th item is Lei Jing, from a thunder area. If you have thunder attributes, you can auction them off to increase the rank of Fan Lei in your body. Hu Lao's faint voice came out. The third floor suddenly fell silent, and no one asked for a price. Generally speaking, such items that can enhance the ordinary fire and lightning are very precious, but if they are related to any crystal, they must be careful. For example, fire crystals in some special flame areas, and fire crystals only generated near volcanoes, have a very different effect. The former may be able to directly upgrade a grade. The latter, refining thousands of pieces, does not necessarily have a large increase effect. From a room in front of the second floor, a questioning voice came. "Old Hu, you are the most fair, can you tell me the specific source of this Lei Jing?" Hu Lao sighed. "I don't hide everyone. This Lei Jing was caused by the lightning strike in a certain thunder area and fell on a nearby mountain forest, and it is completely incomparable with the Lei Jing produced in that area. The effect is probably similar to that of Huozheguo." "Oh, I thought it was a good Lei Jing, but it turned out to be just like that. It really makes me waste my feelings. No wonder it's so high in the queue, it really isn't a good thing." As soon as Mr. Hu's words fell, all kinds of regretful voices suddenly sounded, and there was no movement in the third floor, some of the rooms that were just about to move. Lei Jing, which is equivalent to the effect of fire vermilion fruit, is too worthless to them, and it is useless at all. Hu Lao knew that it would be such an effect, and he didn't take it seriously. Good things are behind. On the other hand, many of the warriors on the first floor lit up. Most of the warriors on the first floor are in the early stage of human rank, and there are very few in the middle stage of human rank. For them, such Lei Jing still has a lot of effects. Lei Jing's base price is 10 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, and each time the price should be increased by at least 1 high-grade low-grade spirit stone. Elder Hu turned his target to the first-tier warrior. 15 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. 18 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. 22 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. The warriors on the first floor quickly increased the price to 30 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, a voice came from the second floor, 40 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. Room 33. Han Feng was shocked. "I didn't expect that there are people on the second floor who are prepared to increase the price like me." Lin Qingshan hurriedly said, "Brother, just ordinary Lei Jing, don't waste spirit stones, save some preparations for future price increases." Han Feng waved his hand. "It's just a few dozen high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. What a waste. Sister Lin, you have done enough for me, so let me make some contributions for you." Lin Qingshan smiled wryly and shook her head. The source liquid that you refined for me is enough." That being said, Lin Qingshan was still warm in her heart and did not persuade her any further. Han Feng immediately increased the price, 50 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. Everyone was taken aback. The previous 40 pieces of high-grade and low-grade spirit stones had already exceeded the price that Lei Jing should have had, and now someone has directly increased the price to 50 pieces of high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. A room on the third floor. Lu Zhenyan looked puzzled. With Han Feng's family background, he shouldn't look down on this Lei Jing, is it because? Lu Zhenyan's smile was a little deep and a little wretched. A certain voice on the second floor sounded, "Alas, 50 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, my friend in room 33, I gave up. As a second-tier person, when it is no longer necessary, try to avoid conflicts, but it is only Lei Jing, and it is not a precious thing." Han Feng's smiling voice came out, "Thank you for your generosity." Hu Lao was overjoyed and knocked down. "Congratulations to the friends in room 33 on the second floor, Lei Jing is yours. The auction is still going on." In room 33, Han Feng has already got Lei Jing. Han Feng said with a smile, "Sister Lin, I will give it to you when I refine him into a source liquid." Lin Qingshan was stunned. "You can even refine things like Lei Jing and Hu Jing?" Of course, after refining this Lei Jing, it is equivalent to 2 ordinary fire vermilion fruits, which is enough to increase your fan lei a little bit, Sister Lin. Lin Qingshan nodded. "Indeed, if my fan lei is improved, with my current strength in the early 12-star stage, it is enough to have a higher attack power at the 12-star early stage. Time passed, and soon it was afternoon. The warriors on the second and third floors had food specially brought by the Xianling auctioneer, and the bitter first-layer warriors could only quietly get rid of the food they brought. Otherwise, it would be too inelegant in public. Every time at this time, the warriors on the first floor are extremely envious of the warriors on the second and third floors. By this time, the auctioned items are already very precious, and most of the second floor has already begun to shoot. Even the third-floor warriors occasionally see some more curious items, will also take pictures. At this moment, it can be said that the auctioned items have nothing to do with the first-tier warriors. Another item was auctioned off. An elder who carefully brought an oval red ball to the front. After putting it down, Elder Hu breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and said, "This auction item may have some flaws. Let's see if you have the patience to cultivate it." "Elder Hu, what is this egg?" "Yeah, what's the flaw?" Various inquiries came from the second and third floors. Hu Lao looked around for a week, and a penetrating voice sounded faintly, "This is the egg of the flying flaming lion." "What, flying flame lion? Impossible, that kind of monster egg, how can it appear here?" Whether it was the first floor, or the second and third floors, they all went crazy. Feitian Yanshi, that is a powerful monster with a 5th-level monster strength from the moment of birth, and its growth limit is the Earth-level grade. In other words, before reaching the pinnacle of the Earth-level magical beast, the Flying Flame Lion did not have the slightest bottleneck. With the Flying Flame Lion Warcraft egg, cultivating the Flying Flame Lion is equivalent to having an Earth-level master. The third floor, a room somewhere. Lu Xinyan stood up excitedly, "I must bid for this monster egg. With it, all the Pang family, Li family, and Xuanmi city will all be surrendered to my Lu family." Rao is Lu Xinyan's temperament. He was so excited when he saw this Flying Flame Lion Warcraft egg, and he spoke madly. This shows the terrifying appeal of the Flying Flame Lion Warcraft egg. The same thing happens in various rooms on the third floor. Young Master Pang and young Master Li are ambitious and ready to fight. After the second floor and the first floor were noisy for a while, it gradually subsided. This kind of monster egg is not something they can afford to fight for, so let the warriors on the third floor compete. In room 33 on the second floor, Han Feng was excited for a long time, then smiled bitterly, "Let's not talk about whether we can win or not, even the spirit stones are not enough. If this flying lion beast egg is placed in a prefecture-level city, it is estimated that there are not tens of thousands of them. High-grade spirit stones cannot be auctioned. It's even more terrifying here." Lin Qingshan shook her head, "Not necessarily, after all, this is only a Xian-level city, and there are limited spiritual stones, so there may not be so many spirit stones to auction. Strange, how can such a monster be auctioned here? And Xianling auction house will, even if you dare to auction it, you are not afraid of being troubled?" Auctioneers, if you want to auction items, it depends on whether they are qualified or not. The Xianling auctioneer is only a Xian-level force, and it is known by other prefecture-level auctioneers that it will definitely suppress the Xianling auctioneer. When Han Feng heard the words, he was startled and immediately looked at Elder Hu, only to see that Elder Hu was also smiling wryly at the moment, with a complicated expression on his face. At this time, Elder Hu's voice suddenly increased, "Everyone, please listen to what the old man said. The old man also said before that this flying lion beast egg has fatal flaws. This flying flame lion beast egg has been severely damaged for some unknown reason. There is only a slight fluctuation of life in the beast egg. So far, our Xuanhuan auctioneer has thought of countless ways, and even turned to other prefecture-level auctioneers for help. Solution: if you auctioned it off, you must find a way to increase the life fluctuation of the magical beast egg, otherwise, even after more than 100 years, the magical beast egg will not break its shell. Even if one is not well taken care of, this monster egg is very likely Although the words were not spoken, everyone already knew the meaning, that is, a dead egg. A dead egg means that there is no life fluctuation in the beast egg, and it is impossible to give birth to a young beast. Buried dead eggs in the ground can even become fossils for a long time. As soon as Hu Lao's words came out, all the warriors seemed to be poured cold water, and all their enthusiasm turned to ashes. Dad, it turns out to be a dying monster egg. What's the use of it? It took a lot of spirit stones, and in the end, it didn't get any benefit. No wonder the Shanling auctioneer dares to auction. It turns out that the auctioneers of the prefecture-level forces are reluctant to auction, so it's the Shanling auctioneer's turn. Fortunately, Mr. Hu said it in advance, otherwise it would kill us. Yeah, fortunately, Mr. Hu is indeed a righteous person in Xuanhuan City. Hearing this, Mr. Hu rolled his eyes again and again. If he didn't say it, he would be silenced by the three major families in anger. The warriors on the first floor are also a pity, but their pity is different. This dead old man. What a mouthful, let those big forces compete for it. A warrior cursed inwardly. There are many warriors with such thoughts. These warriors are generally low-status warriors, and they are full of jealousy for such forces as the Lu family. If these families suffered a big loss, they would just gloat at the misfortune and feel very happy. Room 33. Han Feng has a feeling of another village in the dark, and he is very excited. Lin Qingshan looked at Han Feng in confusion. This is just a monster egg that is about to become a dead egg. Although the value has been greatly reduced, Han Feng is estimated to be able to fight over it now, but what is the use of fighting over it? How could Lin Qingshan expect that Han Feng has such a heaven-defying thing as the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda? The Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda is divided into 7 floors. The first floor is the melting flame cauldron, the second floor is the spiritual spring, the third floor is the house of time, the fourth floor is planting space, the fifth floor is animal breeding space, the sixth floor is soul search space, and the seventh floor is storage space. The animal breeding space on the 5th floor is the place where the monsters are cultivated. It can not only cultivate, but also transform monsters, enhance the strength of monsters, treat monsters, etc. In the hands of other people, the Feitian Yanshi Warcraft egg may be a dead egg that is about to die, but in the hands of Han Feng, it is completely different. There was no suitable one for not looking for Warcraft before. Now that there is a suitable one, how could Han Feng give up? The growth limit is the pinnacle of the earth rank. Even if Han Feng has the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, it is not possible to achieve such a state in a short time. Seeing everyone calm down, Elder Hu said slowly, Flying Flame Lion Warcraft Egg, the starting price is 500 yuan for high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, and the price is increased by no less than 10 yuan each time. Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. The Sirius Flying Flame Lion Beast Egg is a top-grade spirit stone, and it takes tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones to compete, but now once there is a fatal flaw, it will immediately become worthless. Only 500 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. But after all, this is just the starting price. What will happen in the end, I don't know yet. Han Feng waited for others to take action. If no one makes a bid, then if he finally makes a bid, it is very likely that the Flying Flame Lion Warcraft egg will be auctioned for only 500 yuan of high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. $600. There was a sound of bidding from a room on the 2nd floor, which shattered Han Feng's dream. Han Feng let out a sigh of relief and followed the increase, 650 yuan. Perhaps it was the two of them who started, and more people increased their prices one after another. Although it is likely to be a dead egg, there are still warriors who hold a glimmer of hope, hoping that he is the destined person. 680 yuan. $700. 750 yuan. $800. $1,000. Soon, the bidding spirit stone had broken the 1,000 mark. Han Feng secretly wiped a cold sweat. It's so fast, it's more than 1,000 so soon. According to Yan Guancher's guess, each bottle of my spiritual water can be auctioned for between 1,000 and 2,000 yuan. According to the lowest price, which is also 10,000 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, should be able to be auctioned. Han Feng stopped shooting, and sat and watched the warriors on the second and third floors compete. Not long after, the Feitian Yanshi Warcraft egg had grown to the price of more than 3,000 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. At this time, there are almost no bids. Most of the third-floor warriors only bid once with the idea of giving it a try. Once they saw someone surpassing them, they stopped bidding. In the end, the Feitian Yanshi Warcraft egg stopped at a price in the early 4,000s. At this point, the price increase was extremely slow, and it was an increase of 10 yuan and 10 yuan. Seeing this, Han Feng knew that it was his turn to take another shot. 5,000. As soon as Han Feng's bid came out, the whole auction was quiet, and they all stared at box 33 with extremely strange eyes. Lu Xingyan frowned. It's Han Feng again. What's the use of bidding on a monster egg that is about to become a dead egg? Forget it. I invited Han Feng just to compete for Lingyuan Pond and middle-grade Lingshi, and the rest has nothing to do with me. 5,000 yuan, that was an increase of nearly 1,000 yuan directly, and many warriors scolded, it's just a dead egg, and the prodigal family is so defeated. In the end, the Feitian Yanshi Warcraft egg fell into Han Feng's hands. Hu Lao smiled and held the wooden hammer in his hand, hammering it down at once. Congratulations to the friends in room 33 on the second floor, the Feitian Yanshi Warcraft egg is yours. After the Feitian Yanshi Demon Beast egg was taken down, Elder Hu asked a few women to walk forward with a plate or something. Hu Lao Lang said, the next item is Chi Yen fruit. You must have heard its name. The base price is 300 yuan for high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, and each time you increase the price by not less than 10 yuan. Red flame fruit. The eyes of many warriors became hot. Han Feng is even more so. Scarlet flame fruit, the effect is comparable to 5 fire vermilion fruit. If you get this red flame fruit, planting 2 is equivalent to 10 fire vermilion fruit, which saves too much time. With scarlet flame fruit, breaking through the third realm of the 4 great inherited martial arts is relatively easy. For the time being, there will be 21 updates, and another chapter will be posted every hour after that, until the 32 chapters and 80,000 word outbreaks are over. Last, but not least, flowers. $500. $550. 600 yuan. 1,000 yuan. The price of Chi Yen fruit quickly broke through the 1,000 mark. Han Feng is still ready to take the final shot. A room on the 3rd floor. Young Master Peng's face sternly said, I'm going to fix this scarlet flame fruit. 2,000 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. As soon as the young master of the Peng family shouted, everyone looked at each other in dismay, and suddenly raised 1,000 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, which shocked them. Besides, no one wants to offend the Peng family rashly. For a while, the bidding for each other stopped. The eldest young master of the Li family chuckled, I am the wind attribute, so let it go to Peng Xiao. Lu Xingyan is also not a fire attribute, nor does he compete with the young master of the Peng family. The day to fight for the Lingyuan Pond is coming soon. The 3 of them need to unite. It would be unwise to have a conflict at this time. Just when everyone thought that Qi Yengguo was about to fall into the hands of the young master of the Peng family, a voice suddenly came from room 33 on the 2nd floor, 2,500 yuan. Young Master Peng's eyes narrowed, 3,000 yuan. Many warriors were secretly surprised that the people in room 33 dared to openly compete with the young master of the Peng family, so they were not afraid of the young master of the Peng family. Han Feng immediately added, 3,500 yuan. Young Master Peng's face was gloomy. Go, let me find out who is in room 33 on the 2nd floor. The Pang family then joined the competition. It didn't take long for the price of Chi and fruit to increase to the 5,000 mark. In fact, the red flame fruit at this time has exceeded his original price range, but the Pang family can't save this face, so he is naturally unwilling to let go. Fruit prices are rising. At this time, the happiest people are probably the people from Xianling Auctioneer and Elder Hu. Not long after, the members of the Pang family returned with bitter faces. "Master, the people at the auction will not let go." Hearing this, young Master Pang's face became even gloomier. Before Lu Zhenyan was able to know the news of Han Feng, it was because Lu Zhenyan and Han Feng had no conflict, and even knew each other. In the face of the Lu family, the auctioneer also revealed a little bit of news. But now the Pang family is obviously in conflict with Han Feng, and Han Feng has entrusted 10 bottles of spiritual water to the auctioneer. It is estimated that they can sell at a good price. The auctioneer will naturally be reluctant to reveal the news of Han Feng. Then stare at room 33 on the second floor for me. When the auction ends, I will naturally have a way to grab the scarlet flame fruit from him. With a cold snort, young Master Pang stopped raising the price, and Qi Yanhua was finally auctioned off by Han Feng. In room 33, Lin Qingshan frowned slightly. "Brother, you have to be careful with this young master of the Pang family. It is estimated that after the auction is over, he will come to trouble you." Han Feng shrugged. "As soon as the auction ends, we will go to Lu Zhenyan immediately. With Lu Zhenyan here, the Pang family can't make any waves. Besides, don't you have Sister Lin?" "Sister Lin, you are now a master of 12 stars. Lin Qingshan smiled and nodded Han Feng's head. "That's right, Sister Lin will protect you no matter what." The next few items were auctioned, and Han Feng did not compete anymore. Most of the second-tier warriors and third-tier warriors bid a lot of things. The young master of the Pang family bid for a few 7th-level medicinal pills, and the depression in his heart was much less. At this moment, the auction of spiritual water finally started. Old Hu said excitedly, "Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the spiritual liquid called spiritual water, which can improve the strength of human-level warriors." According to the inspection of the old man and relevant experts, the effect of a bottle of spiritual water is between 8 and 8. Between a grade 1 pill and 2 8-grade elixirs. The base price is 300 yuan for high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, and the price must be increased by not less than 10 yuan each time. Spiritual water no less than an 8th-level medicinal pill. The eyes of a group of warriors from the late stage and even the peak lit up. Is there such a spiritual liquid that is no less than 8th-level medicinal herbs? It doesn't matter, I must compete for this spiritual liquid. Maybe I will break through the human rank and reach the 10-star human rank. A group of warriors were discussing. A room on the 3rd floor. Lu Zhenyan's eyes were round, and he did not expect that Ling Shui would have such a role, and Lu Zhenyan was immediately excited. How precious is an alchemist! The most advanced alchemist in Xuanhuan city is a 6th-level alchemist, and can only refine a 6th-level medicinal pill, and it is rare to refine a 7th-level medicinal pill. Therefore, there are very few 7th-level pills in the entire Xuanhuan city, let alone 8th-level pills. Don't look at the fact that Xuanhuan Arena gave Han Feng 4 7th-level medicinal pills at one time, but how many of them can surpass the star level and challenge the late human level like Han Feng? There are not many at all. After all, the 7th-level medicinal pills consumed by Xuanhuan Arena each year are less than 5. Now, there is an auction of spiritual water that is no less than 8th-level medicinal herbs. How can these warriors not be crazy? Of course, some warriors remain skeptical. Elder Hu, is the spiritual water in this jade bottle really that effective? Elder Hu stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I promise that the spiritual water in this jade bottle is real. If you don't believe it, the first person to win the auction can give it a try. Also, don't look down on this jade bottle. but the spiritual water can only be kept in this jade bottle. If it is transferred to another jade bottle, this spiritual water will be no different from ordinary water. So strange? The warriors were surprised and inexplicable. This was the first time I heard of it. It has to be in this ugly jade bottle to be effective. With a skeptical attitude, the price of the first bottle of spiritual water sold was not good, and it was auctioned for just over 1,500 yuan. Han Feng was not disappointed either. As long as the first warrior who auctioned Ling Shui confirmed the effect of Ling Shui, the subsequent auctions of Ling Shui would naturally not be low. The martial artist who bid for Ling Shui is the front room on the second floor. Not long after, the excited voices of the warriors in this room came out. It's too powerful, just a small sip. I feel that my whole body is boiling. I am now at the peak of the 9-star human rank, and I have been trapped in this star for 2 or 3 years. Now, I am confident that if I absorb all of this spiritual water, I will definitely be able to break through to the 10-star human level. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Young Master Peng, Young Master Li, and Lu Zhenyan clenched their fists and looked at the remaining jade bottle with fiery eyes. Seeing this, Elder Hu knew that the time had come, and immediately auctioned off the second bottle of spiritual water. The price of this bottle of spiritual water soared, and it quickly surpassed 2,000 high-grade and low-grade spiritual stones. This bottle of spiritual water was obtained by Lu Zhenyan. 3 bottles, 4 bottles, 6 bottles. Soon, only the last bottle of 10 bottles of spiritual water remained. The 9th bottle of spiritual water sold for a high price of more than 4,000 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. It looks like there are 10 bottles of spiritual water, but in fact, there are so many people competing together, it is not enough to divide, and the 3 major families only get 1 bottle each. On the 3rd floor of the Shanling auction house, there are not only the 3 major families of Xuanhuan City, but also Xuanhuan level forces from other places. It is impossible for the 3 major families of Xuanhuan City to swallow all the spiritual water. If you really want to do this, it will only cause public anger and make the forces of the 3 major families in Xuanhuan City struggle. The price of the last bottle of spiritual water that was finally auctioned has reached more than 6,000 high-grade and low-grade spiritual stones. With the auction of the last bottle of spiritual water, the craze caused by spiritual water finally dissipated. Some warriors looked at room 33 in confusion. This time, there were many warriors who wanted to see room 33 compete with the big forces and make the big forces collapse. As a result, there was no movement in room 33. If Han Feng knew what these people were thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. This spiritual water is his own. In room 33, Han Feng received the spirit stone and received it softly. Originally, the spirit stone was supposed to be picked up at the end of the auction, but the Feitian Yanshi Warcraft egg that had been auctioned before had not been paid for, so Han Feng had to take out the spirit stone in advance. Fortunately, the auction knew that Ling Shui would sell for a lot of money, so Han Feng could temporarily owe his face on credit. He first gave Han Feng the Feitian Yanshi Warcraft egg, and did not collect Ling Shui. After the Ling Shui auction, the auction came to the later stage. Most of the auctions were high-level human-level exercises and high-level human-level martial arts, and the auction prices were not low. Without the practice, even if there is a spirit stone, it is difficult to break through. After another high-quality human-level exercise was auctioned, Mr. Hu said, "I know everyone is tired now, so I'll take a break for half an hour, and then auction the last 3 items." It's almost over. In the room, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. All day, from morning to night, no amount of enthusiasm was gone. This is still the 2nd floor, and it is hard to imagine how the 1st floor warriors have persevered. Han Feng couldn't help but envy the warriors on the 3rd floor. There was even a place to take a bath. Han Feng wanted to take a bath now. Half an hour later, Elder Hu's figure suddenly appeared. At the speed of a profound-level powerhouse, it is difficult for a human-level powerhouse to see clearly. However, Lin Qingshan is a 12-star human rank, and her practice and martial arts are extraordinary, but she can see a clue. Brother, this old man should be stronger than the leader of the Xuanhuan mountains that we met at the beginning. Really? Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The leader of the Xuanhuan cottage was in the early stage of Xuanjia 1 star, so this old man was at least in the middle or even late stage of Xuanjia 1 star. At this time, Elder Hu's voice came out, "Can you rest well?" What greeted Elder Hu was the eyes of the first-tier warriors, full of resentment. Hu Lel laughed twice, and then took out the third item from the bottom. This is the best swordsmanship of the human rank, the Burning Fire Heavenly Sword. Although it is not the top of the best swordsmanship of the human rank, it is very close, and it is considered to be the best and the best. Between the tops, the base price is 1,000 pieces of high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, and each time the price is increased by no less than 100 pieces of high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. As soon as this sword technique came out, it immediately attracted the attention of many warriors on the second floor. Even the warriors on the third floor were very moved by this sword technique, but in the end, most of the warriors on the third floor were still suppressed. Even if it is a mysterious power, unless it is a powerful mysterious power, there are not many spiritual tools. It is not bad to have high-grade and low-grade spiritual tools, and high-grade and top-notch low-grade spiritual tools do not even think about it. Think. Although this burning flame heavenly sword is good, it does not have a corresponding spiritual weapon long sword, which will cause great pressure on the low-grade spiritual weapon long sword, and eventually it can't bear it and is damaged. Even the Xian-level forces don't have so many high-level spiritual weapons and long swords for them to squander. Once the spiritual tool is damaged, the swordsmanship is considered a vain practice. For a while, the third-layer martial artist did not make a move. Han Feng doesn't care about these things. With the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Han Feng's strength has grown extremely rapidly. He has only left the Han family for 2 months, and his cultivation base has grown to the early stage of human level 6 star. Also ranked top. Although the Yuanyan sword in Han Feng's hands is only a high-grade and low-grade spiritual weapon, it is enough to last for a period of time. During this time, it is enough for Han Feng to break through to the peak of the human rank, even the mysterious rank. At that time, there will be no need for such swordsmanship. Finally, a warrior on the second floor tentatively said, 1,200 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. At the beginning of this martial artist, there have been a lot of price increases one after another. After the trend of price increases slowed down, this human-level top-grade sword technique, Burning Fire Heavenly Sword, has grown to more than 8,000 yuan. Han Feng looked around and knew that this was their limit. At the moment, Han Feng shot 10,000 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. Han Feng's bid made many warriors startled again. Since the auction of Ling Shui, room 33 has been silent. Why is it starting to protrude now? In a room on the third floor. The young master of the Peng family kept tapping on the table with one hand, from the beginning to the present. This guy has spent nearly 20,000 high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. Where did he get that much money? Even this young master, if not for the support of the family, it is impossible for me to take so much at once with my own financial resources. It seems that this guy still has spare power. Master, do you want us to trouble him by raising the price? The servant on the side raised a bad idea. Young Master Pan glared at him. What kind of bad idea? Everyone here knows that young Master Ben is in this room. Wouldn't it be shameful for young Master Ben to do this? The servant looked resentful. Then we just let him go? Young Master Peng said with a cold face, let him go? Impossible, all problems will be discussed after the auction is over. It doesn't matter if he is a tiger or a dragon, this Xuanhuan city is the world of my three major families, so I have to lie on my stomach here. The 10,000 pieces of high-grade and low-grade spirit stones made the second-tier warrior hesitate for a moment, and finally let go with a long sigh. There are still 2 items in the back. Instead of spending a lot of spirit stones to auction off the burning fire heaven sword, and then spending a lot of effort to find top-notch spirit artifacts, it is better to save up and participate in the auction of the latter 2 items. No one bid, and the Finhua Tianjian was finally obtained by Han Feng. The next 2 items, the top-level human-level exercises and the top-level human-level martial arts, were acquired by the Liu family and another profound power outside Xuanhuan city. The auction is here, and it's almost over. Walk. Young Master Peng immediately got up and rushed towards the second floor. In the middle of the way, young Master Pan bumped into Han Feng and others. A warrior behind Han Feng nodded. Young Master Pan knew that Han Feng and Lin Qingshan were the people he was looking for. Although he wondered why Han Feng didn't go out, he went to the third place. After walking, the body has been directly intercepted in front of Han Feng. Sir, how about we make a deal? You hand over Qi Yangua to young Master Ben, and young Master Ben will give you a human-level high-grade cultivation technique. Young Master Pan looked at Han Feng and Lin Qingshan for a few moments, and spoke lightly. Between the words, despite trying to hide it, there are still a few hints of superiority. It is estimated that this is still huge, and it is rare to see that Han Feng has many high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, thinking that Han Feng is also from a not-too-weak force to restrain himself. Otherwise, there will be no cover-up. Rao is so, and it makes Han Feng a little angry. Human-level high-grade exercises? Send beggars. Not to mention that the 9 flames and different fire art is far from being comparable to high-level human-level martial arts. Even the 4 major inheritance martial arts have now reached the second level, which is not inferior to ordinary high-level human-level martial arts. Master Peng, I also need Qi Yangua very much, so I won't give in. Han Feng bluntly refused. Boy, this is Xuanhuan City, it's not your trump card, it's better to have some acquaintances. The eldest son of the Peng family was rejected, his anger was even greater, and his tone became firmer. Some warriors around who haven't had time to leave look at this with schadenfreude. Whether it's Han Feng's bad luck or Peng's young master's bad luck, they are all happy to take a look. Ha ha ha, Brother Peng, Brother Han, what are you 2 doing? You are so angry. At this moment, a hearty voice sounded, and Lu Zhenyan walked out of the many warriors behind him. Brother Lu? Do you know this person? Peng Xiao was surprised for a moment, then pointed at Han Feng with a slightly unkind tone. Lu Zhenyan didn't care and said with a smile, of course, Brother Han, it took Lu a lot of effort to recruit for the selection. Young Master Peng's face froze, and he was definitely not a simple person to be invited by Lu Zhenyan to participate in the selection. The huge young man immediately put away his aggressiveness. Right now is at a critical moment, and the most important thing is that the 3 are united against Xuanmi City, and the overall situation must not be disturbed. Thinking of this, young Master Peng's face softened. It turns out that it was all a misunderstanding. Brother Lu, Peng left first. After speaking, he left without looking at Han Feng. Han Feng was a little surprised, and thought that this huge young master would be relentless, but he didn't expect to let him go so soon. Immediately, Han Feng thought, I am afraid that the current situation does not allow him to pick things up. Han Feng had to sigh that the heirs cultivated by big families are not simple, and when it is time to endure, they will definitely restrain their temper. But it is precisely because of this that Han Feng is more imperative to pass the selection, otherwise once he fails to pass, it will be worthless, and this young master will never let him go easily. Hee, Brother Han, there's nothing wrong. Lu Zhenyan smiled and walked towards Han Feng, and the other warriors sighed and left when they saw that nothing had happened. As the son of the Lu family, Lu Xingyan competes with the other two families and joins forces. If it is other foreign forces, Lu Xingyan will help Dang Dao today if he can't say anything. But Han Feng was not only a helper personally invited by Lu Xingyan knew that Ling Shui came from Han Feng, and Lu Xingyan immediately fell to Han Feng. Han Feng smiled and cupped his hands. It's not a big problem, thanks to brother Lu, you showed up in time, otherwise there will be a big conflict between Han and Dang Dao. Lu Xingyan waved his hand. Brother Han is in trouble. If Lu Mao doesn't want to help, it's too unreasonable. Lu Xingyan's words were more affectionate than when he first invited him. This made Han Feng a little confused, and even a little wary. Lin Qingshan held her chin thoughtfully. The two sides talked about a few topics, and Lu Xingyan immediately made an invitation. Brother Han, there are only 3 days until the selection. How about Brother Han staying at my Lu family for these 3 days? Han Feng and Lin Qingshan have this intention, so even if the Pang family wants to find trouble to deal with them in other ways, it can't do it. In an elegant house somewhere in the Lu family, Lu Xingyan smiled and said, Brother Han, Miss Lin, please leave first. As soon as Lu Xingyan left, Lin Qingshan first closed her eyes to feel it, and then opened her eyes and said, no one is watching. Han Feng nodded. This Lu Xingyan is very good at being a man. You should know that everyone doesn't like being watched. If you are found, it is possible to tear your face. Lin Qingshan raised her eyebrows. Maybe it's because I'm too weak to feel it? You know, this Lu family has masters of Xuanjia. Han Feng stretched his waist. Impossible, even the Lu family, the Xuanjia is only 4 or 5, most of them are closed doors, how can there be leisure to monitor us? Lu Xingyan does not have such a big face to command those Xuanjia powerhouses. It is estimated that it is the current head of the Lu family. I am afraid that I can't order it. I can only discuss it. That's right. Lin Qingshan agreed with Han Feng's idea, and then the two entered their respective rooms. Waiting for the selection in 3 days. Lin Qingshan is in her early 20s, so naturally she can't participate, but she can follow Han Feng to see. A room in the Lu family. Proverbs, is what you said true? A middle-aged man with a mustache looked excited. There is absolutely no falsehood. Lu Xingyan was decisive. The middle-aged man was Lu Xingyan's father and the current head of the Lu family. Patriarch Lu paced back and forth, and said after a while, in this way, tomorrow, let's get straight to the point. The more we hide it, the more they think we have bad intentions, and in the end it will be self-defeating. Lu Xingyan hesitated for a moment and said, what if the other party refuses? Then the spirit water is obviously better than the 8th level medicinal pill. The Lu family head laughed loudly. Since he dares to auction 10 bottles, he will definitely have them in his hands, and it is estimated that there are still quite a few. You go and see what that kid has asked. Our Lu family will definitely meet them and trade on an equal footing. If you want others to trade willingly, you can't use any conspiracy methods, otherwise even if the transaction is successful this time, others will definitely not trade with you next time. It looks like a temporary advantage, but in fact it is a loss of the future. Yes. Lu Xingyan's expression froze. At first, he did have some kind of malicious intention to obtain spiritual water, but now he has given up. That Han Feng is obviously very shrewd. Since he dares to be invited to Lu's house, it is impossible to escape without certain means. Whether it's for Ling Shui or for future selections, Han Feng can't be offended. At the same time, the Pang family. Huan Shao looked at the collected information with a solemn expression. 10 consecutive victories in 2 days, setting a record for the first level, and a record for the second level, defeating Lu Yu with a human level 5-star true Qi cultivation base. No, it's strictly a tie. This guy is so powerful, I'm afraid it comes from a more powerful force. No wonder he didn't take me seriously during the day. Knowing Han Feng's information, young Master Pan stopped some of his subordinates who wanted to trouble Han Feng. Not to mention that Han Feng is now in the Lu family, they can't find trouble. Just because of the powerful combat power, these subordinates can't be bullied. It's extremely important to fight against Xuanhuan City right now. Since this son has such strength, let's put up with it for the time being. When the selection is made, let people test it out for themselves to see if the combat power is fake. If it's true, as long as you can help me Xuanhuan City win Xuanhuan City, what if I suffer some losses? It has to be said that Xuanhuan City, as a Xian-level city with incomparable beauty in recent decades, several major families are extremely important to the education of the next generation. This Xuanhuan city has been established for a few more years than the city of humans, but the city of Renzhong is not considered the top among the human-level cities, but Xuanhuan city has been upgraded to a Xian-level city, and it looks young. The situation of a generation will be stronger in the future. Although this young generation competes with each other, fights, and hates each other, but in the face of the collective interests of Xuanhuan city, these young generations will temporarily let go of each other's grievances. The next day, the Lu family. Lu Xingyan said loudly outside, "Proverbs is visiting, I don't know if Brother Han can get up." Inside the house, Han Feng is cultivating the Flying Flame Lion Warcraft egg in the beast breeding space on the 5th floor of the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower. The breath has gradually grown. Although a lot of spirit stones were consumed, the rewards were huge. Just when Han Feng was about to make persistent efforts, he suddenly heard Lu Xingyan's voice, and immediately returned to the room from Tianhuo Tower, then opened the door and invited Lu Xingyan to enter. "I don't know what happened to Brother Lu?" Han Feng asked directly. Since yesterday, this Lu Xingyan has been too enthusiastic, and Han Feng is not stupid. He naturally guessed that Lu Xingyan must have something for him, and Han Feng also has a guess in his heart. Seeing this, Lu Xingyan also knew what Han Feng had guessed, so he couldn't help sighing that Han Feng was smart, and immediately said, "That's right, my father wants to trade spirit water with Brother Han, I wonder if Brother Han is willing?" Han Feng secretly said that sure enough, after groaning for a while, he said, "The transaction is okay, but I don't know what Uncle and Lu family have to deal with." Lu Xingyan was overjoyed and immediately said, "Brother Han wants to trade anything, as long as our Lu family can do it, we must work hard." Han Feng said solemnly, "I want an attribute spirit fruit, such as a fire attribute spirit fruit or a thunder attribute spirit fruit. The fire attribute spirit fruit is naturally for him. The lightning attribute spirit fruit is for Lin Qingshan." Han Feng added, "Of course, Huijing and Leijing are also fine, but they can't be ordinary Huijing and Leijing, for example, the Leijing auctioned at the auction." Lu Xingyan laughed, "Of course, that kind of fire crystal Leijing is far inferior to spiritual water." After speaking, Lu Xingyan frowned again. "In terms of spiritual fruit, our Lu family does have it, but most of them are lightning fruit. Most of the blood vessels are also condensed thunder attribute infuriating qi." Lu Xingyan already knew that Han Feng was fire-type infuriating, and Lin Qingshan was thunder-type infuriating. Hearing this, Han Feng didn't even think about it. "If that's the case, let's trade all of them into lightning-type spirit fruits." Han Feng has room for planting, and a single red flaming fruit can cultivate a lot of red flaming fruit. Lu Xingyan was overjoyed. "Okay, Brother Han will rest for a while, and Lu will tell my father." Without Lin Qingshan's knowledge, Han Feng traded the remaining top-notch spirit stone source liquid into a lightning-type spirit fruit, knocked on Lin Qingshan's door, and gave it to Lin Qingshan. Lin Qingshan has been retreating for the past 2 days, preparing for the mid-term breakthrough of the human level 12 star. She never imagined that Han Feng had done so much for her, and the storm was set off in her heart, and she couldn't be more moved. "Good brother." Lin Qingshan hugged Han Feng. The stalwart on his chest buried Han Feng's head in it. Han Feng was dizzy from being buried, his face was flushed, and a wave of blood swept through his body. The little Han Feng below has a slight upward trend. Today, Han Feng is 14 years old and is in the age of development. Lin Qingshan and Han Feng were so close, and naturally felt the change in Han Feng, but Lin Qingshan did not feel disgusted as usual, but a strange expectation rose in her heart. In Lin Qingshan's heart, Han Feng is special. Suddenly, Han Feng's body softened, Lin Qingshan was horrified, and quickly helped Han Feng up, only to see that Han Feng's face was flushed, his nose was bleeding, and he passed out. Lin Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, the feelings that had just arisen immediately subsided, and she hugged Han Feng to the bed. And Han Feng, who fainted, had only one thought before fainting: it's a shame. On the bed at night, Han Feng looked annoyed and embarrassed, and hammered his head. Shame, shame, I watched so many movies in the past life, how can it be so useless now? No matter in the past life or now, Han Feng is a boy. Even masturbation, Han Feng almost never did it. Han Feng looked resentful. I have to find a chance to exercise in the future, or I will be laughed at by Sister Lin again. Touching his own brother who was lying softly below, Han Feng looked helpless. Forbearance, in order to develop better in the future, I can only aggrieve you. In a flash, Han Feng entered the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. In the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Han Feng continued to refine the high-grade and low-grade spirit stones into the source liquid, and then transported it to the beast breeding space on the 5th floor. Touching the Feitian Yanshi Warcraft egg, and feeling that the life inside the beast egg is becoming more and more vigorous, Han Feng felt relieved and returned to the House of Time on the 3rd floor to practice the swordsmanship. Burning Fire Heavenly Sword. Burning Fire Heavenly Sword, the realm of Xiaocheng, can launch 3 swords of energy flames. The realm of Desheng can shoot 6 paths. The realm of Perfection can shoot 9 paths. The flaming swords can also merge with each other to form a surging flame tornado. In the realm of Perfection, the 9 flame swords were all fused, and the flame tornado that swept out was enough to burn a radius of hundreds of meters into ashes. In the House of Time, cultivating martial arts fell into a state of clarity. In this state, the actions that were stagnant on the outside were used smoothly here. No discomfort at all. It went smoothly. On the 3rd day, Han Feng held the Yuanyan sword in his hand, and he had mastered the Finhua Tianjian to the realm of Xiaocheng, and was able to shoot 3 energy and flame swords with 1 sword. On this day, Han Feng was suddenly shocked. In the 5th floor animal breeding space, there was an inexplicable news, and after sweeping the news, Han Feng was suddenly overjoyed. A dodge, Han Feng entered the 5th floor animal breeding space. In this space, the darkness around is a dreamlike darkness, which is somewhat different from pure darkness. Han Feng pinched a finger, and the surrounding situation changed drastically, transforming into a scene similar to a grassland. The scene of the 5th floor animal breeding space can be changed by Han Feng, but limited by Han Feng's strength. The current changing scene is only more than 100 meters in radius. Once out of the radius of more than 100 meters, the surroundings are still dreamy black. In this prairie scene with a radius of more than 100 meters, a demon beast egg emitting bursts of red ripples floated quietly. It is the Feitian Yanshi Warcraft egg. Click. Suddenly, a cracking sound sounded. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, staring at the Feitian Yanshi Warcraft egg. I saw the monster egg cracked open from the top. There are more and more cracks around the cracked opening, and the sound of clicking is incessant. Finally, a lion cub emerged from the cracked opening. This world is very magical. Lions, in the previous world, were not born from eggs at all, but in this world, no matter what kind of beast, as long as it belongs to a beast, all it lays are eggs. Shell out. Han Feng looked embarrassed, tangled and excited as he watched the little Feitian Yanshi eat the eggshell and all the liquid inside the eggshell. I don't know if it was an illusion, Han Feng always felt that this little Feitian Yanshi suddenly grew up a little bit. At this moment, Xiao Feitian Yanshi looked around and finally found Han Feng. His expression became excited, and he opened his mouth and said, "Ma. Mama." Han Feng was about to walk over, and his expression suddenly froze. Little Feitian Yanshi didn't know that the mama in his heart was like 5 thunders in the sky. He controlled his weak wings and fluttered to the sky. Before he flew for a long time, he fell down and just hit Han Feng. On his body, he knocked Han Feng to the ground. Xiao Feitian Yanshi stuck out his tongue, licked Han Feng's chin, and kept numbly screamed. Han Feng only felt a pain in the eggs, and opened the little flying lion. Han Feng said solemnly, "Little guy, I'm not your mother, call me the boss in the future, do you hear me?" Xiao Feitian Yanshi's eyes were confused, and then he happily called Mama, Mama. Han Feng took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, "Call me boss, I'm not your mother." Perhaps this sound was a bit harsh, and Xiao Feitian Yanshi was full of tears. The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched, and he immediately used a gentle tone to comfort the little guy, and finally calmed the little guy down. As a result, the little guy screamed again. Han Feng gave up in disappointment. "Forget it, it's still small anyway, let's teach it later, when it's older." Han Feng was lying on the ground, and the little guy was crawling around on Han Feng. Suddenly, Han Feng felt something strange in his chest, raised his head, and Han Feng's expression suddenly cracked. The little guy is looking for me everywhere. Obviously, the little guy is hungry. Han Feng quickly picked up the little guy, and regardless of the little guy's dissatisfaction, forced the little guy to the ground. Han Feng's face was dark, and he couldn't help educating, "Little guy, say it again, I'm not your mother, and I didn't feed you. Fortunately, everything is still in harmony, otherwise you will be hungry." Han Feng disappeared in an instant, and the spirit stone was refined into source liquid before returning to the animal breeding space on the 5th floor. The little guy squatted on the ground and looked at Han Feng with tears in his eyes, seeing that Han Feng was blaming himself for being too bad for the little guy. "Not a badass, do you have to tell the little guy to eat his milk? He has to have milk." With a stinky face, Han Feng put the spiritual liquid in the jade bottle in front of the little guy. The little guy sniffed, and soon his eyes lit up. The adult flying lion is undoubtedly fierce and domineering. But in this little flying lion, Han Feng could only see how naive he was. It was really unexpected that such a cute little thing would change completely in the future. The little guy was too small, so Han Feng poured the spiritual liquid from the jade bottle into the jade bowl. The little guy stuck out his tongue and kept licking, and soon the spiritual fluid in the jade bowl was exhausted. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and if he continued to toss, he didn't know if he could stand it. Without the little guy to disturb, Han Feng finally had time to think about other things. Soon, Han Feng discovered a little, and the whole body was stiff. Monsters, only when they reach the earth level, can they speak human language, and the heaven level can turn half their body into a human form. But this little guy, although he has the potential to grow into a top-level monster, he is only at the 5th level of energy. Even because he was just born, his body was weak, and he had only 5 levels of energy. In fact, even the 3rd and 4th level of Warcraft might not have one. Such a little guy has been able to speak human language since he was born. This little guy is not simple, is it not a simple flying lion? Han Feng said to himself. With doubts, this night just passed. The next day was the day of the selection. In a square in the Liu family, the crowd was surging. Those who can participate in this selection are the elites of the major families in Xuanhuan City, as well as a few people specially invited by the 3 major families. Han Feng is one of them. Of course, Han Feng is very famous in Xuanhuan Arena, but in Xuanhuan City, Xuanhuan Arena is only part of it. Although many warriors have heard of Han Feng's name now, but they have never seen it. How many more have never even heard of it? When Han Feng, Lin Qingshan and Lu Xinyan appeared together, many warriors were shocked. They can see that Lu Xinyan treats Han Feng equally, and there are only two such possibilities: either the Han Feng family is strong, or the Han Feng is strong. Who is this person? He actually walked with young Master Lu. Yeah, who knows that we can tell it so that we don't provoke people who shouldn't be provoked. In the crowd, many warriors asked such questions. This person looks familiar. Isn't this Han Feng from Xuanhuan Arena? He actually appeared here. This warrior had obviously seen Han Feng in Xuanhuan Arena. Han Feng, could it be that Han Feng from Xuanhuan Arena? This shocked warrior obviously only heard of Han Feng's name, but he has never seen Han Feng's true face. Many warriors were talking about it, and soon the matter of Han Feng was revealed. Lu Yu, who defeated the human level 5-star human level 9-star, is not mistaken? Some warriors said they didn't believe it at all. The martial artist who was questioned shrugged. Han Feng should be on the court in the next tryouts. You'll know if you don't see it for yourself. How could Lu Xinyan, Han Feng and others not hear the comments of these warriors, but the three of them didn't take it seriously. Rather than justify it here, it is better to prove it with strength later. When Lu Xinyan saw someone in the crowd, he suddenly smiled and said to Han Feng, who was beside him, "Brother Han, there is an acquaintance there, do you want to go?" Han Feng looked in the direction Lu Xinyan pointed. This acquaintance is Jing Tong. Han Feng turned to Lin Qingshan and said, "Sister Lin, that's the Jing Tong I know. Is Sister Lin going to meet him?" Lin Qingshan was a little disgusted with so many people here. Some regretted coming here, and said weakly, "Brother, you go, I'll go back first, there are too many people here, it makes me uncomfortable." Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and found that many warriors looked at Lin Qingshan with a bit of desire. Han Feng's face sank, and he nodded to Lin Qingshan, who immediately left. Lu Xinyan was a little embarrassed. There are many warriors who have been invited, and many of them are loose cultivators, so it's a little rude. Please forgive me, Brother Han. Han Feng said blankly, "Brother Lu, don't worry, but if I compete with these loose cultivators in the future, I won't be merciful." Lu Xinyan coughed. Of course, they asked for it by themselves. "Brother Han, you can go to Jingtong. As the Lu family's direct son, these people need me to arrange." After speaking, Lu Xinyan bowed his hands to Han Feng and left. "Brother Zheng." From a distance, Han Feng said hello. Jingtong slapped Han Feng with a smile. "Han Feng, you're doing well, you can walk with the eldest young master of the Lu family." In fact, Jingtong discovered Han Feng long ago, but although Jingtong has a wide range of friends, he also remembers his identity and occasion. In this place, he can't talk to Lu Xinyan carelessly, not to mention that he is not familiar with Lu Xinyan. Originally, I regretted not being able to talk to Han Feng, but I didn't expect Han Feng to come here on his own initiative. This made Jingtong very happy. It should be noted that although Jingtong has made many friends, some of whom have maintained their relationship to this day, but some of them lost their hearts on the road of warriors and eventually became strangers. Before Han Feng and Lu Xinyan stood together, Jingtong was really worried that Han Feng would forget him because he stood on the same level as Lu Xinyan. Han Feng also hammered Jingtong. "Brother Jing broke through? Only by breaking through to the 7-star human level, with Jingtong's strength, can he be recruited and selected." Jingtong said happily, "Yeah, I have been trapped in the 6-star peak of the human level for so long, and finally broke through. Speaking of which, I would like to thank you." Speaking of this, Jingtong's voice became quieter. "It's the jade bottle source liquid you gave me, I will rot in my stomach about this." Han Feng's expression changed. "Brother Jing, I still have this kind of source liquid here, do you want it?" Jingtong hurriedly shook his head. No, there must be not many of you with such spiritual liquid. How can I be greedy for your things? What you gave me before is enough. Now that I have broken through to the 7-star human level, the comprehensive combat power is comparable to the 9-star human level. In the entire Xuanhuan city, I can be regarded as a middle to upper level warrior. There are many ways to obtain spirit stones in the future, and the next cultivation progress will not be slow. On the contrary, it will be a lot faster. Those spiritual liquids are Han Feng, you absorb the best. Han Feng was silent, no longer said to Xingtong Yuanya, but nodded in his heart, acknowledging Xingtong's friendship. If Xingtong really wants it, Han Feng will certainly give it, but this friendship will be alienated. The two kept talking, and more warriors came. Han Feng found that these warriors are at least 6-star human rank, and most of them are 7-star human rank. His true chi cultivation is in the middle of human rank 6-star, which is considered the bottom of so many warriors. Not long after, Han Feng found that Lu Xinyan stood up and walked outside. After a while, a familiar figure appeared in Han Feng's line of sight. It was Pang Ziwen, the eldest son of the Pang family. Beside Pang Ziwen was a middle-aged man with a cold face. This middle-aged man was obviously Pang Ziwen's father and the current head of the Pang family. Lu Xinyan and the Pang family had a few words before they ran outside again. At this time, the Lu family head also rushed here and talked with the Pang family head. The chatter of the surrounding warriors gradually diminished. In front of the half-step profound rank masters like the Lu family master and the Pang family master, they still can't be unscrupulous, even the warriors who are loose cultivators. This is the future profound master. Han Feng touched his chin. The Pang family is here, and the Li family is next. Saying that Cao Cao arrived, Li Dashao Li Zixing and the current head of the Li family chatted and laughed with Lu Xinyan all the way to the Lu family head. The three parties talked for a while, and the Lu family master stood up and shouted, "Everyone, please be quiet." This sound was mixed with a wave of infuriating energy, and many warriors looked stunned, and slowly became quiet. In a moment, in this square, even the sound of leaves being blown off by the mighty wind could be heard. Patriarch Lu continued, "Everyone, today's selection is the first time that our Xuanhuan city has united many families, and many geniuses have gathered. This patriarch knows that you are all unconvinced, and yes, you are all geniuses with their own pride. Sex, I also admit that, it is good to have such a character, and it is only when you have the drive that you can grow up. But unfortunately, only 9 people were selected in the end. Among you, only the strongest 9 can represent Xuanhuan City to fight against Shuami City." The few words of the Lu family ignited the fighting desire of many geniuses. They are eager to fight to prove that they are the strongest. After scanning for a week, the Lu family head smiled with satisfaction, and then pointed to the 9 competition platforms on the other side. "Over there, you should have seen that only the person who stood on the competition platform at the end and became the champion can become the final 9 people. Of course, if you have won 10 consecutive victories, you are also the champion, and you don't have to leave it to the end, but it is worth mentioning that in each competition stage, the first champion who has won 10 consecutive victories can become one of the 9. In other words, if there are 2 or more 10-game winning streaks in a competition stage, the first 10-game winning streak will be selected." Many talented warriors frowned at first, and then relaxed. This was to prevent them from using some small movements. For example, several strong teams avoid each other and become a 10-game winning streak. Since only the first 10-game winning streak is valid, it is impossible for the powerful to avoid each other and achieve 10-game winning streak. Lu Patriarch said again, "Everyone should also keep in mind that the competition is only 2 hours away, so don't think about dragging it to the end, maybe drag it and the time will end. Now, on behalf of the 3 major families, I announce that the selection has begun. Please choose the stage where you will compete. Once you have selected it, you cannot change it." When Han Feng heard this, he could only talk to Zheng. "Brother Zheng, it seems that we can only separate." Zheng Tong shook his head. "That's the only way. With you, I will definitely lose." Han Feng joked, Brother Jing, you have already broken through to the 7-star human level, maybe it's me who loses? Which one? Xingtong gave Han Feng a disdainful look. When I'm a fool, with your perverted degree, you are now a human level 6-star, I'm afraid your overall strength is stronger. Han Feng was speechless. Han Feng chose the 3rd competition platform. Xingtong chose the 4th competition platform. The 2 competition platforms were close, and both of them could see each other's battles. Han Feng didn't know that in his martial arts area, a young man who looked nearly 20 years old was looking at him coldly, and then he looked back. Is this the Han Feng that the eldest young master asked me to do? Young master, let me teach you a lesson, this ignorant boy. The man didn't pay attention, and when he retracted his gaze and turned his head, Han Feng turned his head away instantly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Who was it just now? That kind of icy gaze is definitely going to be detrimental to me. Han Feng swept across an area without a trace, frowning slightly. There were too many people, and he couldn't be sure which one it was. Haha, I'm under the king's family, Wang Renli, please enlighten me. On the competition stage, a young man suddenly jumped up and shouted carelessly. Soon, someone went up to fight Wang Renli. The Wang family is also a force close to a first-class family in Xuanhuan city. As the leader of the younger generation of the Wang family, this Wang Renli's strength is indeed outstanding. His body's true qi cultivation base has reached 7 stars, and among the 7 stars, he is also a relatively good combat power. It is a pity that there are many warriors from 7 stars here. After 3 or 4 battles in succession, Wang Renli was finally kicked off the competition stage because of exhaustion. After that, many people went up to fight one after another, but none of them could last more than 5 games. The strength of everyone present is not much different. Every time a battle, the consumption is huge. Basically, after 3 or 4 battles, there is no physical strength. Beast's body, congeal. Suddenly, a cold drink sounded, and Han Feng turned his head and looked over in amazement. In the 4th competition stage, Xingtong has already displayed the body of a bull, and his body has grown huge. Infuriating cultivation level has soared to the 8-star human level. There was an uproar among the warriors of the 4th competition platform. With a sharp increase in cultivation, Xingtong kicked out his opponent with a hoof, and he fell to the ground heavily, vomiting blood. Han Feng simply watched Xingtong fight, but he was not in a hurry anyway. 30% of the time, Xingtong's victory, and only relying on the bull's body, the bull's rush and bull's trample have not yet been displayed. Until the 6th battle, Xingtong encountered a hard stubble, and finally knocked the opponent away by the bull's collision. The opponent's ribs were broken by the collision, and he was severely injured. Seeing the fate of the warrior, no one went up to the 4th competition stage. Losing the game was a minor event, but he was hit as hard as the previous warriors, and even broke a few ribs, but it was not worth it. Injuries like that might even affect the performance of future battles. Han Feng watched Xingtong's battle with relish, but the face of the Peng family's collateral children was distorted. This Han Feng, I am not afraid that the 10th winning streak will be taken away by others, and I am still in the mood to watch other people compete. This collateral son. I also heard that Han Feng is so powerful, so naturally I didn't dare to be careless. I wanted to let Han Feng fight for 9 battles first, which would consume a lot of physical strength, and then go up to take advantage of it, but now almost half of the warriors in the 3rd competition stage have gone up, and Han Feng is still indifferent. Gritting his teeth, this disciple of the Peng family did not go up to fight. He wanted to see how long Han Feng could last. Time passed. Finally, one of the warriors near the 4th competition platform dared to take the stage. Han Feng shook his head and sighed. After waiting for so long, Xingtong's physical strength was almost recovered. In other words, the previous 6 battles were wasted. Han Feng could see that if Xingtong's infuriating energy consumption had exceeded half, It has now recovered to the level of 80 to 90% of the heyday. The result was obvious, the warrior was knocked flying without even Jingtong's bull collision. In the 10th game, Jingtong consumed a lot of money, and the opponent in front of him was also an 8-star human rank. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Han Feng was overjoyed to see that he had won 10 consecutive victories, so he was the leader. Moreover, it was the first 10-game winning streak in the 4th competition stage. Of the 9 places selected, one of them was already occupied by Jingtong. When he came back to his senses, Han Feng looked at the warriors on the 3rd stage. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding warriors, this guy has won 7 consecutive victories, and it's time to play. Han Feng flew into the air and came to the competition platform from the ground. The other party's expression tightened. Han Feng. This warrior has obviously seen Han Feng's battle. Han Feng has just come on stage, and the warrior is nervous. Han Feng Chao handed over to the other party. I'm sorry, I occupied this martial arts stage. Mysterious flame chain. The middle-grade ordinary fire instantly merged with the mysterious flame chain, and 15 chains bombarded the opponent, knocking the opponent out. A group of warriors were terrified. Even if they fought 7 games in a row, this warrior would consume a lot of energy, but he could be defeated in one blow. This guy called Han Feng was too strong. At this time, some who didn't believe in Han Feng's record finally believed it by 7 or 8 points. Han Feng stood proudly on the competition platform and glanced coldly. Who else is coming? This kid is too arrogant. I want to see how much you match your record. A stout man stepped forward. Seeing this man, Han Feng's face flashed a hint of stunnedness. This person's face is about to wrinkle, and he doesn't look like a young man under the age of 20. Han Feng forgot, there is a word in this world called xian lao. Some people look like old men even if they are young. Now this martial artist is exactly the case. Boy, take a punch from me. Surge palm. The water attribute infuriating, the surging water waves overlapped, turning into a huge palm and slamming down. Xianyan explosive drill. Han Feng didn't even change his face, the 15 chains condensed together. Boom. With a burst of flames, the prematurely aging man vomited blood and fell to the stage. Many geniuses swallowed and spit. This Han Feng's combat power, I am afraid that they are not at the same level as them. The children of the Pang family also swallowed and spit, but thinking of Pang Ziwen's order and the reward afterward, the children of the sideline gritted their teeth and went on stage. At this time, Han Feng finally understood that the previous coldness was uploaded from this person. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. It really is the Pang family. Han Feng, solve it quickly, you are almost the only one left in the game. Jingtong's voice called from below. Han Feng Chao looked around, and sure enough, only the 8th and 6th contestants were still fighting, but they had also entered the final stage. Han Feng said to the disciples with good intentions, I'm sorry, please step down quickly. Just as the collateral children were about to sneer, they were stunned by Han Feng's sudden surge. The second level of the Skyfire battle physique, condensation. The second layer of Skyfire armor, condensate. Skyfire fighting fist. No, piercing wind blade. As soon as the wind blade was shot, it was swallowed by the rich flame, and then the huge fist crashed down. Now Han Feng's cultivation base is in the middle stage of human level 6 star. After using the second level of Skyfire battle body, although it has not reached human level 8 star, it is extremely close, far exceeding human level 7 star, and it can even be said to be comparable to human level 8 star early. Such a cultivation base blasted out the heavenly fire fighting fist, and the attack power was comparable to that of the 9 stars of human rank. This is still not the fusion of ordinary fire and the 4 inheritance martial arts, otherwise the power will only be stronger. It is not impossible to have an attack power comparable to the 10-star human level. This sideline disciple is only a human level 8 star, and even if he has mastered powerful martial arts, his attack power is only comparable to the peak of an ordinary human level 8 star. Under Han Feng's punch, this sideline disciple's attack seemed so weak. Puff puff. The disciples of the collateral line were undoubtedly blasted away, vomited blood in mid-air, sprinkled a blood mist, fell heavily to the ground, fainted directly, and could not get up again. The champions of other places have been selected, so naturally they don't need to stay in place, they are all wandering around. Among them, Lu Xingyan and Peng Ziwen both came to the number 3 competition platform. At this moment, seeing the fate of the children of the collateral line, Peng Ziwen's face was blue and white. It was really strange. How clever is Lu Xingyan? He soon saw that this severely injured collateral child was probably sent by Peng Ziwen. Lu Xingyan touched his nose awkwardly, not knowing what to say. On the contrary, Peng Ziwen took a deep breath, endured it, and said to Lu Xingyan, "Brother Lu, you can accompany Brother Han for me later, let's understand the grievances between us." After that, he left without disregarding Lu Xingyan's expression. Lu Xingyan looked strange, and immediately sighed. It seems that Peng Ziwen also knows that the strength shown by Han Feng will greatly increase the possibility of my Xuanhuan city winning. In the face of greater interests, Peng Ziwen chose to be patient. But once the competition is over and Han Feng leaves Xuanhuan city, everything will be uncertain, alas. Look for a chance, let Han Feng be careful, it's best to leave secretly after the competition with Xianmi city. Han Feng became the champion, and the champion was also decided on the 8th and 6th competition stage. Since then, 9 champions have been selected. Among them, there are 3 people from the Lu family, 1 from the Peng family, and 2 from the Li family. Plus Han Feng and Jing Tong. And a genius from a first-class family. The face of Patriarch Peng was embarrassed. As one of the 3 major families, only 1 person was selected in the end. This result is really unreasonable. However, Lu Xingyan knew that the collateral child of the Peng family had the strength to become one of the 9 people, but he went to deal with Han Feng and was eventually defeated and eliminated by Han Feng. The head of the Lu family was invisible as the head of the 3 major families, stood up and coughed twice, and said solemnly, "The 9 of you are the elites selected by my Xuanhuan city to compete with Xuanmi city, whether you can win in 10 days, give us Xuanhuan city. Yuanqing earns glory, it's up to you." Presumably the 9 of you also know that the winning side can cultivate in the Lingyuan pond. Even if it is not for Xuanhuan city, it is necessary for you to cultivate and win the victory. Hearing the Lingyuan pond, among the 9 people, including Lu Xingyan, also had burning eyes and yearning. Lu Patriarch smiled, "Okay, all 9 of you, go away, and gather here in 10 days. I will lead you to the center where the spirit stone load is taken out." Patriarch Peng and Patriarch Li, what do you think? The Peng family's face was ugly, and he was still worried about the Peng family's achievements. Patriarch Li had no choice but to stand up and say, "Hee, Patriarch Lu leads the 9 little guys, so we can't be more relieved." Lu Patriarch waved his hand, and the 9 people dispersed. Lu Xingyan, Jing Tong and Han Feng went all the way. When they reached a certain road, Jing Tong said goodbye, "Han Feng, Lu Dashao, let's say goodbye now, and we will meet again in 10 days. After Jing Tong left, Lu Xingyan stopped talking. Han Feng said lightly, "Brother Lu, if you have something to say, just say it." Lu Xingyan told the story of Peng Ziwen, and then said, "Peng Ziwen probably won't target you again before the competition with Xuanmiqing is over, but after the competition is over, you have to be careful, if possible, Brother Han, you'd better keep it secret. Sneak away. Peng Ziwen is the best choice for the next head of the Peng family. Although he is not yet at the peak of human rank, he is only in the middle and late stages of human rank 9 stars, but many of the powerhouses under him are 10 human rank, even human rank. The existence of 11 stars. I know that Brother Han, your strength is far beyond your own infuriating cultivation. If you are surrounded by so many strong people, the result will not be good. Brother Han, I'm really sorry. Lu Zhenyan felt a little guilty. The three major families in Xuanhuan City have always been mostly united. Lu Zhenyan is not the head of the Lu family. Even the head of the Lu family is only the spokesperson for the Lu family. They cannot go against the three major families. I vowed not to attack Peng Ziwen for Han Feng's sake. When Han Feng heard the words, his face sank. In the room, Han Feng pondered how to deal with Peng Ziwen. For the Lu family, Han Feng's initial goodwill is not much now. Now that he is still useful, I will protect him. When the competition is over, it will be useless, and I don't even want to protect him. Han Feng sneered, if it weren't for the Lingyuan pond and the people who knew the Lei family, even if it was a big sedan chair, I wouldn't choose to help. With Sister Lin's help, without your Lu family, I, Han Feng, can still escape without incident. Thinking of this, Han Feng's mood gradually calmed down, and he returned to the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower again. Holding the scarlet flame fruit in his hand, in the past 3 days, the 2 scarlet flame fruits in the planting space were almost ripe. Han Feng whispered, with my current infuriating cultivation base, if I increase the level of martial arts, the consumption of each martial skill will be a bit large. The 4 major inherited martial arts should be mainly cultivated now. Skyfire Battle Body. The higher the level of the Skyfire Battle Physique, the stronger the strength I increase each time, the more true Qi I increase, and the more I can arbitrarily display more powerful martial arts. After making up his mind, Han Feng used the effects of Qi Yangua on the Skyfire Battle Body. 1 red flame fruit allowed Han Feng to advance the Skyfire Battle Body to the middle stage of the second stage, and after taking 2 more, he reached the middle stage of the second stage. 3 days later, Han Feng continued to refine 2 Qian fruits, breaking through to the second stage. 3 days later, Han Feng broke through to the second peak. On the penultimate day of 10 days, Han Feng finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Fire Fighting Body, and his rank was no less than the best human level rank. At the same time, the 10-day practice has also increased Han Feng's infuriating cultivation base to the peak of human level 6 star, which is only 1 step away from human level 7 star. Han Feng was quite excited. With another breakthrough, the 9 flames and different fire art will be able to make a breakthrough. Qinghuan Jade Fire can refine middle-grade spirit stones. Even if it's just a low-grade, middle-grade spirit stone, it can make my cultivation speed soar again. Old boss. Beside Han Feng, a small figure stumbled and ran. It was Xiaofeitian Yanshi. In 10 days, Xiaofeitian Yanshi devoured a lot of spirit stones, and the speed and amount of its devouring shocked Han Feng. After eating like this, there was no problem. This made Han Feng even more convinced that the little flying lion is definitely not an ordinary flying lion. With the accumulation of so many spirit stones, Xiaofeitian Yanshi, who was born with energy at the early stage of level 5, has now grown to the peak of level 6. In terms of energy in his body, it is 1 level higher than Han Feng. However, Xiaofeitian Yanshi is young after all, and has never experienced life and death battles. Now he really wants to fight. A monster at the early stage of 5th level can easily kill Xiaofeitian Yanshi. But the increase in strength is also of great benefit. First of all, the wisdom of Xiaofeitian increases. Lion realizes the difference between Mama and Han Feng. After being corrected by Han Feng, Han Feng's title of Mama, it was successfully removed and replaced with the boss. Thanks to the 2 big rewards of Enshan 2004 and Woman, you are charming and charming, thanks Cabbage. In addition, I also thank the brothers who cast flowers. Because of you, the fighting spirit of Cabbage has finally recovered a little. In the end, 70,000 words have erupted, and the remaining 10,000 words may not be completed. Now the Cabbage is very sleepy, the brain is a mess, and the heart is also very tired. For more 10,000 words, find a chance to make up tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I'm sorry everyone. The mountains are green and the trees are lush. In a forest full of verdant mountains, more than a dozen figures moved quickly. Han Feng, your sister Lin is really amazing. Among the dozen or so figures, one of them was quite shocking. The figure being questioned chuckled lightly. What? Got hit? Xingtong pouted. What is there to attack? Everyone is different. If we want to say attack, it is said that the elite children of the big family and the younger generation of the elites of Xingjin City, anyone who comes out is a Xian-rank powerhouse. Yuanqing's profound-level powerhouses are still strong, so why don't I use my head to beat the ground? Although your sister is powerful, I am not bad. I firmly believe that I will be able to break through to the profound level in the future. Hearing this, Han Feng has a deeper understanding of Xingtong. If it was an ordinary person, he would either be hit hard at this time, or talk sourly about his aptitude. He would never have the fighting spirit and confidence like Xingtong. After all, Sister Lin was only in her early 20s, not much older than Lu Xinyan, Xingtong and others. At the age of Sister Lin, it is a question whether Lu Xinyan and others can reach the peak of the 10-star human rank, let alone the middle stage of the 12-star human rank. That's right, it is the middle stage of the 12-star human level. After these days of retreat, Lin Qingshan's cultivation has broken through again, reaching the middle stage of the 12th star, and it is getting closer and closer to the peak of the 12th star. Just a while ago, the Lu family had led them to a forest in the middle of the mine, where the competition with Xuanhuan City was held. When the winner was decided, the winner could go directly to Lingyuan Pond. Since we are going to the mountains and forests, we will inevitably encounter some monsters along the way. Han Feng and his party were quite unlucky. On the way, they encountered a monster at the early stage of the 9th level. This monster's mind was not very clear. Obviously, it had just broken through from the peak of the 8th level to the 9th level, and the realm was not stable. This kind of beast whose realm has not yet been determined is the most violent, and will attack any creature that appears in its line of sight like crazy. Lu Patriarch said it was a half-step Xuanjia, but in fact it was quite far from a Xuanjia master. One person against this 9th level beast turned out to be a single tree for a while. In the end, Lin Qingshan made the move. With one move of Zilong Lei Xiao, Lin Qingshan severely injured the 9th level monster, and was finally killed by Lu family master. Lin Qingshan's cultivation base has now broken through to the mid-12th star stage. With the combination of exercises and top-level human-level martial arts, Zilong Lei Xiao, plus a first-class spiritual weapon, her combat power can be said to be truly comparable to the early-stage powerhouse of the Xian level 1 star. Even Patriarch Lu, if he didn't have a good spiritual weapon in his hand, he wouldn't necessarily be Lin Qingshan's opponent. Since Lin Qingshan revealed her strength, she suddenly became the leader of the group from Han Feng's follower, walking at the forefront with the Lu family. Along the way, the Lu family's attitude towards Lin Qingshan was slightly respectful, and even his attitude towards Han Feng was upgraded from a slight emphasis to a very important one. Lu Patriarch's previous emphasis was only on Han Feng's future and Ling Shui's face. No matter how powerful Han Feng is, can he still be his son's opponent? It should be noted that under the attention of a lot of spiritual water, Lu Xinyan has officially broken through to the initial 10-star human level, and his realm is stable. And the spirit water. After Han Feng paid a few bottles, even the Lu family owner didn't think there was much more Han Feng. Is the spirit water so easy to get? Han Feng is naturally even less likely to say that he still has spiritual water. In addition to some conflicts between Han Feng and Pang Ziwen, the Lu family owner would not value Han Feng so much. Between the Pang family and Han Feng, the Lu family head undoubtedly chose the Pang family. As I said before, the three families have common interests. The better Xuanhuan city is, the more their three families will benefit, and the Lu family will not make the Peng family and their Lu family feel bad because of Han Feng. In the eyes of the Lu family, Han Feng certainly could not escape Peng Ziwen's later revenge, while their Lu family stood by and watched. But now with Lin Qingshan, everything is different. Only Lin Qingshan was alone. In the absence of Xuanhuan City's Xuanjia powerhouse, it would be difficult for the entire Xuanhuan city to find a master comparable to her. Once offended, Lin Qingshan still fled. In time, the Lu family will suffer a great disaster. At this time, the Lu family is thinking about whether to stop Peng Ziwen's careful thoughts. With Lin Qingshan's strength, it is very possible for Han Feng and Lin Qingshan to escape. Of course, it is the Peng family who are targeting Han Feng. In the future, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan will want to retaliation is also against the Peng family. Will the Lu family, who is standing by, really not be retaliated against? It is precisely with this idea that the Lu family's attitude towards Han Feng becomes more and more kind. In the eyes of outsiders, it is extremely important. In this regard, Lu Xingyan didn't say much. Originally, he felt guilty about Han Feng, but now this is just right, but Lu Xingyan also knows that Han Feng has lost much affection for their Lu family, so he didn't come forward to ask himself. As for Peng Ziwen, his face became more and more gloomy. Staring at Han Feng and Lin Qingshan's eyes flickered, not knowing what they were thinking. In a certain mine between the mountains and forests, many tents were erected nearby, and people came and went, going in and out, transporting the spirit stones out of the mine. When Lu Patriarch and others arrived, an old man here immediately walked out. See Patriarch. The Lu family hurriedly helped the old man. The sixth elder doesn't need to be too polite. The sixth elder smiled slightly. Patriarch, everyone, please come with me. The sixth elder led the crowd to several tents, and the sixth elder apologized. Patriarch, the place is a little small, please forgive me. Lu Patriarch laughed. It's outside, not in Xuanhuan City, so why are you so particular about it? Sixth elder, go look at the mines first, and I'll find you after I arrange the group. The sixth elder nodded slightly, and he also wanted to report the recent production of spirit stones later. After the sixth elder left, the Lu family master said to everyone, it's a bit difficult outside, everyone just bear with it and pass. Now Xuanmi City should also be here, just in the opposite mine area. We will start the test tomorrow. Let's have a good rest today. The sixth elder will arrange a dinner party tonight. Yes. Lu Xingyan and others all said yes, with solemn expressions. Afterwards, the head of the Lu family said with a trace of respect to Lin Qingshan, Miss Lin, you. The Lu family was hesitant, they were all gentlemen, and it was fine for a few people to live in a tent, but Lin Qingshan. Lin Qingshan said indifferently, my brother and I share a tent. The Lu family opened their mouths and nodded with a wry smile. If that's the case, then I'll share a tent with my son, and the others can combine themselves, 2 or 3 people in a tent. Under Jingtong's ambiguous and wretched eyes, Han Feng followed Lin Qingshan into the tent. At the same time, the Orvain on the opposite side. A young man looked unhappy. We live here? A middle-aged man smiled. Young Master Lei, there is nothing you can do about it. You can only do this outside. I also ask Master Lei to forgive me. Why don't you find some women for Master Lei to make Master Lei feel good? The eyes of the young man known as young Master Lei lit up. Haha, then I would like to thank Patriarch Su. After the middle-aged man, the head of the Su family, left, the young man looked proud. The people outside are bad. I think I can only be regarded as average in the Lei family, and the same age group is even inferior, and it is amazing outside. You are a genius. The head of the dignified family has to bow down to me. Be arrogant. When I absorb all the energy of the Lingyuan pond, I will definitely be able to break through to the 11-star human level in one fell swoop. Outside the tent, Su Jihu, the first member of the Su family's younger generation, had a look of resentment. This guy named Lei is too deceiving, and he wants to monopolize the Lingyuan pond by himself. Patriarch Su sighed and patted Su Jihu on the shoulder. No way, who called him a member of the Lei family, bear with it. If we still win this time, the mid-grade spirit stone in the center of the mine will be ours again. The more mid-grade spirit stones, the stronger our ancestors will be. When our ancestors break through to the late stage of the Xuanjia, our Xuanmi city will also be the largest force in this area of more than 10 cities, and I'm afraid there will be no other excellent resources. When these resources are used for you, our Su family will be another mysterious powerhouse. I think that the middle-grade spirit stone in the central mine will be gone after a few years of digging. In the past few years, our Su family has endured it. Those spirit pools, other forces can intervene if they want to. Su Jihu also knew that the overall situation was the most important, but seeing that Lei surnamed Lei was rampant all day long and despised their geniuses in Mysterious City, Su Jihu was dissatisfied for a while. As for the people from the Lei family, I don't think they are any different from the dudes of our second and third-rate families in Xuanmi City. Hearing this, Patriarch Su shook his head, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. That Lei family is nothing in the Lei family. If it wasn't for the Lei family, I would have killed such a person long ago. If there is no one with a good background, I will. With that kind of character, it may not be possible to break through the human level now. Oh, this is life. Su Patriarch sighed in disappointment. A trace of jealousy and interest flashed in Su Jihu's eyes. Father, what do the geniuses of the Lei family look like? Patriarch Su smiled bitterly. Don't look at that Lei, who is less than 20, is already at the top of the 10-star human rank, but it can be placed on the genius of the Lei family. At this age, at least he has broken through to the Xian rank, and some first-class geniuses have even broken through. In the mid-profound stage, top geniuses and the like may break through to the late stage of the profound stage at any time. In the Lei family, the top geniuses at the age of 15 or 16 are almost already cultivated like this, and they are even stronger. Su Jihu's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Is this the genius of the heavenly family? Compared with these characters, their geniuses in Xuanmi City are simply scumbags. Even their respected ancestors of Xuanjia in Xuanmi City are only 18 or 19-year-old geniuses of the Lei family. Su Jihu was severely hit, and the pride in his heart disappeared at this moment. Only then did Patriarch Su say, now understand why I am so tolerant of the Lei surname. That Lei surname is nothing, but the Lei family is too huge. Just dispatching a top genius, or an undeveloped top genius, is enough to destroy. I have a home. Son, work hard. You are the first owner of middle-rank third-class qualification in our Xuanmi City for so many years. If he can get some opportunities in the future, it is possible to break through to the ground level. Our Su family, in the future, it's still in your hands. Su Jihu solemnly vowed, Father, rest assured, my son will carry forward our Su family, and in the future, my son will be patient with the family surnamed Lei. The night passed quickly, and everyone adjusted their state to the best for the next competition. The mountain forest in the middle of the mine. More than a dozen figures rushed from each direction. Haha, Patriarch Lu, are you leading the team this time? Patriarch Su laughed loudly when he saw Patriarch Lu. Patriarch Lu's face stiffened. It turned out to be Patriarch Su. Stay safe. The two were about to greet each other for a while. No matter how they cursed each other in their hearts, they still had to be harmonious on the surface. After all, the strengths of the Lu family and the Su family are almost the same. It's not good for anyone if it's really torn. But at this moment, a dissatisfied and impatient voice sounded. What are you doing with so much nonsense? Why don't you hurry up and try? I will go to the Lingyuan pond after finishing. Lu Patriarch's face suddenly sank. Lu Zhenyan and the others don't look good. This is too crazy. If you haven't competed, you have to occupy the Lingyuan pool first. Are you so confident that you can win? Patriarch Su's face was also very strange. He must have not expected the other party to be so arrogant. Taking a deep breath, Patriarch Su showed a smile. Master Lei, please be patient. The Lu family master and others stared at each other. Rei's house? For a while, the anger of the crowd had to be suppressed. A behemoth like the Lei family is not something they can provoke. Even some servants from the Lei family should be treated with care, not to mention the young master of the Lei family, even though he is only a young master from the side. Young Master Lei snorted a few times in dissatisfaction, his face unhappy. The Lu family head and the Su family head looked at each other. Lu Patriarch said, since this is the case, let's have a test now. He then asked the Lu family master to send someone first. Su family master made a gesture of invitation. Lu Patriarch turned his head. Everyone who would like to be the first to play. An 8-star disciple of the Lu family said, Patriarch, I am willing to play. Lu Patriarch's face was gentle. Be careful. At this moment, young Master Lei on the opposite side was drooling at Lin Qingshan with a pig-like look on his face. Lin Qingshan frowned in disgust and wanted to make a move, but she was worried about the Lei family after all. It would be fine if she was alone, but there was Han Feng by her side, who offended the Lei family and angered Han Feng, which Lin Qingshan didn't want to see. Han Feng gently pulled on Lin Qingshan's sleeve and said lightly, Sister Lin, cover up with your veil. This is Lei. I will teach you a lesson for Sister Lin later. Brother, that's the Lei family, you don't have to. Lin Qingshan shook her head slightly. That is the Lei family. Although Lin Qingshan admits that Han Feng is a bit mysterious, compared with a behemoth like the Lei family, Lin Qingshan does not think that Han Feng has the possibility to compete. But looking at Han Feng's firm face, Lin Qingshan didn't know what to say to persuade Han Feng, and thinking about the mysterious Yu Lao, the closer to the Xuanjia, Lin Qingshan felt more and more unfathomable that day Yu Lao, that at least he is also a master of the late stage of the mysterious order, and even a master of the peak of the mysterious order. With such a strong person guarding around Han Feng, it must be an extraordinary force hidden in the dark. Thinking of this, Lin Qingshan sighed and stopped persuading. Perhaps, the forces behind Han Feng can really resist the Lei family. Master Lei kept looking at Lin Qingshan. Seeing Lin Qingshan covering his face, he was unhappy for a while, and then seeing that Lin Qingshan and Han Feng were intimate, his cold eyes swept to Han Feng. Such a beauty, how can this garbage be with me? When I come out of the Lingyuan pond, I will kill this kid and snatch that beauty back. Master Lei muttered in his heart. At this moment, the Lu family and a warrior on the opposite side also started a battle. The genius of the Lu family was already an 8-star human rank, but the opponent was a 9-star human rank. As soon as the battle started, the genius of the Lu family fell into a disadvantage. Lu Jingyan's expression was bitter, but Xuanhuan City's Lu Patriarch laughed. It didn't take long for the Lu family's 8-star genius to be defeated. Patriarch Lu, let me come next time. A genius from the Li family stood up and said. Lu Patriarch hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. But still lost. This is already a 2-game losing streak. The two people who came out of Xuanhuan City were all in the middle stages of the 9-star human rank. Patriarch Lu sighed in his heart. Patriarch Lu didn't know that the reason why the younger generation of Xuanhuan City was so powerful was because they won a lot of spirit stones in the past 2 years. The resources of a power are first used on the strong, and the rest are others. With the mid-grade spirit stone, the resources for the cultivation of the powerhouses in Xuanhuan City will naturally be replaced by the middle-grade spirit stone, and other resources will be pushed down, and the younger generation will naturally get more resources. Patriarch Lu, if you believe me, this junior is willing to play. Xing Tong said loudly. Master Lu waved his hand, come on. Baidu Jiuyan Supreme Bar Saint Special Update. On the other side of Xuanhuan City, many younger generations were a little cautious at first, but Xuanhuan City lost twice in a row, which made these younger generations relax a lot immediately, and young Master Lei was even more disdainful, not even a single glance. Putting it on Jingtong, the whole attention was put on Lin Qingshan. In this way, Lin Qingshan was even more annoyed, and Han Feng's eyes became more and more cold. As soon as the two sides played against each other, Lu family master and others were immediately overjoyed. This time, the young genius sent by Xuanhuan City turned out to be only the peak of the 8-star human rank. Well, what are the people in Xuanhuan City so happy about? The talented people they send out are even worse than the previous two. Su Jihu noticed the situation in Xuanhuan City, and a little doubt arose in his heart. Thank you for the big reward from Give Power. Oh. Congrats to Empowering It for being promoted to the position of helmsman. The changes on the field quickly gave Su Jihu the answer. Beast body. Accompanied by Jingtong's stern shout, his physique instantly grew taller, and his huge physique was extremely oppressive just by standing there. Infuriating cultivation base has also grown from a human level 7-star to a human level 8-star. Su Jihu and other young geniuses in Xuanmiqing immediately put away their disdain for Xuanyuanqing. Of course, this kind of infuriating cultivation is nothing to most of them, but their side is not very strong. How do they not worry? Originally, this human level 8-star was just to make up the number. In 9 battles, they only need to win 5, and they don't need to play the 8-star warrior at all. However, the previous 2 victories made them think that the younger generation of Xuanhuan City was nothing more than that, so they sent this warrior who was going to make soy sauce. Who knows, Xuanhuan City suddenly had a hard stubble in this game. Bull clash. As soon as he came up, Jingtong displayed his own unique skills. Ghost claws. The other party is not a vegetarian, and he also used his own tricks. The flying claws all over the sky, forming afterimages, kept grabbing onto Jingtong. If it was an ordinary human level 8-star, it is estimated that he would have fallen down with blood at this moment. But what Jingtong displayed was the body of a bull, with rough skin and thick flesh. Such an attack was just a drizzle for Jingtong. Bang! In a blink of an eye, Jingtong came to the other side and knocked the other side into the air at once. At this moment, Jingtong flew into the air, and 4 hooves trampled. Bulls trample. Click. Ah. The other party's scream sounded tragically, and Jingtong's 4 hooves stomped on the other party's back. The human-level 8-star warrior of Xuanhuan City fell heavily on the ground, making a thud, and completely fainted. Even so, the warrior kept twitching all over his body, and a stream of blood came out of his mouth. The faces of the warriors in Xuanmiqing darkened, but Xuanhuan City breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was 1-2 and 1 game behind, it was still better than 3 consecutive losses. Now the 4th match is about to take place, and it is the Xuanmiqing side's turn to send people first. Young Master Lei guessed that he also wanted to play. Judging from the eyes he kept looking at Lin Qingshan, he wanted to show off in front of Lin Qingshan. But Patriarch Su grabbed young Master Lei and tried to persuade him, Master Lei, you are the trump card of our Xuanhuan City. How about you go up in the most crucial battle? Just wait for now. Young Master Lei was so held by the Su family, and immediately fluttered, he waved his hand, okay, I'll be on the stage at the critical moment. Patriarch Su twitched the corners of his mouth and secretly wiped away a cold sweat. The competition with the younger generation of Xuanhuan City is an opportunity to open the eyes of the younger generation of Xuanhuan City. How can it be destroyed casually? As for the trump card, it is indeed true. It's best to play without young Master Lei, but once you lose a few games, if young Master Lei plays, it means you have won 1 game. Master Su once asked young Master Lei to fight against an 11-star peak powerhouse of the Su family. In the end, Mr. Ray won. This is comparable to the peak of human level 11-star combat power. Whether it is Xuanhuan City or Xuanmi City, the younger generation has not achieved such combat power. Uncle Lu, let me play this time. Li Zixing glanced at the opponent's martial artist and believed. Lu Patriarch thought that Li Zixing should also get a bottle of spiritual water. His eyes lit up, and nodded. Li Xian nephew, I will give it to you. Yes. Li Zixing came to power and immediately fought with the opponent. This martial artist is not weak, he is already at the mid to late stage of the 9-star human rank, which is similar to Li Zixing's previous cultivation. It's a pity that Li Zixing took spiritual water to break through the cultivation base to the peak of the 9-star human level, which is so much higher than the other party. Half an hour later, Li Zixing was out of breath and finally defeated the opponent's martial artist. Returning to his camp, Li Zixing's face was slightly pale, and he was so tired that he just wanted to lie down on the ground and sleep. In the end, Li Zixing took out a 7th-level medicinal pill from his arms, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged to absorb and refine it, while recovering his physical strength and infuriating energy. Xuanhuan City's side is naturally very excited, and now they are tied 2-2. On the side of Xuanmi City, the atmosphere was in a downturn. Patriarch Su frowned and pondered, do you want to let that surnamed Lei play now? After thinking about it, it's only 2 games, so it's not necessary. This time, it was the Lu family's turn. Lu Patriarch looked at Han Feng, and wanted to make Han Feng appear, but finally looked at Lin Qingshan. Lu Patriarch still shut up. He also saw the look in the eyes of the surnamed Lei before. Patriarch Lu believed that once Han Feng appeared, the Lei surnamed would also appear. It would be useless for Patriarch Su to stop him. Han Feng would lose, and he might be beaten. Become crippled. Without affecting the relationship between the 3 major families in Xuanhuan City, the Lu family still values Han Feng quite a bit, skipping Han Feng directly and letting the second genius of the Lu family play. This Lu family genius is also an 8-star human rank, but the other party is a 9-star human rank. There is no doubt that Xuanhuan City lost again in this competition, and now it is 2-3. Patriarch Su was secretly relieved that if he lost this game again, he would have to let the surnamed Lei play in the next game. Once the surname Lei is on the field, the Su family will have to pay a lot of spirit stones. Han Feng has always watched the battle between the 2 sides with a cold eye. There is only one chance for one person to fight. The surnamed Lei will not play, and Han Feng does not intend to play. In the 6th game, Pang Ziwen came on the field. Pang Ziwen, who had taken Ling Shui, also reached the peak of the 9-star human level, narrowly won a move, won the victory, and tied the score. 3-3. But the next genius from a first-class family in Xuanhuan City lost in the 7th battle, and the score suddenly became 3-4. The Xuanhuan City side became nervous, and the Lu family's main dignified 12-star powerhouse also broke out in cold sweat. As long as Xuanmi City wins one more game, the mine veins in the next year will belong to Xuanmi City. My son, it's up to you to play this time. As long as we win this one, we will win. Su Patriarch said to Su Jihu somewhat contentedly. The head of the Su family does have the qualifications to be proud of. As his son, Su Jihu is the first of the younger generation under the age of 20 in Zuamiqing. Su Jihu said to himself, Father, rest assured, the child will definitely win, and the child also wants to see what kind of strength is the first person of the younger generation in Xuanhuan City. Su Jihu's opponent is Lu Zhenyan. On this side, the head of the Lu family is also solemn. Proverbs, the other party is the first person of the younger generation in Xuanmi City, so don't be careless. Alas, even if this one is a lucky victory, the next one. Master Lu looked at Han Feng with complicated eyes. Only Han Feng and Lei were left on both sides. For Han Feng, Lu Patriarch admired it, but he didn't think Han Feng would win the surname Lei. Han Feng still doesn't care about the scrutiny of the Lu family and others, and he will naturally speak with facts. At this time, Lu Xinyan comforted, "Father, if you said that 10 days ago, I really wasn't necessarily the opponent's opponent, but now." "Father, don't forget, I'm." Lu Xinyan said a lot. Patriarch Lu was stunned for a moment, then immediately overjoyed. "In this way, even if we don't get the spirit stone in the end, it is enough to be able to defeat the first person of the younger generation of the opponent." After capturing the middle-grade spirit stone in the middle of the ore vein, the younger generation still lost. Presumably this result would be enough to embarrass Su Anmiqing and Su Jiej for several years. Lu Xinyan and Su Jihu came on stage. Su Jihu said with a light smile, "Your Excellency is the #1 of the younger generation in Xuanhuan City? You are not talented, but I want to see if your Excellency is worthy of the name, but don't make it out." Lu Xinyan was not angry. "This sentence is also for you." Su Jihu praised in his heart, "This is a good character, and I was not irritated by me. It seems that it is a bit real." Thinking of this, Su Jihu took a more serious attitude. Wow. Suddenly, a gust of wind came, and some of the weaker ones were blown away by the gust of wind. The strong wind surrounded Su Jihu. The rich wind attribute infuriating swept out. The expressions of Pang Ziwen and the others in Xuanhuan City changed greatly. 10 stars of human rank. Both Pang Ziwen and Li Zixing were a little uncomfortable. 10-star human rank, that has already entered the peak of human rank. It seems that the gap between the late human rank and the peak of human rank is very small, but it is not only the gap of 1 star, but also the gap between the late human rank and the peak. If there is no spiritual water, it will take at least half a year for the two of them to step into the peak of the human level 9-star peak, which is still the first time. It would take 1 to 2 years, or even longer, for the two of them to be the most talented elites of the Pang family and the Li family in Xuanhuan City to reach the peak of the 9-star human rank and finally break through to the 10-star human rank. At that time, they were already 21 or 2. But now this person of the same age as them is already a 10-star human. Even in the early 10-star stage, it far surpassed them, and they were no longer on the same level. Lu Xinyan was not surprised. With a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, Lu Xinyan's true qi also burst out. Crackling. The purple arc continued to wrap around Lu Xinyan's body. The infuriating storm confrontation between the two was actually comparable. The expressions of Pang Ziwen and the others changed again. It's also a 10-star human rank. When did Lu Xinyan break through? Could it be spirit water? But a bottle of spiritual water can at most make him break through. It is impossible for him to stabilize in just a few days. This is a breakthrough of a star, and it is not a breakthrough of a small realm of the same star. The difficulty of stability is completely different. How could they know that the seller of Lingshui was Han Feng? If they knew, they wouldn't be so surprised. The face of Su Jihu on the opposite side also flashed a few surprises. Are you in the early 10-star human level like me? No, no. Soon, Su Jihu frowned slightly. Although he is in the early 10-star stage and his realm is stable, he is quite far from the middle stage. But this Lu Xinyan was only 1 step away from the midterm, and he was even higher than him. How is that possible? Su Jihu was very shocked. Laying electric shock. Lu Xinyan ignored Su Jihu's shock and took the shot first. In the sky, several lightning bolts suddenly crashed down, without a trace of signs, as if they were created out of thin air. Wind blockade. Su Jihu's expression froze, and he continued to step back. At the same time, he put his palms together, and gusts of wind blocked the surrounding area. The thunder and lightning landed on these gusts, and the whistling of the gust of wind and the crackling of thunder and lightning kept entangling each other. Thunder and lightning are overflowing. All the onlookers stepped back again and again to avoid being affected. On the ground, some earth, stone and rubble had been swept away by the strong wind, and then the thunder and lightning fell, blasting deep pits. The wind of tearing. Blocking Lu Xinyan's attack, Su Jihu immediately started a counterattack, as if a gust of wind that could tear the space swept out, and some gusts overflowed inadvertently. There were many cracks on the ground immediately, and the nearby trees were torn into several pieces. Light of Fury! Lu Xinyan jumped up abruptly and punched out. After this punch, a thunderball appeared out of thin air in front of his fist. From inside the lightning ball, one after another, the light of thunder and lightning burst out. Torn by the wind. Lightning shot. It caused a rumbling sound throughout the space. The powerful infuriating pressure continued to permeate. Some of the weaker ones have difficulty breathing. The verdict of thunder. Lu Xinyan was a little out of breath after repeatedly using powerful martial arts, but at the critical moment of the battle, Lu Xinyan couldn't hold back. In the air, the purple thunder and lightning continued to condense, and finally formed a huge purple thunder hand, which was photographed from the air. Chain whirlwind. Su Jihu's complexion changed greatly, and he slapped his palms, and whirlwinds bombarded the giant thunder and lightning hands in the sky like chains. The giant thunder and lightning shook for a while, and even collapsed, but it finally fell. Boom! The whole earth was shaking, and a palm-shaped pit of 7 or 8 meters appeared in front of everyone. In the deep pit, his face was dark, his hair was upright with electricity, and a figure in a mess appeared in front of everyone. This figure is exactly Su Jihu. Su Jihu coughed twice and immediately covered his mouth, but the blood was still running down the cracks between his fingers. Obviously, under the attack of Lu Xinyan Leiji's ruling, Su Jihu was hit hard. Su Jihu stared at Lu Xinyan. You have mastered the best martial arts skills. Whoosh. The consumption of human-level top-grade martial arts made Lu Xinyan gasp violently, and he didn't even bother to reply to Su Jihu. After all, not everyone can have the condensed true qi like Han Feng, and the recovery is even faster. Lu Xinyan secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, it was only a top-level martial arts skill of ordinary people, otherwise, just one move would be enough to consume most of the true qi in his body. After taking a few breaths, Lu Xinyan resumed the confrontation with Su Jihu. Lu Xinyan and Su Jihu resumed fighting, but whether it was Lu Xinyan, who had consumed a lot of money, or Su Jihu, who was severely injured, the combat effectiveness was greatly reduced, and the scope of the battle was far less than before. The difference between the two is really not big. Lu Xinyan's advantage is only that he has mastered the best human-level martial arts ahead of Su Jihu, and he is only a small achievement of ordinary human-level top-level martial arts. Half an hour later, Lu Xinyan narrowly won. When Su Jihu was carried off by the Su family, he stared at Lu Xinyan. I will fight with you again when I practice top-level martial arts skills. Lu Xinyan nodded reluctantly with the corners of his mouth pulled, and was supported by the 2 Lu family members and walked back. At this time, Lu Xinyan's face was solemn. When the other party has also practiced the best human-level martial arts, it is unlikely that he wants to win again. Lu Xinyan was even more eager for Xuanhuan City to win this time. But there was only Han Feng left in Xuanhuan City, and the one left in Xuanmi City was a member of the Lei family. Even Lu Xinyan, who admitted that Han Feng was a pervert, didn't have much expectations for Han Feng. On the side of Xuanmi City, the Su family looked at Su Jihu, who was all injured, and said after a long time, if you lose, you will lose. The opponent's strength is not bad. I didn't expect that Xuanhuan City has not obtained the spiritual stone resources of the central mines for 2 years, and it is still possible to cultivate such a talented person. You can't underestimate this Xuanhuan City. When the tone changed, the Su family suddenly sneered, but that's it, the last person seems to be less than 15 years old. How can he be so powerful at such an age? Mastering martial skills takes a long time to accumulate. That kid probably doesn't even have high-level martial skills. However, Su Jihu shook his head slightly. Father, don't be careless, that person can stay until the end, it is not necessarily the worst, maybe it is some secret hole card, otherwise Xuanhuan City should have been disappointed by now, instead of looking forward to it now. Hearing this, Patriarch Su was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly, yes, what my son said makes sense. The truth of the bullshit, it's just a 14 or 15-year-old little boy, I'm going to scare you. The cold voice mixed with disdain sounded aside, it was the young master, from the Lei family. The people on the side of Xuanhuan City couldn't help showing a hint of disgust, but the key to winning now lies in this person surnamed Lei, and they have to endure it. The surnamed Lei waved his hand, this ninth game is up to me, and I can win with a few tricks. Give me 10,000 top low-grade spirit stones afterwards. Patriarch Su's face twitched, and he endured the pain and said, young Master Lei, rest assured, you will never give less than you should. The surnamed Lei nodded with satisfaction, and said in his heart, Lingyuan Pond can allow me to break through to the 11-star human rank, and 10,000 top low-grade spirit stones can make me at least reach the peak of the 11-star human rank, or even the 12-star human rank. When I break through to the Xian rank someday, my position in the Lei family will not be so embarrassing. Let my father see it too, but it's not just the eldest brother who is his good son. On Xuanhuan City's side, the Lu family master looked worried, little friend Han Feng, I think that Lei has bad intentions towards Miss Lin, you will get close to Miss Lin, and this Lei will definitely hold grudges. When the battle is going on, the surnamed Lei may have some tricks, if Han Feng is unwilling, we can admit defeat in this competition. You're unlikely to win even a fight anyway. This sentence, Lu Patriarch swallowed. It has been 4 and 10,000 words, and I want flowers. Han Feng naturally knew what Lu Patriarch did not say. But fighting with the Lei family is the purpose of Han Feng's visit this time, and naturally he will not lose without a fight. Not to mention. Han Feng looked at the Lu family with a half-smiling smile. Does the Lu family really want me to admit defeat like this? Are you willing? Patriarch Lu immediately looked embarrassed. Indeed, no matter how much he had no confidence in Han Feng, he still held a trace of expectation in his heart. Han Feng ignored Lu Patriarch and slowly walked towards the surnamed Lei. The surnamed Lei looked at Han Feng lazily, his eyes full of contempt. Han Feng was too young, but only 14 or 15 years old, how could the surnamed Lei take it seriously? Although some of the top geniuses of the Lei family already have strength comparable to him at such an age, but this is not the Han family, and the surnamed Lei will naturally not think that if you meet a random person, you can be comparable to the top geniuses of the Lei family. The presence. I came across it casually, and the top genius of the Lei family is Chinese cabbage. The surnamed Lei said contemptuously, boy, I advise you to admit defeat. This uncle will not be merciful. Han Feng rolled his eyelids, you don't need to be merciful, let's do it. Humph, you're a brat. The surnamed Lei snorted coldly, full of dissatisfaction with Han Feng's ignorance. Meteor rock. The impatient surnamed Lei grabbed it in the air with one hand, and the earth attribute infuriating chi swept out in an instant. The ground trembled, and in a short period of time, the sand flew up. Large areas of land, sand and gravel condensed into rocks 1 or 2 meters in size in the air, and then these rocks fell from the sky like meteors. The rock fell on the ground, with a bang, the rock burst, and a deep pit was smashed into the ground. Dozens of rocks fell from the sky, and more sand, soil, and gravel rose from the ground to condense into new rocks. 9 treads of Liang. Liang Jiutao has almost reached the state of perfection. Han Feng dodged extremely fast, so far, not a single rock hit him. Mysterious city. A talented martial artist said angrily, I've made a cheap man named Lei, and the opponent is only 6 stars. If it was me, I could win with just a few moves. The other warriors were also displeased. Su Jihu glanced at these people indifferently, and then said, do you feel anxious when you look at Xuanhuan City? This boy called Han Feng must have some backup tricks. A warrior didn't believe it, impossible. Su Jihu raised his finger slightly and pointed at Jingtong in Xuanhuan City. Did you see that Jingtong? His bull's body has soared from a human level 7-star to a human level 8-star. This Han Feng probably also has something like that. That's just a human level 7-star, still very weak. A young warrior rolled his eyes and said. This time, Su Jihu did not refute. For their level, the human level 7-star is indeed too weak. What else is there for this Han-style guy? Su Jihu felt a little bit of interest in his heart. Regarding the surnamed Lei, Su Jihu is in the most complicated mood right now. This person is extremely arrogant and looks completely playful, but because of his good background, his strength is stronger than them. Such people, they have long been accustomed to. If this man can lose, they will definitely be delighted. But if he loses, the middle-grade spirit stone in the central mine will belong to Xuanhuan City. From this point of view, Su Jihu hopes that the surnamed Lei will win. Even after winning, the surnamed Lei will get the top low-grade spirit stone from their Su family that makes the Su family's flesh hurt. Several rock attacks did not cause any damage to Han Feng, which made Lei's surname not come down to the stage. At the moment, when the surnamed Lei grabbed his hands, the number of condensed rocks increased to more than 100. At the same time, the speed at which the rock falls is greatly increased. Han Feng was able to dodge with ease at first, but soon, he was overwhelmed. Wasn't my attitude very arrogant before? How can I avoid it so embarrassingly now? The surnamed Lei kept laughing at the back. Han Feng kept dodging under his feet. Looking at the rock that was about to hit him several times, he couldn't help sighing to himself, with my current true Chi cultivation base, it is still too reluctant to dodge. So. The third level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. The second layer of Skyfire armor, condensate. Mid-grade ordinary fire, fusion. Boom. The flames like a storm surged wildly with Han Feng at the center. When the flames dissipated, the ferocious fire giant appeared in everyone's sight. In this state of Han Feng, Rao was shocked when Xuanhuan City had seen it. The fire giant state shown by Han Feng this time is more domineering, and the flames around him are more vigorous and solid. The body is also bigger than before. The most important thing is that the strength has grown far more than before. Han Feng's infuriating cultivation base at this moment has soared to the peak of the 9-star human level. This is still the third level of the heavenly fire battle physique and has not reached the peak of the third level. Otherwise, after merging with the middle-grade mortal fire, it is not impossible to enter the 10-star human level. It was the first time that Xuanmiqing saw Han Feng's state, and his eyes were all rounded and dumbfounded. A martial artist in Xuanmi City stammered, This is too perverted, it's more than 3-star, God. Su Jihu was also shocked. Patriarch Su felt uneasy in his heart, but his face was cold. This Han Feng is indeed the hidden card of Xuanhuan City, surnamed Han? Xuanhuan City should not have such a family. Su Jihu retracted his shock and reminded, Father, we can invite the layman by chance at a large price, and Xuanhuan City is probably the same. The head of Su family suddenly realized, so it is, if it is a native of Xuanhuan City, we will suffer in the next few years. This kid is so young and can participate several times. Fortunately, he is not a native of Xuanhuan City. However, the Lei Yu Tian we found is at the peak of the 10-star human rank. This kid has no chance of winning. That being said, the anxiety in the Su family's heart is getting stronger and stronger. Break me. Han Feng stood on the spot and swung out his fists one after another, forming afterimages in the air. From a distance, it looks like Han Feng has more than a dozen arms. Click. Bang. The fist hit the rock shattered instantly, the shattered stone fell on Han Feng, and the flames on the Skyfire armor directly burned the shattered stone into ashes. Lei Yutian couldn't help but sunk his face. Good boy, this young master admits to underestimating you. You are qualified to know this young master's name. Remember this young master's name, Lei Yutian. This is someone you can't surpass in your life. Lei Yutian has already made up his mind, either kill Han Feng or abolish Han Feng's cultivation base. In short, Han Feng cannot be allowed to grow, otherwise he will surpass him sooner or later. It was because he was determined to do this that Ray had the talent to say that last sentence. Lei Yutian snorted coldly, and the speed of the rock falling soared again. At the same time, more sand and gravel around it flew into the air and condensed into more rocks. These rocks are one size smaller than before, but the number has doubled. There are so many rocks, I want to see, how can you handle it with only 2 fists? As long as dozens of rocks can pass through, Lei Yutian believes that he will be able to severely damage Han Feng. It's just an armor condensed by flames, how long can it be strong? Ratio quantity? Han Feng's face was a little weird. Han Feng stopped throwing his fist, and when the rocks were about to fall, Han Feng waved his right hand. Mysterious flame chain. 24 chains were thrown out, and each chain was surrounded by rich red flames. 24 chains are no less than the top-level high-grade martial arts perfection. Then it is integrated with the middle grade, and the power is straight to the highest level of human-level martial arts, which is comparable to the Judgment of Thunder that Lu Xinyan performed before. Each chain is like a dragon, twisting continuously in the air, and every time it twists, more than 10 rocks burst. When all the rocks were broken, Han Feng condensed the 24 chains together, Xuanhuan explosive drill. Damn, why does this kid have so many tricks? Ray couldn't help but cursed. Dust cover. The sand around Lei Yutian's feet suddenly rose, surrounding Lei Yutian, forming a cone-shaped yellow sand and dust shield. Around Lei Yutian, the ground sank into several layers. Thanks to Enshan 2004, I am Xiao Ma and other big ones for their flowers, thanks cabbage. Finally, 12,500 words in the 5th update have been updated, please ask for flowers. The 6th should be around 1 o'clock in the morning. Breaking air palm. Around Lei Yutian, the ground sank into several layers. One can imagine how much sand and soil was consumed by Lei one day. In fact, from the beginning of the battle to the present, the land had already sunk a lot in the area of Lei Yutian, with a radius of tens of meters. Among them, the area around Lei Yutian was the most. Judging from the sky, Lei Yutian had a radius of tens of meters around him, and it seemed like a giant pit in the shape of an upside-down cone had been dug up. The khaki infuriating flow. Just ordinary sand is not a martial skill, nor is it powerful. It is because of this khaki earth property true chi that the sand and soil become more solid and form rocks. The same is true now. It is the earth-type infuriating chi that condenses the sand and soil together to form a conical protective cover. The earthy yellow infuriating chi continuously circulates on the conical protective cover. Floor. Boom. The mysterious flame explosive drill formed by 24 chains spun and landed on the dust cover in an instant. Boom boom boom. The 24 chains were spinning rapidly, and the flames were radiating everywhere. And the dust cover, except for some cracks at the beginning, remained motionless in the end. Han Feng was secretly surprised, as expected of a human-level 10-star powerhouse. The martial skill level of the sand dust cover is obviously not human-level top level, but under the cultivation of the 10-star peak, it actually defended my Xuanhuan. Drill. With a move of Han Feng's right hand, the mysterious flame drill condensed by 24 chains rotates faster. At the same time, raging flames erupted from Han Feng's left hand. Critical strike. 27 huge fireballs were bombarded one after another. The fireball landed on the dust cover, and an astonishing explosion sounded. The ground collapsed again. The people of Xuanhuan city swallowed and spit. The strength displayed by Han Feng is so strong, which is much more powerful than when he was selected before. Is this the real strength of Han Feng? Has the previous Han style been clumsy? Lu Zhenyan smiled bitterly, even he could not bear such an attack. Others may think that Han Feng is clumsy, but he knows that this is because Han Feng's strength is progressing too fast. I'm afraid even his father thought that Han Feng had not shown his true strength before. Xing Tong and Lin Qingshan are the same as Lu Zhenyan. Xing Tong was shocked at first, and then he was really happy. This kid, his strength has improved so much, and he didn't give me a word in advance, he's too jerk. Lin Qingshan's eyes were complicated. This kind of strength is enough to protect himself. In the city of people, apart from the city lord, I'm afraid no one is his opponent. It's time to leave. Thinking of the order given to the senior nearly 2 months ago, Lin Qingshan felt sad. Before she knew it, Lin Qingshan realized that she was already inseparable from Han Feng. No, it can't go on like this. Han Feng and I have no way to go. I want revenge. Han Feng will have a better life in the future. I'm not worthy of her. Lin Qingshan's eyes became more and more sad and reluctant, but she quickly subsided and did not let anyone find out. At this moment, the Lu family head is very happy. Before, it was just the expectation of being a living doctor with a dead horse, but now the Lu family owner seems to have seen the Lingyuan pond and the middle-grade Lingshi beckoning to him. On the side of Xuanmi City, the Su family master was furious. The other talented warriors looked at each other and didn't say a word. On the one hand, I hope that Lei Yutian will be defeated, so that they can gloat in misfortune, but on the other hand, for the development of Xuanmi City, I hope that Lei Yutian can win. Inside the dust cover, Lei Yutian constantly maintained the dust cover, and a large amount of earth attribute infuriating energy was lost in the body. Inside the dust hood, Lei Yutian was shaken, and his head was a little dizzy. Click. Click. Under the double attack of the crazy flame crit and the profound flame drill, the sandstorm finally could no longer be supported. Lei Yutian realized this situation. The secret passage was not good. He moved his feet, and immediately stopped the transmission of earth attribute infuriating chi, and the dust cover immediately shattered, and at this time, Lei Yutian had already retreated rapidly. Even so, the chaotic spiritual power fluctuations of the explosion still affected Lei Yutian. Lei Yutian's throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood was about to spurt. But Lei one day didn't want to be so ugly, so he endured it abruptly and swallowed it back. The strange feeling made Lei Yutian feel a little nauseous, and his face flushed. In addition to being annoyed, Lei Yutian did not care about the huge consumption of infuriating energy, and repeatedly used powerful tricks. Giant crit. Lei Yutian's palms suddenly stuck to the ground. Rumbling. With Lei Yutian as the center, the earth tremor continued to spread to all directions. At the same time as the ground cracked, a powerful impact was also shot from the ground. If this is accidentally said, the legs are likely to be severely injured. Han Feng jumped up and made a seal with his hands, Heavenly Fire Seal. As soon as the Heavenly Fire Seal was condensed, it had already merged with the middle-grade Mortal Fire. Suppress me! Han Feng shouted, and with the collapse of the ground, the impact force used from the ground was suddenly suppressed. The subsidence of the ground made sand in a radius of tens of meters and nearly 100 meters. At this time, Han Feng suddenly discovered that there was a heart-pounding earth attribute infuriating fluctuation from the other side. Breaking the rock and stepping on the empty leg. Skyfire Fighting Fist. Han Feng immediately threw a punch without hesitation. This punch, which used the Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist and fused with the middle-grade Mortal Fire, was even 2 or 3 layers higher than the previous Thunder Judgment. Lei Yutian kicked Han Feng's fists with his legs one after another, just like an ordinary person kicking a steel plate with his feet, and there was a pain in his footsteps. At the same time, the red flames spread, and Lei Yutian only felt that his feet were about to be burned. What? Ray couldn't help crying out in pain. Han Feng's fist surged again, and Lei Yutian fell directly from the sky and fell into the ground. Han Feng, however, landed firmly on the ground. Call. Han Feng exhaled and ran the first layer of the 9 flames and different fire art to restore his true energy. Even Han Feng's infuriating recovery speed is astonishing, and after several big moves and the release of ordinary fire, Han Feng can't support it. The next move will determine the outcome. This Lei Yutian has already suffered a serious injury, and he cannot be given time to recover. Thinking of this, Han Feng took a deep breath, and the Xuanhuan sword suddenly appeared in Han Feng's hands. With the flow of fire attribute infuriating energy, it was transported into the Xuanhuan sword, and the Xuanhuan sword suddenly burst into a burst of red light. The nearby fire spirits rioted. Everyone's breath was stagnant, and they obviously understood that the next blow was by no means simple. Lu Xingyan seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed wildly. Could it be? How is it possible? That is close to the top human-level martial arts, and Han Feng has mastered it in such a short period of time? In the pit, Lei Yutian also sensed the changes in the surrounding spiritual power, his face stern, enduring the pain in his feet, struggling to get up. Stinky boy, this is your *mine. Breaking the rock and breaking the air palm. The shocking earth attribute infuriating fluctuations condensed in Lei Yutian's hand and waved out with one palm. The giant rock hand more than 10 meters in size broke through the air. Burning Heaven Sword. The Xuanhuan sword in Han Feng's hand slashed with one sword. The violent fire attribute infuriating fluctuations made Xuanhuan unable to support it and kept trembling. 3 flaming swords of nearly 10 meters condensed out, and these 3 flaming swords quickly condensed together. With a diameter of more than 10 meters and a length of dozens of meters, the lying tornado burst out. The giant rock hand fell into the flame tornado, as if ordinary stones were thrown into the eyes. The surface was gradually soaked in flames, and finally completely turned into ashes. Han Feng's face was pale at the moment. This blow consumed too much of his true energy. Ray is the same. Boom boom boom. The flame tornado suddenly exploded, and the waves of flames waved around. The ground was evaporated and collapsed, and the nearby trees also turned into nothingness. The 2 patriarchs looked terrified, and immediately retreated with their respective geniuses. They retreated more than 100 meters and nearly 200 meters before they stopped. At this moment, the area where Han Feng and Lei Yutian fought, with a radius of nearly 100 meters, was completely reduced to ashes, and the ground was charred black. Han Feng and Lei Yutian both fell to the ground. Thanks to 896021154 for the great rewards, and congratulations to 896021154 for being promoted to the position of helmsman. Seeing that Han Feng and Lei Yutian had both collapsed, Xuanhuan City and Shuami City were both in a hurry. Lin Qingshan's expression changed even more, and her worry was self-evident. As soon as her footsteps moved, Lin Qingshan was about to run to help Han Feng up. Unexpectedly, Han Feng was holding his hands on the ground at this time and barely stood up. The previous Venhua Tianjian move, even if Han Feng's body is condensed and the recovery speed is extremely fast, it will consume 78th of Han Feng's infuriating energy at once. Han Feng was naturally unable to resist the subsequent flames and was knocked to the ground. But in the end it was a minor injury, and after running the 9 flames and different fire art for a few laps, although the true Qi has not recovered, the physical strength has recovered a little, so Lin Qingshan has just run a few steps, and Han Feng is strong. Stood up. But Ray was different one day. In the previous move, Lei Yotian's rock-breaking and air-breaking palm fell into the downwind, and the flames and air waves hit Lei Yutian more. Not only did Lei Yutian consume a lot of energy, he was also injured before, even though he was severely injured by the impact. At this moment, Lei Yutian continued to spit out blood involuntarily, and the situation was truly terrifying. Struggling to get up, Lei Yutian thumped and fell to the ground again, staring at Han Feng with eyes full of fear, jealousy, anger and resentment. Ha ha ha, Patriarch Su, it is clear that we have won in this situation. Lu Patriarch suddenly burst out laughing. The Su family's face was expressionless, and he cursed Lei Yutian in his heart. I was so arrogant and complacent as I said before, but in the end, it was not lost. Lin Qingshan showed a smile, stinky boy, it really scared me to death. On the side of Xuanhuan City, they were excited again and again, but on the side of Xuanmi City, they were dead. Suddenly, Lei Yotian's frantic voice sounded, Patriarch Su, kill these people for me, and dare to bring this young master to this point, all these people should be damned. Patriarch Su was stunned, never expected that Lei Yutian could not afford to lose, and said such a thing. It is true that the Su family head was tempted in an instant, but quickly gave up the idea. Paper can't hold fire. Once today's incident is spread out, their Xuanmi City, especially the Su family, will have any prestige around here. With multiple cities and hundreds of families, this matter is still an indelible stain. The most important thing is that even if they do make a move, they may not necessarily win. On the Xuanhuan City side, the Lu family master and others changed their faces slightly, their expressions were vigilant, and they subconsciously distanced themselves from the Xuanmi City side. Su Jihu and the others looked ugly. Patriarch Su coughed twice, Patriarch Lu, don't worry, if you lose, you will lose. Our Su family is not that bad. It's only a 1-year permission, and they will naturally compete for it next year. The central mines will be dug out in 2 or 3 years at most. Even if they lose in the next 2 or 3 years, the gap between Xuanmi City and Xuanhuan City will not widen much. The surname Su, I did this for your Su family, and you actually. When Lei Yutian heard the words of the family head, Su, he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood again. Does this mean that he is not good, and his quality and personality are questionable? Although there are indeed problems, Lei Yutian obviously does not think that he is wrong, that he is right, and that it is others who are wrong. Blow the soft and fear the hard. Lei Yutian said angrily. Patriarch Su and the others looked gloomy and cold, and Su Jihu even clenched his fists and then loosened them, loosened and clenched again, his chest heaving with anger. If it wasn't for the sake of Lei Yotian's surname, they would never have tolerated it like this. Lei Yutian looked at everyone with a sneer, okay, very good, you will regret it. Lei Tianli, come out for this young master and kill these bastards. Lei Yutian also recovered a little. He couldn't stand up, but he could still sit on the ground. He immediately shouted loudly. Patriarch Su and Patriarch Lu were surprised, there were still people nearby? Listening to Lei Yotian's meaning, he is still a master of the Lei family, and it is very likely that the Lei family sent a strong person to protect Lei Yutian. With a big family like the Lei family, it seems not impossible that even the children of the collateral line have secret powers to follow and protect them. The Lu family master and the Su family master were a little panicked. Seeing Lei Yotian's complacent expression, this person called Lei Tianli must have extraordinary strength, and it is very likely that he is a master of the mysterious order. There are so many of them, even if they are all in the late stage or the peak of the human rank, but facing the masters of the profound rank, unless they have just broken through the realm of instability, they are absolutely powerless to resist. But soon, Xuanhuan City and Xuanmi City were dumbfounded, and no one appeared at all. Lei Yotian's face also stiffened. Watching Lu Patriarch and others gradually showing ridicule, Lei Youyu was in a panic. Lei Tianli, if you don't get out, can't you find death? When I tell my father about this, I will let my father punish you severely. Humph, what a big tone. The faint voice was mixed with inexplicable power. Everyone only felt that their eyes blinked slightly, and an old man appeared in the open space in front, and the old man held a middle-aged man in his hands. When Lei Yutian saw the middle-aged man, he was overjoyed at first, but when he found that the middle-aged man was restrained by an old man and could not move, his expression became panic. This middle-aged man is obviously Lei Tianli in Lei Youtian's mouth. Lei Tianli wants to say something, but he doesn't know what the old man did to Lei Tianli. Lei Tianli can only make a whimper, but what? Can't tell. Ray was finally scared. This Lei Tianli was a mid-stage Xian order master, and he was so easily restrained that he was unable to make a sound. This old man was at least a peak Xian order expert. Lei Yutian swallowed and spit, a little lack of confidence. This kid is from the Lei family, you see. The implication is whether Lei Yutian and Lei Tianli can be released for the sake of the Lei family. The people from Xuanhuan City and Xuanmi City were uneasy in their hearts, not knowing what the old man who suddenly appeared was going to do. Only Lin Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. This old man was Yu Lao. Sure enough, this old senior has been following the protection secretly, and I didn't even notice the slightest sign. This senior is probably not an ordinary peak of the profound rank, and it is even very likely that he is a master of the earth rank above the profound rank. Lin Qingshan thought to herself. Han Feng said with a smile, Yu Lao, you really came out. Yu Lao smiled and scolded, you kid is so desperate, and even exhausted the infuriating energy in the body. I am afraid that I am guessing that the old man is nearby and will not cause you any problems. Han Feng smiled and stopped talking. The others were immediately shocked. This senior, actually knew Han Feng. Master Lu's eyes widened. The Su family master also opened their mouths wide. The one who was most shocked and panicked was Lei Yutian. Lei Yutian never expected that such a strong man would follow Han Feng secretly. Where is this Korean-style sacred? There are only 3 families in Dajin that can rival the Lei family, but none of them have the surname Han. It is even less likely that it is the royal family of the Jin dynasty. Yu Lao and Han Feng said a few words with a smile, and their expressions suddenly swept towards Lei Yutian. Lei Yutian stammered, Senior, you can't kill me. Yu Lao naturally couldn't kill Lei Yutian, no matter what. Lei Yutian was also a sideline of the Lei family. Yu Lao let go and threw Lei Tianli in front of Lei Yutian. It was only then that Lei Tianli realized that he was finally able to speak. Lei Yutian shuddered and whispered, Tianli, what kind of strength does this old man have? It won't be a sneak attack to trap you. Lei Tianli smiled bitterly, young master, this old Yu is a master of the earth rank, so there's no need for a sneak attack. I can't hurt you even if you stand and let me fight. Earth steps. Lei Yutian was dumbfounded. Even the Lei family, such a master, is considered a high-level figure in the Lei family. He has a strong position in the Lei family, and is not like people and Xuanjia who kill at will. This old man is actually a master of the earth. Of course, some people with deep backgrounds and profound levels cannot be easily killed, but without background, as long as they break through to the ground level, their status in the Lei family will be incomparable. Lei Yutian was a little jealous, a mere 6-star little guy. There was such a strong man secretly guarding him, and it was the mere mid-level Xuanjia who guarded him. Lei Yutian lowered his head and concealed the resentment in his eyes. What about the rank? My father is also a rank, and is a sideline of the Lei family. I must ask my father to take revenge for me. After killing this old man, Han Feng will let me be ravaged. Lei Tianli was right next to Lei Yutian. Others couldn't see it, but Lei Tianli could see it clearly, and he was taken aback immediately. Lei Yutian was only a few years old 14 years ago, so he might not know it when he was young, but Lei Tianli clearly understood it. This Yu Lao, but that woman's cronies. Provoking this Yu Lao is equivalent to provoking that woman, that is, Lei Youtian's father. Compared with that woman, he is only Yinghua and Guang Yu Haoyue, and they are not on the same level. Superior. Lei Tianli whispered, Master, give up revenge, this is the old man, but that woman's person. What woman? Lei Yutian was thinking about how to take revenge on Han Feng when he went home, and suddenly his face became elongated when he heard Lei Tianli's advice. Lei Tianli approached Lei Youtian's ears and whispered a few words. Lei Youtian's expression was instantly replaced by shock and fear. It turned out to be that woman. But I haven't seen this senior next to that woman. Lei Yutian wanted to name the old man, but when he thought that the old man was the person of that terrifying woman, he immediately shuddered and changed it to senior. Lei Tianli smiled bitterly, because Yu Lao left the Lei family 14 years ago, and was arranged by the adult to guard the child. Lei Yutian frowned, and then it sounded like something, and he was shocked. I'm going to see that kid. I remember that the kid's father is from the Han family. Wait. Lei Yutian groaned in his heart and looked at Han Feng. Isn't Han Feng also surnamed Han? Coupled with Yu Lao, could it be? Thinking of this, Lei Youtian's face was even uglier than crying. How can he meet someone casually, but it will be the son of that woman, if that woman knew that he had thought of killing Han Feng? Lei shuddered violently one day. Han Feng watched Lei Youtian's complexion change with interest, touched his chin, and thought, it seems that my mother's status in Lei's family should not be low. It is said that in my mother's generation, my mother is rarely comparable to her. I don't know what my mother's cultivation is now, at least it is at the late stage or the peak. It's the existence of that day. Yu Lao waved his hand, let's get out of here. Lei Yutian nodded again and again, not daring to let go of a fart, and was supported by Lei Tianli and quickly jumped away. The Lu family head, the Su family head and the others looked at each other, and they were a little far away. They did not hear the whispered conversation between Lei Yutian and Lei Tianli, so they are still a little confused. This Lei Tianli told Lei Yutian what, this mad Lei ran away like this one day. But no matter what, this old man who suddenly appeared is definitely someone they can't provoke. Didn't they see Lei running away? Peng Ziwen was a little uneasy at this time. After dealing with Lei Yutian and others, Lao Yu looked at Lu Patriarch and others, coldly. Suddenly, Lao Yu reached out and grabbed it in the air, and a strong suction force poured out from Lao Yu's hand. Brush. In the surrounding mountains and forests, a few warriors were suddenly sucked out by Lao Yu, all of them in a state of embarrassment and injuries. Seeing these warriors, Peng Ziwen's face suddenly turned ugly. Yu Lao Bing said coldly, if you want to kill my young master, it depends on whether the old man agrees or not. Old Yu's icy gaze fell on Peng Ziwen. Peng Ziwen's body was stiff, and his back was quickly soaked in cold sweat. Humph. It wasn't until Peng Ziwen was seen by Lao Yu that he almost fell to the ground, and Lao Yu took his eyes back. Peng Ziwen took a few breaths in fear, and quickly said, the younger generation has no eyes, and offended young Master Han, please forgive me. At this time, Peng Ziwen couldn't care about his pride as a direct descendant of the Peng family. In front of the suspected Peak Xuanjia or a master of the earth, his pride was nothing. Ignore the old man. Peng Ziwen's heart was cold, he gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground, Master Han, it's the boy who has offended you. If you want to kill or cut, please come to me, and please let Master Han let go of my Peng family. Han Feng sighed, although Peng Ziwen had murderous intentions towards him, but after all, considering the interests of Xuanhuan City, he endured it for so many days, and only prepared to return after the test. If it wasn't for Qi Yan's feud, Han Feng would still have a good impression of such a person with a big picture. Han Feng frowned and thought, wondering if he should let old Yu kill the Peng family. Peng Ziwen looked at Han Feng in horror. Just when Han Feng hesitated, Peng Ziwen cowed out again and again, his head was full of blood, and his skin was broken. "Master Han, I beg you." Peng Ziwen pleaded with a look on his face. Peng Ziwen regretted it, he knew this, he would never dare to do this, his death is a trivial matter, but it involves the Peng family, he is the sinner of the Peng family. "Elder Yu, look." Han Feng set his sights on Yu Lao and gave this question to Yu Lao. But Lao Yu shrugged. "Young master, decide, it doesn't matter if you let it go, it's just a Xian-level family, and it can be wiped out." Yu Lao kicked the ball to Han Feng again. Yu Lao's words made the Lu family head, Su family head and others feel a little resentful, but if you think about it carefully, facing the existence of even Lei Youtian's scruples, they are only low-level Xian-level forces, and they really don't count. What, if it is extinguished, it will be extinguished, there is no problem at all. Han Feng thought about it and said lightly, "It's not impossible to let you go. After all, you haven't really hurt me yet, and everything has room to turn around." Hearing this, Peng Ziwen was overjoyed. Han Feng continued, "Well, you can compensate me for some top low-grade spirit stones and middle-grade spirit stones. I don't want too much. You can give it to me." Peng Ziwen twitched the corners of his mouth, looking at giving. With that senior there, it would be impossible to give less, only more would be given, it's better to set a number, it's too cunning. But Peng Ziwen also knows that this is indeed Han Feng's mercy, and asks himself, if he is offended by a small low-level human-level force, and he is almost killed, he will definitely uproot this force. Peng Ziwen nodded again and again. "Master Han, rest assured, my Peng family will definitely satisfy you, Master Han." Lu Patriarch and Lu Zhenyan were sighing at this moment. At the same time, the two also had some regrets. If they had guaranteed Han Feng from the very beginning, wouldn't they be on the line with this senior now? It's a pity that they and Han Feng are now separated. No, instead, their Lu family still owes Han Feng a lot of favor. After all, they can win this time, but it depends on Han Feng's final key battle. Patriarch Su said cautiously, "Senior. Can we leave?" Yu Lao didn't even give Su Patriarch a look, but his voice came out faintly, "Let's go." Patriarch Su and the others breathed a sigh of relief in an instant, and quickly slipped away, so as not to accidentally offend the senior, and then they would just walk away without food. "Okay, the idle people and others have already left, you can go to the Lingyuan pool." Yu Lao looked at the Lu family. Since Elder Yu is secretly guarding Han Feng, he naturally understands the situation of Lingyuan Pond. Lu Patriarch hurriedly said, "Yes, the Lingyuan Pond can enter 9 people at one time. If it is fast, the spiritual power in the Lingyuan Pond can be exhausted in 3 days. I don't know if you are senior in these 3 days." Yu Lao looked at Han Feng and said, "I'll wait here for my young master, Miss Lin, you can wait with Lao Shi." Lin Qingshan smiled slightly, "Okay." Immediately, Lin Qingshan said to Han Feng, "Brother, you are already at the peak of the 6-star human rank. This is a good opportunity to break through. You must seize it." Han Feng grinned, "Sister Lin, don't worry, when I come out, it must be a human level 7-star. Just in order to raise the 9 flames and different fire art to the 2nd level, it is also necessary to break through to the 7 stars as soon as possible." The Lu family head led the group into the mountain forest. After turning around, they stopped beside a spiritual spring with white gas. Han Feng squinted at this spiritual spring, and the white gas emanating from it was a pure spiritual power that had been atomized. Taking a deep breath, the rich spiritual power entered the body along the pores of the body, the pores opened, and the true qi in the body also fluctuated. Han Feng sighed in admiration, it is indeed the Lingyuan pool. Below this Lingyuan pool, it must be the center of the Lingshi vein. Thank you for the big reward of woman, you are charming and charming, thank you for the big flowers of Xingxing Peak, oh, !! Oh. Congratulations to Peak Saint Star for being promoted to the position of deacon. It can directly atomize spiritual power, and the concentration of spiritual power here can be imagined. The head of the Lu family said, Proverbs, young Master Han, the 9 of you can go down to soak now. In about 3 days, you will be able to consume the spiritual power in the Lingyuan pond, and it will take another year to recover. Saying it is 3 days is just an estimate. If the 9 people are a little weaker, and the absorption is slow, it may take more than 3 days, or even 4 or 5 days. But in the same way, if the 9 people absorbed it quickly, less than 3 days, or even just 2 days more than 1 day, would be enough to consume it. Yu Lao said at this time, let's back up some distance, the 3 of us, lest these 9 little guys be disturbed by us. Lu Patriarch, yes. Lin Qingshan also nodded. The 3 of them sat cross-legged at a distance of more than 20 meters, looked at the 9 people in the Lingyuan pool, and talked a little bit from time to time, for example, which one seemed to absorb faster and which one seemed to absorb slower. Among them, most of them were talking to Lin Qingshan and Mr. Yu. No matter what, the 2 were quite familiar with each other. Patriarch Lu wanted to talk, but he was afraid that he would anger Yu Lao without leaving a trace, so he was very respectful. As a result, Lao Yu said a few times and felt a little bored, so he gradually stopped talking to Patriarch Lu. At first, Patriarch Lu was a little panicked. Later, when he saw that Lin Qingshan was talking with Lao Yu in a natural tone, he gradually became a little clearer. When he talked with Lao Yu again, the tone became more natural. Some conversations have also increased a little, but they are still not as good as Lin Qingshan. Not to mention the conversation between the 3, Han Feng and the others took off their shirts, only wearing their underwear and soaked them all in the Lingyuan pond. The spring water in the Lingyuan pond followed the pores of Han Feng and others' bodies and continuously penetrated the spiritual power into Han Feng, etc. in the human body. The rich and pure spiritual power entered the body, and all the 9 people couldn't help groaning in comfort. This kind of taste is even more comfortable than walking in circles with women. Han Feng and the others felt comfortable, and immediately calmed down, running their own kung fu, and actively began to absorb the spiritual power in the Lingyuan pond, inhaling it into the dantian to refine it. Each of the 9 people is 2 or 3 meters apart, and each person's body is 3 or 4 feet around, forming a small vortex. The center of the vortex is the body of Han Feng and others. Visible to the naked eye, the surface of the Lingyuan pond was flickering with a faint white-silver light, and these silver lights were constantly entangling the 9 people. Above the heads of the 9 people, the white mist slowly lowered, almost covering the figures of the 9 people. But whether it is the Lu family master or Lin Qingshan, they are both masters of the 12-star human rank, and Lao Yu is suspected of being a master of the earth rank. The situation of the 9 people, the 3 of them can see clearly. As soon as Han Feng and the 9 people ran the exercises, their differences became apparent. The more advanced the exercise, the larger the vortex, the faster it spins, and the faster it absorbs spiritual power. Even if the exercises are of the same level, because of the different levels of cultivation, their performances are also different. In addition to cultivation techniques, cultivation is also a major factor. Among the 9 people, Lu Zhenyan was at the early stage of human level 10-star cultivation, and the whirlpool was obviously the largest. But to say that the whirlpool rotates the fastest, it is Han Feng. The speed of the whirlpool is several times that of Lu Zhenyan. Lu Patriarch was a little shocked, the speed at which Han Feng absorbs spiritual power. I'm afraid it's no less than Proverbs. If this Han Feng and Proverbs have the same cultivation level, the speed is probably several times that of Proverbs. What kind of exercise is this? It looks high level, but the scope of the whirlpool is not large, and it can even be said to be the smallest among the 9 people. But if it's not a high-level exercise, then the speed of the whirlpool's rotation is the fastest among the 9 people. Lin Qingshan has been in contact with Han Feng for so long, and has long been used to the various mysteries of Han Feng, so she just shrugged and didn't care. Old Yu also raised his eyebrows in surprise. I've been following along, and I haven't seen any adventures with young Master Han. Where did this practice come from? Does the Han family have such a practice? Although it is strange, Yu Lao knows very well that even if he is a strong person on the ground, his strength far exceeds Han Feng, and Han Feng respects him, but in fact his essence is still the servant of the young lady, and it is the young lady who distributes it to the young lady. The young master's servant, as a servant, it is better not to inquire about this kind of thing. In the Lingyuan pond, a day passed. Suddenly, the water around Han Feng boiled. Lin Qingshan's eyes lit up. It's about to break through. Not long after the voice fell, Han Feng's body stagnated, and a stronger breath swept away, and then the water near Han Feng gradually calmed down. The cultivation of the human level 7-star early stage, under the constant nourishment of spiritual power, slowly stabilized. Yu Lao looked relieved. Even if this Lingyuan pond is full of spiritual power, I thought it would be good to be able to break through, but I didn't expect to break through in just one day. Judging from the spiritual power in this Lingyuan pond, it should be able to last for about 2 days. I don't know how much the young master's strength will increase in 2 days. Inside the Lingyuan pool. With the breakthrough of Han Feng's cultivation, the vortex around the body suddenly increased, and the speed of rotation also increased suddenly. If Han Feng's speed of absorbing spiritual power was equal to that of Lu Xinyan before, then now it has surpassed Lu Xinyan. Seeing this, the Lu family head shook his head and sighed. If the spiritual power of the Lingyuan pond was divided into 10 parts, this Han Feng would absorb at least 1.5%, close to 20%. Time flies by like this, and Han Feng's cultivation has steadily improved. On the last day, several people broke through one after another. A person from the Lu family broke through to the peak of the 8-star human rank and reached the 9-star human rank, and the realm was slightly stable. Lu Xinyan stepped from the early stage of human level 10-star limit to the late human level 10-star stage. Fortunately, Lu Xinyan was only 1 step away from entering the middle stage, otherwise he would never have broken through to the later stage in just 3 days. Both Pang Ziwen and Li Zixing have stepped from the peak of the 9-star human rank to the 10-star human rank. But both of them are only in the early stage, and their realm is not stable. They must return to the family to retreat for half a month to a month to stabilize. The remaining 3 human level 8 stars did not break through, but they also reached the peak of human level 8 stars. Zhengtong has reached the peak of the human level 7-star peak, and is only 1 step away from the human level 8-star. In fact, before the spiritual power is exhausted, Zhengtong's spiritual power has fluctuated vaguely. Zhengtong shook his head regretfully. In half a day, maybe I will break through to 8 stars. And Han Feng, who also reached the peak of the 7-star human level limit, was only 1 step away from reaching the 8-star human level. Among the 9 people, Han Feng was undoubtedly the most rewarded. Lu Patriarch stood up with relief, and all 9 of them made breakthroughs. 8 of them were also geniuses in Xuanhuan City. Given time, these 8 people would definitely be some of the experts in Xuanhuan City. Everyone, pack up, we can go back. In less than 2 days, the group quickly returned to Xuanhuan City, and Han Feng also left Xuanhuan City after getting a lot of top low-grade spirit stones and middle-grade spirit stones. Outside Xuanhuan City, on a certain road, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan reluctantly looked at each other. In the end, it was Lin Qingshan who laughed. My brother is reluctant to bear me. Is it because my elder sister took me away? Han Feng was embarrassed, but still said, Sister, can't you go back to the Han family with me? Lin Qingshan smiled lightly and shook her head. Brother, you don't need to persuade me. I must avenge my great revenge in person. If I finish my revenge, my sister and I are still alive, and if I open up my heart, I will definitely go to your brother. By the way, this is my communication jade pendant. If I have anything, I will also contact you through this communication jade pendant. Unfortunately, this communication jade pendant is somewhat damaged, and it is estimated that it will not be used a few times. Yu Lao on the side wanted to open his mouth to say that he had some intact communication jade pendants here, but in the end he didn't say it. In Yu Lao's opinion, Han Feng was still too young, and his current liking was not stable. In this case, Yu Lao decided to promote the two to be together again, and Yu Lao still had a good impression of Lin Qingshan. Han Feng stared at Lin Qingshan's back, until Lin Qingshan completely disappeared from sight. Han Feng withdrew his gaze. Yu Lao coughed together, "Little master, the separation now is for the reunion in the future, don't be too sad." Han Feng said lightly, "I know that my current cultivation base can only barely protect myself, and I can't protect Sister Lin. When my strength increases, I will let Sister Lin put down all worries and stay by my side one day." Yu Lao was stunned. He didn't expect Han Feng to say such a sentence, and sighed, "It seems that girl Lin is really taken by the young master. Let's take a look, after all, the young master is not yet 15 years old. Yu Lao has lived such a long life, and he has never seen anything. Most of the loves of 14 or 15-year-old children are unreliable. It's a pity that Yu Lao didn't know that Han Feng's body was not really a 14 or 15-year-old child." Lin Qingshan was really put in his heart by Han Feng. Han Feng paid attention to the direction Lin Qingshan was leaving for a while, then turned around and rushed towards Renshongking in the other direction. Yu Lao moved and followed behind. Han Feng suddenly said, "Yu Lao, take a step back to Han's house first. I want to exercise myself along the way." Yu Lao frowned, "Little master, it's still too dangerous for you outside, I'd better follow behind you and watch." Han Feng was helpless. "Old Yu, it's just because I know you're with me that I act without any scruples. It's not good for me." Yu Lao was stunned and nodded slowly. "Young master is right, then I will take a step first. Young master, don't delay for too long. According to the information I have received, Xianmingzong's selection for sect in the city of people starting 3 months in advance, and at most more than half a month, people from the Xianming sect will come to Renshongking. And if I'm not mistaken, the Chong family is related to the Xianming sect, and the force behind the Chong family is most likely the Xianming sect. The arrival of Xuanmingzong this time is not necessarily a good thing for the Han family." "Xuanmingzong has something to do with the Chong family?" Han Feng's face also became solemn. Han Feng wanted to practice outside for another month or two, but now it seems that the process will be shortened. Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. "With my current strength, the mere Chong family is nothing. Just ask me to see, what is the Chong family's trump card?" Seeing this, Yu Lao knew that Han Feng had completely taken it to heart, and felt relieved that he was about to leave. Han Feng suddenly seemed to think of something. "Old Yu, can you destroy the Ma family, by the way, when you go back?" It was the Ma family that made the elder of the Lin family chase after him and injured him and Sister Lin. Yu Lao smiled slightly. "Don't worry, young master, it's just me, it's just a mediocre human-level force." In a blink of an eye, Yu Lao disappeared in front of Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes widened and he felt it carefully, but he still didn't realize how Yu always laughed. As expected of an Earth-level powerhouse. "Sooner or later, I will reach this point and feel the mystery of the Earth steps." The blood in Han Feng's chest burned. 3 days later, a certain mountain peak. Han Feng swallowed the last red flame fruit source liquid into refining. "I've already absorbed a lot of scarlet flame fruit origin liquid, and if I don't break through, I can't justify it." Han Feng murmured, and with a ruthlessness in his heart, he immediately rushed to the second layer of the 9 flames and different fire art. The red flame is like blooming refining, wrapping Han Feng in it. Han Feng frowned, as if there was some discomfort in his body, and the big cold sweat kept sliding down his forehead. Suddenly, the flames around Han Feng had a faint cyan color. Han Feng looks inside the body. The ordinary fire in the dantian, a little bit of blue appeared in the center. See this? Han Feng smiled. The second layer of the 9 flames and different fire art has finally broken through. Since the breakthrough was just now, it was only the initial stage of the second layer of the 9 flames and different fire art, and the Xuanhuan jade fire was pitiful. When the second layer reaches its peak, Xuanhuan jade fire will completely replace the ordinary fire, stationed in the dantian. Han Feng spread out his hand, and the raging red flames emerged, and the entire space was heated by the flames. Immediately, Han Feng gave a low voice, and the raging red flame slowly shrank. When it shrank to the size of a finger, it was already a cyan flame. It is Xuanhuan Yuhua. Go. Han Feng flicked his hand, and a finger-sized cyan flame shot out. As soon as such a tiny flame touched the ground on the opposite side, it was like an ocean wave, and a large sea of cyan flames rushed out. A radius of more than 200 meters was reduced to ashes. Han Feng looked shocked. So strong, this is still the early stage of the second floor. It's hard to imagine, if I break through to the profound rank, and the second floor also reaches the peak, whether I can turn a square kilometer into ashes. The next moment, Han Feng only felt an emptiness in his body. Oops, just a little bit of green Xuanhuan jade fire actually drained my infuriating energy. As expected, it is a strange fire that can burn a true essence higher than true chi. Han Feng sat cross-legged, constantly running the second layer realm of the 9 flames and different fire art, recovering the infuriating energy consumed in his body. The 9 flames and different fire art broke through to the second layer. Han Feng stared at the infuriating energy in his body, and the recovery speed was several times faster than the first layer. It didn't take long for Han Feng to recover almost. At present, Han Feng's infuriating cultivation base is at the peak of the 7-star human level, but the concentration of infuriating chi has surpassed the 8-star human level, and is between the 8-star human level and the 9-star human level. In a flash, Han Feng came to the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda and brought the spirit stone to the 5th floor beast breeding space, allowing the flying lion to swallow it. Under the devouring of a large number of spiritual stones, the strength of the flying flame lion soared, and the size of the body also became huge. Now the flying flame lion stood up and was close to Han Feng's waist. It is not difficult for Han Feng to sit in the flying lion and fly in the sky. Xiaoyan, these spirit stones are enough for you to eat for a while. I will be in retreat for 2 or 3 days. Don't worry. Fei Tianyanshi rubbed against Han Feng affectionately, his eyes bright, and said, I know the boss must come to see me quickly. On the first floor of Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, after Han Feng condensed a finger-sized Xuanhuan jade, he put the low-grade middle-grade spirit stone in the melting flame cauldron of all things, and began to refine it. But in just a few seconds, Han Feng couldn't hold it anymore, and the green Xuanhuan and jade fire dissipated. After wiping off the cold sweat on his forehead, Han Feng regained his true chi in his body. After a while, Han Feng continued to condense the green Xuanhuan jade fire. After repeating this more than 10 times, he finally refined a low-grade middle-grade spirit stone into a source liquid. Han Feng called it the second-grade low-grade source liquid, and the previous low-grade spirit stone source liquid, Han Feng, named it the first-grade source liquid. A bottle full of second-level inferior source liquid, rich spiritual power wafts out, far from the first-level source liquid can compare. Han Feng grinned, I don't know to what extent such a bottle of source liquid can improve my strength. Pouring the second-level inferior source liquid into his mouth, Han Feng's face suddenly turned red. The surging spiritual power seemed to break through Han Feng's body, and the meridians continued to send bursts of pain, as if they would be torn apart in the next moment. Without any hesitation, Han Feng immediately ran the second layer of the 9 flames and different fire art, suppressing these violent and surging spiritual powers, and then slowly transformed them into infuriating energy. Time passed by unwittingly. I don't know when, the meridians in Han Feng's body were expanded, and among the 12 serious meridians, the 8th serious meridian was opened. The original sense of expansion disappeared, but instead there was a sense of emptiness. Han Feng continued to swallow the second-level inferior source liquid. After swallowing it, Han Feng was stunned to discover that the true Qi in his body had already progressed to the middle stage of the 8-star human level. The palm is spread out, and a cyan-green jade fire several times the size of the thumb emerges in the center of the palm. The true Qi cultivation base has broken through, and the Xuanhuan jade fire has also been successfully condensed. The 2 purposes of this solo experience have been completed, and only the last purpose is left. Once this is completed, return to the family immediately. Han Feng appeared in the animal breeding space on the 5th floor and brought Xuanhuan outside. This is the first time Xuanhuan has appeared outside since he was born, and he jumped around in excitement. In the animal breeding space, the growth of monsters cannot be estimated by the monsters outside. If he was outside, Xuanhuan would never grow up so fast, and in just over 20 days, he had already reached the maturity stage. The current Xuanhuan is already a level 7 early stage monster. But if you really want to fight, a monster in the early and mid-level 6th level can kill Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan has too little combat experience. Han Feng's third purpose is to train Xuanhuan and make Xuanhuan a dignified and upright 7th level early stage monster. Looking at Xuanhuan who was jumping around, Han Feng pondered, is it because Xuanhuan is extraordinary, or is it because of the role of the animal breeding space that allows Xuanhuan not only to speak in advance, but also to swallow spirit stones without limit to enhance his strength? Everything, I will know when I upgrade the animal breeding space to the 2nd level and tame another monster. Patting Xuanhuan's head, Han Feng smiled and said, Xuanhuan, let's go, it's time to train you. Xuanhuan still didn't know about his miserable days, and didn't think much about it, happily followed behind Han Feng. It has been updated 40,000 words, asking for flowers. Over a fiery crater. The sky was blood red, and from time to time, magma would burst out from the crater, sprinkled into the sky, and then fell, completely submerging the newly grown plants nearby. At this moment, above the sky, 2 monsters are facing each other. One of them was shaped like a lion, but with a pair of huge wings on its back. The other end is shaped like a horse, but this beast that looks like a horse also has a pair of wings behind it, but the wings are condensed out of flames, and the hooves under his feet are also red flames. The 2 beasts are the flying flame lion and the flame Pegasus. The hooves of the flaming Pegasus swayed, and the sky was covered with red clouds. From the red clouds, fire rains like meteors continued to descend. The flying flame lion did not show weakness, opened his mouth, and roared out with a deafening roar. Boom! A wave of air and sound waves continued to fluctuate around, and the meteor shower seemed to encounter some obstacle, and it did not fall safely, but was scattered a lot. The flaming Pegasus was also shaken by this roar, and almost fell from the sky. This move is a proud move of the flying flame lion roaring the sky. Feitian Yancher found that the flaming Pegasus showed a flaw. With a movement of its wings behind it, it turned into a flame, and quickly came to the front of the flaming Pegasus. Under the horrified gaze of the flaming Pegasus, the sharp teeth bit the neck of the flaming Pegasus. The flaming Pegasus struggled constantly, making a sad neighing sound. Flaming Pegasus struggled weaker, and eventually died, unable to move again. Feitian Yancher landed from the sky excitedly, and to please the flaming Pegasus, placed in front of a thin young man. This boy is Han Feng. Han Feng patted Feitian Yancher's head with satisfaction. You did a good job. Although it has been a bit hard these 2 days, I finally didn't let your strength be in vain. I don't know if it's because of this flying flame lion's natural talent or because of the fifth layer beast breeding space. Originally, Han Feng thought that it would take at least 4 or 5 days to make Fei Tianyanshi barely adapt to the battle between monsters. But in fact, in just 2 days, Fei Tianyanshi not only adapted, but also adapted very well. Although now facing the same level of monsters, they may still be at a disadvantage, but facing the monsters below the 7th level, they will no longer have any difficulties. The flaming Pegasus in front of him is a monster at the peak of the 6th level. If a monster of this level has rich combat experience, it is completely capable of a level 7 early stage monster that Lizhan has just broken through and whose realm is unstable, or a level 7 early stage monster like Fei Tianyanshi who doesn't have much combat experience. He took out the magic core of the flaming Pegasus and threw it into Xiaoyan's mouth. Han Feng smiled and said, "You have done a good job these 2 days, so I won't train you any more." When Xiaoyan heard this, he was even more happy. You must know that these 2 days have been the most aggrieved 2 days since he was born. Boss, I want to eat spirit stones. Knowing that he will not train again, it means that Han Feng will no longer be strict with him. Xiaoyan immediately put his head on Han Feng affectionately, and at the same time expressed his request. Han Feng laughed, "Let's talk about it when you digest the magic core. Now you are flying away with me on your back. You can't stay here any longer, it's too hot." Xiaoyan pouted. But he still squatted down, let Han Feng sit on him, and then moved his wings and lifted off quickly. With the momentum of thunder, Xiaoyan flew forward, quickly. Han Feng smiled and said, "Sure enough, it is very convenient to have flying monsters, and it can save a lot of time. From this perspective, it will take a few days to return to the city of people." These days of training and Xiaoyan's training in the past 2 days are not staying in place, but training while walking, practicing while walking. Otherwise, even if there is Xiaoyan, it is impossible to fly back to Renshongqing in such a short period of time. After flying for about a day, Han Feng suddenly felt an earth-shattering fluctuation of spiritual power not far away. Han Feng's face was shocked. This fluctuation is definitely caused by the peak of the mysterious rank or even the powerhouse of the earth rank. In this world, curiosity is not a good habit. Han Feng has no intention to take a look. In case it is affected, he will rely on his infuriating cultivation in the middle stage of the 8-star human rank and Feitian with the initial strength of the 7th rank. Yanshi can't even escape. But Xiaoyan was full of curiosity, and without waiting for Han Feng to speak, he flew forward several thousand meters faster. Han Feng couldn't help scolding, "Since he flew so far, let's take a look before leaving." Han Feng looked up, his face condensed. The two sides in this battle are human beings and demon beasts. Among them, the monster has a pair of wings, the body is like a griffin, but the head is like a leopard. Seeing this monster, Han Feng exclaimed, "Phantom Thunder Leopard." This Phantom Thunder Leopard, an adult can step into the Earth-level monster. Its growth potential is not weaker than the flying lion. Looking at the powerful spiritual power that fluctuates, this phantom leopard has clearly entered adulthood, and his strength has already stepped into the ground. The human on the opposite side, Han Feng is more familiar with. It is the terrifying girl who solved the big boss of Xuanhuan cottage that day. Han Feng never thought that he would meet this girl here. And the strength of the girl shocked Han Feng even more. This Phantom Thunder Leopard is already at the level of strength, and this girl is actually on a par with the Phantom Thunder Leopard. Although there is the help of the big bird beast under the girl's feet, this big bird beast is only at the 9th and 10th level, and it will never exceed the 10th level, and it can play little role. The girl's purple flame spewed out, and the Phantom Thunder Leopard kept flashing its wings, overflowing with thunder. Relying on the strength of the ground level, this thunder and lightning can be described as huge. But even so, these thunder and lightning still fell into the disadvantage. This flame is not an ordinary flame. Han Feng muttered to himself. I'm afraid this flame is a strange fire, similar to the Qinghuan jade fire. Different fires are different from ordinary fires, but it does not mean that different fires are stronger than ordinary fires, but the potential of different fires is higher than ordinary fires. The power of. And some different fires, there are other functions. Han Feng's eyes flickered. Back then, this woman used ice-type infuriating energy. She took Yan Zhuguo and thought it was for other people to use. Looking at the strange fire this woman is using now, I'm afraid it's her own use. But it was clearly ice-type infuriating before. Could it be that this woman has two attributes? Han Feng had such an idea in his heart, his face changed. It was too terrifying. He had never heard of anyone who had two attributes, or two opposites. Attributes. Ice and fire. Damn human, court death. The phantom thunder leopard may have been savagely beaten, and roared again and again. When Han Feng heard it, he was a little stunned. This phantom leopard is still a female. Phantom claw hurricane. The phantom thunder leopard roared, and its claws continuously tore the surrounding space in the sky. Immediately, countless claw shadows formed a hurricane, and the trees and stones on the ground were sucked in and immediately torn into pieces. Xuanhuan, run! Han Feng was shocked. Such a huge momentum, sweeping thousands of meters in a radius is light, and must retreat. The girl and the phantom leopard may have already discovered Han Feng, but none of them take Han Feng to heart, but they are 7th-level monsters and human-level warriors. In their eyes, they are no different from ants. Rumbling. Countless trees were destroyed and the ground was full of potholes. Facing the hurricane formed by countless claw shadows, the girl's face was indifferent. Suddenly, a white flame condensed in the girl's left hand, and the temperature dropped sharply in the entire sky. Han Feng, who fled far away, looked at the girl in disbelief. This white flame turned out to be another fire. Still a strange fire, with an icy aura. Oh my god, it's enough to have ice-type infuriating energy and fire-type infuriating energy. There are actually two different types of fire. The two types of fire are also opposite each other. One exudes an endless icy aura, and the other exudes a fiery temperature. Fusion. The girl's cold voice came out faintly. The white flame and the purple flame merged instantly, and a palpitating energy wave spread out. Even the phantom thunder leopard is also afraid at this moment. Bastard human, this is your asterisk mine. The phantom Leibao scolded and spit out the magic core. As soon as the magic core came out, the surrounding wind spirit rioted. Take out the magic core, it can be said that the monster is going to desperately. The violent wind spirit energy also filled with a suffocating coercion. Xuanhuan, step back. As a last resort, Han Feng had to let Xuanhuan continue to retreat. Looking at this situation, the next attack would not have a small impact. Boom. Sure enough, the fusion fire collided with the magic core wrapped in a suffocating wind energy, and the amazing flames and wind spread and tore apart. Countless trees were either burned to ashes or torn to pieces. Thousands of meters in radius, it turned into a mess. The whole sky seems to be the end of the world. Boom boom boom. The flames and gusts of wind cannot spread to Han Feng, but the raging spiritual power fluctuations spread farther. Han Feng hugged Xuanhuan tightly, and Xiaoyan's whole body was blown to somersaults and backwards. Xuanhuan turned dizzy. Even Han Feng was no better, and almost spit out the overnight meal. It wasn't until after rolling back several thousand meters, nearly 10,000 meters from the girl and the phantom thunder leopard, that everything got much better. Han Feng covered his head and suppressed the feeling of dizziness and nausea. My god, this is the battle of the Earth-level masters? Earth rank is so strong, so what about heaven rank? Isn't it possible that a single battle can spread to a radius of 10,000 meters? At this time, Han Feng had a deeper understanding of the horror of the Earth-level masters and the Heaven-level masters. Before that, the closest thing to Han Feng was only the Xuanjie, and it was only the initial stage of the Xuanjie. As for the Earth rank and Heaven rank, it is just a codename in Han Feng's head. After the aftermath, Han Feng found that there were no more girls and phantom leopards in the sky. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng finally let Xiaoyan carry him and fly in the direction of the battle just now. When approaching the fighting place, Han Feng became more and more cautious, and told Xiaoyan that if something was wrong, he would do his best to fly away immediately. Han Feng's eyes narrowed quickly, and Xiaoyan flew down carefully. Han Feng vaguely saw the body of the phantom leopard on the ground. After descending, Han Feng jumped off the ground and approached cautiously. Soon, the figures of the phantom leopard and the girl appeared in front of Han Feng, but at this moment, both the phantom leopard and the girl were scarred. The girl's face was even paler. At first glance, it was a huge consumption. Next to the girl, the big bird beast belonging to the girl was also flapping its wings weakly. As soon as Han Feng appeared, the phantom leopard and the girl turned their attention to Han Feng. Despite being injured, the girl still looked cold and indifferent. On the contrary, the phantom leopard is not calm. It's you, a human, who was sneaking aside before. Did you want to take advantage of the fire? The mere ranks of people are too much. Han Feng wanted to just take a look and satisfy his curiosity, but he didn't expect this phantom leopard to fight. The huge body leaped towards Han Feng, with sharp claws. Han Feng had no doubts, the phantom leopard in its heyday, with this claws, it is also easy to tear apart the masters of the peak of the mysterious order. It's a pity, now it's nothing more than a heavily damaged phantom leopard. The third level of the heavenly fire battle body. Congeal. The second layer of Skyfire armor, condensate. Skyfire fighting fist. Mid-grade ordinary fire, fusion. The third level of the heavenly fire fighting body, coupled with the fusion with mortal fire, immediately made Han Feng's infuriating cultivation base in the middle stage of the 8-star human level skyrocket to the peak of the 10-star human level, and he could even win. At this moment, the Skyfire fighting fist, with one punch, I am afraid that the ordinary human level 11-star peak master will be severely damaged. Only a human level 12-star master can resist it. Boom! The huge force made Han Feng retreat again, and the phantom leopard was also knocked out at this moment. In the previous battle, the magic core of the phantom thunder leopard was damaged, and the level suddenly fell from the ground level, becoming a 12-level monster. In addition, the damage to the magic core is too serious. It is impossible to use energy to attack in a short time, and it can only rely on physical attacks. But Phantom Thunder Leopard's body injuries are not light, not even Xuanjie. At this moment, under the full blow of Han Feng, the Phantom Leopard could no longer hold on. The girl on the other side thought that Han Feng was dead, but it was the Phantom Leopard who was sent flying, which made the girl a little interested in Han Feng. At this time, the girl was stunned to discover that this boy was not the same boy who looked at her with a fighting spirit when she captured Yan Zhuguo more than a month ago. This is too fateful. Qingwan Yuhua, blow it up for me. Han Feng took advantage of the fact that the Phantom Leopard was shot flying, and his body was full of true energy, and he immediately condensed the Qingwan Jade Fire and shot it out. The Phantom Thunder Leopard just raised his head, and Qingwan Yuhua has entered the Phantom Thunder Leopard's mouth. Oops! The Phantom Thunder Leopard was shocked. The internal explosion and the external explosion caused completely different degrees of damage. Han Feng did not expect such a powerful luck this time, and directly entered the opponent's mouth. Bang! The Phantom Thunder Leopard increased in size in an instant, as if she was pregnant, and it was about 10 or 8 in one child, and her belly was rounded. The Phantom Thunder Leopard's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and blood was constantly spitting out of his mouth. Not long after, after the phantom thunder leopard's body returned to normal, he fell to the ground at the same time, twitching all over his body, and the blood continued to flow out. Seeing, the phantom thunder leopard can't live. The girl struggled to get up at this time and gave the phantom thunder leopard the final blow. The girl said softly, however, it is also an earth-level monster. I will give you a good time, so as not to continue to suffer and die in pain. This. Han Feng touched his head, looking at the girl who didn't know what to say. Meng Yaqing. What? Han Feng scratched his ears. Did he hallucinate just now? The girl even told him her name. The girl pursed her lips and said lightly, Meng Yaqing, my name, thank you for saving me this time. I underestimated the phantom thunder leopard. The monster's body is strong. In the end, the one who recovered earlier than me must be the phantom thunder leopard. Then I will be in danger. Ha, ha ha, no thanks, no thanks. Although the beauty was paralyzed, she was a beauty after all. Even so, she was extremely beautiful, and Han Feng stuttered when he spoke. The girl, that is, Meng Yaqing, ignored Han Feng and sat cross-legged to practice. Han Feng whispered, just believe that I won't do anything to her? In front of me, go to a shallow sleep to restore physical strength and true essence? Having said that, Han Feng is really guarding by the side. This Meng Yaqing is very likely to be the only disciple of the great Jin kingdom who transcends the rank of heaven. He must have a lot of good things. If he really wants to be detrimental to Meng Yaqing, the result is still unknown. After a full quarter of an hour, Meng Yaqing exhaled, her face flushed, and she stood up. Meng Yaqing's expression became cold again. It was a pity in Han Feng's heart. If Meng Yaqing was willing to laugh more, she would be more charming. The charm of her beauty alone is enough to defeat many men. Han Feng found that he had nothing to do, and said, Miss Meng, if you are all right, you can leave now. With that said, Han Feng turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Meng Yaqing called. What's the matter? Han Feng turned his head. You haven't told me your name yet. Meng Yaqing still had a cold expression on her face, but there was an imperceptible flash of strangeness in her eyes. Haha, in Xia Han Feng, I'm from a small family, it's not worth mentioning. Han Feng waved his hand, and after speaking, Han Feng was about to leave. Meng Yaqing stopped Han Feng again. You saved me, I haven't repay you. Oh? How is Miss Meng going to repay? When Han Feng heard Meng Yaqing say this, he turned around and put his hands around his chest, very interested. Meng Yaqing pointed to a place in the forest. In the phantom thunder leopard's lair, I found 1,000-year-old stone milk, and we each divided half. Millennium stone milk. Han Feng opened his mouth wide. This is an extremely rare heaven and earth spirit. Not to mention 1,000 years, even 100 years of stone milk is also very precious, and even a drop has indescribable benefits to the cultivation of human-level warriors. Although Han Feng was drooling, he shook his head. No need, the phantom leopard was solved by Miss Meng with great effort, and I have no face to share the 1,000-year stone milk. Meng Yaqing stretched out her hand and grabbed Han Feng directly in front of her. In Han Feng's stunned eyes, she said coldly, I will give it as I say it, and it is not allowed to refuse. P.S. 6 more and 15,000 words completed. In this book, the normal update of cabbage is 10,000 characters per day, that is, 4 chapters per day. From yesterday to now, there are 2 more chapters per day. The total 4 chapters can be regarded as making up for the 4 missing chapters on the day of the shelves. Starting tomorrow, 4 more chapters will be added. There will be more chapters to follow. There are now 48 flowers, and 2 more chapters. The reward is 10,980, there are 5 more chapters, a total of 7 chapters. 2 chapters are added every day, plus 4 regular updates, that is, 6 updates per day. You should stick to it for 4 days, that is, the 6th update tomorrow, the 6th update the day after tomorrow, the 6th update the day after tomorrow, and the Friday update the next week. However, because August 15th is the next Thursday, some relatives in the cabbage family do not rest that day, so August 15th is moved ahead of schedule, and the family reunion is on Sunday. In other words, on Sunday, cabbage can only guarantee the normal update of 4 changes. Therefore, the update from tomorrow should be the 6th update tomorrow, the 6th update the day after tomorrow, the 4th update the day after tomorrow, the next Saturday update, the next Tuesday and Friday update, and then the normal update 4. Of course, if the flowers and rewards meet the conditions for adding more, they will continue to add more later. Finally, ask for flowers. Let's go all the way to burst chrysanthemums. There are not many flowers away from the top 5. Note, the PS paragraph was added after the 6th update of the cabbage was uploaded, so it will not cost you a penny more. Han Feng looked at Meng Yaqing dumbfounded. This girl is too domineering. Han Feng wanted to struggle, but sadly found that his body could not move at all. At this time, Han Feng finally understood how Lei Tianli felt in Lao Yu's hands. Xuanhuan looked aside, wanting to make a move, but he was worried about Meng Yaqing's strength. More importantly, Xuanhuan did not feel Meng Yaqing's malicious intent. With his head tilted, Xuanhuan saw that Han Feng was not in danger for the time being, so he squatted on the ground and looked at Han Feng and Meng Yaqing as if he were watching a play. Han Feng's mouth twitched. A hint of interest flashed in Meng Yaqing's eyes. This flying flame lion seems to be a little different, much smarter than the flying flame lion of the same level. Han Feng was taken aback. For fear that Meng Yaqing might find something, he hurriedly said, "Miss Meng, aren't you going to see the Millennium Stone Milk? Let's go. Don't refuse?" Meng Yaqing looked at Han Feng with a paralyzed face. Han Feng's face froze. Can't you show some expression? Looking at him so coldly is very intimidating. Perhaps because of being restrained by Meng Yaqing's paralyzed face is still outstanding at this moment, but in Han Feng's eyes, it is more dangerous. Therefore, Han Feng's influence is greatly reduced, and he will not rush into it. Stammer. Han Feng smiled dryly and said nothing. Meng Yaqing didn't take it seriously, looked at Fei Tianyanshi thoughtfully, and suddenly said, "I'm taking your master to a place now, you can't follow, or I'll kill your master." Xuanhuan's whole body froze, and then a roar came out of his throat. Since he kept Han Feng's teachings in mind, he must never speak human words in front of outsiders before the ground level, so Xuanhuan could only make a few roars to express himself. Dissatisfaction and threats. Meng Yaqing nodded slightly. Sure enough, he is much smarter than the flying flame lion of the same level. I am afraid that his wisdom is no less than that of a 10th level monster, maybe even higher. The monsters before the 9th level have some wisdom, but it is impossible to reach such a level. The monsters of the 9th level or above are similar. Han Feng looked at Meng Yaqing speechlessly, saying that sentence before to verify Xuanhuan's wisdom? At this time, Meng Yaqing shook her head regretfully. Unfortunately, if this flying lion is not yours, I will definitely snatch it away. This flying flaming lion is different from ordinary flying flaming lions. Maybe there is hope to break through to the heavenly rank in the future. Han Feng, it is best not to let too many people know about your flying flaming lion before breaking through the profound rank. Thank you. Han Feng exhaled. Hearing Meng Yaqing's first sentence, Han Feng was really scared. Fortunately, Meng Yaqing was reasonable, otherwise Xuanhuan would be in danger. After hearing the last sentence, Han Feng couldn't help but say a thank you. After reaching the 9th level and above, the intelligence of the beasts is greatly expanded. As long as Xuanhuan does not speak, no one will notice the problem. At this moment, Han Feng had a preliminary understanding of Meng Yaqing. He looked at him with a cold body, and there was no smile on his face. His face was paralyzed, but his heart was not equally cold. Han Feng turned his head to Xuanhuan and said, "Wait here, I'm fine. As soon as Han Feng spoke, Xuanhuan immediately calmed down, and then Han Feng said unnaturally, Miss Meng, you can let go. Meng Yaqing was not ashamed, she kept holding Han Feng, and when she heard the words, she let go, her expression did not change. Han Feng tidied up his clothes, but he was not caught at the moment, and the sense of danger disappeared again. Come with me, Meng Yaqing said lightly. When he jumped in front, Han Feng didn't dare to delay, and quickly followed, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to be caught and carried by Meng Yaqing. Although there is no third outsider here. In a cave in dense clusters, Han Feng and Meng Yaqing walked deep into the cave. As they got closer, Han Feng also found that the spiritual power of heaven and earth was a little disordered somewhere in the cave, or that the spiritual power of heaven and earth was too strong in a certain place, which conflicted with the rare spiritual power of heaven and earth nearby, resulting in uneven distribution of spiritual power of heaven and earth. At this moment, Han Feng glanced around, his eyes narrowed, and a monster egg lay there not far away. Meng Yaqing noticed the strangeness of Han Feng, followed Han Feng's gaze, and immediately lost interest. This monster egg is the Phantom Thunder Leopard monster egg, it should have just been laid. The Phantom Thunder Leopard is dead. This magical beast egg is not incubated by its mother, and it is difficult to produce a Phantom Thunder Leopard cub. If you want, take it, but I don't think it's worth much. In order to cultivate this beast egg, you may be planted in a lot of spirit stones. Han Feng was overjoyed, Meng Yaqing would be better off not fighting him. If there is no Juyan Tianhua Tower, this magical beast egg does take a lot of effort to cultivate, and it may not be able to produce Phantom Thunder Leopard cubs. But he has the Juyan Tianhua Tower, so everything is not a problem. Flying Flame Lion is an example. With a flick of his hand, Han Feng took the monster eggs to the storage space on the 7th floor. For the time being, the animal breeding space is still at the first level. Before reaching the second level, the second monster cannot be cultivated, so it can only be stored in the storage space for the time being. Within the space, Meng Yaqing's identity is the most precious storage ring, so she doesn't have too many thoughts about Han Feng's storage. Seeing Han Feng's disguised excitement, Meng Yaqing's eyes flashed a little strange, but in the end she didn't say anything. Soon, the two came to the Millennium Stone Milk. The rich spiritual power of heaven and earth, just taking a breath, made Han Feng's whole body smooth. Meng Yaqing took out some jade bottles from the storage ring and began to hold the 1,000-year-old stone milk. I just listened to Meng Yaqing. Half of the person agreed, you can also take out the jade bottle and store it. Han Feng felt a little embarrassed at this time, I'll just take 1/10 of it. In fact, even 1/10, Han Feng felt that he took too much. It seems that he saved Meng Yaqing, otherwise the Phantom Leopard's physical strength will recover first, and Meng Yaqing will die. But in fact, Han Feng felt that Meng Yaqing must have some unknown means. Once this unknown means is used, the Phantom Leopard must die. Through contact, Han Feng knew that Meng Yaqing was not a reckless person. Since he chose to fight against the Phantom Leopard, he must be sure to win. At this time, Han Feng came over in a trance. Meng Yaqing is so generous, don't have any purpose. Hearing what Han Feng said, Meng Yaqing stared at Han Feng with a cold face again, her eyes never turning. Han Feng was seen with goosebumps all over his body, and the infiltrating feeling came again. Han Feng immediately surrendered to the giant beast. Okay, half is half. In the end, he muttered, hard to give me half of it, but it's generous enough. Although the voice was small, Meng Yaqing heard it with sharp ears, and said lightly, I'm only half a step away from the ground floor. With this 1,000-year stone milk, I can successfully break through after going back to retreat for half a month. It's a waste to keep the bottom half. Though the 1,000-year-old stone milk is precious, it has little effect on the earth steps. Otherwise, I would not be the opponent of the Phantom Thunder Leopard. Han Feng was stunned. Half a step. Oh my God, Han Feng had expected Meng Yaqing to be powerful, but it's really terrifying to be so perverted. This Meng Yaqing looks at most 16 or 17 years old. Perhaps Han Feng's dull face was too funny. The corners of Meng Yaqing's mouth curved slightly, revealing a faint smile, but she quickly covered it up. When Han Feng came back to her senses, she saw Meng Yaqing with a paralyzed face again. Meng Yaqing has already collected the 1,000-year-old stone milk. Don't be stunned, collect it quickly. Han Feng is no longer embarrassed now, or maybe he wants to catch up with Meng Yaqing. Han Feng quickly finished collecting. At this time, Meng Yaqing reminded, 1,000-year-old stone milk is not a century-old stone milk, and the spiritual power is too condensed. You'd better take it after breaking through to the profound level. Human level can't bear it. Of course, you can also dilute it, but after diluting, the effect is reduced, and the gain is more than the loss. I see that you are already an 8-star human rank at such an age. You must be able to step into the profound rank within a year or two. It is best to wait a year or two before taking it. Han Feng nodded solemnly. Centennial stone milk is suitable for human-level warriors. 1 or 2,000 years of millennium stone milk is suitable for Xuanjia. The millennium stone milk of 5 or 6,000 years is suitable for the steppes. The millennium stone milk of 8 or 9,000 years is suitable for Tianjia. The 1,000-year-old stone milk here is obviously a 1,000-year-old stone milk, which is not enough for earth steppes, but too large for human steppes. I have the Juyan Tianhua Pagoda. It won't take long for me to step into the profound steppe. At that time, it will be the best to absorb this 1,000-year stone milk. I don't know how much an ordinary martial artist can use to absorb the 1,000-year stone milk. Anyway, I have the melting pot of all things. If the 1,000-year stone milk is refined into a stone milk source liquid, it can be absorbed by 10% efficiency, which should be improved more than other martial artists. But it's still not enough to catch up with Meng Yaqing. Glancing at Meng Yaqing without a trace, Han Feng's fighting spirit was ignited again. At the age of 16 or 17, Han Feng believes that no one of the younger generation can compare with the more than 10 big countries nearby. Are you finished? Let's go when finished. Meng Yaqing's light voice interrupted Han Feng's thoughts. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and nodded quickly. Okay, I really want to leave. Outside, Han Feng rode on the flying lion and was about to leave when Meng Yaqing suddenly threw a talisman paper, which Han Feng hurriedly took and looked at Meng Yaqing suspiciously. Miss Meng, this is. Meng Yaqing said coldly, if one day I come to Xingjin City and smash this talisman, as long as I am in Xingjin City, I will appear immediately, but I can help you solve some problems. Han Feng solemnly accepted the talisman paper and clasped his fists. Miss Meng, you must go to Xingjin City in the morning and evening. After saying that, Han Feng patted Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan spread his wings and quickly flew into the sky. After Han Feng left, Meng Yaqing whispered to herself, the cyan fire, I really want to see what level the fire will reach when you grow up. There is also a mutated flying lion. I don't know how far it will grow. I really look forward to it. These two reasons are the real reasons why Meng Yaqing is willing to give Han Feng 1,000 years of stone milk. In the entire Great Jin Kingdom, only Meng Yaqing possessed a strange fire, but two types of strange fire with completely different attributes, which made Meng Yaqing naturally full of high interest in the sudden appearance of Han Feng. If Meng Yaqing didn't want to return to retreat quickly to break through, it would not be impossible to leave with Han Feng. At the same time, Han Feng, who was carried by Xiaoyan and flew in the sky, was also thinking about the reason why Meng Yaqing treated him differently. After thinking to no avail, Han Feng touched his face narcissistically. Could it be that I am too charming to attract women like Meng Yaqing? Thinking about it, Han Feng shook his head again. It's unlikely, forget it, it seems that Meng Yaqing has no ill will towards me, let's talk about it in the future. A gigantic flying flame lion flew through the sky like this and flew towards the city of people. People in the city, the Han family. In a certain square, the crowd was surging. This day is the day when the younger generation under the age of 15 of the Han family competes. TSK, I heard that in this contest, the winner can get a 4th-level medicinal pill. Our Han family doesn't have much of this kind of medicine, and even the owner of the family is reluctant to take it. It seems that our Han family has made a lot of money this time. A Han family disciple clicked his tongue. Another Han family disciple showed sadness. If it wasn't for the fact that young Master Han Feng was kidnapped by the witch, and the strength of the younger generation of our Han family was greatly reduced, how could the family be like this? Just want to use resources to cultivate another Han family. It's just wind. If young Master Han Feng was still alive, he would have stepped into the human level by now. This Han family disciple looked sad, and the other Han family disciples around were also silent. After being kidnapped for such a long time, everyone has no expectations that Han Feng is still alive, not only the elders of the Han family, but also the children of the Han family. If they were still alive, their Han family might be able to give birth to a mysterious master in the future. Among the children of the Han family, a rough young man had a complicated face. Han Feng, are you really dead, you bastard? This rough boy is exactly Cuba, who was blown away by Han Feng 3 times. When Han Feng disappeared, Cuba was happy and excited at first, but with the passage of time, Cuba's mood became complicated. Han Feng suddenly grew up from a waste at the beginning, and now he has become the idol of the younger generation of the Han family. Why can't he Cuba? Gradually, Cuba began to practice with Han Feng as the goal. Perhaps the reason for the change in mentality is that in just 3 months, Cuba has made great progress, and now it is about to break through the early stage of the mortal rank and open up a main vein to enter the middle stage of the mortal rank. The growth of strength has made Cuba more complicated for the Korean style. Either resentment, or worship, or respect, or expectation. Just when there was silence, a Han family member persuaded, the past is over, and we still have to look forward to the living. Miss Han Ro and young Master Han Lin are also good, they are already masters of the late rank. Miss Han Ro has already reached the limit of the late mortal rank. It is said that within a month or 2, she will be able to get through one of the 12 serious rank and enter the human rank. Speaking of Han Ro and Han Lin, the expressions of a group of Han disciples softened. Yes, although Han Feng died, the younger generation of the Han family did not wither away because of this, but was even more full of fighting spirit. They have to work together for Han Feng's share. A group of Han family disciples suddenly gave way. Han Ro, Han Lin and other younger generations under the age of 15 stepped forward with solemn expressions. On the other side, young people from the Han family between the ages of 15 and 20 also walked here. This competition is divided into 2 areas, one is between 15 and 20 years old, and the other is under 15 years old. 2 first places are decided, but the 4th-level medicinal pill is only given to the latter. 4th-level medicinal pills have less effect on human rank. After the personnel arrived, the clan elders, the clan head Han Yu and some senior clan leaders also appeared. These executives include Han Tianqing, Han Tianli, Han Tianmu and Han Feng's father, Han Tianqing. Among these people, Han Yu, Han Tianqing and other Han Feng's grandfathers, uncles, second uncles, and third uncles all look a little ugly. To this day, they still have no news about Han Feng. And Han Feng's father, Han Tianqing, is even more decadent, his eyes are dull, and he looks sluggish. 4th brother. Han Tianqing opened his mouth and immediately turned into a long sigh. Han Yu also looked back bitterly. Han Yu was also hit hard by the disappearance of his grandson, but Han Yu had more than one grandson, but only one son of Han Tianqing. In the past 3 months, Han Yu and the others, although still unwell, have almost recovered. Only Han Tiancheng still has a decadent life without motivation. Han Yu sighed and took a few steps forward. The inspection starts now. Instructor Lin stood on the stage and laughed. You guys, don't embarrass me. Now the first. The last game, Han Lin versus Han Ro. Instructor Lin looked at Han Lin with satisfaction. If Han Lin could get through 8 main veins in 3 months at the speed of progress in the past, it would be good. But because of Han Feng's stimulation, the current Han Lin is already a master of the late mortal rank, and he has accumulated about 30% of his true energy. In the next 6 months, he is very likely to step into the rank of mortal. Thinking of Han Feng, Instructor Lin also sighed secretly in his heart. Instructor Mu on the other side was even more satisfied. On the field, Han Lin and Han Ro faced each other solemnly. This is a test. Even if the two are cousins, they will not show mercy at this moment. Condensing claw technique. 9 shadow palms. After image fist. Spiral strength. The two of you came and went, and the sound of bang 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 kept ringing. Many Han family disciples looked at the two with fiery eyes. In the end, Han Ro was even better and defeated Han Lin with 1 palm. Instructor Lin said loudly, "Congratulations to Han Ro for becoming the first person under 15. Unexpectedly, Han Ro shook her head. In my heart, cousin Han Feng is the first person. Instructor Lin's expression froze, and then he smiled bitterly. Miss Han Ro, don't mention Han Feng again. Everyone finally managed to. Han Ro's eyes dimmed. I just don't want cousin Han Feng to be forgotten by everyone. Humph, it's just a dead person, so what if you don't forget it? It's okay if Han Feng is dead, or Master Ben won't let him go today. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the other direction. Everyone showed anger and looked at each other, but they wanted to see who was arrogant here. Han Yu and other senior Han family members all stood up and looked coldly. Han Yu narrowed his eyes. Chang Patriarch. These people who came are people from the Chang family. And beside Chang Patriarch, it was Chang Wenhua who spoke evil words. Behind the two, followed by some senior officials and young elites of the Chang family. What makes Han Yu and others frown is that on the other side of the Chang family, there is another figure walking side by side with the Chang family, but this figure is dressed in black, with a big black hat on his head, covering the whole body. Faces are covered. This figure exudes an uncomfortable aura all the time. Han Yu and others looked at each other in dismay. Because of this figure, Han Yu and others raised fear in their hearts. Although this aura doesn't look strong, just based on the aura that makes them uncomfortable, they know that the power behind this person is not simple. Ordinary forces can only simply cultivate ordinary attribute true Qi warriors. For example, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind and thunder, like light and darkness, and various other special attributes, ordinary forces do not have the background to cultivate. This person is full of ghosts, and he is not easy to mess with at first glance. Maybe he has the ability to fight more than star level. Han Yu said coldly, Chang, you broke into our Han family for no reason. What do you want? In her heart, Han Yu was stunned. Recently, the Chang family has become more and more arrogant, and they don't care about my Han family and Hong family at all, and now they are directly breaking in. Could it be that the forces behind the Chang family have decided to help Chang's home? Patriarch Chang smiled and said, I'm really sorry for not having spoken to Patriarch Han. Who told you that the gatekeepers of the Han family were running too slowly? I was afraid of delaying the time, so I had to enter uninvited. Han Yu and the others' faces sank, glaring at these people from the Chang family. Obviously, in order to break into their Han family, these people injured many of their Han family's guards. Han Yu gestured, and immediately someone stepped back to arrange the injured guards. Patriarch Chang looked at all this with a smile, indifferent, and a burst of pride in his heart. In 2 days, both the Han family and the Hong family will surrender to my Chang family. Now they are breaking in. and they will come in 2 days later. The mansions of the Han family and the Hong family will belong to my Chang family. As for the two families, a ferocious light flashed in Chang patriarch's eyes. Kill all those with potential, and the rest can be used as slaves. Han Yu took a deep breath, even though she wished she could slap the other side, but the surname Chang and others were so fearless, they were even more afraid to take action. Suddenly, a slightly immature but hoarse voice sounded, "Patriarch Chang, it's time to do business." The owner of this voice turned out to be the man in black, next to the Chang family master. Patriarch Chang smiled for a while, and immediately said, "What Ling Xiao said is true." Immediately, Patriarch Chang raised his voice, "Patriarch Han, in 2 days, the Xianming sect will come to the sect for the examination of the disciples' entry into the sect. Why don't we let our younger generation learn from each other first?" Han Yu and the others understood now. This group of people surnamed Chang is here to pick things up. Everyone knows that something happened to Han Feng, who is the first of the younger generation under the age of 15 in their Han family. Although the remaining Han Lin and Han Ro are not bad, they are much stronger than the younger generation of the Hong family, but they are different from the Chang family. Compared with Xuanhuan, it is somewhat inferior. Now is the day of their Han family's inspection, but the Chang families come to learn from each other, basically to slap the Han family's face. It is good to say that the Han family won, but once they lost, the prestige of the Han family that had managed to increase in the family trial 3 months ago would immediately fall. Moreover, in the examination of Xuanmingzong's disciples entering the sect 2 days later, the Chang family can even take today's events as an example. It is conceivable that the examiner who came here to preside over the entrance examination of Xuanmingzong will have a great impression on the elites of the Han family. In the end, the young elite of the Han family may be eliminated. Thinking of this, Han Yu and other senior leaders of the Han family looked increasingly ugly. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Han Yu forced a smile and said lightly, "This is..." Patriarch Chang laughed, "That's right. I haven't introduced Patriarch Han and others yet. This old man is in front of me, but Ling Xuanji, the son of Elder Ling of Xianming sect, Ling Xian. This time, the examiner who came to our Renshonking for the assessment is this Elder Ling. Young Master Ling is currently living in my Chang's house. Tomorrow, Elder Ling will also live in the Chang's house." Ling Xian lifted his black hat and revealed his true face. I saw that this Ling Xian had a delicate face, but his face was white to an unnatural level. The evil light in his eyes made the whole delicate face very discordant. Judging from his appearance, he was about 15 years old. Han Yu and the others took a deep breath. The son of Elder Ling of the Xianming sect. For a sect like the Xianming sect, even if it is the lowest-ranking elder, it still needs the strength of the early stage of the Xuanjia. Such an elder is only the Xianming sect who is in charge of everything for the outer disciples. It is impossible to send out at all. Those who can be dispatched to conduct the examination of the disciples of the Xianming sect, at least the elders of the inner disciples, whose cultivation base is in the middle stage of the Xuanjia. Further up, there are core disciples and elders whose cultivation base is in the late stage of Xuanjia. The last kind of elders, not only their own cultivation base is at the peak of the Xuanjia, but also in charge of the power of the Xuanmingzong. This Elder Ling can become an examiner, and the lowest cultivation base is also in the middle of the Xian rank. Such an existence is simply an unattainable existence for the entire human city. This young man turned out to be the son of Elder Ling. Why did the son of the Xianming sect elder live in the Chang's house? What is the relationship between the Chang family and Xuanmingzong? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Han Yu's mind, a storm surged in Han Yu's heart, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If the power behind the Chang family is the Xianming sect, then, that would be bad. The assessment in 2 days will be a disaster for my Han family. Han Yu's face was pale and his heart was desperate. But soon, Han Yu's heart slammed, even if you climb up the Xianming sect, what if the fish die and the net breaks? If it was said that before, Han Yu would definitely treat people from Xuanmingzong with courtesy, but now that Xuanmingzong and the Chang family have already joined forces, the Xuanmingzong examiner 2 days later is more likely to help the Chang family deal with Han. The family and the Han family, where would Han Yu warmly greet each other? Han Yu's face was cold. It turned out to be young Master Ling. Why is young Master Ling here? Ling Xian didn't feel Han Yu's favor, and was dissatisfied in his heart, sneering, "The family that is about to be destroyed, how dare you be so disrespectful to this young master? Wait for your father to come, and destroy your Han family first." Ling Xian stretched his waist lazily. "Chang Wenpu of the Chang family is my father's new registered disciple. This young master came to see my brother's family in advance. Of course, I also want to see the Han family, who is as famous as the Chang family. The younger generation, are they worthy of their name?" Han Yu and the others' expressions changed again. The Xianming sect elders, especially the inner sect elders, wanted to take in disciples. Even if they were named disciples, at least they had to be inner sect disciples. Outer disciples are not qualified to worship Xuanmingzong elders as teachers. And if you want to become an inner disciple of Xianming sect, your cultivation base must reach the peak of human rank. Breaking through to the profound level is the core disciple. Chang Wenpu, isn't it Chang Wenhua's eldest brother? He is already an inner disciple of the Xianming sect, and he is at the peak of the human rank. No wonder there is no news of Chang Wenpu these years. Han Tianqing and others looked ugly. Han Yu and many elders finally knew why the Chang family was so arrogant now. Not to mention the existence of Elder Ling behind him, that is, there is no Elder Ling, just rely on Chang Wenpu's peak human-level cultivation base, plus the Chang family master's 10-star rank. The peak of the two people ranks is definitely the first among the major families in the city of people. Ling Xian saw that the people of the Han family were all looking bad, and he was contemptuous in his heart. The mere 10-star rank made these people afraid of this. If the sect randomly sent an inner disciple with profound strength, wouldn't these people be like this? More unbearable. Inexplicably, Ling Xian was no longer interested in the Chang family's invitation to come here to watch the competition between the Chang family and the Han family's younger generation. With such a family, what kind of elites the younger generation can have? They are all waste. Thanks for the flowers from Ghost Valley Ghosts and others, and congratulations to Enshan 2004 for being promoted to the title of Hall Master. Ling Xian said in a sullen mood, "Patriarch Chang, hurry up and finish the competition. If you have the time to watch a few trash competitions, you might as well get some beauties for Ben Xiao to play with." Patriarch Chang's face froze slightly, but even Chang Wenhua said it. However, after a few days of contact, the Chang family master knew that Ling Xian had always been out of his mind when he spoke, and he should only be talking about the Han family. Chang Wenhua's face is also not good-looking, although it is clear that he is talking about the Han family, but it is not him who competes with the Han family, and it always feels like he is being called a waste. The two concealed it very well, and soon resumed their humble smiles. Ling Xian didn't notice the difference between Chang Patriarch and Chang Wenhua. Everyone in the Han family was angry. Especially Han Lin and Han Ro, their fists were clenched and their eyes were burning. Without waiting for Han Yu to speak, Patriarch Chang first clasped his fists and said, "Haha, young Master Ling, please forgive me." Even Patriarch Chang said so. Han Yu and the others could only swallow this breath. They couldn't really scold the 15-year-old boy, and as Ling Xiao, they couldn't scold. Ling Xian frowned slightly and thought for a while. For Chang Wenpu's sake, Ling Xian didn't go to save Chang's face. Otherwise, if others said that Ling Xiao was young and impolite, he would have slapped him in the past. It can be seen that Ling Xian is indeed arrogant. But Ling Xian is arrogant and has the confidence. He is only in the middle of the city. How can he be looked down upon by the mysterious powerhouse, let alone the entire sect? If it were in other places, such as a prefecture-level city, Ling Xian would not necessarily be like this. Chang Patriarch gave Chang Wenhua a look. Chang Wenhua sneered and stepped out. Han Lin, do you dare to fight with me? Han Lin said coldly, why not? Chang Wenhua jumped up and jumped onto the ring. Extending a finger and shaking it slightly, Chang Wenhua said contemptuously, one move, I can defeat you with one move. Arrogant. Han Lin became even more angry. Afterimage fist. In an instant, Han Lin formed several afterimages, attacking Chang Wenhua from all directions. In the previous test with Han Ro, Han Lin relied on this trick to make Han Ro struggle. The children of the Han family immediately screamed excitedly, but the next moment, the children of the Han family suddenly froze. Ice strike. Chang Wenhua faintly spit out 3 words, and the afterimage on the field disappeared in an instant, leaving only Han Lin's body, wrapped in a thin layer of ice. It seemed that the ice layer was thin, but Han Lin couldn't break free. Chang Wenhua waved his palm slightly, the ice layer burst, and Han Lin vomited blood and fell to the ground. Han Lin. Everyone was in a hurry. Several Han family children immediately pulled Han Lin back to the ground. Anyway, looking at the situation, Han Lin no longer had the strength to fight. Human class. Han Yu and other high-level elders of the Han family's faces sank. In just 3 months, he stepped from the late mortal rank to the human rank. This talent has surpassed Chang Wenhua's own aptitude. If they didn't understand why before, it's unclear where they are now. It was the Changwenpu in Zuanmingzong who did it. In Xianming sect, the treatment of outer disciples and inner disciples is very different. Outer sect disciples can only furtively give family benefits. The benefits are still relatively low, but once you become an inner disciple, even the 5th and 6th level medicinal pills can be given to the family in an open and honest manner. For the Xianming sect, the 5th and 6th level medicinal pills are only Chinese cabbage. Compared with the inner disciples, the latter is obviously far more important than the former. This is also the reason why the Chang family no longer kept a low profile and became arrogant as soon as they knew that Chang Wenpu had become an inner disciple. Chang Wenhua finally stepped into the human rank from the later stage of the mortal rank with the help of the 5th level medicinal pills, or a lot of 5th grade medicinal pills. This is all the sequelae of Chang Wenhua taking a lot of medicinal pills to improve his strength before. For ordinary mortal level ultimate warriors, 2 or 3 5th grade medicinal pills are enough to advance to human rank. If you are lucky and have good qualifications, 1 is enough. Han Lin woke up in the ground with a look of decadence. 1 move, just 1 move, and he really lost. The Han family disciples on the side looked unbearable and said that Chang Wenhua is already a human-level master. It's normal for you to lose. I believe that if you are at the same level, you will definitely win. Han Lin smiled wryly. At the same level, he had to be able to catch up. They have a good big brother. Han Tianmu stood up and wanted to go to see how his son was doing, but Patriarch Chang said with a yin and yang aura, the test is not over yet, Han Tianmu, as a high-ranking member of the Han family, it is not appropriate for you to interrupt the test. You. Han Tianmu glared angrily. Ling Xian sneered, there are still a few more games. When all the comparisons are over, you Han family should send them to treatment together, to avoid trouble. Han Yu and the others clenched their fists, this is too arrogant. But the younger generation has broken through the human level, and there are really not many of them in the Han family. For a long time, Han Yu almost vomited blood and endured it. Even if the children of the family lost, the elders of the family could not rashly intervene. Otherwise, if you publicize it, you will lose your face, and it will be even more shameful than the younger generation losing. Seeing the faces of Han Yu and the others who almost vomited blood, the family owner Chang could not wait to scream in the sky with pride. On the field, Han Ro couldn't help but want to play, and a big hand fell on Han Ro's shoulder. Xuanhuan is already a powerful person, you will lose if you go up. When Han Ro turned around, it was his brother Han Gang. Han Gang looked serious. Although my aptitude is not as good as your sister, brother, but I have practiced more than 2 years more than you, and I was able to break through to the human level 2 months ago, so leave this guy to me. Han Ro was anxious. How can this be done, brother? You are 2 or 3 years older than Xuanhuan. It's not a glorious thing to win, and it's even more shameful to lose. Han Gang smiled casually. Our Han family has been raped to such a degree that even if others say that I bullied the small, I will admit it. Raising his head, Han Gang said lightly, Xuanhuan, how about letting me be your opponent? Xuanhuan shrugged. That's exactly what I mean. Everyone under the age of 15 in your Han family is too vulnerable. It's good to practice with you. The Han family's children all blushed and shouted loudly, Han Gang, kill the surnamed Chong. Let the Chong family taste the power of our Han family. Master Han Gang, come on. The two stood on the ring. Xuanhuan was still indifferent, not paying attention to Han Gang, but Han Gang looked solemn. Suddenly, Han Gang shot. Giant rock strike. The khaki-colored jinchi condensed on Han Gang's palm, and Han Gang clenched his fist violently, as if the entire fist was swallowed by a rock. Immediately afterwards, Han Gang slammed down with a punch. Xuanhuan is still the previous blow, ice blow. The palms and fists touched. Xuanhuan didn't move at all. Han Gang's distance did not make Xuanhuan retreat at all, and at the same time Xuanhuan's true chi burst out, and the khaki-colored true chi was suddenly frozen. Han Gang was horrified, and immediately stepped back, dissipating the infuriating energy in his hands. His fists were frozen, and he couldn't move easily. The peak of human level 2 star. Han Gang gritted his teeth. How many medicinal pills had to be swallowed to achieve such a level in just 3 months? A group of Han family disciples were stunned. They could never have imagined that Xuanhuan's infuriating cultivation had reached such a level. The 2-star peak of the human rank, let alone under the age of 15, is the younger generation under the age of 20. How many of them can be compared with him? Hardly. On the contrary, the Han family and other high-level officials on the high platform had seen Xuanhuan's infuriating cultivation level in the previous battle, and had long expected such a result. The high-level Han family was expressionless. The Chong family laughed again and again. The suffocation that was taken away from the first family trial was completely dissipated at this moment. Xuanhuan waved his hand, fleeing very fast. He is indeed stronger than Han Lin, but that's all. Go down. Under Han Gang's astonished gaze, Xuanhuan quickly appeared in front of him and knocked him off the ring with one palm. The Han family disciples were silent. In the crowd, a young man in his 20s or so was about to step out, but the Han family disciple next to him immediately stopped him. Han Mo, you can't play, you are already 25 years older than others, and you won the battle against the Han family. There's no such thing as a good reputation. Han Mo said angrily, do you want me to watch my younger siblings being bullied? The Han family boy stopped talking, but he still held on to it. On the high platform, Ling Xian rolled his eyes. The younger generation of the Han family, that's all. Patriarch Cheng laughed loudly. Ling Xiaoke is wrong about this. There is also a young man from Han Feng. It's a pity that he has disappeared, and now he may have lost his life. Patriarch Cheng sprinkled salt on the wounds of the Han family, causing the Han family to gnash their teeth. At this moment, the voice that made Patriarch Chang's face froze sounded. Junior is just going out to experience. Why did he disappear? Grandpa, father, uncle, second uncle and third uncle, everyone, Han Feng, are back. For more 10,000 characters are completed, ask for flowers. There are 2 more chapters to follow. At this moment, the voice that made Patriarch Chang's face froze sounded. Junior is just going out to experience. Why did he disappear? Grandpa, father, uncle, second uncle and third uncle, everyone, Han Feng, are back. At a certain entrance on the square, a thin figure stepped forward. That familiar figure and familiar voice made all the Han family members couldn't help but look back. It's Han Feng. Han Feng is not dead. Idiot, didn't you listen to what Master Han Feng said? Master Han Feng went out to practice. That's great, Han Feng is back. This time it will definitely make Xuanhuan look good. During the family trial, Xuanhuan was not Han Feng's opponent, and it is even more so now. The appearance of Han Feng made the children of the Han family, who had fallen into a downturn, rekindle their enthusiasm. During the family trial, Han Feng had already established his status as the first person in the younger generation under the age of 15 in the Han family, and he was also the first person in the younger generation in Renshengking. In my heart, Han Feng's position is unshakable. The younger generation of the Han family has long been full of blind worship to Han Feng. In the crowd, Cuban was in a complicated mood, and there was a kind of resentment. After all, his pink chrysanthemum was exploded by Han Feng 3 times in a row. But the younger generation of the Han family needs the leadership of Han Feng, otherwise, just like today, they have been defeated again and again, and they have been beaten in the face. Han Lin and Han Ro were overjoyed. Sure enough, it's Han Feng. This kid really isn't dead. Damn it, I'm going to ravage him well later. It's made me sad for so long. Han Lin rubbed his eyes and scolded with a smile. Han Ro gritted her teeth, that bastard Xuanhuan is dead now. Han Gang's eyes widened, this kid ran out of the witch's hands, and was not sucked into a human? Or did this kid suck the witch? Thinking of this, Han Gang's expression immediately became wretched, and regardless of the physical injury, he winked at Han Feng, but it made Han Feng confused. He just thought that there was a problem with Han Gang's brows, and he was going to talk to his second uncle Han Tianli later. Do not leave any sequelae. The Han family's children who held Han Mo breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly said, okay, Han Feng is back, don't go up again. If you win, the Han family will also leave a bad reputation for bullying the small. Losing is even more embarrassing. Now that there is Han Feng, let Han Feng solve it. Han Mo hesitated, but Xuanhuan is already the pinnacle of 2-star human level. Has Han Feng won it? The children of the Han family smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either, but Han Feng was able to escape from the witch. He must have some skills, and he should be able to win. How could these people know that Han Feng and Lin Qingshan were together? Not only did they not have the torture they imagined, but they were extremely happy. Xuanhuan was surprised at first, and then sneered, so your kid is still alive, it's just right, I'll get it back today for the humiliation you gave me 3 months ago. Han Feng ignored Xuanhuan, and apologized to Han Yu and others, Grandpa, Uncle, and Uncle, I've made you worry. Then, Han Feng said to Han Tianqing with guilt, Father, you have been worried for so long, it's because the child is unfilial. Seeing Han Feng ignoring him, Xuanhuan's face turned black and his whole body trembled with anger. The Han family's children who noticed this situation gave a schadenfreude smile. Han Yu's body trembled. Excited words can't be said completely, okay, if I can live, just come back. It was rumored that Han Feng was kidnapped by a witch, but Han Yu knew that this was all spread by the Chong family. This is what the Chong family learned from the nail after they removed the last nail in their Han family. So the disappearance of Han Feng must have something to do with the Chong family. At that time, Han Yu almost ran to fight with the Chong family master desperately, but in the end, he was worried about the forces behind the Chong family and endured. Since Han Feng's disappearance is related to the Chong family, the probability of Han Feng's survival is extremely small. Seeing Han Feng at this moment, Han Yu was so excited that he didn't forget to glance at the Chong family head, and sure enough, the Chong family head looked in disbelief. Han Tianqing and others also knew it, so they looked at the Chang family with a strange expression. Only Han Tiancheng was kept in the dark. He really thought that his son was kidnapped by the witch, and he held expectations in his heart. Han Feng, a boy who has not yet fully developed, no matter how ruthless the witch is, she will not start immediately. Maybe something time to escape. It's back now. Han Tiancheng couldn't help but want to go down from the high platform, but was pulled down by Han Tiancheng immediately. Fourth brother, sit down quickly. If there is anything, we will talk about it after the competition is over. Han Tiancheng nodded quickly and smiled excitedly at Han Feng. Father is fine, you are fine, it's time for you to come back. The senior members of the Han family all smiled and stroked their beards. It's really time to come back. If you come back later, the competition will be over. Haha, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. Patriarch Chang's embarrassed laughter came out. The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Have you disappointed the Chang family? Patriarch Chang's face became even stiffer. Where? Patriarch Chang didn't dare to cheat anymore. At this time, Patriarch Chang had already determined that Han Feng knew that those killers were dispatched by him, and those killers must have died in the hands of Han Feng, or were killed indirectly by Han Feng. And I don't know why, when he made eye contact with Han Feng, he always felt hairy, which was too strange. Ling Xian touched his chin. Interesting, since this person, I actually felt a sense of danger. Among my peers, this person is the first to give me such a feeling. I hope this kid can survive in Xuanhuan's hands, otherwise he won't even have the qualifications to ravage me. Han Feng jumped to the ring, more lazy than Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's face was as black as coal. This bastard is more arrogant than me. I can't believe that I swallowed so many 5th-level medicinal pills, and I can't compare to this bastard. Han Feng really didn't take Xuanhuan in his eyes. You have already fought against the peak human-level powerhouses, so do you still care about a mere human-level early stage? It is still a human-level 2-star, and has not even reached the initial human-level limit. Not to mention, this Xuanhuan was promoted by relying on a large number of medicinal pills. These medicinal pills did not have sequelae like the source liquid. Others couldn't sense it, but Han Feng could sense it. This Xuanhuan's body was extremely chaotic. Obviously, even if the pills are swallowed, they are not of the same variety. In this case, if you want to break through in the future, you can only rely on higher levels and more quantities of medicinal pills. For example, if an ordinary human level 3-star needs to break through the human level 4-star and enter the middle level human level, only 2 or 3 6-level pills are needed. Pills, 3 or 4 at most. But Xuanhuan, it is very likely that he needs a 7th-level medicinal pill, and there are more than 10 pills. Xuanhuan said arrogantly, I'll let you do a trick, you come first. Han Feng glanced lazily at Xuanhuan and said, no need, I'll let you do 3 tricks. The sneer on Xuanhuan's face couldn't be hung up. The others also looked at each other in dismay. This is the essential difference between making 3 moves and making 1 move. Unless the difference between the two is huge, who would rashly say that you make 3 moves? Han Feng said so. Could it be that Han Feng has already far surpassed Xuanhuan? Due to the blind worship of Han Feng, the young children of the Han family naturally have no doubts. Only the older ones, and the high-level Han family members on the high platform were a little worried, but with their confidence in Han Feng, they did not say anything to stop them. No matter how much you speak, you can't stop it. Neither Patriarch Chang nor Ling Xian said a word. Patriarch Chang had no confidence in Xuanhuan when he thought of the sight that made him hairy before. Ling Xian's eyes became more interesting. Should I ravage him later? Or will I ravage him 2 days later? It's still 2 days later, in front of all the Zhongqing warriors, that's enough. Thinking of stepping on Han Feng under his feet 2 days later, Ling Xian was excited. He likes torturing so-called geniuses the most. Nine Flame Supreme, perfunctory lonely smoke. On the ring, Xuanhuan roared, arrogant boy, courting death. Ice strike. Xuanhuan slapped out a palm and hit Han Feng in an instant. Xuanhuan's face was hideous. I asked you to take care of yourself. Now I have frozen it into ice cubes. I see you. Xuanhuan's next words were choked, and Han Feng still had a lazy expression on his face, as if Xuanhuan was not attacking him, but touching him. 5 has been updated. Ask for flowers. Han Feng said lazily, it's very comfortable, come again. Xuanhuan's face flushed with anger. Poochie. Under the ring, Han Ro burst out laughing, and the other Han family members shrugged their shoulders and finally couldn't help laughing as well. If it wasn't for knowing that Han Feng and Xuanhuan were competing, and just listening to Han Feng's words, he might have been misled by others. Xuanhuan's face was distorted, and the anger in his heart was rising. After a few swipes, Xuanhuan stepped back, stretched out his arms, and the ice-blue air flow was constantly entwining around Xuanhuan's arms. Air conditioning gun. Bang. The icy blue airflow blasted out like a cannonball. Along the way, a thin layer of ice formed on the ground. Han Feng glanced at it, still not paying attention. It stands to reason that Han Feng's actions should make everyone nervous, but for some reason, the younger generation of the Han family has no such feeling at all. The airflow bombarded Han Feng, and soon, Han Feng was surrounded by ice-blue mist. Xuanhuan grinned, this kind of fog is even lower than the previous temperature, I don't believe you can resist it. But when the ice-blue mist gradually dissipated, Xuanhuan was stunned. Han Feng's body didn't change at all. In the deep icy blue mist, there was not even a single drop of water on his clothes, hair and eyebrows. Impossible, it's impossible. Xuanhuan shook his head and shouted. Han Feng sneered, it's impossible, you're too cold. This kind of ridicule made Xuanhuan go crazy. Xuanhuan took a few breaths, and pondered coldly in his heart, this guy, if I remember correctly, the ordinary fire in his body is roughly comparable to the middle grade, is it ordinary fire? Reason? Xuanhuan's guess was indeed correct, it was indeed Fanhua. If Han Feng was also a human level 2 star, he would have to have mortal fire come out of his body, and it would take a lot of effort to resist Xuanhuan's attack so that his body would not be frozen. It's a pity that Han Feng has not only reached the mid-level 8-star human level, but also has reached the mid-level limit of ordinary fire, and a small part of it has been transformed into green Luan Jade fire. The superposition of all kinds resulted in that Han Feng only needed a small part of the ordinary fire energy to flow along the meridians, which was enough to resist Xuanhuan's icy energy, and there was no need to blast the ordinary fire out of his body at all. Breaking the ice tail. Xuanhuan doesn't believe in evil, the ice attribute in his body is infuriating, and the ice-blue airflow entangles Xuanhuan, eventually forming a ferocious monster. The monster has a slender ice-blue tail, and the end of the tail is a sharp ice thorn. Suddenly, the troll's ice-blue tail flew out wildly. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, ice can't freeze you, could it be that this attack can't knock you back? But the follow-up development made Xuanhuan's pupils shrink. I saw that Han Feng didn't dodge, but stuck his chest out, so he went up to him. The imaginary dismemberment did not appear, but the ice-blue ice tail shattered with a crackling sound. This is not a level at all. Under the ring. Except for a small number of younger generations who worship Han Feng, older people like Han Mo have always been able to look at problems from a neutral and bystander perspective. From the beginning to the end, Han Feng did not take Xuanhuan's attack to heart at all, and in fact it proved that Xuanhuan's attack was like being bitten by a mosquito to Han Feng, and it did no harm at all. This can only show that the gap between Han Feng and Xuanhuan is too great, and the levels they stand on are completely different. Han Mo said with a wry smile, this kid, I'm afraid that he is already a middle-level human-level powerhouse with 4 stars. Even me, I guess it's not as good. Han Mo himself can't tell what it feels like to be surpassed by his cousin, who is almost 6 years younger than him. Xuanhuan stared blankly at Han Feng, never expecting that his 3 attacks would turn out to be such a situation. Han Feng grinned and said, 3 moves have passed, it's my turn to take action. Suddenly, Han Feng's face was icy cold. Xuanhuan, you have repeatedly insulted my Han family and my cousin, and even have murderous intentions towards my Han family members during the family trial, and even killed a few of me. Han family elite, now, your retribution is coming. Xuanhuan's face changed greatly. You want to kill me? No, you can't do that. The 3 major families compete with each other, and naturally they also assassinate each other, but it is only in the dark, and the bright side still maintains that trace of harmony. If they kill each other on the bright side, the harmonious situation of the whole city within a city will be broken. Looking at the fearful Xuanhuan, Han Feng sneered in his heart. Han Feng knew that since the Chang family and the Xianming sect did indeed have an alliance, the harmony on the surface would be broken sooner or later. The day Xuanmingzong entered the sect disciple assessment. Anyway, it will be broken sooner or later, so what if it is advanced now? But then Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and he sneered in his heart, it's really not suitable to kill Xuanhuan now, and kill Xuanhuan in front of many warriors in Renshongking. Only then can you give the family power and beat him fiercely. The face of Xuanmingzong. Xianmingzong is going to unite with the Chang family to deal with the Han family. How can Han Feng care about Xuanmingzong's face and take revenge? You are always here, what are you afraid of? The strongest of Xuanmingzong is only the peak of the 12 stars of the Xuanjia, and it is only half a step to the ground. Thinking of this, Han Feng shook his head. TSK, don't worry, I won't kill you at this time. Xuanhuan breathed a sigh of relief, but Han Feng's next words really changed Xuanhuan's face. I will let you roll down, remember, it's rolling down, this is why you keep provoking me, Han Hong, the price for hurting my cousin. Han Feng emphasized the word roll. Xuanhuan roared in disbelief, you let me go down? Think beautifully. On the high platform, Patriarch Chang couldn't sit still, it's too much, how can there be such a humiliating person? Just as Patriarch Chang was about to get up, Han Yu snorted coldly, Chang's surname, young people's affairs, let the young people deal with it. Those of us who are elders should not interfere. As elders, we still have to have some face. The implication is, if you're shameless, go for it. Patriarch Chang's face was ugly. He used similar words to run on the Han family before, but now he was run back by Han Yu. At this time, Ling Xian suddenly moved his body and jumped directly from the high platform. Patriarch Chang was overjoyed, that's great, with young Master Ling taking action, everything will be no problem. Han Yu and others cursed secretly. Shadow flame. A mass of black flame spun and bombarded Han Feng through his sleeves and robes, and the fire rushed away. Han Feng sensed that this black flame was just a martial skill, not a different fire, and it was definitely not an opponent of a middle-grade ordinary fire. Boom! A wave of flame swept out. Han Feng did not move, but Ling Xian was pushed back, instead of falling on the ring, but fell below. Ling Xian's face was also hard to look at. Han Feng's footsteps moved, he appeared beside Xuanhuan, and kicked out, I told you to roll down, if you don't roll, you have to roll. Roll. Xuanhuan was kicked and shot backwards. Han Feng slapped his palm, kicked again, and really kicked Xuanhuan to the ground. With a plop, Xuanhuan fell to the ground ruthlessly. You. Xuanhuan pointed at Han Feng with a livid face. He couldn't bear the humiliation of rolling to the ground any longer. This mouthful of blood can be described as the blood spurting out of anger. Xuanhuan vomited blood and fell to the ground. All the Han family disciples were stunned. Master Han Feng, great job. Master Han Feng, we adore you. Han Feng, I love you. This is a shy boy from the Han family shouting. Han Feng's face twitched, suddenly. The people around the shy female disciple of the Han family burst into laughter. On the other side, Ling Xian's face was gloomy. With his strength, he thought it was enough to repel Han Feng and save Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was Xuanhuan's younger brother. Xuanhuan rolled off the ring and lost it. Not only Xuanhuan's face, but also Xuanhuan's face. And Xuanhuan, as his named senior brother of Ling Xian, even brought him Ling Xiao and lost a lot of face. But Ling Xian never thought that it was him who was repelled. Although he didn't use his real strength, it was enough to show that this kid called Han Feng was not easy to mess with. Ling Xian's murderous intention suddenly rose in his heart, but he quickly took it back. Even if he killed the other party now, the situation today would not be good for him, his father, and the reputation of Xuanmingzong. People are fighting well, just because the person who is close to Xuanmingzong loses, Xuanmingzong kills the other person. If such news spreads, Xuanmingzong will give other forces a wild and intolerant impression. The Xianming sect is only a Xian-level force, and it is a sect that is still a bit powerful in the city of people. It can be placed in other places, especially the forces with the power of the earth and the power of the sky. Xianmingzong is not enough. Such a sect is still arrogant and unacceptable. If it annoys the powerhouses of the earth and heaven, isn't it courting death? Boy, for the test in 2 days, you should be more careful with Ben. Ling Xian, who consciously lost face, hated Han Feng, and immediately left a sentence, coldly, and left first. Han Feng also looked at this person, coldly. All the grievances will be resolved in 2 days later, which is the 3rd day of the Xianming sect's entry disciple exam. The Chang family left in despair, and all the Han family members rushed to the ring excitedly, and threw Han Feng high into the sky. After a few times, they dispersed, and Han Feng fell to the ground with a plop. A bunch of bastards. Han Feng touched his injured buttocks and couldn't help yelling. Han Yu and the others looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, the family of Chang's family, who had slipped away, had returned to the Chang's house. Patriarch Chang couldn't help but said, "Young Master Ling, are you not even that kid's opponent? Otherwise, he would leave without fighting." Ling Xian gave Chang Patriarch a cold look, and then said coldly, "If I had shot directly at that time, wouldn't the reputation of my Xianming sect be ruined? Could it be that your Chang family is more important than our Xianming sect's reputation? Can't it? No, how can our Chang family match the reputation of Xianming sect?" Ling Xiao did the right thing. The Chang family leader was shocked. Faced with this question, how could he dare to say yes, otherwise Xianming sect would be the first to perish? Yes, it's the Chang family. It is useless to have an inner disciple like Xuanhuan. Ling Xian retracted his icy gaze, and said lightly, Xuanhuan's second brother should have absorbed the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill and should break through to 5-star human level. 2 days later, in the examination of the disciples entering the sect. Let this person play against Han Feng and test Han Feng's strength. I suspect that the kid is not an ordinary middle-level human level. Maybe he is also a 5-star human level, otherwise he will not resist the blow of my 3 successes. What? It's impossible, it's only 3 months. Patriarch Chang didn't believe it. But thinking about Han Feng's eyes that made him hairy at the beginning, as well as the progress of Han Feng's strength at the beginning, and the fact that the few people he sent out 3 months ago were likely killed by Han Feng, the family owner Chang didn't believe it. The voice gradually weakened. Patriarch Chang has an ugly face. If this is the case, then the talent of this kid is too terrifying. It should be noted that Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan had to swallow a lot of medicinal pills to get to this point, and even because they swallowed too many medicinal pills, every breakthrough in the future would be extremely difficult. But what about Han Feng? What if the elder Ling saw that Han Feng was so talented and tempted? Ling Xian may have seen the thoughts of Patriarch Chang, and sneered, "Don't worry, just by offending me, I can't let my father like him. With me and senior brother Chang Wenpu taking action, the assessment in 2 days, he is dead. Killing him in a grand manner during the battle will not affect my Xianming sect in the slightest. Even in other larger forces, death on the battlefield is a common occurrence. Unless he doesn't participate. But is it possible? If that kid gives up, the Han family will have little prestige in Renshongking." Hearing this, Patriarch Chang breathed a sigh of relief. After Ling Xian left, the Chang family had frowned. "In order to get rid of Han Feng's disappearance and my Chang family, I deliberately released news that Han Feng was kidnapped by a witch. Now that Han Feng is back, maybe I can use this rumor to influence the Lin family to solve that kid for me." Thinking of this, the head of the Chang family had a relaxed smile on his face, and he invited people in and whispered a few words before letting them go. Inside the Han family hall, Han Yu, Han Feng's 3 uncles, Han Feng's father, Han Tiancheng, and the elder Han were all sitting there. Below are Han Lin and other Han Feng's cousins, as well as Instructor Lin, Instructor Mu, Han Yongxing and others who have some acquaintances with Han Feng. Han Yu listened to the praise of many elders with a smile, and looked at Han Feng with more satisfaction. Without Han Feng, the Han family would have been slapped a few times by the Chang family today. After a long time, Han Yu asked Han Feng, "Fenger, where have you been in the past 3 months?" Han Tiancheng wondered, "Father, wasn't Fenger kidnapped by the witch?" The younger Han family also had the same expression. Han Tiancheng sighed secretly, "That's a lie to you, it's actually." Han Tiancheng told what happened before. The juniors of the Han family were furious. "The people of the Chang family are really sinister, but how did you escape, Han Feng?" "Those chasing and killing, the highest is the mid-level master, not weaker than Lin Instructor and others." Han Feng touched his nose and looked embarrassed. "Actually, I'm really with the witch." Everyone was dumbfounded. Han Feng told the story, and Han Yu sighed, "I didn't expect it to be that devil." "No, Miss Lin rescued you, Fenger. In this way, Miss Lin is the benefactor of our Han family." Although Han Feng said that Lin Qingshan rescued her, he did not say more details, including Lin Qingshan's past and the fact that the Han family was kind to Lin Qingshan, all of which were concealed by Han Feng. This is a dark past for Lin Qingshan. Han Feng knows that Lin Qingshan is willing to let him know, but not necessarily willing to let others know. Therefore, Han Yu only thought that the witch was taking good care of Han Feng because of her young age, and treated Han Feng as her younger brother, and she didn't know about the rest. When everyone excitedly asked about Han Feng's travels, Han Lin and others looked envious and eager. Seeing this, Han Yu couldn't help scolding, "You guys are still too weak. Don't think about going out to travel. Han Feng is protected by Miss Lin, how about you? Before the human level 4-star, you can only stay in the family, or go to the surrounding mountains to experience." Han Lin and the others couldn't help being disappointed, but they also knew that what Grandpa said was correct, and they were shocked when they heard a few things from Han Feng. Han Mo was silent all the time, and then suddenly said, "Han Feng, what is your cultivation base now?" As soon as these words came out, everyone stared at Han Feng with burning eyes. Being watched by so many eyes, Han Feng coughed dryly, and said with a little smug, 8 stars of the human rank." In an instant, all the voices in the hall disappeared, and it was extremely silent. Everyone's eyes were dull, and then, they were shocked, excited, and ecstatic. "People, 8 stars of the human rank. Fenger, you didn't lie to Grandpa me?" Han Yu asked with trembling all over. Han Feng smiled and said, "How could grandson deceive Grandpa? If you don't believe it, Grandpa can test grandson." Unexpectedly, Han Yu rolled his eyes and fainted.